Hello race fans and welcome to the VCO Suzuka 10 Hours, part of the VCO Grand Slam, live here on RaceSpotTV. We are here in the Far East in Japan, Suzuka International Circuit, for 10 hours of GT3 racing coming up for you now, with some of the best teams and drivers anywhere in the world of virtual motorsport. Hello, my name is Peter Mackay and I'll be taking you through the coverage for the first few hours here at Suzuka alongside my broadcast colleague Nick Damon. Nick, a very warm welcome. How are you feeling heading into this one?
I'm really looking forward to it, Peter. We've had a couple of fantastic VCO Grand Slams recently. We had the Petit Le Mans a few weeks ago. Of course, this one's different because it's all one class. So we have 44 GT3, which is going to make it really, really interesting. It's going to come down, I think, to not just speed, but tactics. It's become a tyre wear, fuel usage, all those things us endurance fans love the most.
Lots for us to talk about, lots for us to think about over the next 10 hours. So we've had a fantastic schedule of iRacing special event this year, from the short oval of Bristol, the Bathurst 1000, Petit Le Mans, SCCA runoffs, and many, many more. Some superb events here on the iRacing platform. Whatever type of racing that you're into, there's something to get involved with as well. And of course, coming up, we've got the Snowball Derby, the short oval with the late models as well, and then on to the Chili Bowl as well on the with the sprint cars as well. Absolutely fantastic to watch those as well. But today it's Suzuka, it's 10 hours of racing, and it would be GT3 racing, well, without a discussion about balance of performance. Of course, we have many different types of vehicle here, Nick, but some changes to try and level the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, and given what the entry is, and obviously we'll let you into that in a second, because obviously the teams independently choose what car they have, apart from 3 teams which have the name of the manufacturer in their title. Despite the attempt to balance the performance down, as you can see some pretty big changes, 15 kilograms, 20 kilograms. One car has come out, or one model has come out as the absolute favourite for the majority of these teams. Of course, the advantage, you've said before, here in virtual racing, is you can try every single one of the cars, and it only costs you $11, not £500,000. So we have I'll let you let the spectators in on our slightly skewed car entry.
Yes, out of 44 cars, we have 37 Porsches, despite the Porsche having the largest amount of weight added, the 1% of power taken away, and 2% of fuel capacity. We'll see how that plays out across the race, but of course, in sheer numbers, the Porsche definitely the car we're going to see the most of today. But watch out for the Lamborghini Huracan there. We'll come on to that in a moment. Suzuka Circuit, well, it's one of the gems of global motorsport, very well known to 2- and 4-wheeled fans alike. Nick, in your F1 days, you must have frequented this place from time to time, I'm sure.
I went half a dozen times to Suzuka, saw Damon Hill's World Championship win. The first one went in '96, and experienced an earthquake whilst I was there as well in the pit lane. So Suzuka's a great place, and the environs of Japan. Japan's an amazing place. You either love it or hate it, and I started off finding it very difficult, and by the end I actually loved it, and I'd love to go back.
I'm definitely in the love camp for Japan. I've also been in an earthquake in Japan as well. But this circuit, of course, owned by the Honda Motor Company, built at the behest of Mr. Honda back in 1961, and has a real comprehensive test of driver and of car as well. The opening part of the circuit through the fast snaking S's, and then some more technical parts through the Degners into the middle of the circuit, and then winding the power up all the way towards the very tricky spoon curve, and then the flat out run through 130R. It's a very exciting circuit. The thing that I always take away from this circuit, Nick, is the grip level here on the iRacing platform. It's not as grippy as some of the other circuits. You really do have to be on top of the car.
Well, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think there are elements where you are constantly finding the grip, and you do need to carry speed, certainly through the Degners, so the most grip you can get. But of course, the almost unique feature we don't talk about, because we just kind of assume, it's a figure of 8, equal number of left, equal number of right-hand corners. So those concepts we've seen in the past in iRacing, where people have just changed left-hand side or just right-hand side, depending on the handedness of the circuit. Not really applying here, because you're going to get much more even tyre wear with a circuit which has no bias to left or right. So that's, again, another thing to take into account when you're looking at tactics and strategy for the driver. But certainly, it's a classic circuit. It's a great circuit. But, and this is a big but, it's not easy to overtake, especially in equally powered GT3 cars.
Yeah, that is a very good point, Nick. The overtaking is really tricky here at Suzuka. It's going to be a matter of, to make moves, I think it's going to be more about pressuring your rivals into mistakes, which is not easy when your rivals are some of the best virtual motorsport racers in the world. Team Redline Red, they go to the top of the timesheets, a 155.4. First flying lap then for Max Benecke in the Lamborghini, the one of only 2 Lamborghinis in our 44 car field. Now, Benecke topped the timesheets in practice, a 155.2, 155.4 here in qualifying, so looks like Nick, he might even have a bit more left in the tank in that Lambo.
Yeah, I mean, as we discussed, there's 37 Porsches, only 7 cars which are not a 911. 3 of those, as I said, have the name of the manufacturer above the door. The 2 Mercedes AMG Team Williams cars, obviously they've gone Mercedes, and you then have the BMW with the BMW, I can't see how far they call it, the BMW Team BS competition. They obviously have to choose the car. So they only had a couple of other choices of Mercedes by some of the other teams. That was... Oh, no, it's not. Actually, sorry, it was Mercedes AMG Team Urano, so they had to choose it as well. So it looks like there's no independent choice of the car. So but yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Redline, free choice, Peter, but they've gone for the Lamborghini against the grain of everyone else had a free choice. Has gone for the 911.
It's very interesting. It's super, super interesting as well. As we see Nicolas Laubisch coming in the 191 Porsche GT3R. And the way that rear engine machine just boogies out the hairpin really really is quite impressive. It's great under braking as well, and it's funny how the world of balance of performance changes in GT3, especially here on the iRacing platform. I mean, in the previous season, Nick, the Porsche was the car you really didn't want to have, but
well, yeah, exactly.
it didn't have the pace.
Well, and at Petit Le Mans a couple of weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, there was one plucky little Porsche against a phalanx of everything else, and it managed to get quite high up in the end, but it was completely outclassed, I think, by it was BMWs and Mercedes, the front engine cars, in that last race. But so it's horses for courses, it's cars for tracks. As you pointed out here, this has got fantastic rear grip, and there's a lot of points where coming out the hairpin, getting that drive out of Spoon Curve up to the backstretch. It's the one place where you can overtake, again powering out of the last curve and down the first corner. All areas where you would say absolutely a Porsche benefit. When you think about it, the heavy direction change through the snake through the S's. Now, you're not a big Porsche driver, you're obviously a big Porsche fan, so you perhaps put you right on this, Peter. I thought that's where the rear engine, or the rear-ish engine, would be a direction change disadvantage through the S's. Am I right?
I don't get to the limit enough, Nick, to give you an accurate what's the word, assessment of its true on the limit handling characteristics. I think we'll keep an eye on the sector times. The sector times won't lie for us. Then we know we can make a more informed opinion. But where's a racing driver when we need one? Because we certainly don't qualify, do we?
Well, I go around the track in a car. That makes me a racing driver, doesn't it? I'm sure that's how you qualify these days.
Nobody would pay us to go racing. Put it that way. I think that's maybe more of a.
That's excellent definition. I must admit. So it's still Max Benecke in the top of the trap, 55.4. He's got a massive 800th of a second advantage over Ricardo Rico in the day at Esports, and it's Marl Racing in third with Alessandro Bico. So that's 1, 2, 3 Huracan Porsche. So more mixed up. But once again, team, is that a Lamborghini? Is that a Redline? Is it Max Benecke?
It is indeed. So Lamborghini on pole for Team Redline with Max Benecke qualifying just 800ths of a second ahead of Ricardo Rico and Zenith Esports. Then it's the Mala Racing team of Alessandro Bico alongside Damon Woods for ATRS Esports. Then Team PGZ and Mercedes AMG Williams qualify 6th, the first of the Mercedes. Sven Olahasa for Bila Euronics will start 7th alongside Cody Deeth and Williams Esports Razor. Then it's the second of the Mercedes, Louis Nazar qualifying 9th, and Tim Matska rounds out the top 10 for Manatee Racing. German Sim Racing DE, they qualify 11th alongside the Urano Esports Porsche of Le Nicolas Laubiche. Then it's Team PGZ Academy, Beef Central, Arnage competition, and the next of the Mercedes in 16th place, it's Alexei Nezov from Mercedes AMG Urano. Then another couple of Porsches, Team PGZ and William Esports Bank qualifying A teams. Rounding out the top 20, it's SRC Movano and Mag Performance SRT. Not the best qualifying for Team BMW BS competition. They can do no better than 21st on the grid. Raymond Sheffers will start 22nd for Impulse Racing. Then it's Arnage competition and TC Course Esports in 24th. 25th is Ronin Simsport, followed by Mercedes AMG Urano Car 91, Wave Italy, Impulse, Valkyrie and Phoenix Racing Esport round out your top 30. Then in 31st, it's the number 18 Arnage competition Porsche, followed by Cadega Squadra Corsa, Leo Racing Team in 33rd, followed by Mechanic Racing Black, and then it's Team Heusingveld and RSR by Buttkicker rounding out the 18th row. Row 19 is Nathan Moore for Race Clutch, alongside Benso Racing's Charles Roussan. Then it's Precision Racing Esports, Gerard Esports, Urano, Heinking Media and Williams Fanatec in 42nd. Then on the last row of the grid, no time set, it's Rottenberry Racing and Brabham Esports with their Porsche. So, a very short parade behind the iRacing pace car here, just starting around 1:30R. No opportunity to generate any brake or tyre temperature. Conditions absolutely perfect at the moment, 28 degrees Celsius on the track, but we're only at 9 o'clock in the morning in sim time. Expect that track temperature to rocket. Max Benecke will rock and roll us into 10 hours of racing here at Suzuka. It's the last round of the VCO Grand Slam. And Benecke gets the jump, he hits the loud pedal. Green, green, green. We are racing here at Suzuka as they fan out 4-5 wide, heading down past the start-finish line, heading down into turn 1. Don't do a Senna and Prost here as well, but Benecke gets through. There's Mala Racing trying to squeeze by into turn 2. No, can't quite get the job done as well. They all filter through the Snake Bend for the first time.
Yeah, good start there by Max. He just went as soon as the car was off. Quite a bit napping, really. You should really kind of match yourself against the revs of the leader. But bang, they've gone, and they're going off pretty much in car order here. As that lone Lamborghini leads 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think gets Porsche for the first and Mercedes.
You wonder if this is going to be the story of the day, the Lambo versus the rest. Incredible. It's like watching a Porsche Super Cup race here with all these 911s filtering through as well. But through into the first Degner, they go all in one long train. So evenly matched on pace. I mean, we saw drivers qualifying outside of the top 20. Just a handful of tenths off pole. Oh, first car off. It's one of the German sim racing machines. Car number 9, Nick Schulte-Wisselman for German sim racing. And
yeah, just
be careful, you rejoin.
It wasn't a bad read, but that's just the worst time to happen. You know, making a mistake on the first lap will the same mistake in an hour's time would have cost him a slight bit of embarrassment in 2 places. That takes him back 15, 20 slots, and overtaking here is a nightmare. That's effectively a half-minute mistake if he's got the pace to get back up the front again.
Yeah, that, like you said, Nick, the overtaking is not straightforward here. So, yeah, not a great start there for German sim racing, but it's Lamborghini from a string of Porsches. Then the first of the Mercedes, the Williams car number 4, Mercedes AMG Williams. Through into the Casio Triangle they go for the first time. So just iconic corners. And if you're a fan of Grand Prix racing, this will be a very, very familiar circuit. But this endurance race, it's gone on, it's in slightly different guise now known as a 10-hour race. Used to be known as the Suzuka 1000 kilometers, which ran since the mid-60s, but nowadays very much a GT3 dogfight. And this is going to be the story of the day all the way through, as we've got a battle going on here going into turn 1. The Arnage competition car of Jimmy Antunes getting hung out to dry there by the Movano Porsche.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching I've got the race actually up on my rig just to get a secondary view, but it was interesting watching the timing as they went past. It was effective. They went past in race order. I think perhaps Team PGZ Academy made a place, but everyone else is stuck in this train, and that's when you're going to have to start thinking about how do I get out of this train, because effectively there isn't enough grunt to actually, the only place you can really get past it with any ease, without any sort of mistake, you get an excellent drive out spoon all the way up the back straight, and perhaps you can get a bit of a tow as well and get past. When every car is within the the toe area, it's not going to happen. So it's a case really where you end up with tiny break perhaps appearing, but the chances of moving through the field at the moment are quite low unless you make a bad unnecessary lunge like that, for example, which took out the 91 car. Oh dear, that's I absolutely guarantee if that was seen by Eduardo Freitas, that'd be at least a drive-through for that.
That would be a slam dunk, wouldn't it? I think Bo Barfield would have the same reaction too in IMSA. Yes. I think that's a perfect example of what you were trying to say there, Nick, or what you were saying there. Not, it's if you try to make a move squeeze here, it will end up in tears, and you can see just how close the barriers are as well. If you get it wrong at Suzuka, it goes wrong in a big way. There's a reason why they don't race MotoGP here anymore. It's really, really tight. So if you do make an error, you can end up in the barrier. More going on here. I think this was the German sim racing car and Team Heusingfeld there, and it's the German sim racing car off again. Disaster start for the number 9.
He just clipped the side of the other car, and then it just bounced him off. Now the thing to remember is all these offs and punts, even if they don't damage the car, they're getting you incident points. Now those of you who are aware of the iRacing concept, and we'll bring it up early because the incident point level is not exactly generous for 10 hours, is it? It's 40. You can do a maximum of 40 incidents, and each slightly wide off-track moment is 1. If you have a spin, it's 2. If you punt someone, it's 4. And then you get a drive-through, and it's quite an expensive drive-through at Suzuka because obviously you're peeling off and going very slowly opposite a long straight. So people won't have the advantage we've seen before, where they'll take a tactical off-track to gain a bit of speed because they just haven't got that luxury. So I think towards the end of the race, towards the end of the race, I think, Peter, we're going to see people having to use drive-throughs in some of these, certainly in the middle of the field where they've been scrapping like this.
Interesting to get another look at that. That number 9 German sim racing car got hit from the back. It was a green Porsche, but that's not narrowing it down much on this particular day. It might have been the Miniti car, but I think they qualified further up the order than that. Well, we'll try and get a look if we can. One thing as well that's going to be a big discussion point is the fuel game here as well, because these GT3 cars go for around an hour. However, that around is deliberately vague. Now, it's the 78. It was the Miniti car. So yes, the 78 Porsche GT3R of Miniti Racing, bang, straight into the back there. Classic hairpin corner there where it all checks up. Very easy for that to happen.
Yeah, that was the first of 2 instances, wasn't it, for the German sim racing car? The second one was bouncing off the side of another car. So it's not a great start, but if the car's not damaged, the good news is he's got 9 hours, 54 minutes to put it right. It's not what you want. There's a lot. Most of the people I think really who are sitting in this initial train are probably quite happy. They're in the top 10. Everything's going along fine. They're not being gapped by Benekay. He's got a 3-4-second lead. He's not getting away. Everyone's staying in place. And realistically, they're probably very happy to sit here for the first hour, especially if you're in the middle of the train. In the middle of the train, of course, you've got a chance to do some fuel saving. And that might enable you to get the hour, or more importantly, start building a buffer. So you can come in at an hour and 1 or an hour and 2, gives you more flexibility towards the end of the race.
Cody Death giving us a perfect demonstration of that fuel saving there, just dipping the clutch on the entry into turn 1 there, just trying to save as much fuel as possible. Because these cars they circle around that hour mark, and if you don't hit that hour mark, you could potentially be in line for an extra stop. So you want to make sure you hit that hour mark, and also if you can hit that mark and take less time fueling up in the pit stops, that of course can gain you time. And that today, Nick, might be the easiest way to actually overtake someone with it being so close. Yeah,
and much as I hate the word, I think the undercut or the overcut may well be being used. Because it is a situation when you get into this train, you are going the speed that the leader of the train dictates, and maybe you're hanging on for dear life and being very chuffed about the extra couple of tenths you're getting from the toe, or maybe you're sitting thinking, I've got half a second here I can use, and that's all you need. You can get in a couple of laps earlier, a couple of laps later. But I think it's going to be exceptionally tactical. You have to, if the cars can make the hour, you have to make the hour, because otherwise you're looking at even with only a splash, you're looking at a 25, 28 second run down the pit lane and stop. So that in this competitive nature, that's going to be too much. So everyone will be looking at that. The people at the moment, we're looking at Redline. Obviously, they're out in front, so they're getting no advantage of the toe. But I'm sure Max Benekay is excellent at saving fuel. But once you're in that queue, you can save a huge amount of fuel if you're actually sitting in a toe. Even I can do it, so it must be easy.
Quite, yes, quite. Moreno Suzuka just right in the middle of the group at the moment. The 111 Porsche up ahead. He's sitting 35th at the moment. Is Suzuka for Williams Fanatec. That's he'll want to be further up the order than that. So he's got a long. That team's got a long 10 hours or so in front. Now, interestingly, looking at the lap times, Max Benecke is lapping. Well, his best lap is 1.8 seconds off what he set in practice and 1.6 seconds off what he set in qualifying. So the track temperature is rising a little bit. That'll have a factor. But I think he is definitely running to a number here, Nick, early on.
Well, also he's got he's got a pretty big fuel load as well, so that's going to be affecting the cars quite a lot. There's a lot of heavy acceleration. He's running, I think they're in about 20 I don't know what litres, about 28 gallons, I think.
It's 120 litres.
Yeah, so they are
a big weight difference.
So 120 litres is 75 kilograms, isn't it? It's 0.75 sorry, it's about 90 kilograms because a litre of fuel weighs about 0.75 kilograms, being lighter than water. So that's a big weight disadvantage. The cars will strip off. And the other thing, obviously, are they going to be able to double stint the tyres? It's not a common thing in GT3. We did see it happening in a Petit, which is not particularly abrasive, and also a lot of the race was in the dark, so it was cool. Is it a case that they can double at the start because they've got cooler conditions? It will get hot here. It will get very hot here. Don't forget, this race is taking place in the middle of August in Japan. That is super hot. So there's a lot of things that they would have run the simulations. These big teams, they'll probably have a plan. They think they know what's going to happen, but even they can get caught out by odd circumstances.
Riding with the number 55 Mala Porsche in third place, car number 55. Alessandro Bico. Mala had a superb season in this VCO Grand Slam in the LMP2 class. Of course, no LMP2 class today. They won the Watkins Glen 6 hour. They won the Petit Le Mans as well, and sitting here in a really strong position early on. Of course, Mala are a company that have a huge combination with many car manufacturers, but particularly with Porsche. They've been on every Porsche race car since the 356, since the very beginning. So their piston technology is, it continues to go from strength to strength.
They were owned by Audi for a while, whether they're now just part of the VAG group. They used to be, interesting, but I used to live in Northampton, and they were on the same industrial estate as Cosworth. So you go down there to Cosworth, and over the road was Marl Pistons, yeah. So
that's quite handy.
It is. So I've no idea whether that was a coincidence. I somehow think not. And then they were owned by Audi. I don't know if they're still owned by Audi. But obviously they're working for Porsche. It's all part of the range, which doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
All part of one big behemoth, isn't it? Yeah, it's in a way. It's that's quite handy. You say we need some more pistons. I'll just hop over the road to Malas and just pick a few up. It's a little bit like, is it Magneti Marelli, of course the leading the spec supplier to MotoGP. They're remarkably close to Ducati. That's quite interesting that Ducati since there's been a control electronic unit, they've come on.
Always helps. Well, McLaren are very close to McLaren Electronics, who provide the F1 ones, but that's obviously they try and have some form of a Chinese wall, but I don't know about that. As we know, if you look into full-scale motorsport, there are three major centres. One of them centred around Medina, one of them centred around the carbon fibre triangle here, one centred around Charlotte, and perhaps you could say Indianapolis as well, but that's really where motorsport is based in this world.
Very true. Yeah, very, very, very true indeed. Motorsport Valley. I've never heard carbon fibre triangle. That's a good one. I like that.
Oh, that's carbon fibre triangle. Is completely the name for the. I'm not quite sure where the three corners are. I know one corner is Enstone, because that's the farthest out that way. I live less than a mile from Red Bull, so I walk my dogs around the factories regularly to see what they're doing. So it's quite fun living there, to be honest. You do see some interesting stuff occasionally. But yeah, I mean, motorsport it comes together, and it is effectively now just a massive cottage industry, isn't it? All these little shops have got bigger and bigger, and the successful ones look great. And I'm sure Miles started with a couple of guys in a workshop, much like most of the other accessories and ancillary companies did.
They did, yeah. But it's a very, very old brand, Mala, as well. Another name that fans of outdoor motorsport will recognise, Bila. Of course, Bila Team Euronics car 450. They're running in 5th position at the moment with Sven Olahasa driving at the moment. quite odd to say Bila and a Porsche at the same time. Of course, it's synonymous with Audi, but yeah, the car looks resplendent in the blue and yellow flashes as well. And yeah, looking at the pace, yeah, the pace is still, it's actually slowing a bit. It's quite incredible. 2.6 seconds is the sort of pace difference between Beneke's quickest in practice and his race pace. Like right now, you almost feel like he's got pace to try and stretch the pack if he wants to, but that would have a negative impact on his fuel usage.
Yeah, I mean, it's the track temperature's up 4 degrees centigrade just about from qualifying, but I think this is a lot more about tyre preservation and fuel conservation. I think they're all in this mode now where, as I said, the guys at the front are happy where they are. No one in that top 1, 2, 3, 4, about that top 12 isn't any problems at all. They're happy where they are. They're within, top 12 within 5 seconds of the leader. That's absolutely fine. They don't need to push anything. They just need to stay in the tow and just see what happens. It's not now, not after the first hour. Probably, we'll get a bit of a split up when they go through the first set of pit stops, because it always happens with different pit stops. And this first hour, just stay where you are. Don't make a mistake. Save your tyres, save your fuel. That's what I'd be saying if I was a team manager. Don't worry about overtaking anybody.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the strategy. It's of course the way that the tyre just goes through so much punishment here at Suzuka. Big, long, high-speed corners. It puts a lot of heat through the tyres as well. So it's interesting. Very few of these front drivers are getting. Oh, well, Sven Haas has just made me a liar there. He's running really wide coming out of the second deck now. But yeah, on the whole, nobody's really getting out of shape. Nobody putting big steering inputs in. Even the throttle inputs, if you listen very carefully, it's a very smooth application of the throttle. Because here on the iRacing platform, the pit stop rules very much like you would see at Le Mans. You put the fuel in first, then if you want to put tyres on, that is you have to do that afterwards. So if you do put tyres on, it takes time, and here it takes nearly half a minute to put all 4 tyres on. So it's a huge, you've got to make use of those tyres, because I would think we'll see the teams trying to double stint. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to win the race.
Exactly. It's 28 seconds to change 4 tyres. As I said, because of the fact this is a figure 8, you don't really have the option to do left side or right side, because the wear is pretty similar. It's a little bit more on the right side because you have to go around the 130R at them. It's not enough to make a difference. The unbalance will be worse. But the only slight advantage of changing tyres, and you've got a bit of minor damage, it will repair that at the same time. But these guys are good enough to get the damage. But yeah, what are we looking at? We're looking at 30 laps for a stint time, perhaps 32. So effectively, unless you've got a drop off of a second a lap in the second stint, it still makes sense to double stint them. So it's knowing that drop off curve where you're into it. I mean, the iRacing tyre has a real, as I'm sure you know, Peter, about lap 2, 3, and 4, it's really very, very, very good, and it eases back a bit and then it plateaus for a long time, and it's randomly, I've found my experience where that plateau massively drops off, it's quite random, has no indication about the percentage wear on it. But yeah, I mean, once you've gone for those first 4 or 5 laps, you're into a big flat section really, where often the fuel burn off is equalised by the slight degradation of the tyres. You're almost kind of sitting there doing very, very, very similar times, and then just suddenly the last 3 or 4 laps of the stint, the fuel comes right off, you sail into the car, freeze off again, and you can really turn those times in.
I wonder if we're just waiting for Max Beneke to pull the pin off the grenade and push in those, like you say, those last 4 or 5 laps of the stint, looking very comfortable right now. Yeah.
It's going to depend where he is on fuel, isn't it? We are maybe we'll turn around and everyone comes in 57 minutes because they just can't do the hour, or everyone maybe in an hour and 3. You say it's really, really kind of a nebulous thing, that 1 hour mark. It does take effort, it does take skill to make it running at this pace. It's not just the car to do it easy under the problems. They will be doing various things to make sure they can make it, and that's probably the reason why we've got this big train, because everyone knows where they're running to. Max, they've chosen the Lamborghini. You would think, therefore, there was an advantage, probably at the first that they could pull away, but he's choosing not to because of what he's trying to do over the course of the 10 hours.
Yeah, that lap time is looking super consistent, right around the kind of 157.6 to 157.8 barrier. It's very, 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 very steady pace, but as you said, well over 2.5 seconds what the car is ultimately capable of. So yeah, it's definitely playing to a number here is Beneke in that Lamborghini. Just 20 minutes into this race, you're watching the iRacing Suzuka 10-hour, part of the VCO Grand Slam. This is the final round of the VCO Grand Slam. We've had the Nürburgring 24-hour won by the Team BMW Bank. Watkins Glen 6-hour, that was won by Malo Racing Team, your third place car, with Mercedes AMG Williams taking the GT class there, and then Petit Le Mans, Malo getting the win in LMP2 again, and the Apex Racing Team, who sadly aren't here today, with their Porsche winning the GT class. Trying to pick a winner today here, Nick, is almost far too early to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we are. This is the sort of thing. I mean, being endurance fans, you and I, 24-hour races, 10-hour races, 6 hours. This is what you love to see, because effectively it's not some bloke out the front who's going to run 20 lapper and that's it. It's going to be developed over the course of. Well, I assume they're going to do about 310, 315 laps probably, perhaps a bit less than that. But it's all about. What I like about this is because one of the things about we've said before with those who watch these VCO races is that, of course, one of the things you don't have within iRacing, you do have within full metal endurance race. You don't have yellow flags, you don't have red flags. So you know you're going to run at that speed on a clear track for the entire 10 hours. At that point, you should already have it calculated on your computer what an ideal race would look like, and we have limited reactions to the problems that come up. But these guys already know what they would like to do in every single stint. And it's now just trying to make sure that happens and trying to avoid the unexpected.
It is a funny one. How could you imagine it with kind of full course yellows? It would be a completely different competitive scenario. If you had full course yellow, if someone ends up in the gravel, full course yellow comes out, and all of a sudden it's a rush to the pits and the orders reset again. It's would be fascinating. I have to say, it's an interesting debate. I personally am a big fan of the full course yellow, provided they're thrown for a just reason. I'm not a fan of the dubious full course that can sometimes appear.
The competition yellow, also the Alan Gow safety car.
I wasn't going to mention it.
It's all right. Yes, Alan, I've spoken to Alan when I used to do British touring cars. He's the first to admit that has happened on more than one occasion.
Yes, that's very, very true. But yeah, I personally am a big fan of it. Really, I mean, look at Daytona 24-hour this year, just an incredible finish of the race in every class. Particularly DPI and GTD Pro. I mean, incredible memory. But some purists really don't like it because it can eradicate well-fought advantages, and there's definitely an argument there. Very cool livery here, car number 89, BMW BS Competition, known as the Zebras. They've got a special Japanese manga cartoon livery
on one side.
On one side, very cool.
On one side, it's got the standard sort of BS stripes on the left-hand side, and on the right, the zebra stripes on the right-hand side. He gets involved in a bit of argy-bargy around the Casio Triangle. It's an impressively detailed paint job, actually. And as I say, they've obviously put the boat out around the BMW. I'm going to say this because they have to, because it's pretty obvious they probably wouldn't have run it. It's obviously sitting with some sort of GT3 BOP disadvantage, but they have to make the most of it. That's one of the things that happens if you nailed your mask to a manufacturer. There's many advantages, including the fact this car is very competitive at Petit. Sometimes it just works against you, doesn't it?
It does sometimes, yes. That was the Mac Performance Porsche there, the number 14, that got a little bit of a kind of hip check, and that will be 4 incident points to each. Now, if you average it out, the teams only get 4 incident points an hour on average. And here at Suzuka, it's quite easy to break track limits and get one. You accumulate those single off-track points very easily. That's
a really good point, Peter. For a place like Degner 2, for example, the difference between the perfect line and an incident point is genuinely a virtual meter, if that. And you see them, and you to carry that speed. And it's important to carry that speed all the way down to the entrance of the hairpin. these are very great. These are great races. They are able to get within that half meter, but every now and again it goes wrong, and you got to think, okay, of those 30 laps an hour, I can only get that wrong really 3 times. It won't cost me lap time, but it will cost me, those points. And this is why I think, because as you say, also there's elements at the top when you go around 130i, you can sometimes drift a little bit wide, especially if you get a bit of aero wash. Those incidents can happen, and they can add up, even though you haven't tried to gain an advantage with them, and you haven't tried to do it. And you have such a low number. The last thing you want is little coming together like that in the Casio Triangle, give you 4 for no reason for anybody. As I said before, I think, in hour 8, 9, and 10, we are going to see cars doing drive-throughs. The only disadvantage is, despite us being the host broadcaster, one of the things you can't ever do on iRacing is see another team's instant points, which I think is probably fair, because, otherwise, the possibility where if you knew they were near the end, you'd give them a little nudge at the backside, couldn't you give them 4, so they had to do a drive-through. So I think none of the broadcasters, none of the other teams know how many instruments everyone else is on. But occasionally, we have seen people get very concerned with the last day and gone, I think they're close.
Do you know what? I think it's better not knowing. It gives us intrigue and speculation, which is what we live for here in the world of entertainment as well. Now, speaking of entertainment, one advantage we have here in the world of virtual motorsport is the immersion and the kind of detail that we can add in the insight of some of the drivers. Now, our race leader, Max Beneke, is streaming his point of view camera in the VCO Twitch command center, and command center allows you to view multiple angles of the broadcast at the same time, so you can have the main stream, the Redline #1 car, and the Williams esports team stream there as well. All you need to do to check that out is go to the VCO Twitch channel and click command center, and you will then get that immersive experience. And so that's taking multi-screen to a new level. And I always think, Nick, with endurance racing, it's all about the kind of onion layers of detail. And on the face of it, you think, well, we've got cars following each other around here, but when you pick away underneath the surface, there's a lot of layers of strategy and intrigue to kind of to pick apart.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, by the way, congratulations on that announcement. You're saying just like David Croft after a Grand Prix, telling him I could go on to Sky Glass. It's brilliant. There's plenty. There are plenty of options. I think that's one of the. Well, I remember, one of the interesting things is John Hindhoff, who did a few of the NLS virtual NLSs, then was very disappointed to do a real NLS and find they hadn't got all the camera angles you get for virtual racing. Obviously, we can see every track, every car, every camera. Now, obviously, around Suzuka, they're using most of the camera choices used by Hugo here. RaceSpot are very similar to the ones that we use in the F1. It makes us, as race fans, recognise the circuit better. It's amazing how a camera run is so ingrained in your head. If you think about a track you enjoy watching or you know about, it's the camera run you recognise, because most of us haven't been to the circuit. But you have the option to put a camera anywhere. We have 44 onboards. We have 44 onboards pointing forward. We have 44 onboards pointing to the back. We have 44 onboards either way, and that's the joy, and also obviously the challenge for the director to choose which. You've got sometimes you can have too many options, and we've seen that before in professional. I've seen sometimes when in motorsport directors have had too many options in the real world, and they just won't stick on one. So it's another huge skill when you've got so many options to produce a coherent program.
Yeah, our producer Hugo Luis does a super job directing and producing all in one. And did you know, actually, Nick, that our producer Hugo? There you go. There's Hugo's onboard shot. Did you know, actually, Nick, that our producer Hugo has won a World Championship Grand Prix race here on iRacing at this very circuit?
Well, he's good at iRacing as well.
I know he's a man of many talents. Yes.
Do you know what? I really quite liked him, and now I don't. I'm happy to produce. I'm happy to accept he's a great producer and a great director, but he's actually good at the driving bit as well. It's just not fair, is it?
No, it's very unfair. It's very unfair as well. And the camera angles, they're actually created by a gentleman called Dougie Beard, who's an absolute wizard with the camera angles. Really gets that kind of immersive look. So, just coming up to the half point of the first hour, Max Beneke leading the way for Team Redline Lamborghini, with Zenith Esports in second and their Porsche Malo Racing team. They round out the podium places at the moment. Very much just keeping the powder dry. Here we go, a move from Luca Kita in the Urano Heineken Media Porsche. Gets past one of the Impulse Porsches to ride with the lurid pink Arnage competition Porsche of Carlos de Guise.
As we flashed by a second ago, I saw there was a car in the pit. So interesting, we actually have lost or have 3 cars who've got pit brace problem, one of which was that German sim racing DE car, which saw having the 2 accidents. That's in the pits and currently greyed out, which means they may well be retiring. They're a couple of laps off. Also having problems, but have had problems, but back in the race is the 35 team Husqvarna with Janssen Takowski on their Porsche. They've lost 3 laps, but joined again, and we have the number 8, the Wave Italy racing team, Callum Chin, with their Porsche. I think they have retired because they are 7 laps behind already. So we've had a couple of incidents. We saw one of them, didn't see the other, but I think we have 2 retirements and 1 already walking or driving wounded.
That's such a shame when it goes wrong so early. The amount of preparation that these teams put in to race at this level is quite remarkable. Of course, this is the what we refer to as the top split here on the iRacing platform. So each and every team has, each and every driver has an I rating, which is kind of like a golf handicap. The better your results are, the better it gets, and vice versa. So the drivers in the top split, they are the highest ranked drivers that have entered for this race. And there's multiple splits right all the way down. So at any level, you can have a race, you can compete in any special event you like. It's just that this is the top split level. So very interesting to watch this and see the best in the business. We've got a move here. Oh, not quite. Tries to get a move done on the Orano Mercedes. That's Guillaume Levesque for Beef Central in the, well, actually quite fittingly here in Japan, it's almost Pennzoil Nissan R34 GTR spec, that. Yeah,
now it's looking to get the drive down the start-finish straight. He's going to dive into corner 1, and as long as he can keep the tight into the first corner, that's a 4-corner manoeuvre from Beef Racing there. Picked up a pace, but it's interesting that it's the cork in the bottle is the Mercedes, isn't it? And there's a train of Porsches looking to get past, so it does seem that there's elements where the Porsches really have an advantage over the other cars, apart from right at the front, where Max Benecke is confounding everybody by leading a phalanx of Porsches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars following the Porsches before we had the first other manufacturer, and that's Daniel Fuente in 8th with the Mercedes.
It's not often that you see the Porsche 911 GT3R just blow past the Mercedes AMG on the straight, which is what happened there with the Beef Racing Porsche. So that is normally the Mercedes, that's where it makes up its lap time. It's a bit of a dragster. It's not quite got the dynamism in the corners, shall we say, but it's a rocket ship in a straight line. But that is, the order has definitely been shuffled a little bit.
Yeah, I think that was probably through drive more than anything else. I think this was the point you made earlier, Peter. The Porsche is always going to have the better grip and drive out of the corner, because it's just the weight distribution puts it all over the rear end, and you get the better grip. They just got the drive, and then I think just got a little bit of a toe as well, and then be able to get past. Now, how hard the Mercedes fought that is questionable again in hour 1. If you're sitting there going, yes, I probably have to live with that. He may not have got too bothered about it at that point, but I think you go take the instant point there, going a bit wide. But I think there's a reason that 37 teams have chosen Porsche, and it must be the advantage it shows. The other thing to remember is we haven't even seen the track when it gets hot. That will change the balance of all these cars.
Well, I think that's where the Porsche teams might come into their own. The tyre conservation, the tyre management certainly seems to be in the favour of the Porsche at this moment in time. We here on RaceSpotTV, we had the 24H Series esports last weekend at the Circuit of the Americas, and it's not a dissimilar circuit in terms of quite a lot of high-speed corners and big loads through the tyres. And when you got onto that second stint on the tyre, that was when the Porsche really stretched its legs. But get this, Nick, of course the Porsche today has a 20 kilogram BOP addition. It had 45 kilograms in that race and still won, so that's quite ominous, as the Orano Porsche nips up the inside of the number 4 Williams Mercedes, nice and easy at the Casio Triangle.
Interesting. Now, I don't know whether Max Benecke has dropped the hammer down, but he's managed to get himself a 2.5 seconds in the lead. He's broken in the element of toe to the Zenith Esports Ricardo Rico, so it's the last couple of laps he's managed to ease out 1 3/4 second lead, looking this could be this is where he sees the advantage. We are obviously down to the second half of the tank, but he's wasted his while before he's made the move, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he's just cut half a second off his lap time just at will. So it's almost as if the Team Redline strategy team have said to him, "Okay, Max, you've hit the fuel number. You've been a good boy." Oh, here we go, the Malaporsche straight away. I think that's absolutely telling. Alessandro Bico there could see Beneke breaking away, thinking, "Do you know what? Nope, I've hit my fuel number 2. It's time to go." It's Damon Woods trying to make a way through on the ambitious privateer white of Zenith Esports there.
Yeah, it looks like the number 10 Rico car is just not quite where everyone else wants to be. He nudged him off. He has. Oh, that's going to be a conversation. That was Rico, definitely. I know it's hard to attribute blame at that, but he did seem to get a little bit of a nudge to the side there, didn't he?
Well, you're always chancing it if you're on that outside line going into the fast turn 1 and into turn 2. Yeah, you are really gonna put yourself at a risk. And let's have a look. Yeah, I don't really see where there was a way to get around there for the 13 car. Kind of put himself in that position. Just a little bit of lack of patience there, I think, from the number 13 car, Damon Woods. But yeah, I think Alessandro Bico in the 55 Malaporsche, he's seen Beneke break and he's got, do you know what? Nope, can't let him do that. And yeah, Beneke now into the low 57s, just pulling out half a second of lap time straight away. I think this next lap with Bico versus Beneke is going to be interesting, Nick, to see who's got really that pace.
Yeah, they're pushing, and more importantly, the Euronics car, the Vila Racing car with Sven Hasse, absolutely now is not happy about being behind Rico either. So I think he can see there's a situation where he needs to get through if he can, and he's got the tow. Now, whether he's got enough for tow compared to what Rico has is questionable, but he just needs to get through. So I'm sure there's some action between third and fourth. They also decide this is the cork. We are not being held up. We can't let a big gain happen for the Red Line team. Thinking about it up the inside, and he goes for it through the Casio triangle. Nice move, and Rico's gone very wide, which is going to perhaps put him in danger. He's going to lose at least 2 positions, possibly 3, Peter.
Yeah, really struggling there is all of a sudden Ricardo Rico. He looked so comfortable behind Beneke, and then when Beneke decided to drop it, whoa, that was
contact. He got as Damon Woods came back. I think it's Damon Woods who came back into position again. He just clipped Rico, or whether Rico overreacted getting away from him. I don't know whether it was contact or whether it was like a whoa moment, where you suddenly turn the wheel. Be interesting to see that again from. I'm trying to be direction here. Be interesting to see that again from Rico's onboard to see what it looked like to him.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, of course, they'd come together the lap before, and
I think he was lightly touched. Thanks, Hugo. Yeah, I mean, again, that's going to be a couple of points, instant points, which I don't think any damage on the car, but you'll get an instant point for that contact. Rico's struggling, isn't he? All of a sudden, he's struggling, and I don't know why. Half an hour in, I mean, there's no reason for tyre wear. There's no reason for he's not got a heavier fuel load. So whether he's just had one of those moments where, which we could all have, where you slightly just get out of the rhythm, you find it hard to get back into it again. That could be a possibility, but everyone's decided he wasn't fast enough, and as Beneke's dropped the pin, they want to keep up with him. And suddenly, from having a very close train of 10, 12 cars, now we've got this break, and they're being to stretch out. Oh dear, being stretched out again. It's a spin for the 119 Porsche.
Team PGZ. Now Ron Dennis will ask, where's the consistency in that line there?
Exactly. Honestly.
Yes, I do wonder if Rico's maybe overheated his tyre. He's seen Beneke start to stretch it. He's tried to go with him, and he's overheated the tyre. It's quite easy to do in these cars, especially on these big fast corners. You can really put a lot of stress through the tyre as the Maniti 78 Porsche nips past one of the Williams Mercedes.
It may well.
Very nice.
Yeah, it may well be that Rico was very comfortable at 157.7, 157.6. Once it dropped 157.2, which is a big difference in these cars, half a second on the edge, it just wasn't there for him or the car. And everyone else was going, hang on, it is there for us, so we need to get through and get past. But, the lead is not quite 2 seconds. So Bico stopped the rot of Beneke, but he hasn't in any way reeled him in. So it's a nice little lead for Max, but we haven't reached the first real key point, which is the first pit stop. And as you quite rightly said, Peter, the real intrigue is how these cars will run in the second stint on the tyres, assuming they're all going to double stint. If they're going to double stint, they'll do it now, because the temperature is climbing already. It's now up to it's 91 degrees Fahrenheit, which is something in the region of 7 or 8 degrees warmer than when they started. So this is going to go all the way massively up to probably 48, 49 by the time we get the temperature. At that point, the tyres really aren't very happy running that temperature for a couple of hours. But lots to be thought about by these teams. With the worry, of course, that Benecke is getting away slightly.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think you've basically got to be a second a lap faster every lap if you change tyres. Or if you do a single stint, you've got to then be a second a lap.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be very hard. I think it's all going to be about how the second stint goes on a set of tyres. It's fascinating to think about here, and it's going to be a really intriguing point. I mean, at the front, Benecke and VCO, first and second, are in on another planet to everybody else. They've managed to cut half a second off their lap time straight away. Everybody else hasn't.
Well, apart from Biela did 56.7.
Oh wow!
Racing
Excuse me. So the first lap in clean air for Hasse, yes, he's now he's in another world beyond them. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're now running to a different pace, but they're running to a pace. We know what these cars can do, and their fuel load's coming down, and they're still a second off that. But it's, as you say, it's in fact Hasse now in the Euronics car is looking like a little bit feisty on the mile machine. Whether he thinks that this 2-second lead approximately that Benecke's got too much, he wants to kind of get it back. But this is the challenge, isn't it? And interesting the point you made a second ago, Peter, about if you change tyres, you've got to be a second lap quicker. Well, even if you could be a second lap quicker, there's traffic here. You've got 43. We had 44 cars in a single class. You've got a lot more chance of hitting traffic. And once you hit traffic, you end up at their pace unless you go to some advantage. So, can you risk changing tyres, putting yourself in the middle of the pack, and drive through the pack? It's not as simple as just running a second faster. You've got to run faster and overtake.
I don't think that's possible. I think it's got to be a double stint. It's just how could you make that double stint? Teams will be prepared though. I mean, the one thing is that unlimited testing that is possible here in the virtual world, which means if you want to be good at it, you've got to be just so committed. I was chatting to Porsche Works driver Dennis Olsen on Monday, and he quite enjoys iRacing just to kind of keep his kind of racecraft sharp in the off season, and actually from a social aspect to kind of keep up with friends and do a bit of fun racing. But he says if you want to be really good at it, he says the amount of time to commit to it, even for a professional athlete who dedicates their life to their sport, but even he's saying it's a huge commitment level to compete at the front.
Oh yeah, these guys are doing 4 to 6, sometimes even 8 hours a day on the car in the just maximising 100th of a second, looking at setups, running the options of what's going to happen with various temperatures and tyres, and that's why they've got the top teams are at the front, because they've got this kind of infrastructure that enables racers to do this in a semi-pro sort of way. It's remarkable. It takes a huge amount of dedication. It must take a huge amount of focus, because I've about 25 laps. I think I've done enough now.
My arms get sore after that.
Well,
Oh yeah, it's Well, Biela Euronics, Sven Hasse's on the push big time. He's put in another 1 minute 56, so he's pulled another few tenths out of Alessandro Bico in the number 55 Mala Porsche. So the question is, can Hasse, will he then back off, or will they try to make a pass on the Mala car? But at the moment, Benecke just able to be within the kind of benchmark. He's just a sort of tenth or two away from the pace of the two guys chasing him. So he's definitely
they're about to lap a back marker, so hopefully he won't get in the way. He should move out of the way and let everyone get past quite cleanly. Thinking about it, I mean, obviously, with one of the issues about pit stopping, of course, you take on a huge amount of fuel instead of about 100 kilograms. There's no way, realistically, an even pit stop and undercut's going to work unless you're short fuel, which you wouldn't be doing so early. So it is a key thing to try and go an extra lap, because you'll have that last lap where you can go, see, this particular one here. Sven Hasse can run an extra lap. I'm sure he'll manage to get past Alessandro Bico and the Mile team, but these cars are also closely matched. They've been running pretty much in similar amounts of draft, that they're probably going to come in at the same time.
Speaking of draft, Max Benecke getting a perfect little draft there from the Heusinkveld Porsche, which is not on the lead lap, and didn't look like he was held up there at all, was Benecke, but now he's going to get a perfect draft. But is he going to get held up into turn 1? That's the question. He's right on the back of that Heusinkveld Porsche. He's on the headlight flashers, and he's been allowed past. I actually think Benecke might have grabbed the 10th there, with just the drafting behind the Porsche.
Yeah, he hit the car at the absolute perfect place. I mean, it's it's not a slow running back marker. The car's had some issues and they've had to fix it to a couple of laps back. But he can run within half a second of the pace. 56.9 that time round, which is the best lap of the race. So absolutely, that was a nice bit of tow up the hill. Got through, got past, and now it's going to be a case really of whether potentially Sven Hasse can think about, can I use the back marker and give himself a chance against Alessandro Bico and get past him? Otherwise, they're probably already thinking about what can I do at the pit stop just to get me that 2 seconds or second and a half I need to overtake him.
Then this is also where that patience and that intelligence comes in, because it's so tempting. I mean, for Hasse, he's had a good couple of laps. He's reeled in Bico, but he's got to make these boots last. He's got to make the tyres last another hour and 15 minutes. And I think that's where he's going to have to be really smart and tactical here. And that's where, having a good team infrastructure around really helps. Good voices in the team room saying, "Come on, keep calm," and keeping your drivers in check and keeping to the program. Beef Racing have had a really good start to this race. They're just in there behind the right in there behind one of the Williams Mercedes, Beef Central, Guillaume Levesque in that yellow and black kind of bumblebee coloured Porsche. They definitely made a few moves forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a little bit of reshuffling going on in the middle of the pack, and it's going to be another place to do. Yeah, basically said, I'm there, you're going to let me through. It does appear that the Mercedes are a little bit hamstrung. So it's interesting, you're right, they're perhaps a little bit hamstrung by ultimate top speed, which is not what you normally see. But different aero, different grip, different balance. Is he going to try and get him back? No, this time. But yeah, I mean, there is a bit of movement, but the movement tends to be people getting past, people in Porsches getting past people not in Porsches. As it settles out and the track warms up and we get towards the end of the first stint and the second stint. Yeah, it's going to be, what's going to be really interesting is where we are at an hour and 50. Is everyone going to be able to do hour stops? How is the second stint and the tyres doing? Because at the moment, you've got people who are absolutely driving to a plan and not to the ultimate place they can go, which is what endurance racing is all about. Whatever anyone says, they say, all these races are 24-hour sprint. They're not. There's always an element where you're in management mode, an element where you're trying to work out what's going on, an element where you're looking at what is going to happen, you're forward planning. And that's where they're at the moment. The top teams, you're in the top 10, you're within 10 seconds of the lead, that's absolutely fine. Some of the teams have got a better, have a theoretically better driver to come as their second driver. Some of the teams have a theoretically not as quick driver to come. So, we've got a huge amount of intrigue over the course of ourselves and our fellow commentators over the remaining 9 hours and 13 minutes.
So 9 hours 30 minutes to go here in the Suzuka 10 hour, the iRacing special event here, the final round of the VCO Grand Slam. It's been a good opening stint by Phil Dennis, just trying to make a few moves up after a difficult qualifying for our only BMW in the field, and it's getting very, very busy here as well as, big block there from the Urano Mercedes there, coming up towards 130R. That's really fast, and Dennis is going to go for a big lunge here into the Casio triangle, and the Urano Mercedes could not do anything about it there.
That's the third time we've seen a Mercedes and a different Mercedes get overtaken in exactly that same place. There is something they are lacking in their ultimate pace. As they come round the 130R, they aren't carrying, I know there's a bit of a tow, but they aren't carrying the same amount of speed as everyone else. And that's why they kind of leave themselves open to dive up the inside of the Casio triangle, which obviously you're going to fight it out. There's going to be an accident, so you don't decide to fight it out until the last lap, to be honest, and take your risk. But yeah, the Mercedes has got a little bit of an aero issue, I think, at the end of the straight, but perhaps they can sort things out.
Yeah, it seems so, Nick. I think you're right. That 130R is definitely where the car behind is getting a run on the Mercedes, which is interesting because in the outdoor world, I remember Kevin Estre telling me, he says that, whoa, is the Nez, that's Alexei Nezov in the Urano Mercedes. He's getting shoved about, he's getting muscled about, but you don't say much about Alexei. He doesn't get shoved about easily. But yeah, in the outdoor world, apparently the Mercedes gives off a heck of an aero wake because of its sheer girth. There's a move there from the sister Urano car running Porsche. But yeah, it seems that not only the 130R, Nick, but also on the brakes for the Casio Triangle, the Mercedes just defenceless.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. What we're seeing, I think, now actually is the Porsche's coming to their own, because all I'm seeing, because the Lamborghini being beaten up as well back there, is the Porsche's moving past cars. The only exception, as you pointed out well, was Sordines, who we did see being overtaken, but I think from memory they started 21st, didn't they, in their qualifying? They're up to 17th. They are moving forward with that BMW, but not really frightening the front of the timing stage. They're currently 19 seconds off the lead. But, there's a long way to go. But it does appear, as we look at the poor little Urano Mercedes losing another position into the Casio Triangle. You can fight this one out, actually. Just gets it back from the phalanx of Porsches. This is certainly it's a bit like a hyena, isn't it, around an antelope? They're all swelling about it. They've spotted the weakness in the antelope Mercedes, and they're hanging on, just pecking away at its legs, waiting for it to die, aren't they, really?
The Mercedes Antelope, that's going to be their new hybrid crossover SUV, the Mercedes Antelope. Oh, mistake there for the Arnage car. Just a little wiggle, and it's that the grip's now starting to go away. The body language of the cars, Nick, just seem that a little bit more loose now. Yeah,
temperature's soaring now. It's 40. Unfortunately, I'm in Fahrenheit because that's how my system is. But it's now 94 degrees Fahrenheit on the track, and it's 80 when they started. So it's gone up 14 degrees, which is about 9 degrees centigrade. It's up to 36, which is at this point now the tyres are not quite so happy. I mean, anyone who's raced iRacing will know the colder the track, the faster the cars go, the more grip. I expect we're going to see 46, 48 degrees later on, but we're only modelling 9:30. It's 9:30. The race will continue going till 6 in the evening. No darkness, so the race will be purely in the light period. So we haven't got any headlight issues as far as seeing. They are illuminated for our benefit, as they have to be in all endurance races. But yeah, so it's going to get hotter and hotter and hotter, and that's going to give A, slower lap times, and B, more tyre wear issues.
It's going to be huge. Yeah, I mean, I'm as I know you are too, Nick, a huge motorcycle racing fan. My favourite motorcycle race of the year is the Suzuka 8-hour endurance, and it's usually held end of July. I mean, the sheer physical exertion to do that, but also what the tyres have to go through is quite remarkable. And certainly here on the iRacing platform, as that track temperature increases, it's just going to get so greasy and slippy. And I think even drivers at this level, we could see a few mistakes creeping in, especially late on in the second stint.
Yeah, I think so. I think as it goes, as the grip goes away, and you have to kind of balance what you're trying to achieve, both pace-wise and fuel saving-wise. Every opportunity to make a little error, which is going to get magnified by the challenging conditions. That's what you want to see. You want the best to be challenged, and these conditions are going to be very much so. Especially they're trying to eke out fuel and, more importantly, tyres.
Well, I think we'll only be 4 or 5 laps away from the first pit stops here in this Suzuka 10-hour here on iRacing, and well, then we might get a bit of a picture on who has got an edge in this early stage of this race. Max Benecke still continues to lead by a handy 1.5 seconds or so, but he's got good company there from Alessandro Bico, and then just right behind Bico we've got Sven Ola Hasse there in the blue Biela Porsche. So they're really, it's amazing how when the grenade was dropped, the pace went from one very tidy, long, almost Shinkansen-like train, and now it's completely spread out as well. It just shows you that Benecke really was soft pedaling in that early stage.
Yeah, I mean, Hassel's I think of the top three, he's in the best position because he is definitely saving fuel now. He is effectively using the Marla team to lovely windbreak. So he's accepted that for the rest of this session, barring an error by Marla, he'll sit himself in third. But is he going to try and get that extra lap? That would be the big way of getting past into second. And by sitting that close behind the car, you are using so much less fuel. Now, it's enough to save a whole lap of a long and complicated track, which is Suzuka's quite a thirsty track. It remains to be seen, but it's certainly going to mean work for anything. If he saves a litre, it will save him a few tenths of a second on the refuel. So I would not be surprised if he has to come out at the end of the first stint in second and get past Marla. But let's find out. And we're going to wait about 3 laps, I think. Perhaps
I do think that could be the case now, because they come through the Degner 1, Degner 2, and a really tricky corners there, double right-hander, named after the amazing story behind those corners. Ernst Degner, who was actually an East German motorcycle racer who rode for the MZ factory, who really transformed two-stroke technology at the time. And Ernst Degner at the time, he couldn't leave East Germany apart from racing for their state team, and he defected. He escaped to the west with the help of Suzuki, in return, of course, for a briefcase full of drawings to how to get a two-stroke motorcycle to work. And that was so his impact. And of course, once it arrived at Suzuki, it very quickly made its way into Honda, Yamaha, etc., out into their factories. So the Japanese motorcycle industry has quite a lot to thank for Ernst Degner. I think it's really fascinating that it's at Honda's circuit there's a corner named after him.
Yeah, I mean, Ernst was a genius engineer, and as you say, I think at one point when the MVs turned up after the war, they were producing like 40% more power than the European. He understood 14, he understood. It is a dark art, two-stroke tuning. Because it's not just the pistons, it's not just the power, not just the porting, it's also how the exhaust interplays all of this. So, and he fully understood how to make it work. And the Western European was nowhere, but he said it did help when he decided to defect with all the information.
Yeah, there's a great documentary on Sky about it actually, and it's I can't remember I think it's called The Missile from the East, I think it's called. But it was actually Walter Cadden, who was the kind of team manager, team engineer, who really kind of cracked it. He learnt the technology when helping with the buzz bombs, and that was kind of where that technology came from. This amazing bit of history. This circuit is kind of dripping in history on all types of competition. Great to see it immortalised here in the virtual world as well for everyone to enjoy. Because actually for the last couple of years there hasn't really been any international competition in Japan through the pandemic, so the virtual world's been the main place to enjoy this circuit. Yeah,
I mean, obviously we had the Japanese Grand Prix back a few weeks ago, but that was the first thing. The first thing after 2.5 years of no major motorsport in the area. I think that the WC's been there since. So yeah, I mean, obviously we had the motorcycles down in Montague as well, so everyone picked up when they could. Am I right to say this actual 10-hour race hasn't taken place for the last couple of years? Because obviously it's part of the SRO International Series, isn't it? And so being on the calendar, it not happens. I think we've had 2 of these now, which can take place for the hours. I'm sure, thankfully, next year should be fine.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, it's been a while. The last Suzuka 10-hour was 2019, the Audi WRT's one. So, first of our leading cars into pit lane, and this is way early.
Way too early.
So, Damon Woods in for ATRS Esports, number 13. The previously second position Zenith, number 10 Porsche in. So all the Porsches in, the Manatee Porsche in as well. There it is at the back of the shot, number 78 in. Number 4 Mercedes in. This is way too early to make it to the end on just the 9 stops. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's virtually the entire field coming in here, certainly from further down the order.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason why this first stint should be more thirsty than the others. But the first stint, normally, because you're in traffic, is one of the most economical. So they are 2.5, 3 minutes short. So obviously the pit stop will take a minute with fuel. So they're effectively a lap short of getting anywhere near. Now, whether these guys at the front, when they will cross the line, probably about a minute. Don't forget, you actually need a little bit more than 10 hours. You need 10 hours and about 2 minutes of running just to make the extra lap be randomly a couple of minutes longer. My guess is, given how much everyone's come in, that these guys are going to have to come in this lap, which is going to put them absolutely on the cusp. Now, it may be that they, being this close, Peter, they will be able to, in a less competitive situation, do a bit more extreme fuel saving later on in the day. So they can stay there or thereabouts for the first 3 or 4 hours. They can then try and work out whether they can save some fuel for future race. But the other guys are coming ready. I can't see how they're going to get there. They're 2 minutes, 3 minutes short already.
Well, interestingly, the ATRS Porsche number 13 did take tyres. How many we'll try and decipher in a moment. But also the number 4 Mercedes AMG, it also took tyres. Now, leader in, Max Benecke in for Team Redline Lamborghini. You called it, Nick. Sven Haas has gone around, so he's going to go 2 laps longer than some of the rest of the field, and critically, a lap longer than our former race leader, Max Benecke.
And critically, he'll make the hour. Now, yep. Max will not start his next stint till after the hour because he'll be in the pits for a minute. Now, we need to see if is he going to take tyres? Is he going to go up on the jacks is the question. So that's what you need to know is will our leader take tyres or not is the question.
Well, let's see then. Is I think all of that is a huge stream of cars at the moment, 15 cars or more in pit lane, who I think are just going to come out for the start of their second stint right on the top of the hour, which is on schedule. But Sven Haas for Bila Euronics, amazing stuff, goes a lap longer than anyone. Also the number 54 TC Corse Esports.
Tyres
as well.
Tyres, but not. There's a red Porsche that just disappeared down without taking tyres, and the other car hasn't taken tyres. So we got just trying to see who's come out the pits there. There's a couple of teams who haven't taken tyres.
Mala taking tyres.
Yeah, the first and second have taken tyres, but a huge number of teams haven't. This is a massive shake-up. I think
this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, first and second are rejoining now, but they're rejoining 12th, 11th. That's amazing.
Well, you can. I think this is going to.
12th. They've rejoined in 12th and 13th, Peter, because they've taken tyres, and everyone between them hasn't taken tyres, including Zenith with Ricardo Rico. So effectively, it looks like people have taken 2, doesn't it? Because if you look at the pit stop for the third place Urano team, they've done 51 seconds. But Team PG said in 4th been for a minute. And then you got a minute and 10 for ARTS Esports. But then Redline and Marl, who we saw actually taking I don't know why, because I've got the pit stop. Yeah, so 102, 102. Yeah, so basically it's. So some people have stopped for 30 seconds. Some people stop for 40 seconds.
Fuel only. That's 2 tyres, and a minute is
a minute. But so 2 tyres. I think that's 1 tyre.
Possibly, yes, quite possibly. 50 would then be 2, and all 4 would be a minute. Right. So Euronics in the pit road then. Number 450, Sven Haas brings in the Porsche. Now, will he decide to take tyres? I mean, I tell you what, if you've got these new tyres on and you've still got to get through traffic of people who are on old tyres, that's going to cost time. I think Bila Euronics got an opportunity here to play a strategical blinder. Are they going to take tyres? The fuel is going into that Euronics sponsored Porsche. Yes, tyres. They are. Wow. Right. Wow. Okay.
They've decided it's the quickest way of doing it, and they've tested it. But they're going to... Oh, no, that wasn't 4. That was quick. That was 2. That was 2. So obviously my statement that the figure of 8-ness of the track doesn't make 2 tyres a viable statement was completely wrong.
Well,
now, have they taken
rear only or front only?
Yeah, it may well be they've taken an axle. You need to find out what they've done. You only get a kind of they're up on jacks. We don't get an illustration of men running around changing specific tyres. But they've taken a pair. With the Porsche, you probably think on the whole with iRacing, it's the fronts that wear more and more rears. So on the whole, if you're going to take a pair, you'll take the fronts. But this is Porsche's top racers, who knows?
Fascinating stuff here in this Suzuka 10 hours. It's just burst into life with some real variety in strategy. Okay, let's try and decipher it. The timing scale, we don't know for certain what the tyres have gone on which car, but what we do have is we have the pit stop time. So let's try and decipher them as well. Going through the top 10, the race is now led by Nicholas Laubisch for Urano Esports. 30 seconds in the pit stall for him. That's no tyres at all. Team PGZ, they've put we've put one on in the 114 Porsche. Zenith Esports, exactly the same. They've put one on. 2 on for Bila Racing Euronics. 1 on for Maniti. No tyres at all for Urano Esports Porsche number 190. There's 2 Urano Porsches. 1 tyre for Team PGZ. 2 tyres for ATRS Esports. 1 for Beef Central. 1 for Arnage Competition. Then our former race leader, Team Redline Red, Max Beneke, he's put on all 4, as has the Mala Racing team of Alessandro Bico. Do you know what? I think we'll see how it shakes out, Nick, but I think the Beneke and the Mala team, Bico, they are going to have to push on and really stretch those tyres. They're going to be flat out. But can they make those lap times with the amount of traffic they're going to have to get through?
It's a massive. Another interesting one is back down in 15th place, the Mercedes AMG Urano Sports. That's only taken 22 seconds to stop. That's not even a full tank full.
No.
So I've no idea what's going on there. Whether they had an error somewhere.
Unless they're deciding we can't make 9 stops, we're going to have to do 10. But we're going to have to do shorter stops and try and do it that way. I mean, it's a big strategical gamble, but that's the only thing I could think of.
Well, you know, this is when you need someone like me as a pit lane reporter telling you how many tyres everyone's taken. But yeah, I mean, I'll be absolutely honest with you, this is the complete surprise. I didn't think we'd have this massive variance at the end of this first. I just felt that, you know, admittedly I get a brownie point for calling the fact that Hasse could go an extra lap because of the fuel cell he was able to do. But then he's taken 2 tyres. The top 2 teams who know that, certainly Redline, you kind of think must know what they're doing more than anyone else. They've taken 4, others taken none. So, I mean, obviously the big difference is not going to happen now. It's going to happen in half an hour's time, in that last half hour of the second stint of the tyres. That's when you're going to start seeing big differences. And are we going to therefore see Redline, who are currently 20 and a half seconds off the lead, able to make that up? Because I assume if they've committed to change tyres this time, they'll change tyres next time. It's not going to be easier for the tyres in the next stint because the temperature's going up. It's up another 2 degrees since the last time I spoke to you.
Well, last time by, Nicholas Laubisch, our leader, was exactly the same lap time, 157.8, as Max Beneke. Laubisch has got the same. He's got the same tyres on, whereas Beneke's got 4 brand new. So. And what did we say? You have to be a second quicker on each and every lap to make the difference. And Laubisch as well, you know, he's got the clean air too. That's a nice thing too. Is the number 13 car there, the ATRS Esports Porsche goes by the 78 Maniti machines. That's Damon Woods goes past Tim Matska. So Matska, he took 1 tyre, Damon Woods took 2. So Damon Woods is maybe our kind of front-running guinea pig of how the 2-tyre strategy goes, alongside Hasse as well.
Hasse, yeah. So Hasse's 10 seconds off the lead. It's really, really interesting to see. I mean, whether the teams are going to learn from each other, but I'm just trying to think, if you're taking 1 tyre, what would you take? Front left? Front right? Front right, I suppose, because that's the one that takes the wear through on 30 yards, isn't it?
Yeah, and spoon. So I would say, probably front right. Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Well, this is just fired up nicely. This is fantastic stuff here. On they're all going. This is endurance racing, though. It looks like they're all going round in a big train, but that's not the case. That's just
exactly.
Not the case.
And if, dear listener, if you think Peach and I sound confused, it's because we are.
Yeah.
it's not at all how we expect this to play out, which is fantastic. This is what you need: randomise. You've got the top virtual racing teams. There's 4 different ways you can go. No tyres, 1 tyre, 2 tyres, and 4 tyres, and every single one's been taken.
So we thought, well, we've turned up with 37 Porsches, but we've got 37 different strategies as well. It's fantastic. Yeah, and Redline turn up with a Lamborghini, and they go for all 4 tyres. I mean, wow, this is what it's all about. This is the dynamic, exciting world of virtual motorsport at the very top level. We ride with Team PGZ Academy there, Porsche hunting down the Maniti, the white, green and black, the very traditional colours of Maniti. And this is just on the outside of the kind of back end of the top 10. And lap times again, we're going to have to keep a really close eye on these lap times. Again, it's another 157.8 for Laubiche, compared with get this, Nick, 158.1 for Redline. So they're not gaining time, they're losing time with brand new tyres on the car.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a disaster.
This is weird. Whether I have no idea. I mean, whether Max is playing a long run and he's really going to push towards the second half of the race, whether they decide, hang on a second, we can't do this single. We burnt those out in a single stop. We need to be much more delicate on and go for 2. Perhaps they've made a change. At the front, yeah, you've got 58.1 from Ricardo Rico in Z Esports car. He lost 4 tenths to Sven Hassa there, 7.7. Manti Racing, Tim Matsko, 58.7 is the slowest person in that top 10. Doesn't mean anything.
That's a Freudian slip, Nick.
Could just be a bad lap, couldn't it?
That's a Freudian slip. That I'm sure Maniti will be very happy at the comparison with Porsche's known works team, the Manti.
I've misread it. You're right, absolutely. I've missed the I out. I do apologise. Yeah, I know they're spelled differently, TEY, but I'm fortunate. I was in Manti, wasn't it? Maniti. There we go. Yeah, well,
it's amazing the comparison.
It's amazing what one vowel can do, isn't it?
Yeah. It's that's like when people say I sound like Alan McNish. It's like, well, Mackay McNish. Thing is,
it's all right. I know Alan as well. You don't say anything. And you're much taller.
Thank you.
And you're much taller, which is the key point.
No comment. No comment. So this is Irano Esports have thrown the dice with Nicolas Laubiche in their Porsche, and appears to be working right now. They hold a gap of 4 seconds over Team PGZ, then another 5 seconds back to Zenith. So Zenith Esports sit in 3rd. So it's been a roller coaster day for Zenith. They were right up there, then they dropped back, then they've come back again, and they're in 3rd. Bila Euronics, they had the danger car in 4th. They had great late pace in their stint last at the top of the last hour. Can they repeat that? And I guess when we head into the next 40 minutes, the track temperature is going to keep climbing, and then will we see those who did make that investment in new tyres at the first stop? Is that when it begins to pay off? But will it pay off too late? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon they don't know either, to be honest. It's my guess is that no one actually knows. They've tried this out. They've thrown this turn of dice. The interesting to me is the people decided to go for one tyre. That's kind of a real kind of halfway house concept. We just think we might in the second hour run out of our front right or whatever it may be. That's not tends to be a great policy with the tyres wear within iRacing. But as we've said, Peter, they've had hours to practice this. So this is not a new thing that's out. They haven't just suddenly decided 20 minutes ago before they came in. We think grinds, we take 2 tyres. They've known what they're doing the whole way through.
Absolutely. Yeah, they definitely, and so at this level as well, it's sometimes about discovering the quirks, trying to find out where there are little gaps, where there are little exploits you can find. And sometimes, if you put one tyre on an outdoor racing car, sometimes that would make it feel unbalanced. But sometimes the way that the simulator works, it can provide a little advantage, sometimes not, but you've got to find it out. Our other Lamborghini is off. The Ronin Simsport Lamborghini is off on the it's lost it at 130R, so maybe just ran over onto the artificial grass, loses the rear, bang, straight in the wall.
That's very odd.
Well dodged.
Yeah, but that's a very strange accident, Peter.
Yeah,
did he suddenly panic? Did a panic brake, thinking he was going to go out the back of that Mercedes?
I think a panic lift-off. It shows the car looked quite nervous there. He just lifted off the power, and the rear just came round on him.
That was no one else involved in that. That was just him and what happened. Yeah, admittedly, he tried to involve several other cars, but they all managed to avoid getting involved in that. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Daniel Lafuente did a super job to avoid that in the number 4 Porsche. So let's just...
Oh.
Yeah, that... Well, does that maybe tell us... Oh, that is terrifying. Does that maybe tell us what Max Benecke is dealing with? Because that looked really... That went away from him from nowhere. In that it's the only other Lamborghini. Okay, they'll have a different setup
they didn't take tyres. They had a 36-second stop. Yeah. We saw them having a bit of stuff earlier, so I think they probably have 4 or 5 seconds of repairs as well. So that was horrible, really horrible. That car did. And that's the sort of thing that my car did, is I can't drive, not these top guys.
I think that just proves that the Lamborghini might be good on the fresh tyres, but that seems to be really very nervous as the tires begin to wear. It's a maybe. This is a lot of questions that are going to be hopefully slowly answered across the course of the next 8 hours and 45 minutes. Laubich did a super job on those older tyres. He's 4.5 seconds ahead of the number 114 Team PGZ Porsche of Govad Kini. Then it's Ricardo Rico in the ambitious privateer white Porsche.
Change for third and fourth, as Hassa gets past Ricardo Rico. In fairness to Rico, he didn't put up a fight. I think he realises there's a bit of extra pace in the Haas car, and he's obviously working on just one new tyre rather than two. So I think, as I said, that after the backwards momentum that car had, I missed the start of it. I went too wide. That's why I saw it from here when he wasn't putting up a fight.
It could have been, yeah. The second part looked that way, but yeah, just ran it in too hot there into turn 1. Very easy to do. So now that releases Hassa. This is now when we'll see. So the next flying lap, we'll look at Hassa's lap time and see whether he's the man on the move. But it's got 11 seconds to pull into Nicolas Laubich. So, he's got pretty much the rest of this stint to try and run that down. And will those 2 tyres, as opposed to Nicolas's 0 new tyres, will they help? That's the question. But Hassa on the charge. He's a very, very fast driver, as Sven Hassa. He can be... he's full attack all the time, so he can occasionally get himself involved in incidents, etc. He does do that from time to time, but he's looking good today.
Further down, Benecke is making no impression whatsoever on the overall situation. 58 flat, he's down 21.5 seconds off the lead. He was 20 seconds when he started. Interestingly, Marla Racing and Biko, who was right behind him, both in second place in the first stint and when they came out, there's now a car between Arnage Competition 18 have got in between. David Toth have got in between the two of them. So interestingly, Toth has managed to get past Biko, and there is now more pressurising Benecke than Benecke is moving forward at all at the moment. So I've got no idea what's happened here. Because you wouldn't expect this problem from Max, because they must have done the testing. But this cannot be how they wanted our 2 to run.
Definitely not. No, this is a disaster for Team Redline. They looked so comfortable at the front of the field, and they just pulled away as soon as it was time to go. Benecke just hit the afterburners and really stretched the field out quite quickly. So this is bizarre, and I do wonder. I think we're going to see quite a lot of adaptations and strategy at the second stop. I really don't think we'll see as many cars taking tyres in any quantity, whether that be 1, 2 or 4. I really don't think we'll see it.
Well, I think it'll be the third stop. I think the people who took 1, 2 or who didn't take 4 will take 4 this time. But the guys who took 4, there appears to be now, unless they're really on a hefty tyre saving strategy now, going to double and moving forward. There appears to be the 2 guys we know who took 4 tyres are showing no pace whatsoever in comparison to the rest of the field. As we said, it should be half a 3/4 second lap fast to make it worthwhile. That's not happening.
At least, you need to add every lap.
Yeah, so it's a mystery. It's a mystery why they're not. The only reason you can think why they're not showing it is because they're working to a different policy, a different process. What are we trying to do? We're trying to get them to eke out. We're now running a massive fuel save and tyre save concept. But It's a long race. There's plenty of time to make it back up again, but effectively giving this amount of lead to other teams, dropping from the lead to 21 seconds off. That's not what you want to do at the end of the first hour.
No, definitely not. And if you were going to make a double stint work, certainly the best way to do it is on that first stop before the track heats up. As the track heats up, double stinting's only going to get more difficult. So if they were going to do a double stint, they've missed their chance. Very odd. It's odd, but that's how good strategy works. You surprise your opponent. Maybe it's something we're not seeing, but at the moment I personally just can't see it. And I would think Urano will be very, very pleased right now with themselves, because that gap has stayed rock solid at just over 4 seconds. So Nicholas Laubie's doing a super job under pressure, leading the race. He's come from, he was sort of just around the kind of back end of the top 10, and all of a sudden he's leading the race and he's acquitting himself really, really well. Doing a top job. He's been with the Urano outfit for a while, as Nicholas.
The only thing is, if you're a devil's advocate, of course, if we get to the end of this second hour and everyone will have to take tyres, probably 4 tyres, apart from those guys, and they don't take any tyres, they'll leap back to the lead again. So the only problem is it doesn't quite work out, because we have an even number of hours. So you don't want to be on an odd number of tyre stops. And certainly tripling is not really possible. So it's going to ebb and flow for a long time.
Yeah, I just don't see why you would take 4 new tyres at the first stop and then try and do double stints when the track gets hotter. That doesn't make logical sense to me.
Well, unless you've decided there's absolutely no way when it's super hot you can do it. And you think we might get away with the second and third stint. It might be that it will also coincide with the fact that the driver's doing a triple. So the new driver gets new tyres. You think, well, there's actually no way you can do it once we get to the heat of the day. It has to be single. We're a little bit blind. We haven't had the second half of these second stints yet. I'm not seeing any drop off. Urano just on a 157.7, which was absolutely in the area we were seeing in the first stint, and it is a slower track now than it was earlier. But there's a lot of things playing out here, and a lot of surprising things playing out. But Sven Ola Hasse, he's 6 seconds off the lead. He's the man who's got the best chance to move forward. But he has 2 new tyres.
He's 11 seconds off the lead.
Is it? Oh, is it 6 + 5? Oh, sorry, I'm doing it.
Yeah, he's six
behind PGV. Sorry. So that's it. It's really hard to, and just reading that, Maxim Beneke is still 21.5 seconds off the lead. Urano Esports with Nicholas Lubitsch doing a fantastic job. Another way of putting it.
Yeah, it's really impressive from Urano at the moment. In fact, the gap is increasing to Team PGZ, and actually Max Beneke has not cut any time. In fact, actually maybe just given a little bit of time back to Urano Porsche in the lead, despite having 4 new tyres. Oh, spin for the Urano Mercedes.
It's a 21.
At the hairpin. That's a much further down the order. Not been a good day for Mercedes so far. Where is the top? Did they get help from Porsche? No, just ran wide. That's kind of showing that first sign of real greasiness on the track, that the top Mercedes is that was the top Mercedes, 21st.
Yeah, Constantine Sharp. Yeah, I don't think I'm not. I think it looks like you do want to be in a Porsche, to be honest. 37 people can't be wrong, can they? They've done the testing, but this is the mystery of why a red liner in the Lamborghini. As the track hits 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which of course is 39 degrees centigrade. So up 20 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 15 degrees centigrade, 14 degrees centigrade since the start. We're getting into quite difficult for the tyres to manage territory. We'll go up probably another 10 degrees centigrade before the end of the summer. For the end of the hottest part of the track.
I think the track is going to be absolutely baking, and that additional track temperature just makes the surface so greasy that the tyre just cannot grip the way it needs to, so the car's going to move around a lot. I think that's maybe where the Mercedes is struggling with. It just seems that they don't have the traction, don't have the grip, whereas the Porsche seems to be able to handle it particularly well. And that certainly, I think, is why the Red Line have also gone for that Lamborghini as well, because it's got a very nice balance in those flat corners. So, 8 hours and 37 minutes to go. We have got so many strategical storylines to play out here in this race. Very similar field of cars, 37 Porsches from 44 cars entered, but many different ways to go about this race. Your leader, Nicholas Laubich, has extended his lead slightly. He's just over 5 seconds now, although he has dropped into the 58s now, the very low 58s at that. That being said, so has everybody else. Very few teams in the 57s now. So the track, as you said, Nick, the track is definitely getting slower as that heat comes in. But interestingly, the fastest lap of the field last time by was Sven Hasse, 57.8.
Just so we just run quickly with the retirements. We have unfortunately lost the Roland Simsport. That was the other Lamborghini. We saw him in a nasty snap. They retired, and they joined 4 of the Porsches that retired. The Roland Simsport car, 16, Team Husqvarna 35 car, which is 35. Rottenberg Racing, the 11, German Sim Racing DE by ACB, the 9, and Road 8. So we've got 39 runners, and we were down from 7 non-Porsches to 6 non-Porsches.
So all running to the same specification here. These GT3 machines are hugely popular category, a category that's been around for quite some time now, about, goodness, over 15 years. But it's, there's so many different options of car that all run to the same GT3 specification and are balanced out accordingly so that they can all run close together. The drivers had a huge amount of choice for this race. They could choose the Porsche 911 GT3R, as many have, the Mercedes, BMW, M4, the Lamborghini Huracan you can see there as well. A few cars haven't been chosen, the Audi R8 LMS for example.
No Ferraris, which is surprising.
No Ferraris, yeah, no Ferraris either. I mean, the winner of the last outdoor Suzuka 10R was an Audi R8 Team WRT, but as with all balance of performance, it does kind of come and go. These cars, seriously cool machines. Traction control, ABS, quite significant aero, and I do feel in future, Nick, with the way that pretty much all global formulas in GT racing going to these cars, I can just see these cars getting more and more advanced, and maybe just stepping towards plugging the gap, which of course GTE is going to go away, but I could just see the GT3 cars heading towards that.
Well, it's a really interesting point you make there, Peter, because of course certainly in the last 5 or 6 years, as we've seen with various new cars, evolutions of existing cars, they've actually got no faster than ultimate lap time, and that's what the VOP has been designed to do. It's been designed to prevent them going any faster than that. However, manufacturers have made the cars lighter on their tyres, better on fuel, have a wider setup window, so they suit the gentleman driver in the team, and that's made the cars even more popular, because the people who pay for GT3 racing are gentlemen. Yeah, the pros get to have a bit of fun occasionally. On the whole, this is supposed to be Pro-Am or Am class, and because the cars have been built to be more accessible, easier to run, cheaper to maintain, because they aren't allowed to make them super fast, they just get bopped back, as they say. So this is why this class is by far the most popular racing class in the world, and actually also by far the most popular racing class, I think, on virtually every single sim platform as well.
Yeah, it's definitely, because there is just such a choice of cars as well. I think from a fan perspective, that's really, really important. You can obviously identify the cars with their road-going counterpart. You can go out and buy a 911 GT3 RS, you can buy a Lamborghini Huracan, BMW M4, etc., etc. There is a road-going equivalent to all of them that are in competition nowadays. So yeah, it is very, very it is a very, very cool category, and from what I understand, about half the price of a GTE car to buy as a customer.
Oh, no, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, for.
I mean, obviously the key difference in GTE cars are theoretically a prototype that looks like a road car, whereas GT3 are racing cars that have been developed from road cars. And I know it's very grey in some areas, but that is the key point. And if you look at Porsches are very similar to road cars. Not exactly on the same line, but very much so. And and this is where the recognition comes. This is where people, as you say, I'm a Porsche fan, I'm a Lamborghini fan, I can run the GT3, and more important, I know I'll be competitive because all of the cars are balanced back to each other. And if anyone steals a march, we've got a couple of new ones coming next year. I think there's a new Porsche, isn't there? There's a new Ferrari for next year, but they won't go any faster over a lap. I'm sure they'll be easy to drive, they'll be better on the tyres and everything else, but they won't be faster in lap speed because that's not allowed to happen. Perhaps both the strength and the weakness of the class. Purists of weakness, people understand that motorsport is a business. It's absolutely straight.
Yeah, no question about it. You've also got customer motorsport divisions that are actually now, in certain cases are profit centres. Audi Sport, what certainly was it? Audi Sport going to change at the moment, but that you've got cars that are kind of really out of circulation and are actually still selling racing cars. I mean, you look at, like, for example, the Mercedes AMG GT3 is a good example, I would say, because you don't see that many of them out on the road, but goodness me, every racetrack you go to where there's a GT3 race on, you'll see oodles of those Mercedes.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's a fine example, actually, because the original GT3 Mercedes competition car was the SLS with the gull wings. It looked spectacular, and it also had a brutal 6.2 litre, I'm going to say, or was it 6.4 litre engine? It sounded fantastic. They replaced it with the AMG, which was smaller, lighter, didn't go any quicker over a lap, but had a way wider setup window, was much better on fuel, and was much better on tyres. And I remember Ventic, obviously, which we do a lot of work with, both virtually and in real term, deal at the, let's say, the more gentleman end of racing. And we talk to gentleman racing about what the improvements of the car are. It's always about usability. I mean, a lot of the, when the second generation of the AMG came out, which was 2019, once we modeled, most of the improvements there are about serviceability, making the car easier to work on. Because that had been one of the problems they'd found, that when there is a problem, it's really hard to work on the AMG. And engine changes took a ridiculous amount of time, so they really concentrated on the serviceability of the car, as well as widening its envelopes. And it is a very popular car. With, as you say, you don't see any on the road. Lovely cars, but you don't see them on the road, but they are really, really popular because they're just easy for gentlemen to drive. And if you think about it, on the whole, a front-engine car is always going to be easier on the limit than a mid-engine car and a rear-engine car. So you are sitting at the end of the nose straight at the M4. They're front mid effectively, because they pull the engines back as far as possible, but it just makes the car more stable. Whether it's the ultimate fastest is not that important, because if Mr. Gentleman Driver throws it off the track, it doesn't matter. And this is the whole point. It's about producing a car that has a wide operating window, so your Mario Engels can wring the neck out of it, but your Mario Enterprises drive it really well.
Yeah, very, very, very true. That you can never, I think in sports car racing, you can never forget that fact. That's a very good point. I mean, but then, as you said, you then look at the DTM, and you've got, however many cars, 30, 40 cars, all driven by the best drivers the factories can find.
Best, most likely to cause a massive accident, I go for the races I've seen.
Yeah, it certainly. Well, that was going to be my next point. So you do have the fastest GT3 drivers in the world, who you'll see at IMSA and in the future WEC, etc. But then in those race full season in DTM, and the level of contact with £500,000 race cars it's actually quite startling. When you watch a DTM race now, you think, oh my god, has anybody told these guys these aren't touring cars anymore?
Well, exactly, because obviously the previous version, I'll call them space frames, but it was obviously carbon fibre, the silhouette cars they had previously, they were rubbing with racing, it was fine. These things aren't necessarily quite as well designed for that. They are based on road. But I must admit, the times I've caught DTM over the last couple of seasons, it always seems to be either under a yellow or a red flag because someone's had an accident.
Yes, yeah, and well, funnily enough, when I was chatting to SSR performance driver Dennis Olsen earlier in the week. He said he says the series has to be very careful because, yes, there's factory drivers in the series, but the teams are customer teams. They build their budget through sponsorship, and the simple fact is the crash damage bill for everybody has been way higher than anybody's anticipated.
It's very competitive. It's pros trying to make a point about why they should remain pros, and that's extra pressure. It's a balanced environment, so where can you make an advantage? So people are going for gaps that possibly aren't there, or getting a little bit too excited on the first lap when it's easier theoretically to get past. And we see it all the time. This is what you don't see, I think, in endurance racing, because everyone sits there and goes, it's not an hour. It's not an hour of the pit stop. It's 6 hours or 8 hours or 10 hours, and it has a different mindset because the old famous saying. I'm not quite sure who said it first. I heard it first from Ron Dennis, but apparently said by me. But prior to that, which is to finish first you must finish. That is absolutely the endurance racing mantra. It's all about getting to the end in some form or the other. Whereas in an hour's race, it's a bit more S or B about it, isn't there?
I think now we're starting to see the tipping point on tyres. We're about 35 minutes into the second stint, and now the drivers who did take tyres, particularly those who took 2 and indeed 4, are now starting to show a bit of a pace advantage over those who took either 1 or none. Although it's only a handful, it's maybe 3 or 4 tenths a lap, and that's taken 35 minutes for that to come in. So you look at like Chris Lowry, he's into the kind of low 158s. It's now mid 157s for Mala Racing Team and Team Redline Red, who were our former front runners, but they are they took 4 tyres at their pit stop, so that's why they're a little bit down the order on what they were earlier. If you're just rejoining us. Beneke, though, he's actually on track position, made the difference. He's pulled away from the Mala Porsche, which came out right behind him as they came out the pit stop, and they're on the same tyre strategy, so that is a win for Team Redline.
Yeah, Manatee, and I might need to get that right now. Manatee Racing with Tim Metzger, they actually are now pushing forward a little bit. So it's coming back under the clutches of Mala Racing. So Alessandro Bico is right behind him. So that's probably now is the point where Bico might be able to get that place back. He lost just out of the pit stops to Metzger. I think that's probably where the most likely battle is. You see it on the screen now, coming up the back straight, and he's going for it straight away. But can Porsche take Porsche, even with a toe, is the question. Well, yes, is the answer.
There's your difference. Yeah, Tim Matske. Well, Tim Matske, he'd taken just 1 tyre. Bico had taken 4, so that is now starting to really show. Look at the traction out here, out of the Casio triangle. Yeah, there's your difference. The newer tyres on the Mala Porsche definitely pulling a couple of car lengths out of the Maniti Porsche of Tim Matske. You're nearly getting me saying Manti as well, Nick. I'd never thought of that.
I will do by the end. Okay. By the end, I will do. It's fine. I think that's it. That is now what we've got. 24 minutes to go. 12 laps effectively. This is where the advantage is really being to click in. 58.5 from Lubish in the lead, down to Redline 57.7. Yeah, so Beneke effectively has got 7/10 of a second at the moment, but 7/10 of a second for 12 laps is not a change of tyres.
No, it isn't. It's definitely not. I think we'll have to keep a close eye on. Beneke's got to be on full maximum attack here, I think, to try and gather some time up. I think it's been a strategical miscue. We'll know if it is or not as the race carries on, but I do think it has been a strategical miscue to ride with Max Beneke. So this is the Zenith Porsche, the formerly second place Zenith Porsche, right ahead of Ricardo Rico as we come up towards Spoon Curve. Beneke just pulling off the gas, trying to set up a run, I think, up the hill here. Rico wiggling around.
Looks a bit wide to me.
Rico, we've got Rico and Bico. So Rico, he'd taken 1 tyre, Beneke took 4, and look at this run now he's got as he come up towards 130R. Rico lifts off. Rico lifted off there. I just thought there's no point wasting time trying to hold that off.
See, that's the sort of thing where endurance racing you don't fight it, and DTM they do, and that's where the accidents happen. That's a perfect example.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, good, very true. And just look at the difference there. That is just colossal. So, is this what Team Redline and Mala Porsche indeed have banked on, that they're going to just be so dominant in these next 20 minutes? They're going to have to be about a second and a half a lap quicker if they're going to try and do that. Last lap from Laubish, 58.6, so he is slowing, although he's still got a close second lead. Last time by, Mala 157.7, Beneke was a 58.0 but was held up a little bit. So yeah, that they're only now getting their second lap advantage.
Yeah, and it's not even consistent across the board. I mean, like Team PGZ was a 58.1, so they actually only lost about 4/10 of a second. So it's great. The only thing that's interesting is that if people can't, as you made very well there, Peter, earlier, if people can't really get a constructive double out of these first two stints, they're not going to get it out of the next few. They might get the last two and fall down again. They won't get it because of the temperature there. Now, admittedly, at the moment, we're not looking at a huge drop-off, because if it effectively costs Lubish, who took no tyres, just 12 or 13 or 14 seconds, that's not really an issue, is it, compared to a 28 tyre stop? However, if you're going to double again, he'll start with temperatures which are already up at 40 degrees centigrade. So it's another set of options. Do they now start singling during the first part of the day?
Well, that might be the case. In which case, those that took their opportunity to double stint at the first pit stop, that might be an advantage that they keep for the rest of the race, and it's now up to Team Redline, Mala Porsche, etc. to fight back and recover on that strategical mistake over the next 8 hours 20. That I would say over a lap. I mean, looking at the qualifying times, Beneke and indeed Alessandro Bico in the Mala Porsche, they do have that pure pace edge over Laubish by maybe 2 or 3 tenths.
Yeah, I mean. Of course, as the track evolves, as the grip comes up, the track rubber's in, but as of course it gets too hot, it all flows about. The other thing to remember is, and we haven't forgotten this, I know we spent the last 40 minutes talking about tyres, but it's still the fuel part of this. The only car that actually made the hour, if you don't include the pit stop, was Sven Hasse. Everyone else was short. Now, normally the first stint, because of the traffic, is the easiest to be economical in. So let's see when they come in this second stint.
Great point, and that might be where Laubish's strategy unravels, because he's had a great pace out the front on old tyres, but at what cost in terms of the fuel tank? Great point, Nick. Very, very good point. Is David Toth now going to get a run on the Beef Racing Porsche? Yeah, he easily goes by. The Beef car just couldn't get the power down there coming out of Degner. So Toth in the number 6 Arnage competition Porsche rattles up through the gears through towards Spoon Curve. Some great names of the corners here as well. It's a funny shaped spoon though, it must be said. More ladle than a spoon. Whoa, a big wiggle there for the PGZ Academy car again. That's now. Is this what we're going to see throughout the next? Yes, that car in front only took one tyre, the PGZ Academy car. That said, so does the Arnage car.
Yeah. Now, talking about spoons, of course, we had a great spoon quote yesterday, didn't we?
Did we?
Did you hear Gunther Steiner's great spoon quote?
Oh no. Oh, Laubischen. Oh,
that's very early.
That's
right.
Oh, no.
And car change. The Abbotts come in, change drivers. Up to late game. They've given up already. They are not bothered about making that stop. They've now already said, no, we're going to do the extra stop. Stopping this early, 18 minutes. They've effectively gone, tyres have gone off now in 3/4. We know we're making another stop. We can start playing when that's going to be, and they've stopped.
So might we see teams that decide to go, whoa, another problem for the Team BGZ Academy car. That car is all over the place. Marlon Dudcek loses it. Just no grip there at all. Be careful. That gets back going again. So this is the question then, Nick. You're going to have two potential avenues to take. If you try to do just 9 stops, you're going to have to, take more tyres. Or if you're going to go, well, look at it the other way. If you're doing the 10 stops, you're going to have to recover the time of that extra stop by double stinting.
Yeah. I mean, effectively, I think what happened is they've made a decision. We cannot do this on 8. We can't. We need to make the 9th stop. So we can't make it the hour. So we need 10 stops. At that point, you have a huge window to play with, effectively about 45, 50 minutes. So you can make a decision like they made there. Right, the tyres are gone, let's stop. It's fine. 15 minutes in. And then have a look around. So they've given themselves a huge amount of flexibility. Currently, that's the flexibility that Hasse doesn't have because he has to run to the hour. But the payback of that is that he doesn't have to do a stop at the end. So he's got 30 seconds in his hand or 26 seconds in his hand. Now, what would have happened from that last stop, which was by the Arano team, is they would have been slightly shorter because they obviously didn't have to take a full tank of fuel because they were about 45, 46 minutes into their fuel run. So is that Rico?
Rico.
Oh no, been coming.
Oh,
down to 15th.
Oh dear. Ricardo Rico, Zenith Esports off. So I think the cars that, huge oversteer there, getting the power down. The cars that are trying to...
that's just grip,
really
isn't it? That's just grip.
Yeah.
That's because it's easy flat. That 130R is easy flat, and obviously until it's not, because your tyres have gone. Because otherwise you give it a little lift and you'd be fine. But obviously he was still going easy flat, and he said no thanks very much.
Well, the thing is, if you have that abrupt lift, the rear comes round, and that.
Exactly. Oh, of course, but that's Porsches. Yes, I don't drive Porsches. You're
right. Well, all this, so those who are trying to double stint now are having to have a pretty painful 15 minutes. They've had joy for the last 45 minutes, but that pain's now starting to come in. But of course, if this is the case now, it's only going to get worse because the heat is continuing to build into this track. So double stinting is not going to get any easier. It's only going to get worse. So what it means, though, at the moment then, is the PGZ car, the PGZ Porsche 114 Govan Kiri, is your race leader, but only by a couple of seconds from Sven-Ola Hasse. And Hasse looking pretty good on pace at the moment. So maybe when we come into the pits, Hasse might be your kind of net leader, and of course he went longer than anyone on the fuel.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We've now got currently we have like 4 different strategies playing out. We've got people who are trying to do it on 9 stops, people who've given up already and doing it on 10, people who are trying to double, people trying to single. It's going to take a long time for these staggers to unwind, probably not to the last hour. We'll have a better indication probably about 3 or 4 hours in. But when they come in the pits now, next time round, there's 2 big questions. One is Hasse still on for the hour each time? Has Beneke managed to get onto the hour? How many tyres does Beneke take? Does he take 2? Does he take 4? Does he take none? That's the other question.
I don't think none's an option by the looks of things. If they took 4 at the first stop, I don't think it's...
because Hasse's 2 seems to work, doesn't it?
It seems so, yes. It seems that's been the difference. That seems to be the optimum. Or 1 or 2. None seems to be difficult. I mean, there's Ricardo Rico's... Well, he was, of course, just on 1, so he's just demonstrated that 1 is tricky also, and he's come into the pit. So Ricardo Rico has changed his strategy for Zenith. He's decided, nope, we're not going to make it to the end of the hour, so we're going to have to take a 10th stop in this race as well. Oh.
I mean, Beneke actually has over this stint been quicker than Hasse, because he was 11 seconds longer in the pit lane and now he's only 8 seconds behind. So he has been a little bit quicker, though Hasse, of course, did save fuel in the previous hint. So it's all kind of ifs and buts, but what we thought was a disastrous move by Beneke, is it? If he can get to the hour, it's not, to be honest, because he's back in. They're back right in it again. If they are committing to the 10th stop, which they haven't done so far, it's more of a kind of was it a mistake or not?
I still think I don't know. I still don't think it was ideal. I think Haas's got it. Haas and Biela Euronics have got it right, but you've got it. It's all very well having the right strategy, but you've got to execute it all day long. I think that's where Redline really do come into their own, where they've all got strong driver lineups. Team Redline are particularly good as well, and they are just masters of winning these special endurance events. It's a pity we've not got Coanda here as well, because that's always a really good kind of heavyweight slugfest between Coanda, and of course Coanda are actually contractually obliged to use the Porsche because the
that'd be fine, wouldn't
Coanda
it?
drivers are Porsche. Yeah, they'd be fine, exactly. Which actually surprises me that they haven't come to take part.
Just for information, though, it's Patrick Holzman who's going to be Beneke's teammate. Obviously, with Redline, it's a kind of A2 from 3, isn't it? Normally, so it is going to be Holzman who will take over. I'm not sure he's going to take over at the end of this stage or later on. Just trying to find out. So, not quite sure who's teaming up on the Biela team. They got a 3-driver team. They've got Luca Wunsch and Gabriel Streetmatter will be taking over. So they've actually got a 3-driver team. There's a few 3 drivers, but certainly at the front of the grid, or the front of the numbers, number 1, which is 2 drivers for Redline.
Interesting. Having that 3rd driver could be very handy. Because this is going to be a real mental challenge for the drivers today, because with that grip going off so much in the second stint, it's going to be, you've really got to be on your game all the time. And we've seen some of the best virtual racing drivers in the world having what looks like quite amateur accidents going around 130R, but they're trust me, they're not. Is another move done, or is it, for Max Beneke? He goes past the ATRS Esports Porsche. And look at the Mala Porsche in the background, just with a bit of fresh air now, really putting in some quick laps. So last time by, the lap time Max Beneke did a 1 minute 57.9, 158.8 for Damon Woods. So he's struggling a little bit on those 2 tyres. 157.6 for Biko. So Biko really pushing on. Sven Hasse 158.5. So the gap's starting to come down a bit now.
It's all playing out like a very complicated game of chess. I can't quite understand. Actually, interesting point you made earlier about fresh drivers. I've been chatting to a while ago, one of the teams. They actually make sure they have teams in different times, drivers in different time zones for the longer races. So no one's driving at night, their own night. So I remember, I think one of the big 24-hour races, they had a couple of Americans and a couple of Europeans, and they made sure that the West Coast Americans were driving during their daytime and giving normal sleep patterns to the Europeans and for the main team. Obviously, you need to have an international team to be able to do it, but it's a really clever way of making sure we drive in peak conditions. We all know that if we're driving from 3 till 5 in the morning, we're more likely to have a slight problem if we're driving from 3 till 5 in the afternoon.
Definitely, you're definitely not at your sharpest in that kind of darkness, that darkness hour, for sure. Nearly at the top of the second hour, and we will see which teams have been able to hit that hour mark. Why is that hour mark so important? Well, usually the GT3 car can make around an hour on a tank of fuel, sometimes a little bit less, sometimes a little bit more. But if you do hit that hour, then you can get to the end of the race on just 9 stops. Some teams, as we've seen, former leader Urano Porsche, Nicholas Laubisch, they have already committed to a 10-stop strategy, and they've decided fuel saving is not for them. And the good thing is, that's the thing is now, Nick, they can go flat out now. They do not need to fuel save. It's a waste of time.
And that is a very valid strategy. Deciding early is when you decide to do it. Don't faff about thinking, possibly till hour 7, because if you think it's not going to happen, then change the strategy. Stop making the compromises to try and think about possibly make it happen and go for it. So that's absolutely the right thing to do. Bang, we'll do that. We've made the decision. We've been decisive. Indecision is the enemy of all motor racing, and I placed before the call Ferrari Formula 1 team. That is the problem. Make a decision. You obviously didn't see qualifying yesterday. It was an absolute monkey fest. Honestly, they couldn't have been more chaotic if they'd been doing a PG Tips advert. Honestly, it was terrible.
It's a caricature of itself.
Exactly. But yeah, so you make a decision. Sometimes it's the wrong one, but make a decision, because at that point you're all in the line, you all know what you're trying to achieve, and you're not oscillating. And oscillating is never a good thing for strategy.
Funnily enough, I did have a good friend of ours just kind of getting into Formula One that kind of been motivated to do so by watching Drive to Survive, which is it's great to have more eyeballs on the sport. And we were watching, and he said, "Oh, Ferrari are good this year." I said, "Trust me, I think they'll find a way to make a mess of this. I don't know how, they just will find a way." And I was proven correct. It's a shame. It's such a shame, because all the ingredients are there, but for whatever reason, this goes to pot. But no Ferraris in this race, so we don't need to worry about that.
So 7 minutes for the hour. We've only got, how many cars have made that decision to abandon? So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. We've got 5 cars basically said no, I'm not going to do it. The rest are still thinking about running for that hour. So it's still a possibility for the others. They're still pushing towards it. But it will compromise them.
There's a good question coming in on our RaceSpotTV chat asking, do we know which tyres? We know how we can figure out how many tyres each car is taken, but do we know which? No, there is no way of knowing, unfortunately. We can only guess and pontificate. That's the only thing we can do, but we do know based on the time in the pit box if it's a 1, a 2 or a 4.
Yeah, and any other track, because tracks are normally either clockwise or anti-clockwise. If it takes 2, they take one on the left side or the right side. This is a figure of 8, so it's hard to tell. It may be across an axle here. It may have taken fronts or rear.
Yeah, I would actually think rears, given how many cars I've seen lose the rear, I would put rears on myself. But
because understeer is a lot safer than oversteer.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. Especially if you're in a Porsche. If you don't want the rear to get away from you in a Porsche.
It's not coming back.
As well. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, the Porsche RS Spider, the LMP2 car, of course, a prototype car, was actually built in right-hand drive because of the style of circuits that it was going to be on. There was a lot more clockwise circuits it was racing on in America, so they made it a right-hand drive for that kind of, to have the weight on the inside of the car rather than the outside. It's little details like that, quite incredible. Good for Japanese and UK market as well.
Exactly,
Yeah.
And obviously with a paddle shift gearbox, it didn't matter, does it really?
Yes. Actually, I saw actually they had one of the cars that could be a test car, and Mark Webber and Timo Bernhard, they actually went in together. I don't think they went up the hill together, but you can fit 2 people in. One has got a seat, the other doesn't. But, open. Quite bizarre to see an open top prototype now. As we've got someone in pit lane. Which car? It's Tim Matske for Manatee Porsche. Car number 78, so that's too early. 104.4. And that's that indecision you mentioned, Nick. That kind of coming in that early is kind of rocking a hard place, really. So they're not going to make it home on just 9 stops. They're going to have to take 10. But unlike Urano, they haven't really committed to it fully.
Well, this is the point now that perhaps they've now done 2 hours. They've done. I don't know where Tim's going to get out of the car. I think he is actually, yeah. So they can then say, right, okay, we've done that. We realise we're short. We're not going to make it. Now we need to work out with the remaining 8 hours how we can best manage our extra pit stop. Do we actually run as long as we can? Do we short splash and dash? Or do we start being clever with tyres, like doing 1.5 stint on the tyres rather than 2? Kind of drop a tyre change, we now need to change every time.
Well, we've got another car in pit lane, Daniel Lafuente for Williams Esports. It's going to switch over. I'll see who he's going to switch over to in just a moment, but Lafuente was into the pit lane there as well. So the Williams Porsche not making it to the top of the hour either. That's the number 4 car. In fact, excuse me, it's not a Porsche, it's a Mercedes. The number 4 Mercedes, Daniel Lafuente, switching over there. And then he is going to switch over to Carl Janssen, the Super Swede. So we'll see. He's a very quick driver as Carlos. Here goes the Malaporsche up the inside of one of the Renault Mercedes. They tangle. Oh, the Casio triangle. That wasn't very calculated.
Very good. Good round of applause, that one.
I was like, oh, I just said that, didn't I?
That's great.
Car number 13, ATRS Esports into the pit lane. So no top of the hour for them either. 2 minutes and 46 seconds to the top of the hour. The other stream on through to start another lap, which should bring them right in the window.
That will, because they'll come across. If they do one more lap, they'll hit the pit stop around 8 hours and half a minute. But the stops are a minute and a bit, aren't they? If you're going to change tyres and drivers. So yeah, a lot of them are getting there. Some of them haven't. They're obviously, perhaps this is a case where they have tried to eke it out, to get back on this stop, and the extra driving down the pit lane probably about 26 seconds. I can tell you how long. Actually, driving on the pit lane actually is not. The actual driving on the pit lane is 21. So that's how much a pit lane drive down costs you. But you will lose speed. You will lose speed in the first sector, accelerating as well. A little bit. The pit entry doesn't cost you too much because you're coming in at a relative rate and out. So it probably is about 25 seconds. So.
It's punishing, that's for sure. I think, well, interesting as we come into what likely be the last lap of this second stint. Team Red Line, Max Beneke in the Lamborghini has got to within 3 seconds off the lead when he came out the pits. He was 22 seconds off the lead, but that was of course to Laubish. So we don't know where they're going to be in terms of the strategy later on, but yeah, it brought the gap down a little bit and has, well, actually you can cover it with Sven Hasse. Sven Hasse was in the pit lane for in the pit box, excuse me, for 10 seconds less, and they're now virtually there you are. There's just a couple of car lengths between them.
1, 2 and 3 all enough. Now, interesting, Hasse's come in. Now he had an extra lap on the previous run, and he's come in this time. So that's interesting. They all come in.
Been pushing.
Yeah, but whole lap's worth compared to everyone else.
It doesn't look like there's going to be anybody going to go any further than this point. But of course, by the time they take a pit stop and a drive out of the pit lane, it's going to, you're going to be at that top of the hour. So these drivers are right on cue at the moment as the fuel's going in. Driver change for one of the for the Williams Porsche there at the back. Now, is it going to be
Holzman's taken over? Yeah, Holzman's taken over from Beneke. Vasilios Belastato's taken over in the Mile Racing team. Beef Central taking the lead with Willem Leveska running an extra lap. They're doing very well with their fuel consumption. They've taken the lead, as has Williams Esports Fanatec. So a couple of cars managed to get a little bit further forward. We're going to see some interesting people leading officially.
Yeah, so they've got 3 cars that have been able to stretch an extra lap. They are Beef Central, Guillaume Levesque, Moreno Surica for Williams Esports Fanatec, and Williams Esports BenQ, Dino Lombardi. So 3 cars have been able to go that lap longer. We'll let all the pit party carry on before we get a look at what tyre strategies are playing out. But you're right, Nick, it's going to be... These cars have done a good job. Interestingly, though, that Beef Central car, the Pennzoil Super GT car, the colour yellow and black, they've been in a group, and I wonder if you're in a pack, you can make that strategy work. But if you're not in a pack, it's very difficult to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at every single pit stop who's made a pit stop this time round. It's all 120. We've all taken tyres, with the exception, I'm going to contradict myself, of Arnage competition. It's only 3 tyres. Leonardo and Ariti appears to have taken 2 only, as does PGZ Academy 124 appear to have taken 2 only. But I think that apart from that, they've all taken 4. So the front runners have all taken 4.
And PGZ Academy, they've had some problems as well. They had a spin there earlier on. Well, they can't be the Pennzoil car. It does Beef Central, because they've got a Mobile 1 logo on, so they definitely can't be a Pennzoil. I like a dinosaur they've got on the front of the car. A caricature of Chip Ganassi
that's obviously.
And something else below Chip Ganassi, if that's what I think it is.
I don't know what that is, and let's not go into it in case it's something else. Yes. So everyone's in the pits now because the Williams Esports car has gone into lane as well. So great run from the Williams Esports. Thank you, Ian Labardi. They've run really well. 3 minutes into the next hour, before they came in. Alex Arana getting that car, but we're about to get Yop Delict from the Urano Esports. They agree that the 191 car scored back in the lead. Remember, that was the car that tried to double, gave up early and carried on going. So that's 10 laps into his stint already. Back ahead by no distance whatsoever from Kini in the PGZ car, and then Bila Racing and then Urano Esports. So they're going to come out in fifth. So I'm sure it's a bit disappointing for them.
Very. And I think that would attest to the fact that they did make a strategical blunder in the first stint to not take that opportunity to either double stint or at least change only 1 or 2 tyres, and that's cost them. However, they are still very much in the fight for the race. It's a drop of the ball, but it's not terminal. They're still well in the fight, and we know just how fast they are, just on just ultimate pace. And I guess this could play back into Redline's hands now, Nick, because if everybody's now just going to be putting on all 4 new tyres at every stop now as the track gets hotter, that plays in their favour, because on pure pace they're the quickest. They qualified on pole.
Yeah, and that is the question, though. Is everyone going to put 4 tyres on? This is what you need to find out. The 2 tyres seem to work quite well. The 2 tyres really was probably what they should have gone for, because they would have had a better track position as well. You know, they learn. So first and fourth are already 10 laps into their stint, because they abandoned the concept of doing it by the hour. So that's both the Urano cars, actually. So Urano as a team thought this isn't going to work. They abandoned the concept of running for the hour. They now have the ability to run as thirstily as they like, of course. They can really push the envelope of fuel now, not worry about that at all, which gives them a small advantage. Tyre-wise, it'd be really interesting. They'll be stopping in about 17 to 19 laps' time. It'd be really interesting to see what they do, those 2 Urano cars do, tyre-wise.
You wonder if they go 4 and then 2 and then 4 and then 2, maybe. Because they're going to have to save time from somewhere, because obviously that extra stop is, well, it's over a minute. So they've got to really gain time in certain places. Taking 2 tyres instead of 4 saves 10 seconds with each stop. So they're on a programme. Let's see how they go. Joop de Light, very, very fast driver. Always animated if things go right, animated if things go wrong. I've seen that in the past, but also keep an eye on that. Sven Olahasa going into now a 3rd hour behind the wheel. Most of the drivers around have changed. Let's have a run through then the top 10. It can go through the driver changes as well. Urano Esports lead with their number 191 Porsche. Joop de Light taking over from Nicholas Laubies after a superb first double stint for Nicholas. Then it's Govan Kini for Team PGZ, who has stayed on board, as has Sven Olahasa in the Bila Racing Porsche. Vlad Kimichev is in the 190 Urana Esports car in 4th. Then it's the Team Redline Red number 1, the pole sitter. That's Patrick Holzman. He's taken over from Max Beniket after a double stint. Mala Racing Team, Alessandro Bico has hopped out. Vasilos Belatsiotsis has got in. Car number 7th place, car number 13, ATRS Esports. Jonas Rutten is taking over that car. Sotomuto has taken over the number 5 Williams Esports Razor car in 8th. 9th is TC Corp Esports, Shun Katwater Sato. And then rounding out the top 10, it's Leandro Andaruti Arnage Competition. And as you rightly spotted, Nick, that car in the top 10, Leandro Andaruti Arnage Competition, taking 2 tyres on that last stop, although it's already committed to a 10-stop strategy rather than a 9.
Yeah, there's about 17 different strategies. What looks like a very simple GT3 race for 10 hours has already now got about 7 different strategies playing out. At the moment, quite hard to say what's really... You think net in the lead, you would say, probably is Govaki, the PGZ team. That 114 car, I would think, has run the first 2 hours the best. That's what I'm going to say. There's not much in it between Sven Olahasa and Holzman and Kimichev in the next 3, but yeah, I'll give Govan a pat on the back for his first couple of hours. But there are a good 8 more to go.
Fascinating battle here between Euronics, car number 450, Sven Olahasa, and the Urano Porsche of Vlad Kamichev, because Vlad Kamichev in the red Porsche there, he is committed to the 10-stop strategy, which is the full push strategy, maximum attack from now to the flag. They've put 4 new tyres on at the last stop. Sven Olahasa, he's on the other one. He's on the 9-stop strategy, which means he needs to be economical on his fuel without giving away too much pace. So you wonder here actually as well if Hasa might even let Kamichev go by, depending on their respective pace, and actually sit behind him and use him as a bit of a kind of a front gunner.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. Do remember, of course, is they're 10 laps further in, so they're about 30 kilograms lighter with the red Porsche. It's about 30 kilograms lighter with Sven Hasa. It's looking quite like he's got the run. If he wants to get the run, he can probably get through. Can he try it now? He is. And Hasa's not going to fight that because it's just pointless. And at this point, yeah, absolutely, you're right, Peter. He now needs to sit behind and take the free time from the draft.
Interesting stuff, but here goes Hasa's got a bit of a run actually now on as they come through. No, guys, there. So Hasa deciding he is going to sit behind there, the Urano Porsche. So game on. Question is, can the Urano Porsche pull away, or because he won't want to give Hasa too much of a help, and of course the Team Redline Red Lamborghini is right there as well. Of course, fastest in practice, fastest in qualifying, led confidently in the first stint. A little bit of a strategical miscue to go for 4 tyres instead of 2 or none in the first stint, but do not write off that Redline Lamborghini. I still think it's now in the window to compete for the race. It's dragged itself back into the window.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's a mistake. It's not a disaster. It's not taking him out. Now, if you can see Hasa, I'm just watching Hasa as well. He's absolutely able to sit in the draft now with the Urano car, so that's going to be a free fuel for him effectively. He can stay within half a second.
Yeah, that is perfect for Hasa, I think. As long as he feels like he's running a pace that he's happy with, is ideal. For Sven Hasa and Bila Euronics. Of course, they recognise the name Bila. It's absolutely the same. Frank Bila, 5-time Le Mans winner, and former British Touring Car champion as well.
Far more importantly, absolutely, yeah.
Yes. He actually, there's a story about him coming up to test at Knockhill in the days of the A4 Quattro, and he drove around for 8 hours non-stop. Just came in for tyres and fuel and drove around. I'm amazed. Not only did he not need the toilet, but he didn't need a cigarette. Of course, known for liking a tab or two. Did Frank Bila? Maybe he had one hanging out the helmet as he was going through.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about 8 hours around Knockhill. You get dizzy, wouldn't you? Such a short circuit.
I know. It's been in a centrifuge. Yeah.
Do you not get bored after 4 hours to go the reverse way round?
Or you maybe cut through at the tri-oval, or use the rally.
Actually, I have a question for you about Knockhill, which obviously you know better than anyone else. Obviously, on iRacing, Knockhill you can run both clockwise and anti-clockwise. Is that the case for the real track, or is the
absolutely?
Reverse?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's very much it's a very important part of the circuit, because if you visit it, we have our local championships at Knockhill. The Scottish Motorcycle Championship, Super Lap Scotland, Scottish Motor Racing Club, etc. But we have a lot of visiting content as well, and the visiting content is really important to the circuit. And if you've got people coming up from down south, it's a long way, and often they'll run, say, the Saturday clockwise and then the Sunday anti-clockwise, so they get kind of both looks at it, which works really well. It's really cool. I mean, there's some particular, on the reverse direction, going the wrong way across the chicane is quite scary.
Yeah, I'd have thought the reverse direction's harder, isn't it?
It is, yeah, definitely, because there are definite. You notice it with regular competitors. You can see there's some actually competitors that don't turn up for reverse direction, which is interesting. But okay, there's one or two, but you definitely have reverse direction specialists, because it's just a totally different circuit. And I tell you what, coming out of, especially the Legends cars, when they come out of the toughest dip the wrong way onto the front straight, it's pretty frightening, actually. It's so fast, and they're massive oversteer coming out of there, and yeah, it's very very cool. So yes, it is absolutely the case, and the rallycross circuit is also used once or twice a year as well.
And which is the faster lap time clockwise?
Yes, just clockwise. Yeah. It's about, on a super bike, it's about 2 seconds difference, something like that.
My overriding memory of Knockhill, when I used to go out there for its touring cars, they were on Saturday, and it was a glorious day, and we didn't do much stuff. We set up, we did testing, and I actually had a bit of a nap in the sun on the banks. It was marvellous. And then we got to do the broadcast the following morning. We had to delay the start for 3 hours because of fog, and then it never got, and then it just drizzled all day. I was thinking, yep, that's Scotland in 2 days.
Well, we did. We've been quite lucky this year. It's the first time I've seen 40 degrees Celsius track temperature this summer. Yeah, we did this summer. Yeah, but the BTRDA Rallycross meeting at the end of October, we did have a fog delay. We actually had to send the circuit pickup truck around with drivers behind it to try and get some familiarisation laps in. But yeah, it can happen. Joop de Light doing a top job at the front here. 158.7 last time by, identical lap time with Govan Kiri in the Team PGZ car, but the man on the move is Vlad Kamichev, 157.9 last time by for Kamichev. So this is your top three all on screen right now. So Kamichev, if he can get past that PGZ car, we'll have an Urano 1-2.
Yeah, and what Kamichev has done with his slightly lighter car, because he's further into his stint, he's actually broken the toe for Hasser as well. I mean, he has got a car that is 30 kilograms lighter because of where his fuel pack. This is when you've got to start using these advantages you get. Using the advantage you get from having this different strategy. You've got to push as hard as you can, make the most of what you've got, because you do have this problem that at the end of the race you're going to be spending 45 to 50 seconds longer in the pits doing probably just a fuel stop at the end.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be about a minute, I would think, you're giving away, but Urano at the moment, they're 1-2. And I tell you what, Kamichev went past Kiri like he was standing still there. Nothing, absolutely no thing against Kiri. It's just that Kamichev is just on a tear right now, knowing that, and this is what's going to be fascinating for us for the next 7 hours and 45 minutes, because Urano, and I think this comes back to your point about committing to a strategy, Nick. You know, there's no halfway house here. This is a 10-stop strategy, and it's maximum attack. It's the, should we call it the DTM strategy? The full push.
100%.
Full push. DTM.
Hey, DTM's great, but it is very different.
It's good entertainment, yeah.
It's not endurance racing. That's it. No one wants to pay the bill. It's not endurance racing, but apart from that, it's fine. This Urano move is really interesting. Now, the only downside they have on this is when they do come in. Again, if they can come into free air, they're fine. But they come into traffic, that was going to dramatically slow them down. Now, but still, adding a second question to it, are how many tyres they're going to take in about 13 laps, 14 laps time. That's the big question, isn't it? They didn't manage to they got an hour and 44 minutes in, didn't they? Last time, before they abandoned the double stint. So they're not going to double unless they think about getting just a pair. Or are they going to single till it cools down again?
I think, well, do you know what? I really don't know. But I do think that a slightly shorter pit stop and try and average out the pit stop times, knowing that you've got 10, knowing that you don't have to do the full stint, maybe try and do some 2 tyre stops rather than 4 to try and gain a bit of time back. I don't know. I get the firm impression that they know exactly what they're doing here and they're fully prepared for this eventuality. Yeah,
they can run 2 laps a stint shorter and still, now they're committed to it. They can either run the full or 2 laps, because it's 4 minutes each time and 8 again. So they've obviously lost a quarter now. They've got a lot of, what they've now got is a huge amount of flexibility. Whereas the other drivers don't have any flexibility. They have to run for that hour and it's on the edge. So you have to do some fuel saving. You have to think about tyres. There's a huge amount of flexibility. They've, as you said, quite rightly said, Peter, they've thrown away a minute, inverted commas, but they've brought back a huge amount of flexibility.
Yeah, and I think that the fact that they've committed to it earlier, they've done that well, and they're pulling away from the PGZ car. of Govad Keeney, because not only is it the 30 kilograms lighter, as you rightly say, Nick, it's also the fact that they don't have to hit that hour. They don't, and it appears that to hit the hour, to be able to make the 9-stop strategy work, you've got to be pretty soft on the throttle, especially if you're running on your own. If you're running on your own, and I think that's why Hasse didn't go with them. He's thinking, I could go with them, but I wouldn't hit my hour. For sure.
That's a really good point. Because don't forget, Hasse effectively lost a lap. When you ran in traffic, you gained a lap on it. But that whole of that second hour, he was on his own effectively, with no one he sucked along by, but you know what I mean, with the slipstream. So it's incredibly powerful. It's incredibly powerful in full-scale racing. It's modelled very accurately here as well, that you just can save so much fuel. You know, that's why lorries are so annoying when they're running convoys on the motorway, because the guy behind the first person is saving an unbelievable amount of fuel, not punching that huge thing in the air. Don't forget, racing cars have more drag than road cars because it pulls all the air on them. So they gain even more from being right in the silhouette of the car in front of them, as long as you don't get air watching.
Oh, that's the question. Yeah, that aero wash. I mean, I saw a fascinating little VT earlier on.
Is this a lead change?
This is a lead change. I mean, I'm not surprised at this, because Kmichev, he's just on another planet from everybody at the moment. So Kmichev very much in a coordinated play. Now this, of course, means then that that they can, because they're on the same strategy, they can now run in a pair, which in theory helps as well. They can get dragged along by one another. They've, like you say, more flexibility. That said, that's if Joop de Light can keep up with Kmichev here, because Kmichev
doesn't look like it, does it? That way he's gapped him. It looks like for some reason, Joop de Light is a great driver. I just think it looks like Kmichev has just suddenly found a sweet spot. He's just having no issues whatsoever.
And Suzuka's definitely a circuit that, you know, if it clicks, if you like it, you can make such a difference here. I mean, this has been, I would say, this is the circuit where we've seen Sebastian Vettel at his absolute best throughout his career. I mean, you just saw his last qualifying session there a few weeks ago. All of a sudden, he's way further up the grid than he was in the past, and you know, he had some absolutely dominant wins here in his Red Bull days. It is that sort of circuit that if you get on with it, if you like it, you can make a big old difference.
Yeah, it is one of the traditional driver circuits. You know, we talk about, you know, the tempo and speed of Monza, but there's just not so much you can do, you know, to improve what you do. You've effectively got, you know, 3 chicanes and 3 corners, and that's it. That's the circuit. And therefore here you've got so many corners and so much air to gain, you know, all the way through the S's and everything else. And even the Degnan, so many points where you can make 500 a second, 5 seconds. And we made 18 500 a second. Suddenly you've got, you know, 0.9 or 0.8.
Yeah, without a doubt. You can see there just at the back is shot, ominously lurking Patrick Holtzman in the red line Lamborghini, just about 10 car lengths or so behind the Bilo Euronics car, just about a second and a half between them at the moment. So they're sort of second and third of the, should we call them the 9-stoppers. The leading 9-stopper is Team PGZ at the moment, who are there in third overall. First and second are these two Urano Porsches, who have already committed to a 10-stop strategy. And Kmichev he's gone. He's already pulled a second and a bit out of his teammate in a lap. So Joop de Light definitely not able to run the pace of Kmichev. Kmichev, he's gone.
Yeah, he's come back. He come through the field. I think when they came out, he was like running fifth. He's now got the lead. He's pushing on. Now, my guess is this means that, you know, he is going for it. There's going to be at least 2, if not a 4 tyre change. And, you know, if they've committed to maximum attack, which is effectively, as we know, Peter, about 3 minutes short of the hour, 2.5 minutes short of the hour, they can do that. They can go as fast as they like the whole way through. Burn out a set of tyres, burn out a whole tank of fuel every lap, and just see if that at the end of that gives them enough of a lead over the people who've been having to sit and serve and save the whole time.
So you're watching the iRacing Suzuka 10-hour part of the VCO Grand Slam, the final round of the VCO Grand Slam, live here on RaceSpotTV. It's Peter Mackay here alongside Nick Damon in the commentary box, and we'll be doing a driver change of our own at the top of the hour in just over 38 minutes time. Lewis McGlade and Ewan O'Leary will be joining in the commentary box to take you through the following 4 hours, and then Nick and I will be back for the 3-hour run to the flag. So do not go anywhere. So make sure you're sitting comfortably. Get the snacks in.
Oh yeah.
I know I've got the Jaffa cakes on the go here. Nick, how about you?
I've actually just been. I've had some healthy snacks. I was just did some nice vegetables, believe it or not. It's very nice. Cooked.
You're showing off now.
No, I'm not. It was just because it's every now and again you do something slightly health kicky and you have to live with it.
Well, do let us know where you're watching in the world. This is going to be a fascinating race as we work our way through. We're heading up towards a quarter distance. In fact, yes, we will. In 7 minutes, we'll be a quarter of the way through this race here at Suzuka. Of course, there's many. When this race used to be known as the Suzuka 1,000 kilometers, there's some huge names have won this race in the past. You know, Henri Pescarolo, Roland Ratzenberger, Derek Warwick, JJ Leto, Benoit Trellier, Andre Lotterer, Loic Duval, all Le Mans winners who have won here at Suzuka. Imagine going around here in a 962 in the 80s, Nick. That would be
I think fun. There's quite a lot of places we're going around in a 962. Wasn't necessarily wasn't necessarily the greatest life extender, to be honest.
No.
But yeah.
Well, 956. That was particularly.
That is true.
Particularly bad. Yeah.
I mean, obviously
valued your ankles.
The vehicles and the machines that used to go around were the pinnacle of sports cars. Now we have GT3s, which are the most popular, not the fastest, but the most popular, and populous, which is the key point. Thousands of things made now. I think it was Porsche sold 1,000 of these. Was it Ferrari? Someone sold 1,000 GT3 cars.
I could well believe it. Yeah, I could well believe it. Over the whole life, yes, I could well believe it. I mean, in rallying, I know how much you love rallying, Nick.
I love it. It's my favourite thing ever.
Yeah, it is. The Rally 2 car, which is kind of like it's a bit like, I would say it's the GT3 of rallying. It's the kind of top level customer car you can buy and compete with at top level. And yeah, they're 200,000 a piece, and yeah, Skoda have sold 500 of them.
Wow. Actually, talking about things I love. Just to go. Spoke to him, and he was lovely at Petit Le Mans, by the way. So I now love him as well. Scott Dixon.
See, I told you. Yeah, see, tell you.
That's a callback to our first commentary about a year and a half ago. So you'll have to scroll back, dear listener, to work out what the hell we're talking about. But no, he's fabulous. Really, really lovely.
Good. I'm glad he's not letting me down. I still maintain he's one of the best all-round drivers ever.
I couldn't agree with you more.
And from the data that I've seen, he was the top guy in the Cadillacs in terms of average pace.
There's no problem. The Petit Le Mans was a great race, fantastic race. I mean, the Cadillac shoot themselves in the foot. It was unbelievable. But,
yes.
It was a really good event. Really, really. It's my favourite. As I think I said before, it's my favourite race of the year. So I was pleased to go back after 4 years absence. Absolutely love Petit Le Mans. Love everything about it.
I totally agree with you. It's the fact that it's the last race of the season. Everyone goes bananas. The track is Road Atlanta is just one of the world's great racetracks. It's a proper racetrack. I mean, you look at where some other series go to around the world, and the circuits are just so dull. The stands are empty. Petit Le Mans, it's packed with people. You know it's always going to go down to the last moment. Yeah, totally.
Nice
great.
weather.
Usually
nice people. Yeah. I've had bad weather. We were there when they called it off. Well, they didn't call it off. They stopped it at 4.5 hours. We filled for 5.5, so they officially called it off. A 5.5 hour fill.
Oh my! Was that when Tandy and Pile won it in a GT car?
No, that was a different year. That one. They actually driving. No, this was about 2009 or 8. It was it wasn't 8. It was rather 9 or 10. It was great. I had a very, very long conversation with your countrymen, the Frankittis, both of them, and they said some absolutely hilarious things which I could never repeat on air. Marino and Dario are a cracking double act. It has to be said. They absolutely wind each other up into a frenzy of excitement. It's great. It was fantastic competition.
I think there was a huge opportunity missed to not have them in a sports car together, because they both they kind of had a seat that they sort of 2007 they sort of swapped. They had a seat that one of them would have been in it, but they never had both of them in the same car. It's also one of the great unanswered questions. It's so sad that, you know, Dario was, you know, terms agreed to go and race the Porsche 919 at Le Mans, and then unfortunately that, you know, his accident took him out of competitive. I mean, it's a real shame.
I couldn't agree more. And of course, they're both unlucky because, of course, Marino was signed for Peugeot on the year they pulled out, so they both missed out on a potential winning drive for a car that could win overall at Le Mans. I mean, Dario, very, you know, I have a huge amount of respect for him because he made absolutely the right decision. And it must have been incredibly difficult because he was completely at the top of his game when those accidents happened, and he just said, "No, I can't have another bang," and that's it on his head. And I think that's sometimes you really have to respect people for knowing when to stop, which a lot of sportsmen don't.
Very true. Yeah, very true. And I think he was just, as you say, he was just only getting better. A bit like Scott Dixon.
Yes, Scott was fantastic.
Just getting better and better all the time. I don't know how long you might have done IndyCar ovals for. I think with his Le Mans opportunity, I think that might have taken him a new path. But I mean, remember when he drove the Acura in American Le Mans Series, he was just so good. Was Dario. So about 7.5 hours to go. We're at 1/4 distance here in the Suzuka 10 hour here on iRacing. Urano Esports lead with a 1-2 at the moment. And since they managed to get past Team PGZ, Nick, that all of a sudden they haven't started tearing time out of people as quick as they were. It's now sort of stabilised with sort of 2 seconds back to the following Team PGZ portion.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good little creep away by Kiminchev. He's sort of 3-ish seconds ahead of his teammate, like just as a second and a half. And it's actually the kind of battle now, actually, between Sven and Govankini. They're only half a second split, and also Patrick Holsman 8.8 back. So those three are in a train for third, fourth, and fifth. And that's probably where the most interesting people. The question is, does Hasser want to overtake Keeney, and does Holden want to overtake Hasser, or are they just on their economy line?
That's the question. That is the question, which we won't really know until we see when they come into pit lane. Quite incredible domination here. I mean, we mentioned, 37 Porsches out of 44 entered. The top 18, there is just one non-Porsche. That's the Lamborghini of Team Redline in fifth, who of course were our pole sitter. They were quickest in practice as well. The first of the Mercedes is the Mercedes of Atte Kauppinen. Carl Janssen just straight after that.
And then you've got 5 of the next 6. 5 of the next 6 cars aren't Porsches. So it just goes to show that all the other cars are also a very similar balanced performance. There's 4 Mercedes and a BMW between the positions of 19 and 24, with just one Porsche. So it's like, that is the pace those cars have, and this is the pace the Porsches have, with the exception of the Redline Lamborghini, which of course is the only Lamborghini running. The second Lamborghini had an accident about an hour ago. But it just goes to show, that the teams who've done their homework and were allowed a free choice of car have chosen the right car, but for some reason Redline saw something.
Yeah, very, very true. I mean, you look at the BMW is a great example. The number 89 BS competition car, which is, albeit in a different kind of branding, is the same team as Team BMW Bank, who won the first round of the VCO Grand Slam, the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Phil Denez, Bruno Spengler, with Kai Kashubi, Beliciostis. Same driver, same car, and this is a car that will always be up there in the fight for at the very least the top 5, if not always the podium. And yeah, they're struggling to stay in the top 20. I mean, the balance of performance definitely is not in the favour of these front-engine German machines, either Mercedes or BMW. 76
laps down, they're about 57 seconds behind, so it's about 3/4 of a second a lap they're dropping off. Now, you can say, right, the guys at the front are fantastic, but then you're looking at, I would say, half a second a lap is just down to the basic intrinsic chassis advantage of the Porsche and the Lamborghini in this configuration for this race at this track, and that's something we should say, because if we had the same teams at a different track today, in a 10-hour race, the 10 hours of Monza, say, or the 10 hours of Spa, would be a completely different selection of cars.
Getting report a problem for the number 190. Vlad Kamichev is tumbling down the timing screen right now.
That's our leader.
Oh no, I think he's had a disconnect. I think the internet is cut out for Vlad Kamichev. Car number 190 from the lead of the race has dropped down the timing order. That is just devastating for Urano. There you go. Yes, you can only see Joop de Light there in the 191. There's no sign of... Oh! Wait, hold on.
Is he back again?
Oh, it's the internet.
Vlad Kamichev connection dropped due to upload packet loss.
Oh, he's gone.
It's gone out.
Oh, no.
Connection's dropped.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the virtual racing equivalent of an engine going pop. Or breaking a drive shaft or a gearbox or something like that. It's an instant problem, it's terminal, and that is just devastating for Urano. And I think from an entertainment perspective, Kamichev was on a tear and his internet has let him down. That's such a shame. Such a shame.
I mean, he can rejoin, but there'll be 2-3 laps down, so whether they be bothered to do it. But that's really, really unfortunate. As you absolutely, he has reconnected, by the way. As you rightly say, that is where the one element of randomness that comes into esports racing. There's the disconnect, which is like an engine failure. We do get rig failures. We get people have problems with their wheels or their pedals, and that obviously, is that random factor you get in motorsport. It happens to be caused by either the operating equipment or the connectivity of the system. That's motorsport. I mean, it's been really bad luck. You must be absolutely sick of the dog. But yeah, that's what happens. It's sad when it happens, and part of my terrible week I've had, which I will see one day on the service, has been down that to myself as well this week. It's very frustrating when it happens.
Yeah, because there's just nothing you can do, but it's very much in line with. It sounds daft, but bear with me. It is more like. That is more realistic, because you basically, unless you actively try to, you will not blow the engine in these cars. You would have to you'd have to money shift it over and over again to get it to go, but you have to do it deliberately, a la Maverick Vinales, and so therefore no racing car, no matter what the manufacturer, is 100% reliable. It's just impossible. So the fact that there is a kind of, like you say, an element of random and poor fortune. However, like a real racing car, there is, for example, I would imagine if Team Penske had a sim racing team, they would ensure they had the best internet connection you could possibly get. It would be hardwired into the center of the universe if they could do it. But the point's valid. You look at, having that, if the main thing that could take you out of a race is an internet disconnect, you make everything that's in your power to make sure that it's as solid as possible.
That's it. I mean, whether you race from home, whether you race from these racing houses where they have multiple connections, but sometimes this just happens, and it can be a glitch outwith of your response, your control. It may not be anything to do with what happened in the location he's in. It could be an issue somewhere centrally, in where it's coming from, wherever he is. I think he's in Central Europe, and that's the problem. It's just really unfortunate. It's not. I mean, obviously this is a major race, but I must admit, have I told you the worst disconnect story I know?
Oh, go on.
We did a 12-hour.
Set it off. Sorry.
No, it's fine. We did a 12-hour charity race. A 12-hour charity. There's about 50 cars, and there's a guy who's doing it solo, and he was very good. And there was a few decent drivers, not just me. And he was winning the race by a lap after 11 hours and 52 minutes, and then he had this. He did 11 hours and 52 minutes solo, a 12-hour race. Just 8 minutes from the end.
It's. I think everybody's got one. I think it's definitely not. It's not an exclusive club, but that does take. Does take Urano Esports. Does take one of their cars out Light leads the race, which of course he is on a 10-stop strategy. The 3 cars you see on your screen here, the Govad-Kini driven black and yellow PGZ Porsche, second overall. Then it's Sven Hasse in the Biela Porsche, then Patrick Holzmann in the Lamborghini. Those 3 cars are on at the moment they're on a 9-stop program. It's not going to be easy to stay on it, but that's the program they're going for.
Yeah, Light now has done 27 laps in this, his third stint, or the car's third stint. So probably 2 more they'll come in, I would think. So he should come in the one time after this, and 29 laps, we're dividing it up. Just for reference, the track now is scored at 113 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 46 or 47 degrees centigrade, and 32 degrees Fahrenheit or 20 degrees centigrade higher than when they started. So this is not great tyre temperatures for lap times or tyres.
Yeah, that heat building into the circuit is just going to get...
Some work. So coming down now, it's the lead for Light is 1.5 seconds effectively. Then it's kind of a train of 3 cars. It's Team PDD and Govad-Kini, followed by Sven Hasse, who's been at the start in the Euronics, and they're only about 3/10 apart. And then just holding a watching brief, I think is the best way of putting that, is Patrick Holzmann 7/10 from that. And there's a big gap. So for lead 4 and 5, you've got 8.7 seconds. For Mile Racing's Team 55 car. Basically, apart from the red line, everything's a caution. So that's the sort of big gap. So there's 4 cars really at the front, with one of them out of phase on strategy.
Big move there from the Mercedes AMG Team Urano car on the BS competition BMW. That's for 22nd position, Jonas Wallmargen. That move done there for the Mercedes team. And it is actually frankly bizarre seeing that BS competition car struggling to stay. It's not even in the top 20 without really any kind of problem as such. Such a shame after them going to the great effort of that amazing manga cartoon livery as well. It's hopefully that they'll keep that, and they'll keep using it for other races in the future, because it looks fantastic.
It just goes to show that even in virtual racing, it comes down to you, however good you are. If your car's not there, your car's not there. Yep. Now, obviously, they have a setup on it, but I'm sure that's a very good setup. But the sheer weight of numbers selecting the Porsche tells you that was probably the best car. But of course, they are Team BMW, so they have to run with the M4. Now, there's nothing wrong with the M4. It just doesn't suit this particular track on this particular set of circuits with grip. The M4 was probably the car to have at Le Mans. That's the joy of this GT3 environment within iRacing. Luckily you can own all the cars. £9, $11 each. You can choose which one you want to run, and sometimes it must be the one you like best. And certainly, with the front engine cars being more stable, some of us less talented people just are happy to sacrifice the ultimate half second for not falling off the track regularly.
Yeah, it's the thing with the PS competition team is as well, they've had a huge amount of mileage. They must have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of miles underneath this BMW M4. Of course, the car had about nearly a season's worth of virtual competition before it hit the real world racetracks. Of course, it came on as a prototype effectively on iRacing. And, BS competition have run it ever since. And so the amount of data they'll have and how dialed in the car will be just shows you that the balance is just not in their favour. Now, car in pit road, is that the Urano car of Vlad Kmichev coming back? I think it maybe is. There was a Porsche sat there. Whether they carry on, I doubt.
So, I think that's the Arnage competition car.
Okay.
Of Leandro and Beniti. I'm expecting Delighted at the end of this lap. I mean, I'm not going to guarantee it, but I'm expecting him at the end of this lap. It wouldn't make a lot of sense for him to be 30. He might be having a particularly good day on the fuel in a 191 car.
Well, but of course, we need to see whether he goes for the 4 tyres again or tries to risk it on the 2 tyres, given that he's got one more stop to make throughout the race.
Yeah, I think he just peeled in there. I think.
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
he did indeed. Yeah.
So
big move up there from Matthew Dench.
Question is, will he take tyres?
I think he'll take some tyres. It's whether it's 2 or 4 here for Yup Delight. Pulls into the pit box, and the main Urano Esports hopes are focused towards this number 191 car running under the Urano Esports data group outfit. The only thing I can think of, Nick, that rivals sim racing team names is that PJZ Porsche makes a move up the inside of PS Competition. Looks just defenseless there, but the only thing I can think of that rivals sim racing team names for length is, funnily enough, the teams that compete in the Suzuka 8-hour motorcycle race, the Japanese at the SimStar by X-Star Elephant or something like that.
Yeah, but they always like to add English words. He's taking tyres, I know that. I don't know how many he's taking. They like to add English words that sound great, even if they don't actually make any sense. You know, it's a great thing about Japanese enjoying. That was quite a
Action
short
Man
stop.
badminton racket.
Yes. Yes. That wasn't 4 tyres, I don't think. No, it was 2.
2.
It's taken 2.
Curious.
So unfortunately, again, we can't tell which 2 those were, whether it's across the chassis or not. But he's taken 2. Now, of course, he doesn't have to run the whole time with these. He's got a few minutes. He could run just 55 minutes if he wanted to. So he has that flexibility, but he won't cycle to the lead again or even towards the front until the other guys come in who we're looking at. The 1, 2, and 3 we're looking at now, which is Keeney, Hasse, and Holzman, and they've all got 8 or 9 laps. I think they're probably going to try and make 30, aren't they? So they've probably got 8 more laps to hold across the line now.
Yeah, I think if you don't make 30 laps, you're stuffed for the 9 stopper. Now there is, of course, it could be, as you said, Nick, if you're going 2 tyres, it could go across the axle, either rear tyres or front tyres. I would think going rear is to keep that rear a bit more stable. But there is, of course, and again I'm going to use a rallying reference just for your joy and pleasure. You could go the cross pattern as well, which they do in rallying, where you go the cross one rear left and front right or something.
Don't think that works on iRacing.
Oh, okay.
It's a weird quirk. I mean, not 100. I think it's a weird quirk. When you do that, it's the same as taking 4.
Okay, and that's, I see. Yes, so it takes
I think
time.
There's a couple of quirks on iRacing where when you take a certain pair, it takes the same as 4. It's strange. I think that's one of them. Yeah, it's. I'm sure someone in the comments will tell you what it is. But it's. I mean, the other thing, of course, to be very careful of is there's been a little bit. Have you seen the discussion of a slight error it's like bug that's turned up in the system recently, where it's if you change drivers without changing tyres, you can suddenly lose performance for no discernible reason. I'm not doing that. Yeah, it's a rare bug that's turned up. So I don't think you'll see anybody not. It's rare in this topic anyway, not to do a fresh set of boots or a new driver. I think that's
Interesting. Well, Govan Kini then is our race leader after Yup Delight taking his pit stop, of course, on a different kind of strategical schedule. And Sven Hasse is sitting right there, just in prime spot, I would say, as is Patrick Holzman. They're all in the same kind of strategical pattern, all similar pace, and you've got the 2 Porsches and a Lamborghini there as well, 3 different teams, which is good. Interestingly, Kini and Hasse, they're running deep into the race. They're now nearly 3 hours in, whereas Holzman is fresh. He's only 45 minutes in, so I would suspect we'll see driver change from the leading 2 cars here, from Kini and from Hasse.
Which would make you think they're going to take 4 tyres as well.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of the rolling mystery, isn't it, really?
Well, yeah, and I think of course the team Redline car has taken 4 tyres at both stops so far, and the track is only getting hotter. It's 12 degrees Celsius hotter than it was, which is a huge amount. I mean, it's 25% hotter, and that's going to make it really greasy and slippy. So the need for those new tyres is only increasing as the race progresses. So,
Yeah.
you know, if they've needed 4 tyres on both their stops up to now, they're going to need it again.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's still waiting. It's really interesting just to see where the Urano car came out. It actually came out in 22nd place. It gives you an idea of, you know, right, how many cars are still covered by just over a minute. Luckily running into about 3 or 4 seconds of free air as well before they reach the first car. So quite a good bit of pit stoppery for them, but it's really what these top 3 end up doing in a few laps time.
Yeah, 12 minutes to go until the top of the hour, where we'll be doing our own driver change here in the RaceSpotTV commentary box. Lewis McGlade and Ewan O'Leary will be joining us. We'll be filling in here on RaceSpotTV for the middle 4 hours of the race. And myself, Peter Mackay and Nick Damon will be back for the final 3 hours of the race. See who's going to come out on top. It's very hard to pick at this moment in time. And which is going to be the correct strategy? Is it going to be these 3 cars here, the PGZ, the Vila car, the Red Line car on 9th stop, or is it going to be the slightly alternative Urano Esports with a 10 stop strategy? They actually, funnily enough, Urano won in the Aventic 24H Esports Championship last weekend in close to 6 hours. They actually won a race by having a stop more than another car. The GT4 category, they did a 5-stopper rather than 4, and that got them the win. So maybe that's where their inspirations come from.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's also beyond. They've obviously just taken 2 tyres since last time. 2 tyres with 4 tyres, and this is the absolute. It's only just coming up to 11:36 local time on the track, and the stratospheric temperature of the track is ridiculous. It's about 50 degrees centigrade now. This is the worst period for tyre life. But,
Did you say 50 degrees Celsius?
It's 100. Hang on, track is now 114 degrees Fahrenheit, which is not quite 50 actually. It's about 48. Unfortunately, I don't have it in centigrade. I like imperial measurements in my car.
Wow. Well, we can. Well, that's quite remarkable track temperature, and that's going to make it really greasy and slippy. The cars are doing it. The leading cars look to be doing a good job to keep it all in line, but that traction is going to be so important. That could again come down to why the Porsche has been so popular and is known for its traction, with that kind of unique layout, having the engine kind of over the rear wheels. Through the Casio triangle they go, looking nice and neat and tight in line. In terms of lap times, still in the kind of low 158, so they're actually matching the kind of lap times that Nicolas Laubiche was setting. The difference was that Laubiche was doing it on double stinted tyres, not single stinted tyres.
Yeah, you're up to light with a full tank of fuel, which is a 59 one last time round, so a little bit slower than these guys at the moment. The ultimate pace of the track, you know, because you've seen a 55, well, that's not happening because there's at least 2 seconds gone. That will take 2 seconds of grip easily out of the car. So, you know, a good lap now would probably be 7.5, 7.3. Would be an outstanding lap. So running it straight flat is pretty impressive.
I was surprised actually how far behind the Urano car came. Of course, you up the light now running with. Of course, he only put 2 tyres on at his last stop, so that can't be helping either. Sitting in 22nd place, he's a minute and 10 off the lead. Actually, if these 3 lead cars take tyres, he'll go back into the lead with a 10-second advantage. So it really is seesawing, and it shows you actually how many cars are in that complete bunch.
Yeah, but his lap times are pretty poor at the moment. He's in 1:59.2. Yeah. So he's a second really off them front. So that obviously is mainly due to, it's not tyres, it's due to the fact he's full of absolute fuel. So rather than being 30 kilograms lighter, he's now 60 kilograms heavier. And obviously with the reduced amount of grip due to temperature, that's even harder than like that, let that weight around and change direction.
Yeah, really interesting how it plays off between the tyres and the weight of the fuel in the car. Well, Team PGZ leading the way then with Govan Keeney Sven Hasse there in the second place in the 450 Porsche, right in behind in a perfect position really to make it to the end of this stint on schedule. Same applies for the Team Redline Lamborghini of Patrick Holzman, who looks very comfortable. He does not look like he's having to push to make that difference. Then you've got 11 seconds back to the Mala Racing Team Porsche, a car that was right there in the fight early on and unfortunately made the same strategical blunder as Team Redline in that first stop, or had to, one of the two. But that's good. They're about 10 seconds off, but still, in touch with 7 hours or so to go.
Well, the interesting thing is going to be PGZ and Go Vakili have led this trio effectively for most of this stint. How much fuel has Sven Hasse managed to save behind him? How much fuel has Patrick Holzer managed to save? That's the question, isn't it? Have they managed to save a lap, or have they just saved like a second's worth of fuel in the refill? They obviously are using a lot less. They're not punching the hole in the air.
I would think they've saved. I think they could potentially have saved a lap. I wouldn't be surprised here if we see Sven Hasse and Patrick Holzman carry on for another lap, and we see Govan Kini go into pit lane. I think they're just where they want to be. They don't look like they're stressed. They don't look like they're having to push hard to keep in touch. They look exactly where they want to be. Particularly Hasse. I mean, he's just been on the engine cover of Kini the whole way through these last sort of 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, they've been nicely half a second behind, which means you've got a bit of a margin in case the guy ahead does something ridiculous or surprising. But you are getting the full benefit of the tow. So he's absolutely got to be relaxing. Yeah, I've noticed that over the line Holzman's been either half a second or 0.7 behind, so probably that's his comfort distance as well. You need to stay within about 0.6 to get all the benefits of the slipstream. And that's what those two are doing. Through the S's. Vankini really is just being the hole punch of these two. He's parting the ways, passing the air. There's the Porsche and the Lamborghini behind him. So thank you very much. We'll just carry on in your wake. There's many hours to go before we have to make it. Further down, the Urano car, which emerged from its chrysalis, it's still doing 1:59.2, so it's the Optolite still losing time to PGZ and Bila and Team Redline.
Of course, the iRacing platform with the fuel saving, Nick, it's interesting because it only measures throttle input. It's not the way, like.
So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting how the fuel is calculated. There's a couple of misnomers about fuel calculation in iRacing. I was once told that it didn't take account of short shifting. Apparently it does. Short shifting does save fuel. That's short shifting when you don't rev the car the full way out. Yeah. There's a kind of rumours about what will and won't work, but short shifting does work quite well. Obviously, most of the you're quite right. The coast where you get used to it. As you say, it looks the throttle position, measures that as the fuel intake, and it just lift it through.
See, I'd heard the opposite. I'd heard that it didn't measure the.
No. I was told, absolutely. I was told that by someone who's got a 7,000 rating, and I have the advantage of talking to some of the iRacing developers who are friends of ours. In fact, one of them was a guest in the comms box at Petit Le Mans, and I've asked him a few questions about things that I'm not allowed to give the answer to, but I can answer that one, and it does actually calculate short shifting. I think it perhaps doesn't have the effect people might think it does. It's a bit of a small effect in fuel saving, but obviously, as I said, the big way you save fuel is lifting the coast, which is, you can save so much. Even I saved a lap of fuel. I did the 6 hours of Monza last week, and I managed to save a lap of fuel doing that in traffic. And I keep saying even I mean, I've been racing for a while. I accept my capabilities, and it's always, so But the fact is that you can save, and it's useful. It just gives you more flexibility. And certainly during traffic, you're not losing anything by just using off.
Move there from the Williams Esports number 3 BenQ machine. The Porsche gets a move done, and that now the 191. That is Jock Delight, I think.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Yes, it is.
Erstwhile leader still not cracked the 159 in the last 4 laps. So in these laps he's doing, which will end up being 10 laps before the boys, the top 3 go in. He's going to lose 9 to 10 seconds to them, which effectively, if they take 4 tyres, that is the distance. So the pace hasn't been there with a full tanked Porsche. Now, of course, what we will now see is when they come out, 114 or 451, something they're going to have to run with 90 kilograms of fuel with these high temperatures, and they'll be seeing that big drop as well.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes to go to the top of the hour. This is the critical point now. We'll see who is going to hit it, who will not. And well, Mala Racing Team car 55 and the ATRS Esports cars both in 2 minutes and 14 seconds to the top of the hour. That's not really where they want to be. They're a lap too early. Yeah, there's again another pack of cars, most of them carrying on. So those who are running in a pack able to make it work. Carnage Competition in from 11th place, and they're number 6 pink Porsche.
Our top 4 are all going to be fine because they're going to come into the pit. If they come in next time, they come in the pits about 7 hours and 30 seconds. The only problem is they are going to have to try and wangle a lap at some point during this race, because the race doesn't end at 10 hours. It ends technically it's 10 hours and some part of a lap. And that some part of a lap could be 95% of it. It might be 10 hours, and that's what you always have to bear in mind. You need a lap in reserve at the end.
Yeah, that's it's definitely one thing to bear in mind. It really does depend where the leader comes around, and if you get the overtime, that can sometimes be painful. It's particularly painful at the Nürburgring. Of course, it's all 25 kilometers of it if you just force the overtime.
Yes, that's a big extra lap. That is like a fortnight.
Yes, exactly it is. So we'll get these pit stops underway, and then we'll be making our own quick driver change here in the RaceSpotTV commentary box. Peter Mackay and Nick Damon getting out, and a fresh, fueled and tired Lewis McGlade and Euro O'Leary will be coming in. All 3 lead cars in right on the top of the hour. Perfect timing. So in they come then. The number 114 Team PGZ Porsche. Govan Kini comes in, Sven Olahasa in the Bila Racing Team Aeronix car, and the number 1 Lamborghini for Team Redline in with Patrick Holzman. I think we'll see Patrick Holzman stay in. Oh, missed pit box for Bila. Sven Hasse gives away 1 or 2 critical seconds there. Oh, that's frustrating.
That certainly is. That's just pointless wasted time. So I assume that they will all take some number of tyres. The question is, how many?
Don't worry, Patrick Holzman hasn't left the building. He's hiding behind the iRacing pace car. The Lamborghini is a low car. It's hiding behind the iRacing pace car. And
luckily, that car doesn't exist. You can drive through it, because otherwise you'd be blocked in by it. But you can drive through that car.
Who's parked it there? Yeah, that's very, very true. So
tyres of some sort.
Unsurprisingly, the jacks go up, so that is, tyres being replaced on the Holzman. Who was that? Was that the PGZ car? I
think so.
It was. So a little bit of... so PGZ playing a little bit of a strategical card here as well. So how many tyres did they put on? 2 tyres. Oh. Wow. And Hasse went for 4. Holzman went for 4. But PGZ, they're throwing the dice.
Absolutely, you're on. So, and Jock Delight has cycled back to second, but 8 seconds behind Govan Kini. They'll probably come down a little bit, but so that he's lost the lead during those very slow laps he ran with a heavy car.
Well, Peter Mackay and Nick Damon jumping out of the RaceSpotTV commentary box and taking over now. Lewis McGlade and Ewan O'Leary.
Yeah, cheers, lads. I mean, what a race it's been. 3 hours down, still 7 more to go in the final VCO Grand Slam of 2022. It's been a crazy race. We weren't expecting too much when it came to strategy, but as soon as we got to that race start, got to that first pit stop, we realised, Ewan, that already it was going to be wide open on the strategy, and that's how it was going to go all the way through the day. And that's how it is seeming as Williams Fanatec come into the pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a big surprise, I have to say, when I turned on this race earlier on to see the start. I was expecting 4 tyres to be taken by everyone every single time, and so the race might be a little bit flat strategy-wise, but I'm very glad to be proved entirely wrong by that. There's been so many different calls, although it is going to be difficult to see those tyres going too much further now. We are getting towards midday in sim. The temperatures are going to be getting quite painful for these tyres, really. And so 4 tyres may well be the way to go from now on, but at least early on in the race we had a lot of excitement.
Yeah, it certainly is. Track temperature at the moment, as we are 10 minutes away from being midway through the day. In game time, it's 11:50 at the moment. The track temperature is 47 degrees Celsius. It is pretty toasty. The 114 then will retake over the race lead. Now that is because they've taken less tyres, just 2 tyres on the car for Govan Keeney, and so it'll take over that race lead. The question is for how long. I mean, when we saw some of the gambles earlier on in the race, I was sat there as a spectator watching along, thinking, and a 2-tyre call, I don't buy it around here. Temperatures are too hot. It is aggressive, this circuit, when it comes to tyre wear, but it seems to have worked.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, this is quite a big risk to be taking this far out, considering the fact that PGZ were in the front group, if you want to call it that, in the front 4 with the Urano, Biela and Redline. You know, they're right up there, and if they take 4 tyres, I think they almost guarantee themselves for another hour to be up there as well, unless they go off the circuit. You know, they don't even have to push that hard. So I think this is a big risk from PGZ, but they could be heroes at the end of it. There's even more risks going on further down the order, by the way, because the 15 and the 17 for Williams and Beef Central have taken no tyres at all in these temperatures.
Yeah, that is, I say, big risks. But the thing is those tyre calls and whatnot, they're not calls that you kind of just make completely on the fly, because you can't just make it up as you go along on that. No. You have to be running to a game plan, right? And so you'll hopefully will have already had your strategy worked out for the most part through the race. Obviously you adapt ever so slightly to the conditions, but I've always said when it comes to saving tyres through a stint, if you're going to do a no tyre stop, the most important laps are those first sort of 10 or 15 laps on those tyres, because if you overdo it then you're going to be overdoing it all the way through the stint. If you can manage yourself straight from the off, that's where you can make the tyres last their while, or at least control where the wear is.
Yeah, I think you're right. The opening portion of these stints are very, very important. We saw this, I think, especially with Biela. Sven-Ola Hasse did the best job in the first stint for my money. I know that Max Benecke obviously took pole position, he took the lead, and he gave Redline a nice lead after the first hour. But the most impressive driver from those first 60 minutes for me was Hasse, because he paced himself so well in that opening hour, really well. He almost got, no slower at all throughout the stint. He didn't take too much out the tyres early on. He slowly brought that car into the race, and he even saved a lap of fuel compared to most of them as well. Now, they did throw that away in the second hour because Hasse was going bananas, but they gained that lap of fuel anyway, and he paced it really, really well. So you're right, these opening laps are very, very important, but I just wanted to pose a question to you, Lewis, because I'm at a loss as to the answer to this one. I don't know if you've got any idea, because this circuit's a figure of 8, technically. What 2 tyres would they take? Because it's not as obvious as it would be as a clockwise or anti-clockwise circuit.
Yeah, I actually don't know the exact answer, because I think this is the whole setting on the fence answer, so sorry. But lol, it is one of those ones that changes dependent on what car you're in, right? Because not every car wears its tyres equally. That can come down to, obviously, the setup that you'll be running, but then the weight distribution in the car, how it goes through corners where, and so that will wear out each tyres differently. I would typically suspect that you'll be changing depending on how much you're wearing front and rear, rather than left and right. I'd see around here the left and right wear should be fairly equal, not obviously perfectly equal. You'll wear one side out more than the other. Normally it's the front left, the left side tyres are getting more overall. But I still think you would rather change at least to be front and rear, just because you're then controlling both. And the things that I've always said when it comes to sim racing, or just generally doing endurance racing, I don't like the two tyre call as a driver, because it changes the balance of a car to a point where it is inherently unpredictable. You might get into a car where you change front tyres, and then suddenly you think, I'm going to have loads of front tyres, when actually you end up, for whatever reason, you actually might end up understeering or oversteering, or at the worst point, a mixture of both, to be perfectly honest, where the car will understeer into the corner, or oversteer into the corner and understeer off of it. You've got the front and the rear fighting for grip constantly. I don't like that balance.
I can certainly understand it. I can't say I've ever done the two tyre call myself. It's normally 4 or 0. Well, that's true as well. Just to keep things even. I do certainly get the theory behind it there, and I think these drivers certainly, since they're more talented than us, they're capable of dealing with this. So when you look at the guys like we're seeing on your screen right now, Jupp de Ligt has only taken 2 here. You're watching an unbalanced Porsche right now, and you wouldn't be able to know really if we didn't tell you, and we could trick you into saying that car has taken 4 tyres, to be honest, because it's not obvious in the balance, but just visually looking at de Ligt going through here. Now clearly he's not as quick. Sven-Ole Hasse is a lot quicker right now, and he's applying a lot of pressure, but the balance isn't actually that bad because the drivers are obviously so good.
I mean, the last lap time for him is still a 1:59.4, which, to be perfectly honest, at this point of the race, is fine. Like, comparatively to others around. Now, sure, Holtzman did a 58.8. You're talking 6 seconds a second, right? Between someone on 4 fresh tyres versus someone with 2. I think Jupp de Ligt's going to be a bit of a sitting duck momentarily, as we'll race our way back down the hill on the start finish straight towards T1. But again, the pace seems absolutely fine. Now, this is about what Sven-Ole Hasse does at the moment. Is he going to go for an overtake? We've not really seen this. Looking over the previous few stints, exactly what we've just seen there. Lifting out, saving fuel, trying to play the longer game, not risking anything when it comes to a move, but also, crucially, not going offline to destroy the tyres and saving those precious litres.
Yeah, absolutely. I still think fuel saving has more of a role to play later on. Maybe it's not going to be the big discussion right now. It's all about the tyres and the temperatures, which are soaring right now at midday. But I think the fuel discussion is going to come back later on when Peter and Nick get back for the final 3 hours. Fuel's going to be one of the big discussion points, because I can see this race going longer than 300 laps, and these stints are about 30 laps that these guys are managing right now. All of the main contenders, apart from Urano, of course, who are doing something wildly different, and we're trying to work out what they're doing. But, oh dear, Zenith, I think this is.
Yeah, 100% sure. You are right, good effort. It is indeed Zenith coming through 130R. Didn't know there was too much damage on the car, so it might actually have gotten, for the most part, away with it.
Yeah, maybe, but there are no small accidents at 130R, so they'll really have to be looking to get away. Let's see.
Yeah, just drop the rear. Oh, wow, okay, now, they did stay out. There is a sizable amount of damage on the front end, but thankfully, as everyone knows, when it comes to a Porsche, the engine is not in the front. It's not really in the rear, though. We won't talk about this one. All of the Porsche fanboys will come after me. But it's... I think it is, I say it on pretty much every broadcast. I'm pretty sure it is defined now as mid-engine, isn't it?
I think so. It's certainly not as far rear as it used to be.
No, absolutely not.
It was nearly not part of the car anymore back in the day. But yes, I think it might just about be classed as mid-engine these days. But either way, no damage done to the engine there, as you say.
Right. And they stayed out. I honestly, I don't know how, because despite... Yes, sure, you're not going to get any engine damage, but the aero damage that you should get from that, I mean, that car realistically should be written off. Alas, it isn't. They are still going. Got to give a shout out, by the way, to the qualifying session they had to have got up to second, I believe it was, in that qualifying session. Starting from second on the grid, if I remember correctly. Is that right? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I think pretty sure it was second. The only problem for them was, and is continuing to be, I think, is the strength in depth for that team, but also the race pace. I think more pressingly, the race pace is not quite as good as those who also qualified around them, because by the end of the first hour they were already outside the top 5, and then when they tried to double stint their tyres at the end of the first stint into the second hour, that they were all over the place. By the end, the tyres were gone, and they had to come in a good 7 laps early. Unfortunately, the race pace is not quite as strong as their qualifying pace was. But you're right; it was a really good performance from them in the opening session.
Yeah, like I say, it just gives a little bit of a boost of confidence. Whilst we're seeing these two battle, there is a trio that are quite close, 7th, 8th and 9th. I'd say trio, but we'll make that 4 because I can't count, apparently. We've got Beef Central, Mag Performance, SRT, Williams Esports Razor and the ATRS Esports team all coming in at slightly different times to that pit with sequence, but all found themselves towards the back end of the top 10, so suspect there'll be a lot of battling between them. I'm also curious now, most of the cars that we see here, right, a little bit on the broadcaster, Sven Hasser's going to go down the inside going into the Casio triangle and will take over second position for the Biela Racing team. That was a good move. Now, will there be the fight back from Joop de Ligt coming down into the first corner? You'd have to say it's on the cards. He's in that slipstream. He's going to go to the outside because of the defensive move being taken by Haase as they head down into that first corner. He's on the outside for Urano. He's going to back out ever so slightly and will hold third as Haase takes over that second spot and eyes up a potential gain up towards the race lead. When we're speaking of the cars, though, Porsches are pretty much everywhere, with the one really key exception, right? And we know that BS competition, etc., there's a lot of teams that will stick with the Mercedes brand or BMW or whatever. It is the Lamborghini that is with that team Red Line Red. Now, they haven't just picked that going, we like the sound of the Lambo. I love a V10 scream around Suzuka. There is a calculated idea as to why they've taken the Lambo, but everyone else has taken the Porsche. What are they playing here?
Exactly. It's not particularly clear to me, I've got to be honest, why they've taken the Lamborghini, because they are only one of 2 teams to have taken it in this top split, and Ronin Simsport, the other team, are already out, and they were 2 hours ago. So it's the only remaining Lamborghini. The next running non-Porsche is down in 18th position, nearly a minute behind Redline at the moment. They're outperforming every other non-Porsche by a mile. I don't know what they've seen in this car compared to everybody else, because clearly the Porsche is the way to go. It wouldn't be the case if so many other teams hadn't picked it and so on. So, I'm not entirely sure, because it's been BOP'd itself. It's not exactly been left alone. So I don't know what they've seen in it, but clearly they're making it work.
I was going to say, clearly they've seen something that's been like, actually, we'll take that on. I mean, the thing is, obviously each car has its own difficulties as to how to drive it and where the car is strong, where the car is poor. Fair enough, we all kind of know that about these GT3s by now. We've seen them race time and time again. The Lamborghini is in the same vein, oddly enough, as the Audi R8. Again, kind of same philosophy basically of the design of it being quite small, almost a little bit, for want of a better word, almost a little bit fat. Comparatively to its length. Obviously V10 very, very low. It doesn't really like curbs very much. Now that's the thing around Suzuka, is that you do use quite a lot of them. So clearly they found something in the setup that was like, this now rides curbs beautifully and we can take big advantage of this car. And also it can be not just down to its 1 lap pace, but also down to a longer race stint, how it burns fuel, how it burns its tyres comparatively to the Porsche.
Yeah, and also it's been quite a long time since a Lamborghini won one of these big races in iRacing. I can't quite remember. It could be Daytona the last time I really saw a Lamborghini contending for over. I know PGZ raced a Lamborghini. I'm pretty sure they raced a Lamborghini at Daytona, and they were leading after 14 hours or so. I know things didn't go well in the final half of that race for them, but it's been a very long time since I've seen a Lamborghini contending for an overall victory in an endurance race on iRacing. It's been all about the Porsche and the BMW this year, and that was, in the biggest GT3 race of the year, Spa 24 Hours. It was a battle between those two manufacturers, sort of almost showing what the whole season has been like in one 24-hour race. Really, that did. So, it's especially bizarre, but it is nice to see.
A little bit of contact there between the Mag Performance car of Gabriel Muni and I believe the ATRS car that Rutten is driving. You're absolutely right there, Ewan. That's typically where you see these kind of years go, is that if you go and look back through the stats of various years, whether it's last year or not, you will see certain cars that will be at the front and then certain cars that will be absolutely nowhere. That's why I was so excited with the Mercedes GT3 that was kind of for a few years basically nowhere. Then obviously with the updates, with the new one, etc., it starts to move its way back forward and we start to see it being competitive again. Obviously not quite as much around here, but it is kind of one of those interesting things to see. But yes, a switch of position there, but with a little bit of contact between Rutten and of course Mini. That kind of happens a little bit out of the hairpin, obviously, as you're going around that long right-hander up towards the spoon curve. They do tend to rub into each other, but that might have been a little bit too much. No race control though, so who cares?
Yeah. Well, not that you can do what you like, but yeah, the contact does tend to happen around there. It's not really a corner, is it? Around there, it is called turn 12, I guess, but it's not really a corner. But side by side can get a little bit physical from time to time. I think it was just a case of everybody trying to power past the Mac Performance number 14 as quickly as possible, because it hasn't taken tyres on that last stop. One of very few teams to have done so. We've obviously already talked about Williams and Beef Central not taking tyres, but Mac Performance were another one of those to have not taken tyres there on that last stop, and basically every driver behind them there were just trying to power forward and power through as quickly as they possibly could.
Wonder what kind of extra pressure as well has been put on to the car that's just ahead of what we're looking at here. We're looking at the red line car that you can see that Urano one in the middle of shot. Any extra pressure onto their shoulders, of course. Vlad Kimichev had such a good stint in the previous stint of this race, but that unfortunate disconnection that's thrown them down the hill. They are still in the race, by the way, but I believe they're down to 20th now. I think Luca Peter has taken over that car, of course, with those issues. I mean, look, they still might be battling for a surprisingly decent position later on in this race. They're still somehow on the lead lap. Don't understand that one, but great effort from them. But big shame.
I can tell you how they're still on the lead lap. When as we about to see red line go down the inside here and make the move, are we? No, not quite. So that one will have to wait a little while. When Kimichev unfortunately disconnected, they eventually took on full service. That's why they are up there right now. Basically, they've got an extra pit stop to make versus those around them. So they won't be on the lead lap after that, and they won't also be inside the top 20, probably be outside the top 30, unfortunately. But you are right. There's enough time for them to claw back a decent result here.
If there's one style of racing where you think, the comeback charge is absolutely on, and I can tell you that most of the time it just isn't. It takes such strong mental strength to get through. It is a split one endurance on an iRacing special event. It is brutal. It is absolutely brutal. To win the race, you generally have to have pretty much a perfect race to work your way through. Switch of position now. Team Redline are going to get through. They've got the inside run on the exit of the hairpin. It'll be on the outside all the way round. Well, it's turn 12. A little bit of contact again. A little bit more of a squeeze as Joop de Ligt's moving over onto the nose of that Team Redline machine. But the inside line going into the spoon curve, and Patrick Holtzman is going to take over third position.
Yeah, that was starting to get costly for Holtzman. He saw the writing on the wall, really, with Biela going up the road a little bit, 3.5 seconds up the road now, and thought, I've got to get this move done as quickly as possible. You wouldn't ideally want to do it at the hairpin, really. It does lose you a lot of time, and it does carry with it quite a lot of risk, as you've just seen. But he's been able to do it now, and he shouldn't come under any more fire from the Porsche in behind. But the damage is already done in terms of the time he has lost to Biela, who are, as I said, 3.5 seconds up the road already.
Yeah, you just got to kind of not get too stressed out by it, right? And when you're behind someone and you can see someone pulling away from you, you've got to accept it is a long race, which is easier to say and definitely a lot harder to do, but you've got to use that mindset and again keep focused on the long game, which Patrick Holtzman and Max Bilecki are very, very good at. This is Beef Central, who I believe are trying to make up a position. They've just lost one to the ATRS Esports team, and now they're bump drafting effectively on the start finish straight down towards the first corner, because you can see Williams Esports Razor starting to check out. Sota Muto, after making that move into the hairpin, has started to pull away. That car, by the way, oh no, it was the other Williams Esports car. I was going to say Williams Esports generally, but the Williams Esports Fanatec car, the one that is presently in 5th position, started 42nd in this race after failing to qualify. Not bad.
No, not bad at all, especially at a circuit like this where it is so hard to make up places here. So yeah, fair play to them. But Beef Central here, as I mentioned earlier, one of those teams who have not taken tyres on that previous stop, and they're really suffering as a result. I know that Mag Performance just behind them haven't taken tyres either. I think Arnaud's just behind them. Oh no, they did take 4 last time. It was 2 the previous time. But yeah, they're really suffering as a result here. And almost trying to stay out of everybody's way, but they are one of the only teams in the field who I'm pretty confident in terms of fuel, and there's not a lot of teams that I can say that about so far in this race.
No, that is, like I said, that's one of those things that will become clearer, particularly towards the halfway point in the race. But generally after we get booed out of the commentary booth, that's when it will start to make a little bit more sense. Look at that move though from Anzaruti, straight down the inside of Beef Central. That was a big move from the Arnage competition man. Beef Central dropping backwards a few positions, clearly struggling with the balance of their Porsche, and for Arnage competition up a position there. Beef Central dropping back a couple outside now of the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Arnage, by the way, pitted really early on that last cycle, so they're a little bit out. Oh my word, that's a dive, and you can tell they've got new tyres on because they broke about 50 metres later there.
Wow, that was unbelievable confidence from Anzaruti to have got down the inside of Mag Performance there. That was an incredible send going down into the Casio Triangle. It might actually open up an opportunity for Beef Central to come through in the background, coming down into that first corner. Doesn't do so. Anzaruti, who of course used to race, might be earlier this year, might have been towards the end of last year, switched over to, I think, pretty sure it was this year, moved over to our Arnage competition. Used to race for German Sim Racing, of course. Did qualify quite well, did have a car in a decent position in this race, at least for less than a lap. Yeah, I was going to say, it was down into the hairpin where they got absolutely booted off. So I think he'll probably think that he's made the right call.
Maybe. Certainly in terms of this race. They did make it actually 12 laps in this race, actually, German Sim Racing, but unfortunately, getting the race off to that kind of start and then trying to continue on afterwards is very, very tricky indeed. And when they did rejoin, by the way, they did clip Team Huisenfeld quite badly, and so it was that spelled the end of their race eventually as well. Big damage for Huisenfeld, and they've eventually, unfortunately, retired as well. But thankfully, in the previous hour, from 8 to go to 70, we didn't get a single retirement, and that's the first time that's happened all race.
The 124 has got past the TC Corsa car that we're riding on board with here in the first sector. So there has been a position made up by Ducek. He's behind the wheel at the moment of the Team PGZ Academy car that is now running in 13th. Pretty sure that is for fresh tyres on that 124. I believe so. Yeah, I think so. But I think it's also 4 tyres. Well, from what I'm seeing there, I think it's also 4 tyres on the TC Corsa car. But clearly there's a pace differential between the two. Of course, it's an endurance race, so there's multiple drivers, so each their own on that. Not everyone's going to be running at equal pace, and that is showing here. Marlon Ducek going very quickly indeed comparatively to those just outside the top 10.
Yeah, the 54 put on a very interesting strategy call earlier on, and they were one of those teams that also to put themselves very safe in terms of fuel. They did a good job in fuel saving in the first couple of hours. Unfortunately, they've thrown that all away a little bit because I think they were suffering on one of their tyre sets recently, and so decided to cut their losses and come into the pit lane early. I guess they know that they can save those laps back again later, I guess. But they've got themselves quite far up the order from where they were at the start of this race, and very much in the conversation for maybe a top 10, although that position is more than 20 seconds in front of them right now.
I think there is genuinely probably about 25 cars that will still be talking of getting inside the top 10 later on. That sounds like That sounds like an overreaction, but it isn't. There is so many drivers so many teams, right? I say drivers, so many teams that can work their way up. Especially for me, especially those teams that are a two-driver team. Because for me, in a 10-hour race, 10, 12, etc., I think that is too short of a race to require a third driver, and all you're doing by bringing in a third driver is potentially causing some risk with the third driver being slow. Was that BS competition going from? It might have been lapped with it.
They had to think about it, but I don't think they went through with it, which is probably...
No, I think they did get through, which is why I'm thinking it's lap traffic. It was on that hilariously very, very blue car.
Yes, it is. Yeah, you're right. BS competition are running on their own. That's Rainer Talvar, by the way, just making his way through. It's probably Precision Racing Esports, I would guess, in that hilariously blue car. The 111, maybe?
It's Visor Becky in the Gepard Esports car.
I had a 33% of the chance of that being right.
Nice.
There's only 3 cars 1 lap down. I failed.
Wow, that is one way of just literally removing all intelligence from that by just going, wow, I was a wild stab at the top.
Also, they do run blue cars because
okay.
Their logo and stuff. Obviously, the Precision Racing League as well, which is on RaceSpotTV. Yeah, unfortunately. That's not the blue car that they're running. They're also a lap down. I didn't even have to say that, did I? People at home don't know that there's 3 cars 1 lap down. Didn't even have to mention that. But there's the other one. Not quite as blue. Nowhere near as blue. There you are.
Is that what? So you're disappointed in the lack of blue? Is that?
Well, no, I don't mind. It's a pretty nice livery.
It is a nice livery.
It is.
Again, it's one of those ones where I've said before, when it comes to liveries and whatnot, if you can look at it and recognise what it is from a model distance, the only issue that I've got is there is a Williams Esports car that when Williams Esports switch out the front of their car, whether it's white, whether it's green, and whatnot, they used to have yellow as well. I wasn't a fan of that. Well, as much as we saw them going further down, unfortunately there has been a bit of a spin in the Gepard Esports car. Nearly a questionable rejoin as well, almost in front of, I think there might have been Impulse coming through also. So, no heart and mouth moment. There is Williams Esports. I said sometimes the front of this car is chromed, which would very much confuse me versus Precision. Yeah, sorry.
If we're on the subject of liveries, by the way, can I just give a mention to the BS competition livery for their kind of Japanese special? It is one of the best special liveries I've ever seen because, and I'll give you 2 reasons. First one is the obvious reason that it looks good, and that's important, of course. But secondly, they've changed. They've had a special livery, but they've not changed it so much that it's completely unrecognisable to anyone who's watching, who have seen BS competition before. Yeah. I honestly, in the first 20 minutes, I didn't realise they had one. And then we looked a little bit closer, and they've got a very nice bit of detail on the right-hand side of the car, left-hand side as we're looking face on. It's a very nice bit of detail, and it's not immediately noticeable, so we still know who they are. So, absolutely more than 10 out of 10 from me there.
More than 10 out of 10. Maybe even a 12.5 out of 10. No, I think, like I say, it's great. Like I say, from a distance, instantly can tell what it is. They've made the side of the car that was black and white, they've kept black and white, but they've changed it, right? If you took a photograph of just that side, you'd be like, oh yeah, obviously I have no idea what team this is. But then when you see the full picture, definitely is a BS competition car. They've done a great job on it. Absolutely agree. Looks fantastic. Unfortunately, isn't running in the position that we would normally expect from them. There is a good look at the side of the 89. Yeah, I'm all about that. I love special liveries. I think last year, I don't think they still do it, but Bela Racing, they used to be fantastic for it because they would add tiny details. They would switch out tiny things on the cars dependent on what round we were at and what track we were racing at. And it was a subtle change that, again, from a distance, you would just think, oh, it's just a Bela Racing livery, kind of 50-50 on it. But when you look closer and you see those kind of details, absolutely adore it. Here's Marla, though, trying to work their way past inside the top 5 now. They go. Marla moves their way up. I can only assume that Williams Esports might have, to some degree, let them have that one.
Well, there's not a lot that they can do, even if they wanted to keep Marla behind. They've not taken tyres on the previous stop, and so they would have a real hard time holding back Marler anyway. Of course, got their teammates coming up from behind as well, and I think a similar thing is going to happen when they get there as well. Not that Porsche, that's the 111 we were just talking about. The green-fronted Porsche in the background there will be there very soon. There's still half an hour to go on this stint, and you get the feeling that the number 15 is going to be suffering quite heavily throughout that.
Yeah, and like I said, all the balance differences and whatever on each of the cars could cause some problems for some of the teams, but for Marler to work their way up, like I say, inevitability. But let's see Otis taking over that 5th spot now. A bit of a larger gap though, around 7 seconds to the car ahead of the Urana Esports Data Group car. The top, I was going to say the top 5, but realistically the top quite a few are all spreading out. So 7.2 second lead, which has come down 2 seconds since we joined the broadcast, of course. Don't worry if you're bored about voices already. In about 3.5 hours, Peter and Nick will be back. But 7.2 seconds now is the lead. Then about 4 back is the Team Redline car. About 5 back from that is Urana Esports. Then about 7 back is the Marler Racing. They are spread out inside that top 5. I can assume that Williams Esports fans are probably going to drop off the rear end of that Marler Racing team car based on the pace differential as well, maybe into the clutch of their teammate Williams Esports Razor car. The point being though is that there are some large gaps. This is about as close as it gets inside that top 10. Our large competition, and directly behind them being the ATRS Esports car. And I say directly behind, that gap's growing as well. Andrew Root is pulling away.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a pace difference, really, for Anderuti versus Rutten. I guess Arnage have got a little bit less fuel on board right now, given the fact that they've been out there for 9 laps longer. But even so, that won't be all that gap there. Jonas Rutten certainly losing a bit of time in terms of pace. And speaking of losing pace, by the way, if I was Jupp de Ligt, I would be in by now. I would have come in before now, to be honest, and certainly by now. It would be into the pit lane. He's losing time. The last lap before this one was a 2:00.0. He's back to the 59s, a 59.7 that time, but it's still 1 second slower than Redline, 7 tenths slower than PGZ, which is the especially hurtful one because they've also taken 2 tyres on the last stop. And of course, there's no way Urano are going to be able to do this on 9 stops, given the short fill that they did earlier on in the race. So why not come in a little bit early? Just cut this stint short a little bit, cut your losses, stop losing so much time and get in the pit lane a little bit early. They've still got a lot of time to play with here, and so I would have to say I would be in the pit lane if I were them, but clearly they're soldiering on here for at least another 4 laps, which I think they can manage on this tank.
When are they expected to go? Well, if they were just going to roll out towards the end, they came in slightly before the hour, right?
They did come in quite a long time before the hour. They'd be, if they're going to do 30 laps, which is becoming the norm, it will be lap 111 that they'll be in, and we're currently on lap 107. So 4 laps after this one, at the very maximum. But as I said, I would be in now, and maybe earlier than this, but that's too late for that, obviously.
I was about to completely disagree with you about it, because obviously we're halfway through an hour, and there's still plenty of time to go. You're absolutely right. I think you've kind of got to cut your loss. If you're going aggressive, that's absolutely fine.
They're making 10 stops anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. Like you've already made your bet on that side of things. I kind of try and get ahead of the problem, but then again, we are not on the pit wall for any of these teams, thank goodness, because let's be honest, it would be a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, while we've watched a lot of racing, I think our sim knowledge in terms of lap times or whatever would let us down a little bit. Well, mine would anyway. I'll speak for myself then. Mine would.
I'm definitely not quick enough for split 1. I can tell you that.
No.
Maybe split 35. Even though I don't know there are split 35 splits there. So.
No, bottom split, whatever it is. Not sure how many it is today, but yeah, it's I would agree. But yeah, I agree. And the other thing with pitting early now for Urano is that they're not exactly backing themselves into a corner by, we've mentioned they're doing the 10 stops. Stop strategy from here on in. It's not as if we know 6 hours 50 to go and they basically have to run full tanks to the end just to make it. They've still got that little bit of space for underfueling, and they've still got that little bit of flexibility a little bit later on. They won't back themselves into taking full tanks every time by pitting early either. So there must be a reason for it because I can't see why they would stay out.
No, yeah, I mean, like I said, they're running to a number. Is all I can say. They're clearly playing a slightly bigger picture from their side, whether that's right or wrong. Right now, it could look incredibly wrong, and then in 6.5 hours, it could look very, very right. Who knows? They're taking a risk. They're doing something different. So in that sense, I'm all for it, because it's pretty boring when everyone just does the same thing. We've jumped back, by the way, a few times to the battle in big air quotes, between the two Mercedes-AMG Team Williams eSports cars that are presently running in 18th and 19th. They have been closing a fair amount to the Impulse Racing car directly ahead. That one's being driven by Lewis Woods at the moment. I want to talk about that just ever so slightly, because Lewis Woods is probably a name that most of you won't know. Has done an awful lot of road course racing and oval racing. He's actually incredibly good on the oval racing. It's kind of one of those drivers. Now, don't get me wrong, there are a lot these days, especially with how things are on the iRacing market. The only reason I bring it up is the last time I did any oval racing on iRacing, he absolutely destroyed me in a championship. He finished like 5th and completely won by a mile. So solid effort. But again, it's that thing of a lot of these drivers take on many different disciplines. How many times have we talked about, or spoken rather, talking is not a word, about Sammy Matty Trogan and his exploits between rallycross and road course racing, and then obviously Casey Kerwin does, he's not in this race, but he does the NASCAR, obviously just winning the in NASCAR Coca-Cola Series this year, but he does so much road course racing. It's the beautiful thing with racing on iRacing is that you're opened up to taking on so many categories and disciplines you may not have done if you hadn't tried it.
Yeah, and there's not too many that do both at a high level, really. I guess the amount of time that it takes, the amount of time that you have to invest to being one of the top drivers in road endurance racing. There's so many different categories, by the way, in terms of just road racing, just circuit racing. So we see even drivers specialising in that. I mean, some of the drivers in this race, while they're great GT3 drivers, they might be terrible at an open wheel or whatever. So it just takes so much time to invest, even for people who it is literally their job. There's not enough hours in the day or in life to be able to get good enough for them both to do them at a high level. So it is impressive to see for some of these drivers that they are able to do that. But yeah, we don't see it all too often.
No, I think Mitchell de Jong is the primary candidate when it comes to being at the highest level across all of the disciplines, of course. Everything he's done in rallycross, everything he's done in ovals, racing in the NASCAR Coca-Cola Series, racing obviously as it was when he was racing in it last year, the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Like, again, that's a driver that's mastered. Yeah, and then in endurance stuff. And it does beg the question, if everyone is in a Porsche in this race, why don't we have Porsche?
Well, it does beg the question, really. We haven't seen an awful lot of Co-Anda this season, have we? Really?
To be honest, not this year.
This year, that's what
not like in the endurance season on iRacing. I'm talking about generally in sim racing. We just haven't seen very much of them as the two Williams eSports cars switch over. Yeah,
just an exchange of positions there. But yeah, we really long to see a little bit more from them in 2022. When you think of their rival teams, some of the other best teams in sim racing that we've been talking about over the last few months as we are getting towards the end of a year now, the likes of Redline and Urano and Apex, they're racing a lot of the time in a lot of different series. But Co-Anda, while they are not exactly losing their kind of touch in terms of how good they are still very fast when they are in races, but they're not in that many races from what we've seen in 2022, and that's a little bit of a shame. But either way, we'll be seeing them again very soon in something. And by the way, on Mitchell de Jong, I'm pretty sure he still holds the record for the most amount of laps led at the Daytona 24-hour in its history.
Definitely, because he's led
over 1,000.
Oh yeah, it went over 1,000. It might have been this year. I think it might have actually been last year though, because I remember doing the maths on it. I'm pretty sure it was last year. I've got it on genuinely. I've actually got it on a spreadsheet somewhere.
There is a spreadsheet somewhere. One of us has to find it.
Massive Mitchell de Jong fan, but I do genuinely have that stat on a spreadsheet that I made because it was my first ever broadcast on RaceSpot 2 years ago.
Was it?
Yeah. You go, Luis. I'm so bored of my voice now. Obviously, I'm a broadcast producer at the moment. That was the first broadcast that I ever did on RaceSpot. Literally just pushed everyone out.
Right in the deep end.
It'll be fine, yeah. It'll be fine. And I predicted all 3 class winners, by the way, at the 6-hour mark. Genuinely, my claim to fame on RaceSpot, because it's been downhill on predictions ever since.
Yeah, I'm not sure any of mine have ever come off, actually. I can't remember
It's classic.
As Urano come into the pit lane, by the way, from 4th position, it is lap 110 now, so they have cut it 1 lap short, but 29 laps on a stint is not exactly unusual. So yeah, they pretty much ran that one out the whole way.
Also just seen Ate Kalpinen, I say just seen, it's down into T1. Ate Kalpinen getting past Lewis Wood, that battle that we were talking about. Carl Janssen will be the next one to try and find his way past as they head through 130. Our 2 Williams eSports cars working together in those Mercedes. Lewis Wood jumps straight out of the way, obviously. Different tyre wear, different strategy, not worth the fight, not worth trying to hang on. What you can do though from this point is just trying to hang on for a lap, maybe 2, 3, 4, just to those 2 Mercs. Save the fuel that extra little bit, just try and pull you along a little bit, and all that time you lost by lifting out to let them through, you might well gain back. As we take a little look into pit lane, as you're right, the Urano car in. Is that Arnage behind as well? Was he pitting quite early also?
Yeah, that's 30 laps for Arnage, so absolutely on schedule for them as well. Tyres being taken by Urano as well. You'd expect it to be 4 with Nicholas Laubish also getting back into the Porsche. He makes his way out, and he's got to find clean air here, because this was the problem the last time Urano took 4 tyres. It was a good call. They came in early. You know, the undercut was very much on, and then they found themselves in a 5-car train battling for, outside the top 30. They've got to find more free track space than they did then.
Yeah, they've just come out behind the Brabham eSports car, which I believe is still for position, just towards the back end of that lap. Hunter McDaniel behind the wheel, then directly ahead of that is the second of the Impulse Racing team with the number 67. So, like you say, having come through the pit lane, has come out into traffic. Now, awkward, but I will say, I mean, if you could see a track map right now, I guarantee there wouldn't be too much clean air anywhere on this circuit. You are going to come out of traffic. It is almost impossible to come out in clean air.
And I think he's already made up a place, actually, on that Brabham eSports car.
That's had an issue.
Yeah, maybe that's more accurate. I saw somebody was flying down the order. I couldn't quite work out who. It could have been Impulse. Who have found themselves, down in 27th now, Jackie Lotterman. Yeah, so don't know what happened to him, but makes Urano's life just that little bit easier.
Yeah, obviously it's trickier to overtake when for one, you've got 2 cars ahead you need to overtake, so that's not ideal. But when they can slipstream off of each other, it makes it intensely difficult to make your way through now that you kind of removed that. Also, you've got to say, when you come out into traffic right now, there is that kind of like that middle ground. For one, you've got a couple of laps to fire up your brand new tyres. That'll make it slightly different. But also, you're heavy on fuel. Everyone else is quite light on fuel around you. And for the first few laps, that might actually just balance out the pace differential until, obviously then afterwards, once you start getting into rhythm, then you start building up those lap times, and then the traffic becomes a problem. For the first few laps, there might not actually be too much of a problem, certainly not at this level anyway, where everyone's pretty fast.
Yeah, that is certainly true, but we are getting towards the stage of the race also where drivers and teams are being lapped on pure pace. We've been racing for nearly 4 hours now, so not all of the drivers who are lapped down have had spins and problems so far in this race. It's actually just down to pace, so there is going to start to be a little bit of a difference there. And when the margins are so tight up towards the front, any laps spent behind slower traffic is going to hurt you, as that was a half-hearted lunge there from Jonas Rutten on Sami Matti Trojan, but this pass should be made fairly soon. The 15, obviously, as we've said many times, not taking tyres on that last stop.
Yeah, and I will say that half-hearted attempt might have been basically a bit of a demise when it comes to decent lap time, because wasn't able to make the move stick coming down into the first corner. Yeah, that's not ideal when you can see how much slower coming off the corner that Williams eSports Fanatec car is. Jonas Rutten all over the rear end of Sami Matti Trojan. and no way to make a move. That car behind, that Urano car, is not the one that's just pitted. That is Luka Kita, obviously in the car that Vlad Kirichev disconnected in earlier. That is not the position, that is not a part of this battle, but they are going pretty quick because Luka Kita is also getting held up by the pace issues that Sami Matitrogan's having on these tyres.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting a bit excited there, but that is indeed Luka Kita just in behind. Laubich is not losing time as a result of this, didn't go a lap down, but Kita certainly is. He's not long out the pit lane, actually, and on unfresh tyres, but ATRS have done it now. Sami Matitrogan gets out the way. Luka Kita's probably going to follow through as well. But yeah, you're right, that took Jonas Rutten a little bit longer than maybe it should have. The half-hearted lunge at the final chicane there sort of... Not only did it secure the fact that he wasn't going to get through at that chicane because it was so almost there wasn't enough effort in it almost, but it also ruined his run onto the front straight, so he couldn't do it into turn one either.
Well, now as Matitrogan, defends, Sami Matitrogan's going to try and keep Luka Kita at bay, who is a lap down. Precision Racing Esports are closing in for that position. They might be a lap down, but still they're going to be fighting hard for those positions. The 35th is where that Urano Esports HKM car is right now. Looks down to the inside, gets past Sami Matitrogan. It is not full position, but it will certainly feel like it. Had to really make a proper move there, did Luka Kita, to, again, as you said, pretty fresh out of the pit lane. Got to make the most of these tyres before they start to drop off that sort of initial cliff.
There's a difficult balancing act there because, as you say, you've got to make use of the tyres while you've got them, but you've also got to pace yourself in these stints and make sure that you don't ruin the tyres by half an hour. So there's an awkward balancing act to be made there, and the amount of traffic around Luka Kita certainly won't be helping him there. Maniti Racing, by the way, just got through on this number 14. We've also seen there, that was Nicholas Matteo now at the wheel for Maniti. We're not too far away from them stopping either, about 5 laps away, as the next cycle of stops is really going to begin in that space of time. Maniti going to be one of the first to come in.
Yeah, did just get, saw that move from our Nars competition. That was Nicholas Rubelar getting past the TC Corsa Esports car. That was not the one that has recently pitted. No. This one is staying out, is not coming to the pit lane yet. That's the teammate one. That is in I think it's the number 18, isn't it? Which in-game is the number 100, which is great because in-game the Nicholas Rubelar one is the number 6, but also it's the Arnage competition number 18. Very confusing when they put those numbers in, those team names. If you're in game and whatnot and you can actually see the team name, it's very irritating and confusing, so that's fun. It just confuses me very, very easily. But alas, going off topic, there was that driver switch in the other Arnage competition. It wasn't number 18, which one is it?
23.
Yeah, it was 23, wasn't it? Jimmy Antunes getting behind the wheel, obviously taking over from Mandaruti.
Yeah, so Antunes started that car earlier on, did the first couple of stints, and now he's back again to presumably do another couple of stints. As Matthew Dent is applying the pressure to Sam Critter here for 17th place. This is the other Urano car. This is the number 90, one of their Mercedes that they're using here this afternoon. Going to have to do a little bit of defending into Spoon Curve maybe. Matthew Dent's opting to save that little bit of fuel instead and wait for a better opportunity later on. I'll be honest, I thought Urano had a bit of a deal where they had to run Mercedes actually in some of these races, but clearly they can do both, which is what they're doing today.
It's the same as the Williams deal, because Williams also have the same deal with Mercedes. You can see both of them on screen there. Is that I'm not sure the ins and outs of the deal, as we can see. Wow, a big old slide right in front of one of the
91.
That was one of the Urano car that we were just looking at, of course, being the, I think, was it the 90 or the 91? You think it was the 91?
I think it was the 90. We were just looking at the 90, and the 90 was the other Mercedes, so yes, I'm gonna say that was a 91, but it's only a guess.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm not sure what the ins and outs are of the deal, but Mercedes have signed with Urano, with Williams Esports, but they are still allowed to very clearly enter cars with other manufacturers. Why, how, or what their requirements are as to what they run. They're both running 2 Mercedes-based entries. in this, so maybe that is the requirement. But I don't want to speak of their contracts because I have absolutely no idea. We'll be talking out of my bottom on that one. But they are both clearly allowed to run different cars because you've got the Williams Esports Fantech and the Razor, both of which are Porsches, and Urano did have 2 Porsches also on the grid.
Yeah, it's clearly not exclusive, but you might be. It's a good pickup actually from you there. They've both got 2. Maybe there's something in that, but as you say, we are entirely speculating. More than speculating, there's
literally just making
more
it up
than
as
that.
we go along.
We actually are. So yeah, there's something going on there, but yeah, clearly the Porsches that are running as well, and they're running quite well. But Williams in the top 5 right now. Urano very much in contention, I should say, for the overall win here in 6 hours' time. So yeah, things going well as they kind of split their efforts this afternoon, both those 2 teams.
It's not the only manufacturer contract where it's not exclusive. Because also the BMW Team Redline, they don't always run BMW, so yeah, there is a little bit of openness. This is the 16th place car. That is the 90 again, still under pressure from the Team PGZ car that is being driven by Matthew Dedge. Also, speaking of this is not trying to make any hashtag Urano bias, by the way, but just want to say the one that we did just pull away from the 91 that was believed to have that front damage under pressure at the moment from Zenith. Esports just ahead of this on track, but obviously behind in the race they are a lap down at the moment. So there are a couple of battles appearing as we are approaching the end of the 4th hour and approaching another pit window sequence.
We certainly are, and a very, very important one as well. This typically, because it's an even hour, and it's an even number of hours in the race, this typically would see 4 tyres for everyone. But given the fact that most of the teams took 4 tyres last time, there is possibility for some of those teams to maybe decide that it's not too late in the race to do 2. But as we've mentioned earlier many times, it is only getting warmer, and only later on is it going to get a little bit cooler. Maybe is the race going to end at 7 p.m, but I'm not sure what the sunrise and sunset things are at this time of year in Japan because I don't live there, so I'm not sure. But yeah, it might start to tail off towards the end of the race, but I mean, we are in the heat of the day right now.
Yeah, Sammy Matistrogan under a lot of pressure, just losing out a position from the Maniti car, but now has another one on his shoulders in the Precision, sat on the rear end as we head back out of the Casio Triangle onto the start-finish straight. There might well be a position switch, as we'll see if the Williams Esports Fantech car is going to lose out another spot. I mean, they are really struggling right now. Elliot White over the rear end. Precision Racing Esports team. It is the 2nd Precision team named Precision that I've commentated on in sim racing. I feel like I've been in sim racing for long enough now, but I am genuinely starting to see the same names pop in and out. That I'm just kind of like, oh yes, another RSR, fantastic, and another. And it's just like, yeah, okay, I've seen some before.
You do get used to it. You do get used to these things eventually. It takes time, but you do get there eventually. As the 2 Williams Mercedes make their way towards turn 1 right now, really sandwiched in between that battle that you mentioned a couple of moments ago between Zenith and Urano. By the way, you can see that front end damage, I think, on the 91 there, just in the background. And Mivano in the number 7, the Porsche that span around in front of them, had to come in as a result. So clearly it wasn't an insignificant bit of contact that we saw at Spoon there a couple of laps ago.
I wanted to say, by the way, you were saying about how it's getting hotter. I did just check the temperature, the track temperature. Interestingly, even though we've not had much cloud coverage, the temperature has actually come down on track 2 degrees. It's 45
Wow.
now, which typically only really happens when we have any decent length of cloud coverage. That's what tends to cool the circuit down, but it's not really happened. But the track temperature has come down a little bit, which might again keep the options open for a 2-tyre. I do think Elliot White and that Precision Racing Esports teams trying to really attack now based on the size of that gap to try and get himself. What size is the gap between the two of them? Obviously, the Precision Racing Esports car is a lap down, but it's still trying to get its way past, again, track position, because everyone's on completely differing strategy at the moment. You've got to focus. You've got to be selfish and focus only on yourself, but it's Sammy Matistrogan that's struggling in front of them, and you're just losing time hand over fist.
Yeah, you are, and it's a very difficult place to be. But yeah, very surprised to hear that about the track temperatures, if I'm honest.
Same.
Since it's like about 1 p.m, isn't it? Coming up to 1 p.m in sim at the moment. So yeah, that's weird, but either way, it's
maybe a nice breeze has come over.
Oh, maybe. I didn't think wind could decrease track temperature that much. Does it? Okay.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, well, I don't either, really. As number 4 comes in, this is Carl Janssen, and is it on schedule? Yes, it is. Lap 117, this is 30 laps after they were most recently in on lap 87, so no worries for them, but they will need to start doing some fuel saving if they want to avoid a splash.
I wonder what the maximum lap times that you can do. We've seen a few 31s, right? But has people done 32s and whatnot? Impulse here trying to get around the outside, unable to do so. I think I might have actually then being passed by the Cadega Squadra Corsa. I think it might have just been a bit of a move down the inside. But yeah, can anyone do 31, 32 laps?
I've seen 31. We saw 31,
31 yeah.
earlier from Biela in the first hour of the race, which is impressive. 32, I haven't seen one, but then again, I'm only really keeping tabs on the top half of the field, maybe even less. So it's possible down the order that's happened, but clearly none of the main contenders are doing it, and as a result of that, I'm starting to think that if it is possible, it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it is possible, but you will lose too much time in doing so, which unfortunately a few of the teams that haven't been doing 31 laps, they're backing themselves into a position where each time they don't do it, they're giving themselves another lap on a stint later on, which means they may end up having to do 32 lap stints later on to bring themselves back into the window to pit at the right time. Because of course, I mean, one of the good things around Suzuka is that the maths for the most part is kind of easy. Lap times are around 2 minutes. There's 60 minutes in an hour, divided by 2, 30 laps, nice, all well and good. They're slightly under it, so you're aiming for 31 laps, but if you have taken shorter stints earlier on, courtesy of the tyres and whatnot.
And also, the pace of the actual lap times is quite a long way from where we were earlier on. The track temperature is slowing this race down drastically. Because we were in the high 40s earlier, obviously it's coming down slightly now to the mid 40s, but even so, and I know we're at the end of a stint, but you know, we've got 58s across the board for the very best right now. That's 2 seconds slower, very near, from the best laps that were set earlier on in the morning when track temperatures were lower and conditions were better earlier on in this race. So yeah, it's a very different look to this race, and fuel saving not becoming quite as important as it would have been earlier, where the earliest predictions, the drivers would have needed 31 laps every single time. On this current prediction, I mean, they might need 31 once or twice if the pace of the race continues at the way it's going.
Yeah, and also this is a bit that's kind of initially counterintuitive, but it does make a lot of sense. Again, the slower the track is, so that essentially the hotter it gets, the slower the track is, the easier it is to save fuel, because you aren't taking as much speed through, say for example, the S's section. You can lift a lot more going through there. Sure, the track might change in speed by 2 or 3 seconds, which is a crazy amount, by the way. But yeah, if it does change that 2 or 3 seconds, if you were to divide it down corner to corner, it doesn't actually change that much realistically. But that slight change is just enough for you to lift off that throttle, to breathe, to let the car roll through the corners. It makes fuel saving a lot easier. And so it's one of those things where that's where you need to be adaptable. You see it in wet races, of course, when the rain comes down, the grip lowers. And so does the fuel consumption also. So a few have bitten to come into the pit lane, Marla and ATRS. And meanwhile, a bit of a switch of positions there, or rather not switch of positions. It's MAG Performance defending from the Williams Esports Fanatec car that's being driven by Sammy Matthew Trogan, who I think might be actually, I was going to say coming back at speed, but I think Gabriel Mini got past the previous lap, but has kind of dropped back into the clutches.
Yeah, and he was 1.5 seconds faster on that last lap. So I think that pass happened on the last lap, actually. Matty Trojan is all over the place, and it's not because he's not a very good driver. It's because his tyres are all over the place. He's really struggling, and he'll be in at the end of this lap, I would imagine, and he'll be very glad about it as well, because that gap to Gabriele Mini not long ago at all, was about 7 seconds, and that's come down like a rock.
Yeah, for all the drivers pitting now, they are comfortably within the window to just keep doing this on the hour, because we are just about to tick over into 6 hours left to go. Pitting around now, things are looking great for you on fuel mileage, and as such, our race leader comes in. Team PGZ enters the pit lane. It'll be Govind Keeney, of course, leading the race, doing all 4 hours thus far here. Now, again, anyone who remembers back to the opening, really the opening iRacing special event of the year, probably, might have been one even before that.
Sports car ones.
Yeah, the big one. But no, obviously the Daytona 24 did 10.25 hours to start the race. I will say he's not solo in this, because he would get disqualified if he was solo, so he does have to hand over to a teammate at some point, but is staying behind the wheel of that Team PGZ. I mean, he just loves sitting in a car for a brutally long period and is very good at it.
Yeah, there's certainly precious few drivers who can manage this in terms of the amount of time that he spends just in a car, just hammering away on his own. Plenty of drivers and plenty of drivers would really not be able to cope with it, really. Yeah. But he certainly is. He's one of the best at it. And he's showing his worth once again. I went up on the jacks there. He will be taking 4 tyres this time, and it looks like, to be fair to him, his 2-tyre call on that last stint absolutely paid off for him.
It was absolutely brilliant. Pace-wise, looked great. Not incredible through the stint, but pretty decent. Now I'm looking at the lap times there. Okay, it was pretty impressive. The last few lap times were actually in the 58s. The last 5 or 6 lap times, you got a 58.5, a 58.6, 58.7, 58.6, 58.7, then a 59.0, and then came into the pit lane. We are seeing those lap times drop back into the 58s, but those lap times were comparative to those that took 4 tyres that were also running in the mid 58s around that time of the stint. Very, very impressive stint there from Govind Keeney. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, really impressive. And he's still continuing out there as well, hammering away. So, it does just go to show that the 2 tyres were worth it on that previous stint, and he's now given himself a 3.9 second lead over Biela Racing Team Euronics on that previous stop. Luca Vunk's now at the wheel there. Max Benecke is at the wheel of the red line car. Team PGZ's 119 has been able to get itself inside the top 5 right now as well, but they are yet to pit. That will leave Marler inside the top 5, along with Williams as well, because we are still waiting for current race leaders Mag Performance to come into the pit lane as well. And this is a nice, impressive stint from there. Well, it's another 30 laps, but they're just putting themselves even further into the green in terms of fuel.
Yeah, we will give you... Oh, go on.
They're going again. Yeah. Sorry, they're going again. So they don't really need to do this, but they're just shortening that final pit stop.
I think also getting themselves a little sneaky bit of broadcast coverage as well. Yeah, leading a few laps. It's always a helpful thing to have, especially this late into a race. 4 hours in. By this point, most of us mere mortals would be far enough back that the race leader could make a pit stop and then come out still ahead of you. Alas, not the case at the moment for the Mag Performance team, doing an incredible job. Like I say, waiting for their pit stop. But 25 seconds clear of Govind Keeney, which is back with Max Benecke. Behind him is Dench, who's obviously yet to stop as well in the second of the PGZ team's cars as well. So we'll expect them to return to pit lane pretty shortly. I would say potentially towards the end of this lap, but they're doing a very similar thing as what we're seeing from the number 14.
Yeah, they certainly are, just staying out there. I'm not entirely sure how they found themselves on this strategy, whether they actually just have been saving fuel in the 119 there or what they've been doing, but they have fallen away quite a ways now. As you can see, they're already a pit stop and on circuit behind the leaders. But clearly the aim for that team is not to win like it is for the other Team PGZ or the Team PGZ Academy car, which is also ahead of the 119, you would argue. So yeah, there's clearly different objectives there, and they could very much get in the way of some of PGZ's rivals as well, but they've not been doing that so far.
Williams Esports, the Mercedes AMG cars that they've got, switching positions there. Lafuente dropping back behind his teammate Luis Naja, heading down into that first corner. They are down in 18th position at the moment, but again, the second highest non-Porsche in this race. I do believe they still hold that accolade. They do. That's they're at least battling over that race win, kind of. I did always used to, when I was doing touring car racing and whatnot, it was always the front wheel drives and rear wheel drives, and the rear wheel drives always used to be much faster. So I, being in a front wheel drive, basically was just sort of like, right, so a front wheel drive podium then and a front wheel drive race, because it's kind of, there comes a point it's like you can't fight them, so you have to take those little victories as a sim racer, as a team and whatnot. So in this, to be second and third of the non-Porsches, quite far behind the next non-Porsche, but that's fine.
And also ahead of Urano's two Mercedes. Yes. So for those teams, obviously obliged to run Mercedes from what it looks like in this race, as we were talking about earlier on, and they're doing it the best as of right now. 8 seconds is their gap to Alexei Nesov in the 90 there, and it is something to watch between those guys in the Mercedes. It is something to keep an eye on, something of interest, but you're right, they're not exactly in contention for big overall positions as the 14 makes its way out the pit lane. Another 4-tire stop there.
Yeah, Andrea Brestot taking over. So first laps, I believe, in this race from them in the MAG Performance car. So a bit of a switch there. We'll just double check that one. I do believe... Oh, they started the race, so never mind. I'll back out of that one immediately. Jumping back in behind the wheel after 2 hours out of the car. So it seems as though they'll probably be doing 2 hours on, 2 hours off, 2 hours on, 2 hours off, which I think's a good call. There aren't, like you were saying earlier with, of course, Govan Keenan, there aren't too many drivers that can do too long consecutively in the car and keep the pace up. Govan Keenan, I've never been more impressed with anyone in sim racing, and that is not a joke. Than in how
this race?
I was. No, not in this race. It was Govan Keenan at Daytona.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Doing the 10.25 hour stint.
Yes.
And not only that, but battling for race lead without making a mistake whilst holding great pace. I don't normally give too many plaudits to Govan Keenan, but on that occasion, you can't deny it. Absolutely incredible stint. And like I say, not too many drivers can do it. I always found, for me, the sweet spot was 2.5 to 3. If I went over that, the pace was gone.
If I was in this race, and obviously we were speaking earlier about 2 driver setups, and if we were going with that, I would certainly, do 2 stints and then get out in a GT3 race, and it makes a lot of sense to do that as well. I feel, because especially earlier on when a lot of people weren't taking tyres, taking 2. You don't want to send your teammate out on especially not 2 tyres, not really 0 tyres either, really, because that's quite. As in new ones. Thanks for that. But yeah, I mean, ideally you want to send them out on 4 new tyres, and so it makes a lot of sense to drive a change every 2 hours. But yeah, PGZ obviously facilitate his kind of almost. He almost prefers it by the looks of it. He almost prefers not to jump in and out. Almost prefers to. It's almost like a shift at a job or something. He's trying to get it all done in one go and then go home. He wants to go home, and so he's just he's doing all his driving he wants, and then he'll be off. I don't know who's going to get in later, by the way. I've not got that information just yet. But
Pablo Arillo, I believe, is taking over. As he
makes
did,
sense.
He was the one that took over back in Daytona.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I think if those 2 made it to the end of the race, I think they were intending to do it just between the 2 of them. I don't know.
Daytona.
Yeah, did they have a third?
No, it was just those 2. And I'm pretty sure that Pablo only took over so that Govan can get off and go and have some food and whatnot, and then come back. Because I think Pablo did 1, maybe 2, I think it was only 1 stint, and then Govan Keenan jumped back in the car, which, by the way, if you're Pablo jumping into that car, you kind of think, right, I've got all the pressure on my shoulders to not drop it here, because he's done all of that work to get into this point, and now I can't drop it. Did a really good stint. Govan Keenan jumped back in and binned it in 4 laps.
I don't remember it being quite that early on actually. But
I think it might not be before. It was certainly under 10.
I thought he was settled into a stint actually, but this is just going off my memory entirely now. This is
it was nearly a year ago, mate.
Good 3/4 of a year ago. So not too fresh in the memory anymore, but it was at the bus stop chicane, and it was a particularly.
Yes.
I remember being on the. It's through the night shift in Europe, but I remember being on that one for Race Spot, and there was a lot of drama in the GT3 race at that time because PGZM were leading, as you alluded to there. They threw away that lead, and then I can't remember for the life of me which team it was, but somebody inherited the lead, and then they ran out of fuel at the end of that stint, so it all changed in about an hour, and 2 of the main contenders were gone all of a sudden. So it was a very dramatic evening for the GT3 or GTD category as it is in that race.
It does make me feel a lot better when someone in Split 1, and essentially one of the highest levels you can get to in the entirety of sim racing, when they also run out of fuel.
Well, it was. I mean, they were coming around the bank here of NASCAR 3 and 4. It wasn't exactly. It wasn't.
Halfway
I don't think they missed the. I don't think they missed the pit lane exactly. They just miscalculated, I guess, in terms of what they thought they could do.
I think you're going to be nice to them and just let me have that one.
Oh, never.
No, apparently not. Obviously one of that being the first endurance race when it comes to special events on iRacing. I'm pretty sure that there isn't another one after. Obviously, this is the last part of the VCO Grand Slam. There isn't another endurance race before the end of the year. No, there's not. This is I think there's only 2 special events before the end of the year.
Yeah, it's definitely not more than 2. I thought it was 1. There's certainly a very few remaining now, but as ever, it won't be too long until we return with special events very soon again on the other side of the new year. You won't be without special events for too long here on iRacing. You'll be glad to know, and the endurance ones as well, which really do kick off and come at you very quickly in the first half of the year. I always find.
There is the Winter Derby and there's the Chili Bowl. Winter Derby is on the 26th of November, and then the Chili Bowl is on in the 18th, just a week before Christmas, on the 18th of December. So there's 2 more special events left to do in 2022. But you're absolutely right. Then it'll be January, and then we'll be getting ready for the new year. And 2022 has just flown by. To be fair, as everyone said, the last 3 years really have flown by. The sim racing has moved forward. In that 3 year, not just in the fact of how much it's moved forward in terms of sponsorship and professionalism and commentators and whatnot. There's a lot more to replace me now, like this Ewan O'Leary guy. Thankfully, getting rid of my voice for the majority of sim racing these days. But also the amount of participants in sim racing. We saw this at Daytona this year. The amount of drivers took part. I cannot remember the number off the top of my head, but definitely, record breaking when it comes to entry amount.
It feels like we break a record every year, really, with the Daytona 24-hour.
We do now. We didn't used to.
Yeah, certainly these days. Yeah, it's a race that often does see the most drivers we've ever seen for a special event, year after year after year, and it may well happen again next year. Wait and see.
Probably will. I've never done it.
Although no, I've never done it either. You won't be surprised to know. But I'd be very interested to know which cars are involved this time. I'm sure this information is not actually known yet by anyone. But the new announcement from BMW.
Yes. We keep our fingers crossed that hopefully the new BMW LMDH will be in there. Keep our fingers crossed on that one. Not sure when it's getting onto reserve. Very excited for that. Looks good. Looks great.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks fantastic. And I can't remember the same level of excitement from the kind of sports car endurance racing community on iRacing since I guess we brought the LMP1s in all the way back. 2018 maybe? 17, 18? Somewhere around there.
I think it was 18 because it was the year. It was after. I think it was after Audi had pulled us. It might have been after
Porsche might have been in there still, maybe. But they left after 17, so yeah, maybe not.
I think it was 18.
I can't remember. Memory's getting pretty ropey these days, really.
You are getting quite old.
Thanks. But yeah, I mean, it's as I say, can't remember this level of excitement from the sports car community on iRacing for a very, very long time, and there's good reason to be excited. But by the looks of it, new era coming in sports car racing, and it's going to be very, very exciting indeed. Hopefully entertaining when we actually get there as well, rather than just the pre-season excitement. Hopefully it doesn't all die down when we've watched the first race.
Yeah, suddenly you look at it and you think, God, these aren't very good, are they? No, we'll keep our fingers crossed that that's not going to be the case. To be fair, I just don't see that happening.
No.
I know there is that whole thing of like so much build up, so much excitement. Sometimes you're setting yourself up for disappointment, because it's like you're thinking it's going to be all this and that and the other, and then if it's just a decent race compared to what you normally have, that's a disappointment. Because you were building it up as this, that, and the other. Open wheel championship at the top of the motorsport ladder might well have done that in the recent past. Yeah, we're not going to go into too much, but yes, in that kind of vein also, where it's building up expectations. It just kind of, whilst the racing is potentially slightly better than what it was, it's still not incredible, because it's not what everyone was building it up to be. And it could be the same with the LMDH and the hypercar era, but I don't know, there's just something in me that's telling me that that's not going to be the case. With all the manufacturers and everything behind it, with the way the sports car racing scene is going over the next few years, as someone who's been a fan of sports car racing for a while and seeing the ups and downs that it's had, this feels like we are genuinely heading into a monumental up for the sports car racing world.
It does. I hope it will match the kind of my favourite era, which is when I got into it, luckily, from like 2015, 16, 17 sort of era, LMP1. It's when I started watching it, and I don't think it's been as exciting since, in my opinion.
No,
but especially not in that series anyway. Obviously, other series have stepped up to the plate in between those years as well. But either way. That was my favourite era. Hopefully it can at least match that, maybe even better it as well. We'll wait and see on that one. But yeah, it's always exciting to have change, no matter whether it's no matter what it looks like, in my opinion, at this stage, especially considering what we have had in those last few years, as you mentioned. So there's a lot to look forward to. We'll just have to see how it goes.
Change is an interesting thing though when it comes to this, because there's some places where I'd be like, oh no, it should be all changing. And there are some places where I'm like, no, kind of not. It depends on how successful whatever it is. Right, for example, like GT3s. Right, how long have GT3s been around now? A fair while. Yeah, I was going to say it's about a decade, slightly over. I think some people, I've gone through phases where I've got a little bit bored of GT3 racing, as we'll see the battle for 7th position. We're in full podcast mode here, I do apologise. Our nice competition making the move there, maybe going in a little bit too deep in the ATRS esports car. That's the switch over for 7th position at the moment. We'll see if there's going to be another switch. You can see a bit of damage on both front and rear of the Arnage competition car that is now driven by Jimmy Antunes. Probably going to be a little bit of slipstream taken up by the ATRS car. It's not going to go for a move down over the first corner. But yeah, GT3s, a decade old. Are we really getting bored of them? I'd say, to be honest, as a motorsport community generally, no, not really. We're seeing more and more of them basically in every series under the sun now, which, fair enough. Some people might get bored of that, but it goes back to like the Group A touring cars and whatnot, where they do just appear basically in every championship under the sun, and that's fair enough, because what you're getting in that category is, in air quotes, budget friendly, because obviously motorsport's still expensive and these are still expensive cars generally, but you're getting that approachability, you're getting that openness, you're getting the balance of performance, and also, critically, we are getting new cars brought into the GT3 category frequently, that it kind of keeps it fresh. It's, whilst you look 5 years ago at the GT3 category, there aren't many cars that you look at back then that are still being competitively raced now, despite being in the same regulations.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
You're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, I certainly am. I do wonder whether everyone feels the same as you do about the GT3s. I feel like it's wearing off on some people. As just to circle back to the race just briefly, I think there's been a possible disconnection for the number 5 here. We are seeing them drop down very quickly down the order. That's Cody Deef at the wheel. or he was, and I have a horrible feeling, that we might be seeing a similar situation to what happened to Vlad Kimachev about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, the fuel saving there being done by the ATRS car. Damon Woods behind the wheel. The clutch was definitely in going into the Casio Triangle on the exit of 130R. I've not got a note in game at the moment about Kobe Deef, but has taken over 8 laps ago from Sotomuto. I think it's a guaranteed disconnection. It's just waiting for the note to come through in game, but in fact, as I'm saying, it has just come through. Connection dropped due to upload packet loss, so a connection lost on their end, which opens the door for Sotomuto to jump back behind the wheel. But yeah, that's a big shame for a car that was running quite well, qualified inside the top 10, was running inside the top 10. Unfortunately, no longer.
They were running inside the top 5 as well. I think they were 5th at the time. So yeah, a real shame. It has promoted Urano back to the top 5 again, but real shame for Williams there to see their best performing car drop down. Now it will turn to the 15 to see what they can do with Moreno Sorica now at the wheel of that one with 4 new tyres on. Yeah, a real shame for Williams, who are just going to have to build up like Urano, who are down the field now. Where has the other Urano car ended up? I'm not entirely sure. Just for the moment, they are up the order because of a pit stop phase, I believe. Luca Keita's now 13th, but we are awaiting a pit stop from them in the near future as Redline make their way through on Bila into the final chicane.
Yeah, no, not to be like almost sounding uninterested in that move. It was always going to happen. The pace differential, of course, courtesy of the different tyre strategies being run between Luca Wunsch and Max Benecke. And so that switch was always going to happen. The Beta Racing Team Euronics car is going to sit in 3rd and keep onto the slipstream as you'll see them race their way through the first corner. 8 seconds off of our race lead, and whilst we're here, we'll just give you a quick rundown inside that top 10. Team PGZ leading the way at the moment. Govan Keeney behind the wheel, 8 seconds clear of these two presently. The number 1 team Redline Red car going a bit aggressive on its tyre usage, switching up on more stops than most, but putting in some great lap times, with Benecke taking back over the wheel from Holtzman. 3rd position at the moment being taken over by Luca Wunsch, but again doing something slightly more conservative on that tyre strategy before we get the Marla Racing Team doing a similar thing. Alessandro Bicco behind the wheel of that one before we get the Urano Esports Data Group car 191, Arnage Competition, ATRS, Naniti Racing, Williams Esports Fantech and Mag Performance rounding out the top 10 presently. And of course, strategies up in the air. Those 10 cars that I've just read are just, and I do mean just, separated by a minute. The lap time that was just completed by Andrea Bristott was 59.58 seconds off of the race lead. So if he goes half a second slower now, that is going to be more than a minute. So just about keeping within that range.
Yeah, and that's impressive considering 4.5 hours in. I know it may sound, for some of you maybe watching who don't watch endurance racing all that often, yeah, that is pretty impressive really to see. And of course no safety car intervention either to facilitate that. So yeah, very impressive indeed. For 4.5 hours in, and you can only assume it's going to remain that way. It does look for the moment as if we're starting to head towards a 3-horse race, but I mean, it's not inconceivable that the top 3 could trip up at some point, and then it opens a whole can of worms with a really populated area just around the top 5 area.
Also, it's the whole thing of where you're focusing on strategy in the race. Whilst yes, you might say 3-horse race, etc., etc., that might be where we're headed. It doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the case, because those that are the 4th or 5th car that's probably just that little bit outside of it, well, it gives them the option that they can actually take a bigger risk on strategy to try and do something, and it goes under the radar ever so slightly. So there is that kind of thing that might happen. To keep you updated on the track temperature, it's still hovering that 45 to 47 degrees range on when it comes to track temperature. Ambient is 23 degrees, so it's a lovely warm day out there, got to be said. But 46 degrees is the track temperature at the moment. I've seen it go up to 47, I've seen it come down to 45. It does move a fairly frequent amount in that region as we ride on board with Luca Wunsch, who's going to try and keep up with 10K Benecke and just try and bring in some decent lap times, try and again keep their eye on the fuel and try and hang on to that position on the coattails of that Lamborghini.
Right, problem for them is that there's a 5-car fight for 26th just up in front here that they're going to have to fight their way through. It's in a somewhat bizarre strange of fortune. Sotomuto is involved in it, which is weird. But yeah, 5-car battle for 26th is not going to be easy to fight through, and Redline could, I don't want to say very easily, get a big gap over Wunks with a good run through here, but I mean, Redline wouldn't have to do an awful lot for the luck to go their way if it does, and they could come out the other side of this with a good, 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, the 4 cars involved, like I say, Valkyrie Competition, Leo Racing Team, Cadega Squadra Corsa, and then the Williams Esports Razor car. That's from back to front. That'll be the order that they approach that group in. Not too far on the front end of that, as well as the Impulse Racing number 67. So there is going to potentially be some switches in there when it comes to track position. I believe we're going to catch a bit of an interview now, because Carl Janssen is standing by, and it's been an interesting race out there. Of course, Carl Janssen taking part in one of the Mercedes AMG Esports Williams cars. Now, talk us through the strategy that you've been running. Obviously, it does seem like it's a Porsche-favoured circuit around here at Suzuka, with the one Lamborghini also running up there. You're the best of the rest, though, in that category. I mean, talk us through the mentality there.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of trying to fight between the Mercedes and the BMW. Yeah, that's kind of our mentality. Every Porsche we get is kind of an extra, because it becomes to the point where you can't keep up. Like, the car is very competitive during the first few laps, and then we lose quite a lot of time after that. And at the moment we're kind of battling Urano for the best Mercedes car, and that's kind of what we're battling with at the moment.
How hard is it to keep mentally focused in a race like where it kind of feels like things are a little bit against you with the speed of the Porsches? Like, so when you get into that middle stint, how hard is it to kind of keep your mind and mentality in the race at hand and focused on what's important right now and keeping the car on the road?
I think it's probably during the first few hours, or the first hour or so, it was a bit tough, seeing all the Porsches just run away and then getting overtaken by another and another and another. But right now, I think we're pretty much in a good place. We have quite a bit of fresh air, and I mean, the goal right now is just to beat all the other Mercedeses. So yeah, like, you keep the goal on that, keeping the gap to the car behind at all times, and it becomes quite alright, actually.
Is it going to be a bit of an inter-team battle here? We've seen, of course, you big with La Fuente in the number 4. We've seen you quite close to your teammates in the number 2 for pretty much the entirety of this race. Is that going to plan? Are you going to end up racing with your teammate later on, or is this kind of flying formation right now? Just keep working as a team to save fuel and keep the strategy open?
At the moment, we're gonna keep working together between the cars and keep the strategy as good as we can and move forward as much as we can. I think that's the best we can do at the moment, and then we'll see during the last hour what we decide to do. But at the moment, we just work together and move forward as much as we can. And I think it's working really well as well. Or also, like, we're saving a lot of fuel between the 2 cars, so like one stint the 4 goes first, and the next stint the 2 go first. So we keep swapping a bit as well, depending on who needs it, and yeah, it's been pretty good.
Well, as sim racers go, you're out of the car, which means that you're effectively a strategist as well, a little bit for the team. So we'll let you jump back over to your squad. Thanks for joining us, Carl Janssen from the number 4 Williams car there.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Again, lovely bit of insight from one of the drivers in the race. Do love that we get to catch up with them, and straight after a stint get to jump in and have a couple of words, explain what the mentality's like, and especially in these kind of scenarios where we see them all trying to jostle their way through some of this lap traffic, how terrifying it can be on circuit.
Yeah, it certainly is terrifying for a few right now, but this is exactly what I was saying about Redline being able to pull out a margin as a result of this. Look at where Wunks is. He's still pinned to the back of this group, where Max Benecke has been able to fight his way past 3 drivers already. Sotomuto's coming under pressure into turn 1 as well, and he gets past there. That's for a place. Who was that heading down the inside of him? I think it was Alessandro Perotti from the Leo Racing team. That's for 28th, so Sotomuto pushed back another spot, but Wunks has got to work his way past both of those cars before he can get back to Benecke again. That's a big slide for Muto, who's clearly wasn't prepared to be back in the cars this early.
No, he was also assisted into that slide, I will say. Once did get into the rear end, just a touch coming up through the exit of the S's section. And obviously still on the worn tyres, like you say, and wasn't ready to jump in behind the wheels. There's a few issues there for Sotomuto, but that's sometimes the racing that you get. And like you say, being thrown instantly into this battle. I thought he was going to pull away from this group massively, but that shows how fast it is, despite this being a car that was running up there inside the top 5 earlier on before that disconnection. Despite, when you get thrown back into a battle a lap down, they're still going the same speed basically as you are. That's how crazy it is in Split 1, and that's why I don't do Split 1 racing, because it is too hard. Way too hard.
It is very hard, but as you say, very close as well, up and down the field. I agree with you. I thought Sotomuto was going to easily work his way through these drivers and make his way up towards the front again, try and come back to where obviously he's not going to get back to where he was, but he could try and make up some progress, but just hasn't been able to do that, hasn't been able to make these passes, and even got re-overtaken by Proti on that last lap into turn number 1, or on this lap I should say, into turn 1. So yeah, finding it very hard, and that's a similar story for I expect to what Luca Kita was experiencing earlier on, although we weren't watching it because there was other stuff going on. He was surely having a hard time in the traffic as well, back in the pack, and don't forget it was earlier on in the race for him as well, when everything was even closer together than this.
I think many people have a particularly easy time in traffic generally, as you can see. Once again, heading through that first corner once, right onto the rear end of Alessandro Perotti and the Cadega Squadra Corsa car that's presently being driven by Alfredi at the moment. It's tight, it's irritating, it's annoying when you're sat there and you can see these battling ahead. And again, whilst I'm sure Wunch isn't sat there thinking, I've got to get after the Team Redline car because I need that position. It's more, I've got to get after that Redline car to keep in the slipstream to assist me through this race. Now I've got these lap cars to navigate. Suddenly, that, like as you predicted when they reach this traffic, that gap is just going to grow. And to be fair, Benecke has checked out from Wunch to around 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, I suspected this might happen, and unfortunately for Biela, it has, as David Toth makes his way down the inside of the PGZ 124 to get up another place. That 124, by the way, didn't take any tyres on that last stop. Was the only driver, in fact, actually the only team inside the top 15, 20 or so to actually do that. So that's why that pass has taken place. But yeah, I mean, it's been a very good run through traffic there for Benecke. Not all luck, of course. He's put his own skill in there as well to make his way through the traffic in the way that he has. But a little bit of luck on his side as well. And Luka Wunch has indeed lost the slipstream, as I feared he might. And yeah, he's going to have to work hard to get that back again. I'd be surprised if he does.
A big bit of panic then, because I just saw 3 BS competition drivers leave the session. There's Rainer Talvar and Ryan Barneveld all bailing from the session. I thought, well, sure, that's the BS competition car done. No, Jarl Tynes behind the wheel, and Bruno Spengler is still on the server, ready to take in if anything's needed. 5 drivers involved in that car in a 10-hour race. When I see that, when I see a car that has, like I said before, if you want to compete for a race winner this, you're normally aiming for 2 drivers, maybe 3. If I see a car that's got 5 in, that tells me I'm like, they're here for the banter. You know, they're here for a bit of a fun, chill Saturday afternoon. They're going to have a bit of a laugh with it. I doubt many of them have practiced too hard on it. They're just here for a bit of a laugh. That's what it tells me anyway. Could be completely wrong, but if you had that like iRating between a lot of you, you could enter 2 cars. And if you really want to take it competitively, you would you'd split them between the 2.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it does evenly spread out, I guess, between for 2 drivers per, 2 hours per driver, so it spreads it easily or nicely in that way. But yeah, it's. I think you're right. They're here for a little bit of fun, yeah.
Right.
Well, no, yeah, I do. They're just here for a bit of fun. Let's not forget you can enter 16 drivers into a car for these races. Obviously, nobody's done that, but yeah, they're probably not taking this as seriously as they've taken some other races this season. As Never Name More for Race Clutch just gets out the way of Arnaz there.
Yeah, that was a genuine switch for position for 20 seconds, but you're absolutely right. The Race Clutch car getting out of the way, essentially. Yeah, I think 5 is, I think, the highest in Split 1 that we'll see, really. But like I say, you can enter more. I think for it might be the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, might have been something else, can't remember. But I have seen a group mate. It was oh no, it wasn't Spa. It was one of the French countryside. Friends of mine and whatnot from Real World Racing and whatnot had all kind of teamed up. They were all from all over the place. They were like, right, we're all going to team up. I think there was 9 of them in the car, and they were just doing it for a bit of fun. And yes, they did bin it a lot. So power to them.
It's all about finishing those kind of races, isn't it, really, rather than especially the 24s.
Sometimes. Me and Dan have a contingency plan. Dan Kell, who's normally my teammate when I do any sort of endurance racing and iRacing, we have the contingency plan of if we have such and such damage before such and such point, we alt F4 and go do something else. Don't have that endurance racing mentality. That
doesn't surprise me, if I'm honest with you.
That is brutal.
Well, no, it's not. It's not a bad thing.
That's true.
But yeah, as I say, no, it's that would be my goal anyway, because I've never done a 24 before. It is something I need to do, but investing that amount of time into one race is
so many opportunities to have a go.
I don't have the facilities for it.
Wow, we need to have a little race spot commentators meet up LAN event endurance race. That's what we need.
Well, yeah, we could do that, I suppose.
Well, I could hear in your voice oh no, I don't actually.
I would do that. I just we'll see if it ever happens. You know how busy people are. But anyway. Yeah, it is something I need to get around to doing. I've done 12-hour races and won one in 2. But
have you?
I have, yeah.
You've won more 12-hour races than I have.
Thanks. Because you keep running out of fuel, probably.
Yeah, that was a 12-hour. That was a 12-hour race. Yes, we were leading. So yes. Thank
dear.
you. I've not done many 12-hour races, to be honest.
There aren't too many
4.
about.
No. Obviously, the Bathurst 12-hour finished 9th in that. Last year? Yeah, it was last year. It was 2021. What was my claim to fame in that race? I've told everyone about 1,000 times. Surely you know.
I think I do, but go on anyway.
Well, of the 2,907 teams that entered across it, only 2 got through the entire race with 0 incidents. It was Enzo Benito and Max Verstappen, who ended up winning in Split 1, and then 2 small drivers you might not have heard of, Lewis McGlade and Dan Kell. 0 incidents through the entire 12-hour of Bathurst.
Well done.
Thank you. Finally, a well done from you and Ollie.
Getting incidents around there does mean death anyway, to be fair.
Typically, yes.
But either way, you avoided death around Bathurst, so there you are.
Here we go. Enough. George Simmons, you and come down to the Apex Sim Centre. Go to Corby and get in. You'll get coached by Jamie Fluke and everything. I'm just setting this all up for you.
Wow, yeah, this is big opportunities now. But
I need to go down there as well still.
Yeah, you do, yeah. It's a bit further for you than me, to be fair. But yeah, in this race, by the way, I've just spotted the 124 heading in the pit lane. Just as a brief side note, they were out there having taken no tyres on that previous stop, and this is pretty much on schedule for them. Only 29 laps, but they'll get over that. It's absolutely fine.
They can run the 29 laps because of where they're pitting, right? So for those that are pitting bang on the hour, they really do need to be stretching it to the full 30 and getting through. But those that have gone on the aggressive strategy earlier on and have already come off of that hour-long sequence, they can effectively do whatever they want they can do the 29 laps. They can do 27, 28 laps. It's fine. They can burn the fuel. They don't have to worry about the fuel mileage. They can just attack this race. It's where some of those that you might count out using that strategy might actually come back into it later on. Although I will say the pit lane around here is slow and it is surprisingly long as well.
It is actually. Not when you think about. But yeah, it is fairly long. And you want to avoid being in there in any endurance race, no matter how long the pit lane is. So, yeah, it's something to think about. As Jimmy Antunes is also going to be doing that right now, having pitted himself in the number 23, 29 laps from him as well. But similar story to what you were just explaining. It doesn't exactly matter that they've only done 29 laps there, because they are in a very similar place to the 124.
I think the Urano Esports data group car is not a million miles away. I think it should be this lap that we'll see Laubish come into the pit lane. So there's good. There is this point in the race where we see that switch up inside the top 10 and whatnot. When it comes to the battle, by the way, for the race lead, still remains around that 8-second margin. It's kind of ebbed and flowed. There is your race leader. It remains Govan Keeney at the moment in that 1:14. So hanging on to the race lead, having done every minute of racing thus far in the 2022 iRacing Suzuka 10 Hours powered by VCO, and continues to lead the way. But Neke, obviously, I was going to say they're both on 4 fresh tyres on this stint. It was that 2-tyre run, that 2-tyre gamble, the Team PGZ team that took on the previous stint that's pushed them into this position, into this race lead. I mean, they've got the pace, that's where it really comes from. But it was the fact that they took that gamble and they didn't lose pace in doing so that's given them an 8-second lead at the moment, effectively zeroed on strategy with that car behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my point about that really is that if you think about this, they've got a 7.5-second lead. How much this margin they've got up has come from the fact that they took 2 tyres on the last halfway through the last section of 2 hours, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So, and that's saved them about 10-11 seconds. So they've only that call actually only cost them about 4 seconds in the end. I know they took no tyres actually at the end of the first hour as well, so I guess they've saved 30 seconds in the pit lane versus Redline. But still, that means Redline were only able to claw back 22, 23 of those 30 seconds. So it has paid off at the moment, and with conditions staying the same, I think some teams are going to be starting to eye up that 2-tyre strategy that PGZ did last time. I'm thinking maybe that's possible for us as well, but it's not going to be easy for anyone who tries it.
Are we assuming Keeney's going to do it again?
No, I'm not presuming that at all, but I'm wondering whether other teams might decide, maybe it is possible. Because it's not any colder.
No, it's 45 degrees track temperature. Again, it's staying in that 45 to 47 degrees track temperature window, as we'll see Williams Esports making a move down the inside of the impulse guy. A little bit of contact between the two.
Yeah, but my point is, when PGZ did it, it was also 45, 47 degrees. So it is possible in these temperatures.
Yeah, absolutely.
But my worry for those teams that do decide to do it is that, have PGZ set their car up to do that? Has Keeney practiced this? Or is it really possible? Because we haven't seen Redline... We've seen Redline take 4 tyres every single stop in this race so far, and we're nearly 5 hours in.
Yeah, and I think they're going to continue to go aggressive. This thing is that some cars can do it, some cars can't, and again, some setups can do it, and some setups can't, and some drivers can do it, some drivers can't. That's just how it goes with this style of racing. And just because you're going quickly doesn't mean you're actually using the tyres that aggressively. You can be smooth and fast. Smooth is generally fast, which is what Govan Keeney is showing right now with how he's looking at the sides. But this is where I'm saying, I think we should probably presume that Govan Keeney's going to do 2 tyres. Why wouldn't you? Right? If you've done the 2 tyres previously and it has worked to gain you, like say, 10, 11 seconds, whatever, why wouldn't you just do that again?
Because he's banked the 7-second lead and he doesn't need to take that risk again. There's far less risk, in my opinion, attached to taking a 4-tyre stop than there is a 2-tyre, from a pure safety perspective, in terms that those tyres are less likely to fall off the cliff. Because, what if your 2 tyres that you didn't replace do just completely fall off in the last 10 minutes, and then you're in a lot more trouble, and it's a lot less likely to happen if you take 4.
Yeah. No, like realistically, it would be the safer call to take 4 now, especially if you know that Team Redline are taking 4 on all the stops to kind of cover their strategy and do their strategy. But I will say, Beneke is closing in on Keeney ever so slightly, but it is a gap that is coming down. Now, I don't know about you, but 7 seconds for 5 hours, 5 hours, 30 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like it would. No, I
think
want
Redline
more.
would catch them.
Oh yeah, big time. I think right now the pace, the advantage is in that Lamborghini. I think that still the Team PGZ team need to take 2 tyres and they need to keep running with that strategy. They just need to keep on it. Whilst you can do it, just keep doing it. Keep rolling on the strategy. And again, remember that Go Vankini is going to get out of this car. And this is no disrespect
at some point
to Pablo, but he ain't as fast as Go Vankini, right? And so that's where you want that gap to have been built up and whatnot. I think if you get that to a 20 or 30 second lead by running the strategy, then I think you are in position where, yeah, you can then roll off the risk. You can then start, like you said, not worrying about it too much. But I think right now, 7.3 seconds. No, we're still very heavily in the danger zone.
I also don't think that Redline are race-destroyingly fast here today. For whatever reason that is, it may be down to the car selection with the Lamborghini. Maybe if they'd chosen the Porsche, they'd be, 7 seconds in the lead, maybe rather than behind at the minute. But I don't think they're quite as fast as sometimes we see from them. And if you think back to the first hour of this race, Max Beneke obviously took pole, and he led every lap of the first 30 laps or so that he did out front. But he can only gain, despite being in clean air the entire time, he almost came under no pressure from anyone. His gap at the pit stop phase was only about 2 seconds. It wasn't big. So, if he's, let's say he is 2 seconds a stint faster, it's still going to take him, 3.5 hours to get there. And by that point, there's 90 minutes remaining. And sort of all of a sudden, PGZ and Redline are in a race together, and then all bets are off really in terms of pace, because it's driver versus driver at that point, and strategy and all of these kind of things we're talking about comes into it far less in those final moments when it is literally driver versus driver. So I'm not totally convinced it would be I'm not totally convinced that Redline would bear down on PGZ quickly and destroy them in this race if they weren't to take 2 tyres here. I think they can get away with, at least this time, taking 4, because it is going to get colder later.
2 or 3 hours would be again, like I say, if they close it down 2 seconds a stint.
I'm not saying they are doing that, but
let's roll with that number, or just one really dodgy bit of traffic. That's the thing, is that's where 7 seconds is not safe. In this style of racing, if this was touring car racing in a 20-minute race, 7 seconds, yeah, you've already won, mate. You've gone. In endurance racing like this, no way. I mean, once you start getting into the 20-30 seconds, that's when you can feel a little bit more comfortable in it. But that's the style of racing. To be fair, we do expect these races to be very close. I mean, what was the gap between the top 2 at the Petit Le Mans? Was the previous one in the VCO Grand Slam? I think between the top 2 was about half a second between Marla and the Williams Esports Chill Blast. And they're both Williams Esports run cars in that, but still it was only half a second between those 2. Tight margins there. I suspect we'll probably see something fairly similar in this race, but it is what it is. So let's get this out of the way now. We'll have a little bit of a battle in the commentary booth. You think that Team PGZ will take 4 tyres on this stop?
I honestly don't know what they will do.
No, I want you to commit. I want you to commit to what you think they're going to do. What do you think they are going to do? What's the wise call?
Well,
what are they going to do?
I know what I think is the wise call, but I've got no idea what they... I think that I would go along with you. I think they are going to do 2 again, but I don't think that they should or they need to here right now, because you've got to remember there's more there's 5 hours to go here. If all of a sudden they do start to realise that is losing them time, then they'll take 4 at 4 hours, and then they'll take 2 at 3 hours instead, and they'll go through all that again. So this is not like do or die right now. We're in the first half of the race still, and I don't think any risks need to be taken. In my opinion, taking 2 tyres is a risk.
Yeah. Like I say, I get that side, but the risk is balanced on what you know, and I think for Team PGZ, what they know is how to save tyres in these kind of temperatures better than everyone else. You've got to use that essentially that joker card to your advantage. Like I said, the gap's not coming down really though. It's kind of balanced out. It's staying towards the lower end of the 7-second margin, but still staying within the 7-second margin. We've got 10 minutes left before we reach the halfway point of this race, where we expect the pit window to really open for a lot of these cars. Around the 5 hours 2 minutes to go towards basically 4 hours 55 to go. That's where we're expecting a majority of the contingent to come into the pit lane, including our 2 race leaders in PGZ and Team Redline. And then we will get an answer to what are they going to do on strategy. But also, again, if this is where it becomes dangerous for PGZ. Are they only going to focus on Team Redline, ignoring the fact that Beeler aren't very far away? Right, that's the important bit, is that by focusing so much on one target, you can forget about the other ones. You can forget about someone else who might take 2 tyres and then jump you even, and then you have to fight past them, and then you do lose your 7-second margin.
I get your point, but the only way that Beeler are going to jump PGZ this time is the fact that if they take no tyres, which I think will be too far. We've proven that time and again. The first 2 hours of the race were the only time where you could get away with doing 0 tyres. PGZ knew that, and they did that. They did it very well. It's too hot right now to do no tyres, so I don't think they have to be too worried about Beeler. And given the amount of time that Urano have lost in the 191 in these last 90 minutes or so, they almost don't have to worry about them quite so much anymore. They were running 5th before their most recent pit stop. You're going to have to make an extra stop compared to everybody as well. I'm fancying that 191 less and less as the hours go on, really, for this race win.
I think it's out of it. I think it's too far back.
Yeah.
Like you say, and the fact that it's got to make an extra pit stop. They're 1 minute. What are they at the moment? 1 minute 47 off of the race lead. Now, they're pretty quick. Are they going to make up that kind of time again? And then also that would be including the added pit stop, which will be a slightly short stop. But then realistically, to the race lead, they'd have to make up probably close to a minute and a half in the next 5 hours and 8 minutes. Yeah, I don't really see it. I don't see it. Meanwhile, we're focusing on about 15 minutes.
I don't see it either, because it would have to be, on average, I reckon more than half a second a lap, which is quite heavy.
Lap.
Every lap for the remainder for more than 5 hours, which is really a lot to manage. So
way over that, actually.
I can't see it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not quite 1 second a lap, but it's more than half by a long way. So. It's not looking good for them as Dino Lombardi makes his way down the inside of Alexei Nesov. This is the fight we've been watching over the last couple of moments for 15th place, and Williams have come out on top in that one. It's one of those Mercedes in that kind of Mercedes battle we've been looking at a little bit, although Urano have been losing a little bit of time to Williams in that one as well.
Yeah, and Impulse racing that car behind. Also for position, the number 68, Tobias Grunskotter behind the wheel, trying to attack, trying to get his way past the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports. One of the 2, as we said before, time and time again, one of the 2 Mercedes-backed entries here. Williams Esports Benke starting to pull away comfortably at the moment after making that move. Lombardi putting in the lap times right now, and Nesov feeling the pressure on his shoulders. Tells me there might be something slightly different in the strategy. If not, it could be exactly. This is again the joy of chatting to Carl Janssen, saying that the Mercedes fires up quite well. The early stages of the stint are absolutely fine. Once you start getting into the meat of the stint, you start losing all pace comparatively to those before. Well, we are really into the meat of the stint because we've only really, for most of these cars, got about 6 minutes left of it. And so this kind of makes sense that it might just be where the car is right now.
Yeah, I find that interesting because they didn't exactly perform great in qualifying. It wasn't like we saw Mercedes right up there inside the top 5, inside the top 10. and fell away throughout the opening stint. I'm presuming he means firing off with a full fuel load and new tyres or whatever, rather than, you know, low fuel qualifying mode kind of situation. So yeah, but it was interesting to hear that. I'm not entirely sure what that is down to, really, whether the Mercedes is getting through the tyres really quickly, kind of early on, and whether that's holding it back a little bit, or quite why it's losing so much time as the stint develops. But either way, it's yeah, clearly not as quick as the Porsche, and you can see that there with the Impulse Racing Porsche heading their way down the inside of Urano there for a nice move into 16th place.
Yeah, it was pretty tidy there from the that kind of tells me again that Urano, like we've seen from a lot of drivers in this race, which I do like. Part of me as the commentator, the spectator here, is sort of like, no, go on, give it fight it, really fight. But then the logical side of me takes over and is like, well, no, obviously you wouldn't fight it. Why would you? You're just going to lose time for battling over absolutely nothing. And so we've seen a lot of that. We do frequently in this style of racing, don't get me wrong, but again, it shows that heads-up driving, that running your own strategy, and there is no point in fighting someone with 5 hours left on the clock. If this was 10 minutes left to go, yeah, you're going to be fighting for every single position tooth and nail. Even if it was an hour to go, you are going to be fighting as hard as you can, with just over the tiniest bit over half the race left to go. There is no need to keep the pressure on to try and fight, to try and hold off, because all you're going to do is you are going to lose time, which, when you do the maths later on at the end of the race, you think, well, I was battling with them, I lost probably 10 seconds. Towards the end of the race, there is almost a guarantee that 10 seconds will be a position.
Yeah, it is going to remain like that, you would imagine. So yeah, it's hard to know at the minute quite where this race is heading, to be honest. And not only with regards to that race win we've been speaking about at length in the last half an hour or so, but all these other positions as well. It's really hard to know where these drivers are going to end up as Maniti Racing make their way in. They often kick off the pit stop cycles, and they're doing it again after what has it been this time? I think 29 laps from them. Yes, it was indeed another 29 lap stint from them, and they will have to start doing some 30s at some point, otherwise they're going to need a splash.
Yeah, like I said, basically backing themselves into a very dangerous corner right now. 3 minutes before the hour. Like we said before, as much as you kind of have to, from the stint, you do your, in this case, 29 lap stint, which will be roughly 58 minutes. Then you add on the time that you're in the pit lane for when it comes to stage run. You're talking close to, it's over a minute. You're stationary for around a minute. Then you've got the pit lane transfer time, so you're talking 30 seconds there, which when you add all of that together, you're still under an hour. It's about 59 minutes 30 odd seconds that is you effectively account for a whole stint. Now, like you say, you're backing yourselves into a corner. You really need to start doing those 30s. You need to start getting that time back, getting back to close to being pitted on the hour, because as Nick Damon was saying early on in the race, you have to account for 10 hours and a little bit more. You always have to account for it to. I always say that with these, as a general rule of thumb, account for the race to be 10 hours and 4 minutes, right? Because if it's 4 minutes around here, that's 2 laps extra. Now, I know a lot of these teams are running the fuel load extremely tight, but those 2 extra laps, they could make all of the difference. It's the 1 extra lap for you're on the right track, you're on the wrong bit of track at the wrong bit of time, where you've crossed the line, and then a few minutes later the leader crosses the line to finish the race, so you don't have to do a whole lap longer than you were actually initially anticipating. That accounts for that lap. And then the second lap is there in case you've just miscalculated, which is very, very easy to do at that point in the race, to miscalculate when you're trying to juggle where you are on the track, how much the leader's got left to do, where you are, and where you're going to be at the checker flag comparison. And you're accounting for both of those contingencies, and that's why you kind of aim to get it to that point. Now, you can't just pit with 9 hours done in the race, 1 hour left to go, and then go, well, just save enough fuel to do that hour and 4. You're better off starting that process now, working backwards on the strategies we say all the time, and getting yourself in a position where you can go for that extra 4 minutes without having to save fuel.
And that's why teams like Mag Performance are in such a strong position, like we saw in their last hour. I think they last came in lap 122 maybe? Which is, lap 121, which is one lap longer than everybody else in the field, pretty much. So they are already 4 minutes under the hour, as you say, and that is good news. 4 minutes over the hour, if you see what I mean. 4 minutes in the good in terms of fuel. They've done themselves a favour with that as Marla Racing Team come in. Just interesting to see what Maniti Racing did on that pit cycle there. We mentioned that they pick off that they start the pit stop cycle every single time. This time they did a 45-second stop, which is slightly strange. I just wonder whether that is 2 tyres and a little bit less fuel. Whether they've gone, we might as well do 10 stops here, or whether they've done 1 tyre, which would be really weird.
I don't know if you can do 1 tyre. Jarl Tyen behind the wheel of BS Competition, obviously on replay, making a hash brown of Dunlop and going for a sizable spin. Well, again, that reaffirms what I was saying earlier, how I think they might be taking this race a little bit less seriously and having a little bit of fun with it, because let's be honest, Jarl Tyen's not a driver that you typically see mistakes from. None of these drivers really, but particularly people like Jarl who've been in sim racing for I think Jarl's been in sim racing for about 15 years.
Yeah.
He used to race on LFS. Anyone who's been in sim racing for a long time and actually raced on LFS back in the day, you might know him as Arox. Who used to race back then. As Hugo Luis is one who definitely knows, yes, because Hugo's been in sim racing for a very long time and has switched roles. The old Tyen's still keeping up with the driving stuff, and he's still pretty good at it. So that's not me saying that. Hugo
I bet Hugo would be good if he started as well.
He is. He's just a busy man.
Yes, that's true.
He'd still be a lot faster than me.
And me
by a very comfortable margin. Then again, I'm effectively retired. I haven't driven a car in sim racing in 2 months.
I haven't driven a car in sim racing since August. So
wow, it looks like we both need to go to the Apex racing facility and get some tips. Jarl Tyen, by the way, just drove through pit lane, so has exceeded the instant limit. To discuss what that is, just to keep you all in the loop, the instant that would have been from the 2x that you would have got for the spin there, by the way, because you get a 2x, 2 incident points for loss of control. There are 40 incident points that they have. I'm sure most of us know, but I'll just very briefly explain how it works. You go off track, you get 1 incident point, you have a spin, you get 2 incident points, and you make car contact that's sizable with another car, and it will be 4 incident points. If it's a little bit of a brush, then it's 0, so it doesn't really matter too much. But you've got 40 instant points, and then you'll get a drive-through penalty, and then from that point on, it's every 20 incident points, and you will receive a drive-through penalty also. So they've already breached that, which is great, because they now have half the race left to go and 20 incident points to get another drive-through. Oops.
Interesting developments once again in the pit lane, as we see 2 tyre call from Marla Racing Team, and I feel like in response to that almost, PGZ have once again gone for 2 tyres. Bila once again sticking with 4, but they've got Marla Racing Team right up behind them now as a result of that, and the 119 PGZ car's also there, but yet to pit as we saw last stint. There they all are, very close indeed.
Never doubt this is like the second, third broadcast in a row where Ewan O'Leary has sat alongside me in the virtual commentary booth and doubted what I've said. Disappointing. Very, very disappointing. Again, it's back on the naughty step for you, mate. But no, PGZ, like I said, they kind of feel like they have to do it. I think it's absolutely the right call to go aggressive on a conservative strategy, if you get where I'm coming from. They're taking a risk. They're doing something which is a bit bold whilst trying to build out their race lead more. So I think it's a brilliant call from them, provided it works, at which point if it doesn't work, it's a terrible call. They should never have done it. Alessandro Bico are on board with Marla Racing Team, of course, still trying to get past the Bila Racing Team at the moment.
And this is Redline going 1 lap longer, by the way. It wasn't everyone pitting 1 lap early. This is Redline and Peneke stretching this stint out to 31 laps for the first time all day. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens with the Lamborghini now. Do they decide to skip skip tyres for the first time today, or will they take 4 as they've decided to do on every other opportunity?
Oh, by the way, coming into pit lanes, we'll see this move from VCO coming out of the final corner. There's been a bit of drama. There is the switch. The MAG performance car, Andrea Bristol, I think has had a blown engine in the Casio Triangle, is slowly coming down onto pit lane. This is on board.
Oh, it's blown yet.
Yeah, there's smoke coming out of the rear. That is not pretty. That is done, sir. That is done.
Oh, dear. Such a shame. How has he done that, though? Because that's...
Casio Triangle probably downshifting to way too aggressively.
Yeah, but it's fairly hard to... You don't see this very often without contact.
I was going to say, unless they've been hit, at which point it's very, very easy.
Yeah, but you have to get absolutely smashed to blow your engine. Really.
No. If you are in that right bit, I mean, this is the thing. This is all hypothetical because we've not seen an incident. But it's definitely down to the Casio Triangle. But if you're shifting down at the right point, let's say, for example, you've just shifted down into 5th gear, and then someone taps you then, so you're already on what is effectively the rev limit. You're coming down quite aggressively. You're already on the rev limit for 5th. Someone drives the back. If not, it could be. I wonder if we ride on board, if they clutch in, then shift down, and then that might be what it is. Because if you clutch in, you can obviously shift down to 2nd or 3rd. And then if you lift out the clutch, that extra little bit of fuel saving that a lot of drivers have been doing, then it'll pop you straight in. Right. Let's see if we can listen in. Probably a bit early to listen in, but that's fine. We'll listen in now. I think that might be what it is. I think that might be. It's very
out of 5th. They tried to clutch.
They tried to clutch.
In. Yeah, so that was weird. I'll tell you what was also slightly weird is that I entirely missed the pit stop for Redline. They did a 30-lap stint there, but their pit stop was 20 seconds long.
What?
Their Redline's pit stop there was 20 seconds long.
I see that. So they've only taken fuel, and they've not taken very much fuel.
Half a tank of fuel.
What?
And why did they do that?
What a bizarre call.
Very bizarre. I'm absolutely baffled by that. And I'm sure I'm not reading this timing screen wrong, because they've come out with a 26-second lead, so that must be correct.
I have no words. I have absolutely no words why Team Redline would stop, and it only being a 20-odd second stop. I mean, maybe it is just the half tank, but why would you? I don't know. Again, we are not on the strategy rules for these things. It could be a mistake. It could be perfectly on strategy. But yeah, very, very interesting indeed. Suddenly, the strategy for the race leads got a lot more interesting as to we will know what's going on in roughly half an hour, when they would potentially have to come into the pit lane.
And we'll know what's going on in 4.5 hours or 4 hours 50. But yeah, I'll take your points.
That would be that would be great.
Because the gap's either going to come down, stay the same, or get bigger.
I mean, it's not wrong. It is not. That is.
It is obvious.
That is something. That is something that I said on a broadcast, by the way. It is 100% correct, but really stupid to say.
Yeah, sorry for bringing that back up. But
literally, this like saying at the end of the race, someone's going to win. It's the same thing.
I mean, yeah. But yeah, Redline, by the looks of things, because of that pit stop, as you say, with about 4 hours and a half to go, I'd suspect them to be in. But then again, I didn't think they were going to do that. So who knows what's going to happen next? Yeah, I really can't think of any reasons why they would do that. I really can't.
No, we are easily confused in the commentary booth.
This is not just us not being able to figure out what's going on, surely. I mean, there can't be something really obvious we're missing here. I mean, it's a bizarre call.
They're preparing for a red flag, some rain. I don't know. Obviously, rain is still not on the iRacing service, but I have always joked that it would be hilarious if they just they had already put rain into iRacing, and rather than telling anyone, they just turned it on in the middle of an iRacing special event. I always thought that'd be a hilarious way of doing it. Would be very irritating and they wouldn't do it. But still, how good would that be if just like randomly in the middle of the race it just starts raining? Everyone's like, whoa, what do I, who? How do I, what?
George Simmons has sent me a theory here with regards to Redline.
We can read it out because Apex aren't in this race. So
I will go for it. So the thinking is that to double stint a set of tyres, 2 hours is quite a long time, but 1 hour and a half is a lot more manageable. So if they do this now, then there'll be 4 hours and a half to go now, and then later on they can do the final hour and a half on one set of tyres as well, and thus taking one set of 4 tyre changes out of the equation and saving them a bit of time that way. But that does mean they have to do an extra stop in this race, and I don't know quite whether they've got the gap for managing that. But
no, but I will say there is a reason why this kind of strategy sometimes is good. Now, this is a strategy that I've said before, that back when I was doing racing in endurance stuff at a decent level, when I ran out of fuel from a 2-lap lead at Sebring, thanks. Again, just getting ahead because I knew you were going to bring it up. But there was, I think it was for the final race of the season, that one in the French countryside, and 24 hours of it. We worked out that it was better for us to do. Essentially, we could do 10-lap stints, but it was better for us to do 8-lap stints because we could do 3 stints without changing tyres. I mean, well, if you were to do the 10-lap stints, it was too long to get to 30, but 24 was more than possible, and we actually worked out that over a long period we would gain the time back on everyone else. And it's kind of that mentality, because effectively you are on a lighter car for longer, right? That's the important bit, is that you are racing around on a lighter car, which means that theoretically you get the speed back. I don't know if it's a good call to switch to it halfway through a race, but potentially.
Yes, I agree with that. But then again, if you're doing this strategy, you can only really do this 1 hour and a half stint once. Because if you're doing it all the time, then you are going to make loads of stops in the race. So you can't really do that. It's a really bizarre one. It's a really bizarre one. And I don't know if it's going to pay off, as none of us do, I guess. But yeah, it's one to play, and it's going to be one of those races now where we are literally going to have to wait till the final minutes to know quite what's going on here, because there's 2 different cars at completely opposite ends of their stints all of the time.
Well, I mean, like, thinking about it now, if they were to commit to doing what is it, you'd have to effectively treat it as if they were doing this thing of like pitting with 4.5 hours left to go, and then they'd effectively be pitting every 45 minutes. And that's whether they do an hour stint and then 30 minutes, an hour stint and then 30 minutes, but they'd be treating like one set of tyres to go an hour and a half. I think, never trust a commentator's maths, but I think they'd be then due, is it 6 more stops or is it 5?
Let me just have a look.
He's smarter than I am.
PGZ will have 4 more on every hour.
4 more, yes.
And Redline would have
if they were
5.
doing if they were doing which this is what I mean, is that this is why going the aggressive stop, they would only have to stop once more by keeping up that aggressive strategy. Yes,
but and also I guess to add on to that, they've only got a half tank of fuel to take on at that very last stop as well.
So well, this is the thing, is that strategic stuff is being fired. Let's just go with that, and we'll figure this out. Well, actually, no, sorry. We won't figure this out. Peter Mackay and Nick Damon will figure this out. Thankfully, we don't have to deal with that. We just get to sit in this middle ground, which I actually really enjoy. This middle ground of really, genuinely not knowing what's going on. It's this beautiful position where we are in the same position as a fair amount, as a majority, I would say, of those watching. There are those 3 or 4 that do know what's going on and that are sat there literally about to throw their monitor off the off the desk. And to them I say, tough.
There's probably a political joke in there somewhere, but I can't quite think of it at the minute.
And also it'd be dangerous on the
oh podcast. Yeah, maybe. I won't make it. but George Simmons is basically giving me everything that I know about this race right now.
He is good on strategy.
He is very good on strategy. He's also said that if they can get to 4 hours 20 to go, they could do for 1 hour 5 stints to the end. Now, I think that's a stretch on fuel, but it is also a possibility, I guess. I don't know.
It'd be 32 lap stints.
Exactly, and yeah, I'm not convinced. I don't know. I've got no idea really whether this is going to pay off, whether it's a good idea or any of the above. So we'll just have to find out really. But both teams for the minute are just doing what they can, doing all they can. And the risk for Redline as well, I feel, is that when they come in and pit and they make their full service, they're going to lose a minute. Are they going to come out in a lot of traffic? There is a danger that they do.
Yeah, but the thing is no matter what strategy you're on, there is always a danger that you're going to come out in traffic, right? You just got to accept.
Not for PGZ really, because they come out in the lead pretty much every time. I mean, Mag Performance were going 1 lap longer, but that's one car. PGZ are going almost as long as anyone in this race remaining, so they don't really have the risk of on-track traffic like Redline will.
You mean, yeah, traffic for position, yeah, fair enough. Obviously, there is still
they're harder passes to make is the only reason why I bring that up.
Sometimes, I mean, for a lot of the drivers that have been racing around today, a lot of them have just sort of been like, right, okay, you're on a different strategy than you see ya.
As well.
Yeah, typically a lot of them, as long as you've got that overlap, a lot of them kind of let you finish the pass, which potentially was what Redline were expecting back in the IMSA round on Sunday, but we won't talk about
that. We will start fighting about it again in the comments.
We did have a bit of a.
This was off air, by the way.
Post broadcast, a bit of an argument. For anyone who thinks that commentators only argue on air, that's wrong. It was a good 10-15 minute discussion.
But
it was definitely about 10 minutes.
There was definitely a discussion had about that.
It's not the first time that me and you have disagreed on Winston and had a good debate after the broadcast as well. Oh dear.
I sometimes listen to what you say and park it in the memory just till the broadcast ends, so we can bring it up after. No, I don't really do that. But it does sometimes happen. It's not just us two, by the way, just in case you're wondering.
We have commentated with each other a lot, though.
That is true as well.
Season 12, so it would have been. What year was it? End of 2019.
End of 2019, we would have started doing it very regularly, commentating together. Yeah, so I guess so. That's getting on for 3 years now. So that's quite a long time.
Yes. Yes, it is. It is too long. Then again, I've been commentating in sim racing on and off for 10 years now. Well, no, 10 years I think next month.
I've got 5 years under the belt on and off now. So
yeah, nice. We are all old.
We are very old, yes.
I know. I can easily feel there's going to be a bit of a plink on the TeamSpeak chat from Hugo Luis about questioning what old means in sim racing, but never mind, that's fine. Our focus on the race at hand. Well, that's not me trying to again throw him under the bus. He's very good for his age.
That's even worse.
Yeah, it really is. Again, good in a mixture of roles. I think that's always quite important in sim racing, is to be good in a mixture of roles, whether it's just driving, great, but then also being good at livery design, graphic design, broadcast direction. Commentating doesn't count because it's too easy. But race control. That race control is one role I think everyone has to do in sim racing at one point to realise how truly awful it is. It is. I was saying this to some people, motorsport wise, we were discussing this probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago about how I've done every role in sim racing. That is not any role that you can think about in sim racing. I have definitely done it at some point in the last 10 years, unsuccessfully, of course, but I have attempted it. And race control is the one that I will never ever attempt. No way. It is horrible. It is a thankless task. It is hard work, and it truly makes you respect race control when you've tried doing it yourself, because it is an unwinnable situation.
Oh yeah, that's what I was just about to bring up. Keeping everybody happy is not possible, and you're constantly in battles that will have no, or that you won't be the winner of. Yeah. Somebody will be will be on your back for it. So I fully understand that part of it. Even well, to be fair, my time in an A race control was quite fairly loosely involved as well. So yeah, it's not particularly desirable, but someone's got to do it.
I couldn't imagine you being.
That's what I mean. I wasn't
the Eduardo Freitas of.
No, that wasn't my job. No.
Literally telling people to shut up and get on with it. Oh, the man after my own heart. Although probably speaking about Eduardo Freitas in this segment, not a great idea at the moment. That's fine. We'll look on board with Daniel Lafuente in a moment, who's on the rear end of the Team PGZ car, the second of their cars, the 119, that is down the order 15th spot, missing the apex ever so slightly. But this Merc they're on board with is going faster and faster, a little bit though out of touch with their teammate in the number 2. Of course, we did speak to Lafuente's teammate a bit earlier on, and they were saying they were going to remain quite close. They clearly have not, because the 2 has checked out. This could be the potential move though for Lafuente, who's got to the inside and has sent it into that first corner to get past Sam Ward, and does pick up 15th spot.
Yeah, these Mercedes are getting stronger as the race goes on, it seems. They're slowly climbing through the order. Now 13th place. I reckon the Williams could get 1, maybe 2 of their cars into the top 10 by the end, to be honest. They're running well right now. So it'll be interesting to see where they end up by the end, as Lewis is just sending me messages that the track temperature's going down, and maybe that's a reason for it, but it certainly is allowing the tyre strategies to open up again, as we're seeing in this stint. And speaking of that, Lewis, I just want to bring up Brabham Esports. So I've just noticed, as I was looking through the pit stop times for PGZ and Williams there to work out quite what was going on, I looked at Brabham Esports pit stop time, 31 seconds for them, which is another odd one, and they came in with everyone else on the last hour as well, so 3/4 of a tank and no tyres taken on there as well.
Yeah, interesting. Of course, presently running now in 11th position is the Brabham Esports team. It is Hunter McDaniel behind the wheel, who did miss the last round of the Rocket British Formula 4 Esports Championship that was on last night, but has been doing a few of those rounds for the JHR Developments team, which he's shown some really great pace. Doesn't have the results to speak of in it. I've just seen a car in the barrier. I'm just going to double check as to which one it was. I think it was the Gepard Esports car of Gadzinski, who's been off going through this section. There he is. You just see in the distant, now going through the foreground, going background then the foreground. That car has just had a bit of an off going through 139. I think has made significant contact with the barrier. Does not go into the pit lane though, so it's going to stay out and still be lap traffic.
No, clearly it wasn't that significant. Well, we're about to find out. Out on the AstroTurf on the curb, and he's... Well, that was in front of Redline as well, my goodness.
Oh, they are okay.
They are absolutely okay, but quite rare that you see that through 130R. Yeah, it just shows that if that incident had gone ever so slightly differently, Redline could have very easily gotten caught up in that one, and that's the thing we've got to remind ourselves as well, where we're talking about the fastest way to get to the end of the race in terms of pit strategy, but also just staying out of trouble on the road as well is a hard enough job in itself.
Yeah, it's one of those things that happens less and less in sim racing these days. It is one thing that genuinely 2 or 3 years ago I would have said that sure, if you're leading now, I would still expect an incident, I would still expect drama, I would still expect that, whereas these days it's kind of, the percentage is a lot lower, and that comes down to the fact of we've got more people in sim racing than ever before. We've got more people that have worked their way up into this level, that are at this level of racing, that don't make mistakes. And it's those mistakes where other people get caught up in them. If you have less of those mistakes, then less people end up getting caught up in them. And that's why that whole potential of that incident late on is lowered massively for the racing. But it does not mean it isn't there. And that's why you should always be ready for someone to be backwards and whatnot. You do get yellow flags. They aren't super obvious, and 9 times out of 10 in sim racing, especially if you aren't the leader, a yellow flag means one thing only. And trust me, it is to slow down. Yeah, it's there's a few freebies ahead. Get on after it.
yeah, exactly. It does from time to time. But I guess adding into your point now, is that the fact that this might not make a lot of sense out now, but it does in my head. The worst drivers in this split have got better. So in previous years, the worst drivers in this split would have been a lot worse. With all respect to them, the worst drivers here now are, very good. I mean, you only got to look at some of the drivers who are outside the top 20. Alexei Nesov is driving outside the top 20 at the moment. I know they have, and that's on pace. Sotumuto obviously is outside the top 10 at the moment because of a problem. But for sort of driver like Alexei Nesov to be outside the top 20 on pure pace is really unbelievable. And so, as I say, the worst drivers are getting better with every year that passes.
Yeah, and it's kind of one of those things of, to be fair, even if you go and look in Split 2, now obviously there are multiple splits being run in these races, but if you go back to watch Split 2, obviously there's no broadcast of it, but if you were a driver in Split 2, if you go and spectate Split 2, I guarantee that if you frequently watch the esports races here on RaceSpot or generally in iRacing or in with the scene in the esports side of things, if you go and look at Split 2, I guarantee there will be way more names in there that you recognise as being quality drivers, and that's purely just based on how many good drivers there are. And that, again, back to the point that you're saying there, is that the amount of good drivers that we've got now in sim racing is much higher, so the worst drivers are better. The percentage difference front to back is much smaller these days. The margins are smaller. It's what kind of adds even more value to winning a race like this, to essentially better those that are effectively right on your level, with very minor differences between. This is the battle, by the way, for 7th position. Damon Woods, Jimmy Antunes and Moreno Sirica as onto the pit lane. This was expected. They have taken half a tank of fuel, potentially slightly less than, to come into the pit lane. 4 hours, 34 minutes left to go in this race. Max Benecke brings the Team Redline Red Lamborghini in from the race lead. What is their plan?
Well, who knows? Patrick Holtzman gets in. That's the plan for the first off. 4 tyres are going to be taken here. I'm absolutely sure of it. But from then on, what are they going to do? And I just wonder, because of that driver change there, I just wonder whether that has something to do with it. Was there a reason that Holtzman couldn't get into the car slightly earlier? Is there a reason in real life, maybe, that Holtzman couldn't quite get into the car on the hour, but he can halfway through, and they've had to work around that between the two of them? Or am I just making up the stories here? I don't really know. But yeah, maybe there's something in that. They're certainly taking 4 tyres now, I'd imagine.
It did kind of cross my line that potentially there could be a scheduling conflict where, like I say, Holtzman couldn't get in, but then Benecke also needs to leave, and it just so happens it's not on the hour. It's half hour, but it's awkward. Yeah, coming out straight into some nice clean air.
Well, the reason why I mentioned it's clever is because that was only a 55-second stop. They've not filled up the tank all the way there. They did take 4 tyres, but they knew exactly about this battle. They didn't want to battle their way through it, and so they took the exact right amount of fuel there to come out right in front of it. That was perfectly calculated there from Redline.
Yeah, 6th position, pressure on from Jimmy Antunes behind, also from Damon Woods in the ATRS esports car, and then the rear end of this train is that Zenith esports one being driven by Ricardo Rico at the moment. Not a part of this fight, is a lap down, but the 2 cars directly arrears of Holtzman as he jumps back into the car are genuinely in full position. And with the clean air that he has right now, he can ill afford dropping behind. He needs to keep his eyes focused and try and catch the number 78 Maniti Racing car. Obviously the best number in all of motorsport and sim racing, the number 78. Right?
No.
What's your number?
I used to go with 73 back in the day.
Why?
I can't really remember. I don't know. No, I can't remember at all.
Terrible. You've got to make up a story then, because that's just boring.
I do really. There definitely must have been a story back in the day. I did my first races nearly 7 years ago now, so there must be a reason. But I can't remember it.
78 was because. Well, actually, I'll talk about that in a second, because there is going to be a position switch here. Our Arnage competition is down the inside, and there is one loss to Team Redline there. A Holtzman dropping back behind the Arnage competition car of Jimmy Antunes. So the switch there is Damon Woods also going to make his way through at the moment. I don't think he's got necessarily the run off of the final corner at the Casio Triangle. There's going to be a slight lift out there from the Lamborghini, so back onto saving fuel. Holtzman a bit slower at the moment, so it seems.
This is exactly what I meant by red line coming out in traffic and having to battle their way through. It's all well and good, traffic is everywhere, as you mentioned earlier. It could happen to anyone, but to battle your way through a fight like this, a three-car fight like this, is so much harder than a lap car. And this is exactly why I was worried for red line strategy, even if it made sense to us, which it doesn't really. But even if it did, this is my main worry with that one. They're going to end up in traffic. They're going to have battles like this one. Whereas PGZ right now, if you know, they've got 20 seconds back to second. They've got no worries at all with battles.
Yeah, this is where things start to get a little bit concerning on the strategy. But again, it'll piece itself together. I'm concerned generally by the strategy that they're running, but hopefully for their sakes, it will piece itself together in 4.5 hours. But I'm not necessarily sure myself. It's a big gamble, regardless. That it is a big gamble that Team Redline are taking here to try and do something to move their way forward, to try and challenge Team PGZ. And do not forget that still 4.5 hours left in this race, 5.5 done. Still, no Vankini is behind the wheel, yet to switch out drivers as yet in that 114.
And maybe that is going to be the turning point for them in terms of, what's the... we believe it's going to be Pablo Arujo, as you said earlier on. Are we going to see that car drop off in pace, or is it going to stay the same? I would put my faith in Arujo, actually. I know you were saying that earlier that there may well be a bit of time loss there for PGZ, but I would certainly put my faith in him. Keeney does a lot of driving with him, of course. He will trust him as teammate, of course, as well. So I wouldn't be too worried about that for them in all honesty. But it is something to note, and it will be maybe a slight concern. But for me, it's not too much.
No, again, you've got to have faith in your teammates. I mean, he's plenty fast enough to hold his own. But it's just about, I would expect he'd lose time. I'm not saying even 10 seconds, but still, he's going to be slower than Govan Keeney, potentially, realistically. It's just about how much time is going to be lost, and you've got to kind of equate that strategy. I will say, they will already know that, right? Because they'll already know, as a general basis, they'll know what his lap times are, and then equate that to how much time they're going to lose, or particularly in game, from being in the car. And so that will already be a part of the strategy, and they will already know whether they're safe or whether they're going to be under pressure. So that one will already be sorted behind the scenes. Speaking of Team PGZ, switch of position between themselves and Williams Esports. Back down the back end, getting past the number 4 car. Sam Ward, I believe, just made a move.
Yeah, I think he did there. Yeah, I think so.
It's certainly what it says, but again, it's on the Williams with Ben Q car, not the... I was genuinely looking at the Mercs, but no, those two are still ahead of 2 and 4. That number 3 is the Williams, it's Ben Q car. My brain is just scrambled eggs at the moment.
Yeah, why is Lombardi losing so much time? It would be my question. Because he took 4 tyres last stop. Don't quite know why he has lost that little bit of time to lose that place. But either way, that exchange of positions has happened just for the moment. I've got to say though, what this has been such an interesting race. And unexpectedly so. I've got to say, when I watched the BMW Sim GT Cup race here at Suzuka, obviously that was a diminished field because of the situation that championship was in, but the fact that the 4 tyre call was absolutely the way to go and there was no way that anyone could do anything different, to me suggested that there might be a problem with this race in terms of everyone's going to take 4 tyres every stint, a full tank of fuel, and there's going to be 9 stops in the race and nobody's going to move positions at all. But it has not been like that at all, and I don't really know why. I guess maybe the BMW can't skip tyres. Maybe the Porsche can, and Lamborghini can. But it's been way more interesting in terms of strategy, way more dynamic in terms of strategy than what I was expecting.
I've just seen, by the way, a comedy of errors, unfortunately, between the 119 and the number 3. The battle for 15th. They've just gone through Spoon Curve. One had a half spin and then the other one had a spin. And then they both came into each other. It was what could only be described as not ideal heading into this section of the track. An issue there for Team PGZ's 119 and the Williams Esports Ben Q car. So, oops. Let's take a look at it. I mean, talk us through it.
Well, there's the half spin for Lombardi. Oh, and Samuel Ward goes for a full one. Yeah, it's
really
very...
threw you into that one.
I'm surprised that's the first full spin we've seen at Spoon Curve, actually, because that AstroTurf on the outside there is pretty nasty. We've seen it quite a lot at 130R with the AstroTurf, spinning quite a few cars around. 3 in the time we've been here, which is quite a lot. But we haven't seen one at Spoon Curve yet, I believe, all race. So I'm surprised that is the first.
Maniti coming to the pit lane, as we'll see them all keeping very close to the wall. Again, getting a little bit of slipstream for those that they are lapping. But yeah, no, I agree. We've not seen any real issues at Spoon, which is amazing because it is a brutal corner, especially between the first and second apex.
What is everyone doing here? Maniti are in for a stop now. Good 25 minutes before the hour. I know they kick off the pit stop cycle every time, and Tim Matska's gotten in now, but what are they doing? What are these teams doing?
Last pitted on 148, so they've gone less than 20 laps.
Yeah. Well, I've got 19 laps down here.
Yeah, that'll be about right.
But yeah, I cannot get my head around it. I really cannot. There must be some sort of benefit that... no, that's true. There must be some sort of benefit that I can't see right now because I can't see any logical reason why this helps anyone.
No, I agree. I don't want to be that boring guy that's just sort of like, well, just pit on the hour. Just pit on the hour. Just pit on the hour. Just keep pitting on the hour.
If it's fastest, then...
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, what this is doing is Vlad Kimichev, who's jumped back in the Urano, that second Urano sports car, if enough people do move on to this crazy, weird strategy in the middle, it might drag them back into actually finishing in a decent spot. Obviously, they're off strategy comparatively to most after their issues early on. Tim Matska's, by the way, has just jumped straight out of the pit lane into the middle of Alexei Nesov, who's going side by side in the S's with Tobias Grundkotter down the back end of the top 20, 19th position. That battle has just come out in the midst of all of that. This is it that we can see here. Tim Matska's at the head of it. Then you've got Nesov. Then you've got Grundkotter. And then at the back of that is your race leader. That is Govind Keeney, Team PGZ. And that's all of his lap traffic ahead.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Because of
course I'm right. Stop doubting me. Oh, my God.
There's a PGZ car behind him. Oh, there's the other input, the other PGZ car. So, will you forgive me for that?
No,
I don't think so.
No, absolutely not.
So, sorry,
trying to throw me under the bus.
I won't be taking any throwing under the bus from or complaints that I do that, because you do that more than me. So I'm not taking any complaints. I'm not taking any complaints from you on that one. But that is indeed Govind Keeney. There is a PGZ car in the background of these shots, and that is 4th position. That's Samuel Ward recovering from the spin. But yeah, I really can't get my head around this. Tim Matska, I'm pretty sure, took on 4 tyres there, but didn't need a full tank of fuel because obviously they didn't burn through a whole tank in that previous stint.
Yeah, it's a curious position as to where this strategy is going to unfold. And again, as much as I am sat here being like, if I were in the car, I'd definitely be running to the hour pretty much every single time, because the less time you spend in pit lane, the better, is normally the mentality. But clearly some of these drivers know better than that, and they're trying something slightly different. Brabham Esports onto the pit lane. Hunter McDaniel, as we said before, kind of copying the strategy that we were seeing from Redline and whatnot. And again, they also shrunk their I was going to say first stop, but their first stop of the second half of the race. I mean, that's a stupid point to say, but follow my logic there. And there is the switch of driver also for Brabham Esports, who did miss his box, by the way, did Hunter McDaniel. Did notice that, as we'll see this train skate their way through. Wonder if anyone else is going to bail from this standardised strategy of pitting on the hour and doing something different. That's
Brabham Esports' second pit stop inside this hour. Remember they took 31 seconds of fuel with 5 hours to go, and then they came in not long after Beneke, and now they're in again. Though I don't know what that's all about, unless you just said that and I missed it.
I think. Oh, let me When was their pit stop before? Do you know?
Pit stop before was not that long after Beneke's, maybe 5 minutes afterwards.
Let me have a look.
Somewhere around there.
I think they might have had a problem. Lap 163 was a 1:59.5. Lap 164 didn't count. Lap 165 was a 2-minute 12. I think there has been a problem for the Brabham Esports car, and that's why they've come back into the pit lane.
Yeah.
Their last pit stop was on 1:51, so that would have this time into the pit lane was only 17 laps after their initial run of the pit lane. So I think there's been drama for them.
Yeah, I think so. But even
well, we are convincing people at home that we know what we're talking about.
I don't know if we're doing a good job of it at this stage, but yeah, it's a strange one that I don't know what's going on there either. But Jimmy Antunes is in anyway, and he's gotten out of the Arnage competition number 23. That was a 29 lap stint from them. They've been on this strategy all day really. Leandro Andaruti getting into that Porsche now, and I think I just saw that car drop off the jacks, and he's on his way now after 4 tyre stops. So that's a little bit more normal because they've been off strategy all day long.
Yeah, I was going to say there are a few teams that have been off strategy from very, very early on that have gone aggressive on it. Arnage competition being one of them. So again, curious to see whether it's better to have. The thing is that with a few teams that have made the call quite late to switch onto this strategy, the likes of Redline and whatnot, I do wonder if it, which we will see, with Arnage competition and whatnot, if it was better going onto the strategy early, or if it was better kind of splitting the race into two halves. Give you an update as to what the track conditions are like at the moment. Track temperature continues to come down. It is 40 degrees on track at the moment. When we started commentating 2 hours 40 minutes ago, we were talking of it being in the higher 40s, 47s, 46s. Now it's come down 7 degrees since then. That is a sizable margin for it to have come down in that period. That will massively affect how long the tyres are going for and what speed you can get out of them.
Yeah, and I think that's being displayed right now by Marla Racing Team, particularly, who took 2 tyres there, but they're pulling away from Biela, who took 4. So these drivers who are taking less tyres are not suffering quite so much for it. Also, David Toff for Arnage competition in their number 6. That's not one of the team names called, but that's where the number is. They're not losing that much time, despite taking no tyres at that previous stop. So I think these track temperatures are coming very ideal now for skipping tyres, and I don't mean that's playing into the hands of Redline particularly, who have struggled really to take anything other than 4 tyres at every stop.
Yeah, I don't know what strategy I'd rather be on right now. I keep saying the pit every hour, but then there is part of me, I can't explain what it is, but there is part of me that's like, I kind of like the idea that we're having a lot of teams try something different, and the fact that it's not just one team doing something odd. Genuinely, if I'm in those cars that are pitting on the hour, there are alarm bells going off right now, especially if you don't know why, right? This is if you don't know why they're all pitting, that's like even worse, because you're like, have they seen something that I haven't seen? Why would you go off strategy like that? What has happened? Why would you do that?
As Nicholas Lowridge comes in, by the way, this is also on schedule for him, but if you think about it this way, Govankini right now is 47 seconds in front of Patrick Holtzman. I mean, he would fall behind Redline, surely, after doing that. So maybe there is something in there that certainly I couldn't see. And maybe Redline have pulled a blinder here.
But they've got one extra pit stop to make.
Yes. I know, but I honestly don't know. It's so, because it's so odd. It's so hard to call. So we are literally just going to have to sit here and watch it play out. It's going to be one of those races that you just do not know what is going to happen until the very final minutes.
We will figure it out, right? And then very quickly after we figured it out, there's big air quotes on the figured out, by the way, but we'll figure it out, and then not long after that we'll instantly realise that we've definitely not figured it out, and we've just been
or the driver we thought was going to win is going to crash.
Oh yeah, that would be boring. I'm desperate for this not to have an incident. I want to see how this unfolds. I really want to see how this unfolds. This is the kind of thing that I've been speaking about, of course, when it comes to some of the competitions and whatnot in sim racing, where there are, of course, safety cars and whatnot. It's an interesting discussion, I find, where we've got some championships now, particularly on the road courses now, that are introducing the idea of safety cars, of course, taking part in the race. Now, I'm all for that. By the way, I think the 23-hour Irish competition has been into the pit lane for breaching the incident limit. So I think it's been a drive-through penalty for Leandro Andretti. But yeah, I've always said that there is space in sim racing for both an esports series or a race where it's an endurance race with safety cars that keeps it spicy, that keeps it up there and kind of a bit crazy on the strategy, and you've got to react to all that. But then, like the special events, where there is no safety car interventions, once the green flag goes, you are racing until you see the check-in. And I like that. I like the fact that you will see the strategy from start to finish. You'll see it unfold. You'll see them building it. I like the fact that in sim racing we can have both things done in their own races and whatnot, and we get to enjoy both sides of it.
I feel like it depends massively what race it is, because if this race had turned out to be one of those where you stop at the top of every hour, you take 4 tyres and that's it, then we'd be crying out for a safety car, and so would the teams who are down the order. So it really depends what kind of race it is. By the way, I believe that Job de Ligt has been off on his way out. He's been out the pit lane. I think he might have gone off the road somewhere on his way out, unless he just lost those positions really late on because he was getting up to speed. But yeah,
he's been off at speed.
Yeah, I thought so. Tim Matska has just dropped down as well in a battle. Oh, he's battling with Alexei Nestov, actually. There's the spin. Oh, dear.
Amazingly, didn't make contact with the barrier on the X there. But that went early. I think, I do believe there was 2 wheels on the grass on turning. And that would have just completely destroyed the tyres, by the way. Big time.
Yeah, and that's Job de Ligt's outlap, so not good news.
And he's just been back into the pit lane again for a breach of instant limit, because that would have been a 2x for loss of control.
Well, and 1 for going off, I guess, as well, maybe?
No, you wouldn't get the 1 for going off, because it's the one that's the higher amount takes precedent. So if it's a 4x on car contact, then you'll only get the 4x on car contact. I think that's how it works anyway. I can't remember off the top of my head.
We are experts.
For a loss of control, when you have that 2x, you don't get a 1x with it for going off. You've already got your 2x, you've already got your penalty, and there is a certain window where you can rejoin and just kind of get on with it without getting a 1x for an off track as well. Do correct me if I'm wrong. 9 times out of 10, I am.
Did we cover as well, by the way, the reason why the 124 has become the latest retirement from the race?
No.
Team PGZ Academy. I don't remember what happened to them. But it happened about 45 minutes ago now.
I do not know. I probably don't want to find out, if I'm perfectly honest. I'll give it a go.
It was about 45, 50 minutes ago. We obviously know why Mag Performance are out as a result of their engine blow. That's a recent retirement as well. So 2 retirements within minutes of each other there, but that's the first one we've had for 3.5 hours now.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure. I have just seen, I don't know if there was some more damage, but I did just see the car. Kwiatkowski was behind the wheel of the Team PGZ Academy car that just came back in the pit lane and pulled out.
Yeah, I suspected that might have been what happened. But
there wasn't an incident that I could see.
No, exactly. And not one that I remember either, so maybe they did just pull the plug on that one, yeah.
Been there. No, obviously you kind of sit there and be like, it's against the endurance spirit. I think once you've passed the halfway, you're kind of like, you're at the point where it's like, no, we've done half this race, we're doing all of it. If they retired, like I say, about 24 laps ago, it would have been about 45 minutes ago. It probably would have got to about the 5 hours to go point. And then I'll be like, no. I think, by the way, Job de Ligt had another issue in the final corner. I think Job de Ligt has been off again. Now, I think this one was assisted. Let's see. So it's with the Andretti. Oh, yeah. That was Job de Ligt on the outside, Andretti on the inside. The 2 made contact. That's a big slam on the barrier. from the
there's damage.
Urano Esports car. Yeah, that is.
I'm convinced that there's suspension damage there, just by the way that car was sitting as it got back onto the road again. I'm fairly convinced of that, that there is actually suspension damage for the 191. Yeah, well, or am I looking at... sorry,
Wrong car. It's
You
not.
sure?
It wasn't the 191. No, it was yet Delict in the... Oh, no, it wasn't the 191. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah. So yeah, they've fallen way but down on Anderuti, for example. Now they're a good 15 seconds behind Anderuti. Well, is he? No, he's not. Is he? He's only about 5 seconds behind. So maybe he's all right. But yeah, that was definitely the car that went in the wall.
This is ebbing and flowing an awful lot, Mr. O'Leary. I've just done a very quick ride on board. I believe the car is tracking straight, which does typically tell me that there isn't much in terms of suspension damage, but there still could be quite a bit of damage on the car generally. Maniti and the Mercedes AMG Urano car switch over. You were saying about the Mercedes coming on strong. I know obviously strategy's been opened up from a few of these teams and whatnot, but we've got two Mercedes inside the top 10 in 9th and 10th. We've got this one marching its way towards it now up into 12th position. I think the slightly cooler conditions are working ever so slightly more in favour of the Mercedes. This is not me saying that now Mercedes are definitely going to win this race, because that's not going to happen. But the strategy they're running, where they're running in this race, and the fact that the pace does seem to be getting better as the track conditions cool, and the track is expected to cool more so as the race runs on, maybe things might be actually looking all right for those Mercs up towards the top lot.
I think that even if the track temperature wasn't coming down, that they would come into their own at this stage, because for my money it's a safer car to choose really than the Porsche, which can be a little bit unstable on the rear end the longer you go on, especially when we're thinking about double stinting tyres and so on, and you're getting towards the end of the tyre life. Things can get a little bit wayward for some of the Porsche teams, but the Mercedes is just a good, solid, stable car to choose. And you can see there, Arnold's competition, all arms and elbows trying to hold that car through Dunlop curve, for example. So yeah, it's a safe and stable car, and I think that no matter what the temperatures are doing, the Mercedes will always get better as it goes on.
Yeah, potentially, I say in these kind of races, especially if you're racing in splits lower than this.
Oh yeah.
I think it is way more important to pick a car which is safe and predictable than trying to risk it and then going for a crazy car. Now, I like the idea of going for a crazy car every now and then, but especially around here, you want a car that's safe and predictable. There was Tobias Grunkotter that was trying to get a move down the inside of Anzaruti coming up towards Spoon. He ran out very wide in that unlarged competition. There might be a touch of damage on that unlarged competition car as well. So it was sizable contact between the pair of them, being this car here and the 191 Urano Esports car. Going up towards 130R, Gruntkotter's got the inside line of the race up towards there, and it is going to be the lift out from Anzaruti, taking back over the racing line goes the Impulse car, and with it the position. Nice little move, but again well read from Anzaruti. I do believe there might be just a touch damage on the car. It certainly looks a bit beaten up as well.
Both of these two just been in for drive-throughs recently as well, which of course are for the incident limit we've been talking about a little bit today. 40 incidents is not very many, I would say, around here. I even saw one or two drivers fall afoul of it in the BMW Sim GT Cup, which is only a 2-hour race. Now I know obviously the incidents that you can
25.
get was not many, but sorry, it was obviously a bit more than they've got in, a bit less than they've got in this race. But even I'm tripping over myself now.
Sorry, we're not going to talk about it. It's fine.
But yeah, it's not very many around here where you can go off fairly regularly or fairly in a lot of places and pick up those 1Xs, and obviously you have to do a drive-through penalty every 20 after that as well. You'd have to go drive-through penalty. So anyone who's done one so far, I would say, is looking like they're going to have to do another drive-through as well later on.
Well, I mean, brought it up a few times on various broadcasts when it comes to incident limits, particularly around here. Anyone who did watch the 2021 BMW Sim GT Cup around here, that was in the M8 GTE. Max Verstappen started the race, got involved in a little bit of contact with himself and Josh Rogers down the first corner, had a few off tracks where he really pushed the limits of the circuit, comes into the pit lane, hands over to his teammate, and I'm pretty sure the incident was 25, it might not have been, but whatever it was, when he handed over to his teammate Johnny Vecchio, there was one incident point left. Now in that, it's not a drive-through. It was a straight disqualification for breaching the incident, which Gianni Vecchio tried and did, I think, a solid 20-25 minutes, doing really, really well, and then went wide at Spoon and got that 1X and boom, disappeared. Now, obviously that's not what's going to happen here, because you get a drive-through, you don't get DQ'd for exceeding too many times, but in this scenario between these cars, you might well, like say, the later you go in this race, you're getting quite close to picking up a few.
Yeah, it's always kind of one of those things in endurance races where you hand over your car and you've got, you save them 2 incident points or whatever it is to do the rest of the race, which is kind of cruel. But yeah, it does happen. Thankfully here, I think this is a better way of doing it really. Thankfully here, it's just a drive-through penalty rather than a straight disqualification, which in my opinion makes a lot more sense, especially in a 10-hour race like this. I don't know if it ever used to... Oh dear, as Maniti Timaska goes straight on at Degna 2, which just didn't turn in.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a bit of a snap of oversteer. Maybe took a little bit too much curb, maybe got dragged off on the curb, not sure, but it wasn't... I can tell you right now, as much as I'm not as fast as I used to be, that is not the fastest line through the Degnas. So right on board to see this one. So there's a lot of the first curbs out too wide. It starts braking with 2 wheels on that gravel.
And I think Nathan M. Moore went off at the hairpin as well for Race Clutch, because Race Clutch went in front of them briefly, and then they're back behind them again now. So I think they might have got into an incident of their own here as well. But yeah, just a small incident. Thankfully they're back again on the road. But yeah, also kind of on that odd strategy that we were talking about earlier on, since kind of came in with half an hour through a stint.
Yeah, not 100% sure to see. Right. So what's going to happen now, before we get onto the hour, we are going to step aside. We're going to do a bit of a fan immersion around this fantastic circuit at Suzuka. Well, there is just 4 hours left to go in the final VCO Grand Slam of 2022. What a ripper of a race that it's been thus far. The 2022 iRacing Suzuka 10 hours. Powered by VCO. Had a great couple of laps there on board with Sam Ward and saw a great move as well as he made his way past the Urano man of Alexei Nesov. The pit window sequence has been activated. Only 3 real pit stops left to go in this race. We are in the final stages. If you did drop out of the broadcast through that section, we had a switch over, of course, of broadcast producers. Hugo Luis steps to one side. Connery Maddock takes over the cameras for the final 4 hours of the race. For the next hour, though, you're still going to put up with the voices of myself, Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary alongside. And this is when the strategy cluster is on. Go Vankini, the likes all into the pit lane. Team Redline take over it again.
They do take over the lead just for the moment, but for how long is that going to be? Go Vankini is going to remain at the wheel of that car as well. There's been a number of pit stops down the field, by the way, and some interesting ones as well. ATRS Esports, the most interesting of them so far. They've taken no tyres in this round of stops.
Yeah, interesting. Like I say, this is where the strategy, we've seen it open up over the last, I was going to say open up over the last sort of hour or so, is where we've seen some of the funkier strategies. The strategy's really been quite open for the majority of the day. The track temperature drops down even further. We're now down to 38 degrees track temperature. The clouds coming in ever so slightly, but still with the clear skies, we'd expect the temperature to potentially rise ever so slightly, but it's just been continually dropping. The ambient temperature remains around 23 degrees Celsius, but the track temperature itself just lowering, and it kind of asks the question as to what we're going to expect to see as we can see Nesov into the pit lane, what we're going to expect to see on those strategies, whether we're going to see anyone else spice anything else up when it comes to their calls down onto pit lane for the final couple of times.
Yeah, I'm not making any more predictions really. It's impossible.
Who's going to win the race?
No, I'm not going there either. Not going anywhere near that. But yeah, it's so difficult, but so interesting as well. I'm so glad that the race has opened up in the way that it has, because yeah, it's been very, very interesting so far. Just remains to be seen what Redline are going to do for the remainder of this one. How far can they go into this stint now? And what they're going to do when they do get in. They've got half a minute currently, but that currently isn't going to give them quite enough time to make the extra stop that they're doing and come out in the lead. They do need a bit more time just yet.
No, I'd say that this race is still really in the hands of Team PGZ, which, again, just to remind you, we shouldn't be shocked, but it is still being driven by Go Vankini. We absolutely shouldn't be shocked again after that 10 and a bit hour stint. What's happening here then? Coming through the... Oh, never mind. I was just going a bit slow on the stream. Oh. I thought Go Vankini was going very slow going out of the Casio triangle, but we'll back the panic brakes on that one. He's still behind the wheel. He's still leading comfortably, and he's still setting some blistering lap times.
Yeah, he is setting some very, very fast lap times. This is his first one. This is his out lap. So this one now is the first flying lap of this stint. So we can't really comment too much so far. Holtzman has been running well though so far. 57.9 on the most recent one. ATRS for Damon Woods for ATRS, I should say, is in now as well. I think this is a drive-through penalty. It is indeed. He's not long been in. He took no tyres, but could do without this.
Yeah, also got the 21. On the lane with him, that one being the Gabahad Esports car that's had a few issues today. I think there's been another drive-through dished out. We've had quite a few today, and I would suspect that we're potentially going to get a few more before we reach the end of the race. I mean, there is 4 hours left to go. I'd be shocked, absolutely shocked, if we could get through to the end of this race without any more drive-throughs. We're going to get a few. The big thing for us is who is it going to be. Now, I really hope it's not going to be any of our contenders towards the top of the race, purely based on the fact that I want to see how their strategy is going to unfold.
Yeah, I do feel like if either PGZ or Redline could afford one, I think PGZ are the ones that could afford it more, but even so, I think they'd lose the win in that case. Even though we are obviously questioning Redline's strategy Even though we maybe shouldn't write them off or question them, we are doing a little bit as Valkyrie come into the pit lane as well. Jonathan Poulet looks like he's going to get out of that car and going to be replaced by Thibaut Prévost by the looks of things. So a quick dive change down there. But yeah, I'm with you. I really want to see how this is going to play out between the top two. And a drive-through would ruin that a little bit, so let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, a drive-through, an incident, anything like that. In quite a few races, I'd be sat there being like, oh, go on, give it a little extra bit of drama. And I know for some people they might classify this then as being almost a bit of a slow burner, potentially, where we might not see those top two on circuit on track together for qual. But trust me, sometimes a slow burner, it makes it even sweeter towards the end when we see those final things unfold, when we're starting to work out what's going to happen on strategy. Is it going to come up Team PGZ? Is it going to come up Team Redline? Is it going to come up someone else? If the other contenders that are still in there, potentially just clutching at the final couple of straws to grab a victory here, and what is again the final of the VCO Grand Slams, which, by the way, thanks to VCO once more to have this for the second consecutive year where we're doing the VCO Grand Slams. It's an incredible thing, obviously, and it's an iRacing special event and whatnot, and those ones that are open, but to have it assisted, to be brought to you, and to have trophies, by the way, for absolutely amazing to have. But it's not only the final, it's the final endurance special event of the year. So where some teams have started the year on a high by lots of Apex and whatnot, started the year on a high with an excellent race back in Daytona, a lot of teams will want to end the year on a high, and potentially some of these teams like Redline might have done well in the first race, might do well in the final. They want nice bookends either side of the year to be like, let's tick off a successful 2022 to give us that extra boost into 23.
I feel like the races for this VCO Grand Slam has been selected quite well as well with this season, because they've not just gone for the big 24-hour races, which obviously we know already carry the prestige with them, but some of the other ones instead, the likes of Sebring and Watkins Glen and Petit Le Mans as well as this race, all of them different distances. And a lot of the IMSA races have the same format, but this has a different format to Petit Le Mans, of which it is the same distance, of course, both 10 hours. So it's changing things up a little bit from the usual big races of the year. So I'm glad they've selected those ones, because the 24-hour races already carry enough prestige with them, really.
Yeah, last year, I can't remember what the 4 were last year, but I'm pretty sure...
3 last year, wasn't it?
No, there was 4. I'm pretty sure 2 of them were GT3 only races. But that's the difference with this year, is that this year, of course, we started things with a Nürburgring 24 when it comes to the VCO Grand Slam. Nürburgring 24, that was, of course, 4 classes between the GT3s, the Porsche Cups, between the GT4s and the Touring cars, the TCRs, being the 4 categories. Then we did 2 rounds where there was 2 categories. Of course, the Watkins 6-hour and then Petit Le Mans, being the LMP2s and then GT3s. And now we've got this, the Suzuka 10-hour to finalise that season as being the 4th of the VCO Grand Slam of 2022 and being a GT3 only race, meaning they do all provide something a little bit special. Although I would say, if there was one of those 4 which I'd be targeting, I know a lot of people will, particularly Arjuna, will say that surely it's the Nürburgring 24. To win a race in the Nordschleife at that level, fair enough. For me, no. The one that I would want to win in all of it is Petit. That's the big one to me. It's such a crazy track.
I feel like it's personal preference, really, with regards to which one you'd really target. Obviously, there's the main special ones that I mentioned earlier on, the 24-hour ones that everyone wants to win, of course. But aside from that, whether Petit Le Mans really is closer to you than some of the others, it really comes down to personal preference. But it wouldn't be a bad one to win, would it? The Petit Le Mans. And there was a great hard fought race for it this year as well, with Marlow Racing Team and Williams. It was a fantastic race. GT3 or GTD as it is there was dominated by Apex Racing Team. I think on the result sheet were 2 laps in front of the rest of the field. It was 1 and a bit laps, but they were in the right position to get that 2 laps on the result sheet, I think. So, GTD was a little bit less close, but LMP2 was very exciting right towards the very end.
Yeah, and like I say, I mean, it is personal preference. It is almost a bit odd. I understand why, but it is a bit odd that those that we hold with higher prestige in sim racing, right, those events that we want to win the most in sim racing, typically have precedent of being the larger events in real life as well. It's the imitation of it. That's why things like the Spa 24, that's why things like the Nürburgring 24, like Petit Le Mans, those ones that have a lot of real world weight to them, of course, starting the season at the Daytona 24, Bathurst 12 hour and whatnot. They do, because they hold that weight in real life, they hold not a similar weight, because obviously you're talking about the real race versus a sim racing, but it still holds an incredible amount of weight in sim racing comparatively to the other races, why they are more important to some. But a race win is a race win at the end of the day, and let's be honest, you can't win them all. Redline have tried, but you officially cannot win them all. As Beef Control drop a position to the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports number 2, their highest place between the 2 cars after Janssen is down in 14th.
You say you can't win them all. Didn't Jonas Voormeyer actually do that in 2018 or something? Winning most.
Oh.
He won a lot. He won quite a lot. I don't know whether he won them all. But
I don't think he would have won all of the, because it was just the iRacing special event obviously back then. See, these things, it depends which ones you classify as them all. The
4 big 24s.
Right. Yeah.
Then, had that year.
Yeah, I think probably. Yeah.
I think so. Which is pretty impressive in itself.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm pretty sure that was the year as well in the Nürburgring 24 when there was a pass on the last lap, or was it the year before? I can't remember.
That's before my time.
Before your time. I wasn't commentating on it, but I was.
I've been commentating in RaceSpot longer than you've been commentating in RaceSpot.
No,
you are not 1 year and 8 months old.
I know.
10 months.
Yeah, it's not been too long for me or you, but yeah, it was a very close race anyway. One of those 2 years at the Nürburgring 24, but yeah, he had a very good year that year, did Voormeyer. But you're right. Generally, you don't win them all. For the most part, it's very hard to do. Very hard to win one of them, to be quite honest.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. Is there's more special events now than there's basically ever been. We keep adding a list. I can't remember how many special events there was this year. I'm pretty sure it's early 30s. I kind of want to feel.
Yeah, somewhere around there, somewhere around the 30 mark. I was going to go just under 30 actually.
I think 32.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Oh no, I'm about to find out. If you hold on a second, if you hold on a tick. Oh, we're not even remotely close.
No.
It's 21.
Oh, was it? Oh dear.
Yeah. I should be unemployed while sim racing.
We are not very good at counting. We'll just say that. But yeah, it's there's a lot more than there used to be, as you say. You are right with that, and there's plenty to choose from. Although unfortunately we are coming towards the end of it now. It does start up very early January, so we won't be away from iRacing special events for too long.
But I think that the important thing with the iRacing special events, for a lot of them, as I'm sure most of you know, sat at home. For those of you that don't, they are open to everyone. You can go and take part with mates from work, or joining an esports team or whatever. You can just enter. You don't have to pay a big license fee or be the fastest driver in sim racing. You can just enter. I would recommend doing it with teammates, though. These are long races, and also if you don't enter it with a teammate, you'll get disqualified. But still, you can come along and take part in the race and get into it, get involved and enjoy it. And there are a whole host of these special events, whether it is these endurance runs, whether it's the NASCAR ones. Obviously starts off with the Daytona 500. Earlier on in the year, you've got dirt ones like the Chili Bowl and whatnot. And then you've got the less endurance focused ones like this that are still kind of endurance but not really, like the Bathurst 1000 and whatnot. There's a lot of different special events over the year that open to a wide variety of drivers. And there was one year, it would have been 2020, where I did the Daytona 500, and I was genuinely sort of being like, I'm going to do all of these special events, and I didn't do the 24. And so I was like, right, I'm not doing all of these. Did I comment on that?
Well, yeah.
I don't know, it was 2020. It was 21, I think, right? So it might be 21.
But possibly. Not. I don't know. But yeah, they're open to anyone, as I say, and yeah, you can very much get involved, which is the great thing about it. I just want to mention, while we were looking at this 3-car battle, by the way, for 13th position in the race right now. Just want to mention the front two briefly. Patrick Holtzman versus Govan Keeney is going on right now, and it's going definitely in the way of Patrick Holtzman by another second on that last lap. Holtzman is absolutely flying. He clearly has no intentions of taking these tyres any further than his next pit stop. He's got no intentions of saving any fuel as well, and why would he? And so he's absolutely destroying Keeney, really. But obviously you've got to remember, in the context of the race, and quite what a job he has on his hands at the moment.
We've seen BS competition, Bruno Spengler, who was just on the right-hand side as we were coming under the bridge there, going up towards the hairpins, had a bit of a problem. Bruno Spengler was currently going 33rd spot, of course, in that BS competition number 89, as we can see the potential switch on lapped traffic as we're on board with the SSC in the final GT. Yeah, no, don't worry, you're just Bruno Spengler is still stationary, by the way. He is not. I think he's just got going now. Was stationary for a very, very long period, and thankfully, unlike what we saw Laguna Seca, he was on all four wheels.
Oh dear, yes, that was quite a moment. But yeah, thankfully he is he is on all four wheels. Just distracted by the fact that Redline are in again. Only 26 laps on that stint there. Where they've stopped in their box. It's not a drive-through, but I'd imagine it's going to be a full load of fuel and 4 tyres as well. Just where is this race going to end up between themselves and PGZ? It's very, very hard to know from this distance.
That's the thing. Are they going to switch tyres? No, that wasn't a task, was it? No, not even remotely. You just saw in the foreground there, coming through shot, that was Govan Keeney. There has been no tyre switch on this car for Holtzman.
Only 26 seconds in the box, I'm seeing there.
There a short stop as well.
Another
on fuel.
So they've taken on these 3 hours. Have they? Let's just think about this for a second. They started this whole discussion with 6 hours to go. Would you agree, or?
As in like with the when they did the whole weird thing on fuel,
early and all of this.
It was 5 hours to go.
It was 5 hours to go.
When they stopped only for 20 seconds and took what we thought was the half tank.
Because they've taken so they took a set of tyres at that 5 hour. Or did they? No, they didn't, did they? But they took tyres with 6 hours to go. They didn't at their next stop. They did last time. They didn't this time. So effectively, from 6 to 3 hours to go, they've taken on 2 sets of tyres instead of the 3 that they otherwise might have. So in that respect, in terms of changing tyres, they've saved themselves 20 seconds, and it's put themselves right behind PGZ right now, who are currently out there with 4 new tyres, and I'd imagine Keeney will really start to push on and get away from Holtzman over the next few hours.
Yeah,
for the next few minutes, not hours.
Yeah, no, we'll go with hours. Time is difficult, but no, for real. Again, more questions just being thrown up in the air of who's right and who's wrong on this one. Govan Keeney coming down to the Casio triangle now. The drive we're focused on. I am desperate to see. Obviously not this lap time, so it's going to be bad. But it's the next lap time. What is the next lap time going to be from Patrick Holtzman? As Govan Keeney comes across the lines of 58.7. Before the pit stop, Patrick Holtzman was doing 57.7. So he's going a second faster than the Team PGZ car that is leading the way. There is 3.7 seconds. I said it might be a slow burner, but when it goes, this is going to be an absolute barnstorm between these two teams. We'll see if this gap comes down and down and down.
Absolutely. So, as I say, in terms of tyres, they have, had a little bit less in terms of in the pit lane. They've changed tyres for 10 seconds less time, but has the time that they've spent driving up and down pit lane in extra time, has that put them behind PTZ? Has that cost them time? To be fair, before all this started, the gap was what? Just under 7 seconds between the two at 6 hours to go, or 5 hours to go. So they have gained right now, but it's just a case of whether they're going to lose time now, because Keeney has obviously got the advantage as opposed to Holtzman, who had for large periods of the last stint.
Yeah, now if Patrick Holtzman's going to be faster on this stint, for whatever reason, I'm not sure about it, but again, we'll have to wait and see. If he is faster on this stint, if he does catch and then pass Team PGZ, then he is in the net lead. At which point they could actually go back to stopping on the hour, and it would be back on strategy and back legitimately with Team PGZ whilst overtaking. Because obviously it was the strategy call where PGZ were taking just 2 tyres as we start seeing the grass usage into 130R once again. Nice. But with they were trying to get back on top of the strategy of that 2-tyre strategy that Team PGZ were taking. I'm interested to see if they would switch the tyres. Let's see what the lap times are this time by. Obviously, it's not super representative because of lap traffic. A 59.0. Ooh, plays a 57.8. He is still in the 57s as Patrick Holtzman, and that is big because even at his very fastest over the last couple of stints, Govan Keeney was doing a high 58, 58.8, 58.6 in that kind of range. Holtzman is still in the 57s. He's still going faster. Could still be challenging that car very soon.
Keeney was definitely held up by traffic there, though. The 111 was in the way there, and there's a battle for 13th place just up in front of him right now as well, with Movano and Williams, who are fighting between themselves for 13th place. Govan Keeney is going to have to negotiate the two of them in a couple of moments. Matska's going all over the place at the minute, by the way. He has disconnected. I think he's having connection problems, but it doesn't quite look like connection problems. It's a very weird situation Matska's found himself in. It's I can't quite work out why he's jumping around so much, but he is doing, and that's important, of course, for Maniti, who were running on the fringes of the top 5.
Yeah, of course, you can see there some of the cars firing their way through 130 yards. That's an incredibly fast corner, one of the absolute fastest in motorsport, and always great fun to drive. Of course, some drivers really pushing the track limits to the absolute top. We're seeing Tim Matska dropping down the order in that Maniti car, and I'm saying, I think there might be a disconnection there for Matska. That's a big shame because Maniti were in a good spot. They were comfortably inside the top 10. They've been running there all day, but that's the brutality of endurance racing in some ways.
Yeah, and the field's so close, he's already dropped outside the top 20, even though it happened about a minute ago. So, yeah, it's really brutal for him, I'm afraid, and brutal for that whole team as well, who've put so much into today. And, you know, we're just about to hit 1/3 of this race to go, and it's all fallen apart for them. Who knows what they could have done throughout the remainder of this one as well, because they were catching... well, if they hadn't already passed Damon Woods, they were certainly about to. Because obviously Woods is out there on old tyres right now, having not changed them at the last stop, and Maniti were bearing down on them. But yeah, a real shame to see the connection problems there for Matska, who will now drop way down to the likes of the Williams car, the number 5 that dropped out earlier on with Cody Deef, and so the other Urano car that did earlier on. Vlad Kimichev, although he is running 9th at the minute, Vlad Kimichev, remarkable recovery.
Again, dragging themselves back into it, obviously running on very much the counter strategy. We're expecting them into the pit lane. They last pitted on 166, and they are presently on 190. So expecting them into the pit lane in about 5 or 6 laps, which would be about 3 hours 20, close to 3 hours 20 left to go in this race. It does remind me, if you are bored, particularly of Ewan's voice, but also of mine as well, you only have another 34 minutes to put up with it before we welcome back into the commentary booth Nick Damon and Peter Mackay, who will take you through the final 3 hours of the 10 hours of Suzuka. It's been a thrilling race thus far. I wonder how much they've been following it, because us two that have been in the commentary booth for the last 3.5 hours. It has been hard to follow, in a good way, but it has been hard to follow the strategic elements of this race because it's been so open as Brown Esports and Mercedes-AMG Urano switch over 16th spot.
Yeah, it has been difficult to follow in the best way possible for some period of time, but nice move there from Brabham, who have just gotten through on Urano there, up into 16th position, and should be able to hold it into turn 1 as well. They will do. Of course, is one of the best running Mercedes in the field. Best running Mercedes is now inside the top 10. Now, I said earlier that Williams Esports might be able to scrape 1, maybe 2 of their Mercedes into the top 10. It's certainly in there now, but I don't really want to jump to any conclusions about that so far because we don't know where they are in terms of their strategy either, even less so than we do about the guys at the front of the field who are now only separated by 1.7.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm literally looking at Patrick Holtzman like a hawk right now because absolutely flying. The gap only came down 1/10 of a second courtesy of some poor lap traffic, really more so the Holtzman, but the gap's coming down. Oh, I mean, again, this is brilliant because it's just so open. Like I said, Team PTZ threw something at this race with a 2-tyre strat to try and do something, and it might well just be effectively made redundant by an even larger gamble that's worked out even better potentially for the Team Redline Red. And again, a reminder that Team PTZ still yet to switch drivers. It is still Govan Keeney behind the wheel. There has been no switch for the 114. Meanwhile, Team Redline Red have kept themselves fresh, have been jumping in and out all the way through this race, and between Holtzman and Beneke, they are looking very strong and relentlessly consistent.
Yeah, I think that Keeney's going to stay in this next stop, by the way, because if what George Simmons is telling me is to be believed, which I would believe it, he's good on strategy, and I'm going to put my trust in him. PTZ may not take any chance at all on this next stop, never mind 2. So you wouldn't want to put Arujo out on them, and then I believe that Arujo will be out there for the final 2 hours. If I was them, I would have done that slightly better and get Keeney in for the final hours of the race. I would have put the other driver in somewhere in the middle, but that's just the way I prefer to do it. Clearly Keeney prefers to just do it all in one go.
Love the brutality. If I was doing it, I'd do it slightly better. O'Leary.
I'm not going to go that far.
It's literally what you just said.
That's not what I meant if I said that.
Yeah, but it's...
My words are not really coming out as well as they were 3 hours ago, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, as much as we speak of driver stints being, once they go past about 3 hours, they end up going slightly downhill quickly. The commentary booth is exactly the same. After about 3 hours, we basically stop speaking English. Well, we barely speak in the first place, to be perfectly honest. 1.4 seconds the gap between the top 2 in the race. The last lap time of the 58.138 from Patrick Holtzman. It was a 158.5 for Govan Keeney. Once again, on the previous lap, it is a mid-58 for Keeney, and Holtzman is closing in. The gap is coming down. It is closing in on that all-important 1 second margin. I think we're going to have a switch for the race lead in the next sort of 3 or 4 laps, if I'm being brutally honest. But you know Keeney's... We've seen a lot of drivers let the other car go through when there has been that position switch, when they have got close, when there has been that overlap. I get the feeling this is not going to be one of those occasions.
I can't see that happening myself. It's going to be hard fought, I feel, unless Keeney is going to see or believe the fact that Redline aren't really... well, obviously they're challenging them in this race, but if he believes that it's not that important that Redline will lead at this stage, then maybe he'll let it go, but I'm not entirely convinced. I think this will be a proper fight between the two. There's traffic just up in front here as well. The gap just dips below a second. Holtzman will get the slipstream when they get towards the next straight section, which is not coming up for a while, admittedly. But the traffic is certainly going to play a role in this one as well. There's a battle happening just up in front of these two.
Yeah, it's 57.9 by the way on the previous lap once again from Holtzman. Keeney's trying to respond on a 58.3 basically. So the gap's coming down 0.3 over the previous lap. You're absolutely right. It's SRC Movano GT versus. Well, actually, it's not even a versus. It's just them racing around by themselves at the moment. In 12th position, directly ahead of them is Maniti Racing, the number 78 that's now down in 31st. After that disconnection from Matska. So that's the next bits of lap traffic they're going to have to deal with. And I'm going to say, I'll be completely honest. Before I agreed to do this, you saw, I had to get talked into doing this race a fair amount because, let's be honest, it's a secret, it's a GT3s. Whilst it's entertaining to drive, normally the racing can be a little one-dimensional. Around here, to put it lightly. It is normally just a big train, fuel saving, blah blah blah, but very boring. And also doing the middle 4 hours, you're kind of like sat there thinking this is going to be just not very good. No, I have really enjoyed this. This has been absolutely spot on. The strategy's been all over the place. What an event, and what great racing. And hopefully this battle is not going to disappoint. The battle for the race lead, 3.5 hours left to go. The final third of the race is ahead of us, and the battle is off for the win.
It absolutely is. Just how hardly fought it's going to be remains to be seen, but we certainly believe that it is going to be hard fought. Geraint Keeney is going to want to hold on to this lead as much as possible and halt the progress of Patrick Holtzman, which has been fantastic in the final few moments. In these last few moments, he's set the fastest lap of any car in the field, lap after lap after lap for many laps now. Another 57.9 from him on that previous lap. He has been on these tyres now for a little while, for just over an hour maybe, so they're not that worn, but Keeney put new tyres on half an hour ago. So what he's doing right now in that red line Lamborghini is absolutely astonishing, really. And PGZ are going to have their work cut out to try and win this race. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to do it, but then again it's going to be very difficult for Redline to overhaul PGZ and the stranglehold they've had on this race for the first 6.5 hours as it is now. So yeah, it could go either way. It really could.
Do you think Redline are going to keep on this super aggressive strategy of this these short stints, or do you think that they are going to go now until the hour, 3 hours left to go, and then go back onto pitting on the hour? Now they're throwing themselves back into this race victory. What do you think they're going to do? Big strategist Ewan O'Leary apparently better at it.
I wouldn't call myself a big strategist at all. But the key thing for Redline, just while I think about this for a second, the key thing for Redline is the fact that they've got to decide one or the other in 26 minutes time. On the 3 hour to go mark, they've got to decide whether they are going for 3 more stops in this race and the short stints, as he said there, or whether they're going for the hour-long stints that they were doing earlier on. They have to decide that, I believe, anyway, with 3 hours to go here. Maybe they can leave it a bit longer than that until 2 hours to go, but even so, it's difficult to do that. I think they're going to continue on with the short stints, to be honest, because it's worked out really well. 3 hours ago, they were 7 seconds behind PGZ, and as a result of the strategy, I believe, almost entirely, they're now right on the back of PGZ. So, and really, I think leaving it to just a race between the two of them, doing the same strategy, is like tossing a coin between the two of them. So I think they might well be tempted to go for the short stints again.
And I do agree, purely based on the fact of what got them into the scenario of being so far behind PGZ. It was the fact that PGZ can make tyres go for 2 stints. And so, yeah, sure, they've got to have a driver swap and whatnot, but you know that if Redline go back onto the 1 hour strategy, well, PGZ will just outdo them again on the on that strategy, on taking the 2 tyre call. So it's kind of like you've got to play with the strategy that way and kind of keep doing what you're doing, which clearly worked. I do think is this a second stint of tyres for PGZ? I don't believe so. I think they took tyres in the previous stop. Is that right?
Yeah, they did.
So they will not be taking tyres at the 3 hour mark. They'll be they'll be taking 2 tyres at 3 hour mark. They're continuing on with.
You say they'll take 2? Will they?
Will they take none? It is quite cool at the moment. It's 34 degrees.
Yeah, forget about the tyres.
That's basically chilly.
I wouldn't mind 34 degrees at the minute. But
34
yes.
degrees would be too hot, mate.
That's maybe a bit too hot for at my English body. But yeah,
I'll take the ambient temperature.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're right. They're gonna. It's impossible to know, but I do think that PGZ are going to take 0 tyres at this next stint, and Redline are going to go for it with the short stints. They do have the advantage, Redline, of just taking a full tank and 4 tyres at this next stop, which I believe they're going to do, and they could well do just an hour-long stint just to give themselves that bit of bought time. Because if you remember in the hours from 6 hours to go to 3 hours to go, that first hour of those 3 hours, they did a normal stint, and we thought everything was normal, but it actually turned out something was going on there with Beneke. You know, it was going to take just a half tank and no tyres and make it work in that way. They could do that again because it buys them a bit more time to decide what they're going to do. If they do that full tank and 4 tyres this time, they can decide whether are we going to beat PGZ by taking the hour-long stints, or are we going to have to revert to the short stops for the final 2 hours. And that's where the decision's going to be made. So I know I said earlier that the big decision is going to be at 3 hours to go. Now I've reconsidered. I think it could well be with 2 hours to go, where they decide whether the short stints or the hour-long stints are going to be the way to attack this race.
And then the big decision will be with an hour to go, and then with 40 minutes to go. That's where the big decisions. That's where the big decisions are going to happen in this race. And thankfully, for every single one of these teams, we don't make those calls, because if we did, yeah, I mean, this race would be a very different show. Could you imagine if, as a commentator, we were sat there watching and we actually got to decide the strategy of all of the teams?
Well, that would be a bit ludicrous, really, but it's a great idea for a charity event.
Exactly, just sort of like, Team Redline, you've got to come in now and do you're doing 40-minute stints from now on. They're like, wait, what? Why? It's like, well, the commentator said so. Like, oh, right.
Somebody needs to write that down, because that's a fantastic idea. But just someone's leading by miles. That you need to take 3 pit stops.
Yeah, sorry, but I'm bored. Get in the pit lane.
So that would be good. Anyway, Patrick Holtzman's getting very close now, and Keeney knows it. Oh, he's weaving around, he's defending. The battle is starting to happen. They're still 20 minutes away from the safety of pit stops as well.
Yes, indeed. There was nearly a move down to the first corner, but it was well covered off by Govan Keeney. And if there is any example that we needed to see if this was going to be an easy pass to Patrick Holtzman or not, we knew it wouldn't be. But that is the showcase. That is the bit of being like, yep, this is not going to be easy for you, sir. You're going to have to properly work for this one. Did a 57.9 once again on the previous lap time. The difference is, though, is Govan Keeney is starting to match those lap times. Did a 58.0 on the previous lap around the Suzuka circuit as we ride on board with the Team Redline man himself, Patrick Holtzman, in that second position. He's got everything ahead of him right now. Everything he needs to do is that car. He needs to pass it ASAP and get back on with this race.
He certainly does. And PGZ need to make sure that he stays behind to make their life a bit easier later on as well. It's a really interesting situation developing between the two, and so much traffic in front of them. You just saw with that onboard shot there, we're not going to see great now out of Spoon Curve because of the trees, but there were so many lap cars that were making their way around Spoon Curve there. That could be the decider in this fight as well. It is so close that a piece of lap traffic like that around a circuit as narrow as this one could well decide this battle as well. But just look at the slipstream and the way that it's helping Patrick Holtzman get closer to that Porsche up towards the final chicane. He's not going to be able to do it into here, but he is going to have a good chance into turn 1 as well, like he did last lap.
1/3 left to go in this race. 3 hours 20 minutes, crossing the line now to begin lap 200 of the Suzuka 10-hour here, powered by VCO. Patrick Holtzman once again closing in. This time though, he lifts out. You see that he backed off. He had no intention of going for a move on Govan Keeney this time, so he is more than happy to sit there in second spot for now, to let Govan Keeney get on with what he's doing and try and deal something later on in this stint.
Absolutely. Is he just, what is the plan with that, with regards to fuel saving? Maybe that is the best idea. Maybe that's what Holtzman is going to do for the next 20 minutes until Team PGZ have to come in. We'd expect them to come in, by the way, PGZ on lap 210. That is 10 laps away now, because as you just mentioned, we are now on lap 200. So, is that what Holtzman's going to do for the next few minutes? Maybe get a lap of fuel out of it, a little bit more, a little bit of a shorter stop maybe. But I'm surprised that he doesn't want to just batter through immediately as soon as he can. That's not really a phrase, is it?
Goodness me.
Maybe not like that, but...
That's, after everything you were telling me on Sunday last week about red line and overlaps and whatnot, suddenly you come out here with batter his way through.
I don't actually think he's going to barge his way through, but you get the idea. As the 191 comes in, that'll be a scheduled pit stop again for Joop de Ligt. Unfortunately, Iran are not really main players in this race anymore like they were even 3 or 4 hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how these races go, is that you're a part of it and you feel like you're a part of it for a lot longer. It's the same as with some strategies when if a team's going like 2 laps longer than everyone else on fuel, for the first 3 or 4 times they do it, it's kind of like, oh yeah, they're doing quite well. Yeah, they're going 2 or 3 laps longer on each stint, and it looks manageable until very, very quickly it suddenly goes from, yeah, we're battling for the race win, to literally one stint where you are battling for the race win, to the next stint where you're not even remotely close enough. Right, and that's kind of where some of these strategies go. That's where some of the cars have been pulled out of this fight for the race victories. They've been so close for so long, and yet suddenly it just takes one stint. And it looks like it takes one stint, rather, where it's sort of like they were in it and now they're not. But it's just how this has been building, how these two have been firing so much faster than everyone else, and the strategy's been working out, and they've been taking the risks comparatively to everyone else, that they've all just kind of been caught out by just the relentless consistency of these two.
Yeah, it is easy to do that, especially when you're only focusing on one car, of course, as all these drivers will be doing. I find in these races, when you're just focusing on your own team, you do feel like that your car does have a main role to play in the rest of the race, even when it may not. I feel like we don't fall into that trap quite as often because we're trying to focus on 42 cars that started this race. 44 that started earlier on, and we've got to try and keep on top of all of them. So. Yeah, you do feel like you're involved for quite a lot longer, but I think it's becoming clear to quite a lot of these teams now that this is a 2-horse race, although the 21-second gap back to Marla is not huge. So, you know, maybe they do have something to say in the final 3 hours.
Especially if these two trip over each other in any way. Do not rule out anyone. I would say Williams Esports Fanatec, I think, might be a little bit too far back. But the ACRS and the Bela Racing Team Euronics car, I also wouldn't necessarily rule out. They're only 30 seconds and then 40 seconds back a piece from the race lead, which to stay within that margin, for over 6 hours, we're talking nearly 7 hours down this race, and they're still keeping in that. It is very possible that anything can happen between this lot. Is this going to be the switch for the race lead then? Holtzman's closing in. This time he's going for it. The defensive move's been taken by Govan Keeney, and Patrick Holtzman's not able to do so. He lifts out this time on the race down towards the first corner, and it was a late squeeze from Govan Keeney. Patrick Holtzman was committing to it, but he got the door slammed right in his face.
That was very, very late defending there from Govan Keeney. Holtzman, I think he thought that Holtzman wasn't going to go for that, but then all of a sudden panicked and realised that it was. It was very, very late on the defence. Have a look at this here. Holtzman sort of signals to the inside, and there's the defence as Holtzman is going for it as well. It's a it's reactive defending, really, and that is certainly frowned upon.
Yeah. The only thing that I would say to fight a little bit in Keeney's corner there is you can kind of see as they were moving across that as much as it did look reactionary, I think they both started moving over at the same time, and that Keeney just kept moving over, that you'd kind of be like, ooh, naughty slap on the wrist. But I think it's one of those things that for Holtzman will feel, or you'll feel sat there in the car being like, God, this guy can't drive. From a spectator point of view, you're looking at it being like, wow, this guy can't drive. But when you actually think about it realistically, it's not actually that bad. It just looks worse than it was.
I think, maybe you could argue that case.
But again, taking that slightly alternate point of view, if I were in the car, I'd be furious.
Well, yeah, of course, but I mean, that's also not a clear reflection sometimes of quite what's accurate as well. When you start taking into account the emotions of the drivers who are actually driving, then you can get a bit distorted as well. So it's difficult. I would prefer to see a defensive move made a bit earlier if there was going to be one. But anyway, that's not the way it panned out. That is the kind of danger point, though, for Govankini here. That Lamborghini is very strong, especially at the top end, the end of these straights. Obviously, the slipstream is helping a great deal. But towards the end of these straights, he's not really challenging into the chicane. But Holtzman's getting a good run out of there. And into turn one, Keeney does have to be very aware of that. And he's going to have to start defending a bit earlier than he did then to just be a little bit on the safe side.
Last lap time was a 57.8 from Govankini, so great lap time. And I do agree with you. You know my opinion when it comes to reactive and proactive defence. I always like that proactive defence, going about it before the driver, essentially putting your car in a position where you're saying to them, if you want to make a move, do it. But you've got to go around. I'm going here. You've got to go around me. That's where that's the proactive defence. That was not proactive. Definitely wasn't proactive. We can go with that. But that could potentially be why Holtzman backed out on the previous lap, is to try and almost put Govankini into a calmer position and then attack, and then pounce, then go for it. And Govankini, as much as he's a very experienced driver in the world of sim racing, I would say he is still potentially too hot-headed. He's had some very calm and very, very mature drives, but I do feel for every one of those calm, mature drives, there are the silly, overthought, or really underthought races where you can get a little too hot-headed. And I think that Holtzman will know that.
Yeah, as you say, both of these drivers have been around for a very long time, and they will know each other quite well at this point, in terms of their driving ability and driving style as well, what they're like in the car as well. So, you're right in that respect, that they're going to be very aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses and so on. But I get the feeling that Holtzman has just sort of seen how hard Keeney is willing to fight for this race win, and maybe decided, you know what, there's more than 3 hours to go, I don't need to have this right now, and I'll just bank the fuel instead. And I wonder if Holtzman really wanted to go through at all when he was really gaining that quickly. I'm not convinced he's desperate to pass right now. I think he's very happy to just bank the fuel, because of course being in front in this situation is not going to gain him that much. I can't see him pulling away from Keeney really, but the fuel obviously will definitely make a difference, and it's a lot safer, easier to do as well, fuel saving behind someone rather than trying to make that overtake. So I just wonder whether he's really that interested in going through anymore.
I'd agree. Again, you've got to weigh up the risk, and sometimes giving a good look, trying to force a mistake that way, that's always good, because if you can get the race lead without really putting any effort into it and kind of get them to make a mistake where they'll drop right out of it, then absolutely. But outside of that, I don't know. The thing is, I think Holtzman knows that what will happen here is that if he does get past Govankini, where's Govankini going to go? He's going to be right behind him, and he's going to go for a move immediately. So what's the point?
Exactly. It's not actually going to gain him anything. I know this race is coming down to fine margins right now, but it's going to give him tenths of a second. And yeah, they're sort of worth it, but not as much as the fuel he would bank is worth it, in my opinion. As that's a very good backmark in there, I believe, from Zenith Esports again. I was wondering quite why that car was so fast, actually, but it makes all sense when you realise it's Zenith, because they did qualify second. Unfortunately, the race hasn't gone their way, but thankfully, very good backmarking from them, and they're allowing this battle for the race lead to continue without interruption.
It was actually the Phoenix Racing Esports Green car.
Fail from me.
So another time, another one I can throw into the bank of times I've corrected you on this broadcast.
Pick it off at home. Running out of fingers at home, I think now.
really good to feel here. Yeah. After you've tried throwing me under the bus a couple of times, I do return it a bit.
you do that way more. I'm not having anything said against me for that. You do that. Well, not from you anyway.
I mean, you could go after some of the things that I say a lot more. I'm just always right. No, it's not true.
That's nice.
You don't. Yeah. Well. Yeah. No. Actually, no. We're going to get into the north-south divide again, and I think I'm slightly outnumbered in this we'll back out of that one as a touch, and we'll focus on the race at hand. The battle for the race lead separating ever so slightly over the last couple of laps, but still plenty of battles on the grid that are going plenty close enough. The Urano Data Group car versus Impulse, what we're looking at here, 17th position on the road coming towards the Degnas, and managing to hang on at the moment. The Urano Data Group car is presently, of course, this is the 191 that's had a couple of issues. Yoke de Ligt behind the wheel has been into a couple of barriers under pressure from Lewis Woods, who we were talking about a bit earlier on in this race.
I don't think the de Ligt has long got through actually on Lewis Woods here, because he's fresh out the pit lane, de Ligt, let's not forget, and I would expect him to be a bit quicker at this stage. Impulse have been out there for quite a long time now. Although de Ligt only took 2 tyres, so I guess he's not that fresh in terms of that. Impulse are going to take advantage. Inside line at Spoon, it's always a nervy one when you do that, trying to thread the needle. It's a difficult corner on your own, never mind side by side, but they've made it work. Very respectful between the two, and they're going to have a drag race up towards 1:30 hour. Yeah,
brilliant racing between the two. Like I say, is someone going to lift in this? I get the feeling by what we've seen, probably not, but in fact, Yoke de Ligt does lift. Lewis Woods takes over then 17th position on the road, heading up towards the Casio Triangle. And that was, like I say, great bit of racing through Spoon. Perfect space given between the pair of them, and I want to see more of that, please.
Absolutely. We don't often see side-by-side through Spoon, and there's good reason for it as well, but you wouldn't have known it watching those two. They were, very respectful of each other. I don't think there was even a bit of contact between the two, not even a bit of a rub between the two. So yeah, fantastic battle, but going the way of Lewis Woods, and Yoke de Ligt is going to have to pick up the pieces and pick himself up, I should say, and try and get back through again. But as I said, with those 2 tyres, he might not be able to do much compared to Lewis Woods, especially with the low fuel that Impulse will be on compared to Urano.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to give you a bit of an update again, back on the race lead to keep you what's going on in that scenario. The gap's growing for the race lead. Team PGZ, Govan Keeney setting a blistering lap time. Last time around was a 57.6. Absolutely flying compared to the 57.9. Of course, on the slightly older rubber, must be said that Patrick Holtzman has. And of course, he's not looking to save these tyres any longer. He'll be changing, we reckon, in about 6 minutes' time. Depends on when they come in. Of course, they are on a lighter tank than what we've seen from most. But still, we'll have to wait and see on that one. Temperature on circuit once again back down that extra little step when we jumped onto the broadcaster before. It was around 47 degrees Celsius track temperature. It is now 33 degrees track temperature, getting cooler and cooler, and that's why we're seeing those lap times get faster and faster for a majority of the grid, and that's where this race can become more and more fun.
Oh yeah, if you're in the ascendancy, it certainly does. But if you're one of those that's struggling out there and struggling for pace, and everyone else is only getting quicker, it really is miserable. If you are on the up, then certainly it is a good part of the race to be in with the lower track temperatures. It is bizarre though that that 57.9 and the 58.0 that Holtzman just did now classed as slow lap times because Kearney was quicker than him. They are still really fast lap times, by the way, faster than a lot of the rest of the field, especially when you're considering Holtzman's tyre situation. I just wonder whether he's beginning to pay for the efforts earlier on in the stint, though, because he has been on those tyres for an hour and a half now, or nearly, and that's a little bit longer than the Lamborghini has done previously, so I wonder if he's beginning to pay for it ever so slightly.
Yeah, potentially. Like I said, I think he was over pushing the car ever so slightly, but sometimes you've just got to do that. It's that whole thing that has been said a few times in racing, but more so, I heard the phrase for the first time really when it was in the Olympics, actually, it was the women's cycling race of all things. And so what the commentator said on there is that sometimes to win a race you've got to be prepared to lose it, and I've said this before on a few broadcasts. It's actually very interesting to think about, because it's not something that you really kind of think about that much. But you do have that thing of, you know, if you're in that second position, if you are going for races, sometimes it's about taking those risks, taking those gambles, and being ready that, sure, you might not win the race, but you're risking everything to try. Now, coming into the pit lane this time this is it. Patrick Holtzman has come in from second position in the race. The number one then down onto pit lane, taking those shorter stops. 3 hours, 4 minutes left to go. Now, this will be a tyre swap. Will it be a driver swap as well? Are we going to see Max Benecke behind the wheel?
I think Holtzman's going to stay in, but Benecke might well get in for the final 90. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Benecke's in straight away. I shouldn't have opened my mouth.
Doubted me again.
Who knows anymore? I don't know what's going on. This race has frazzled me in ways that I've not been frazzled before. Benecke's in now. And so tyres as well for him. And that's to be expected. The real intrigue is when the next stop is going to be, because we don't know whether it's going to be in half an hour or an hour, really, or anywhere in between for Redline. It's not obvious at all.
Yeah, that's one thing to really hammer home for the next 3 hours, is we are genuinely not sure as to what is going on with the Team Redline strategy here and what they're actually doing right now, which I think is entirely the point. Is to keep it as open, as fluid, as dynamic as possible. The stationary time there was 52 seconds, and once again, it is not a full tank going into that car.
Yeah, I reckon that was... normally that would suggest 2 tyres, but I think that was 4 and not a full tank instead. So they're going for the short stop, and as you say, they're prepared to lose this race in order to try and win it. It only applies, of course, in certain situations. I mean, Redline earlier on, I don't think we're going to win this race if they just did what PGZ are doing. I don't think they were going to outpace them in this one. They had to do something different. As you mentioned, prepared to lose it. They certainly have been. And they're doing something different to try and win this race. And it might just pay off for them.
Well, just a couple more minutes left for us on the broadcast before we hand the commentary reins back over to Nick Damon and Peter Mackay. But I mean, this race, like I said, the middle 4 hours that we've had, the 3 hours before we jumped on, the 7 hours that we've had so far in this race, they've been thrilling, they've been exciting, they've been open on strategy. We've had a lot of fun in the commentary booth as well as discussing various topics. We did go into a bit of podcast mode earlier on, but what a crazy race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so much crazier than I was expecting as well. If I'm honest, I was expecting more incidents in terms of on-track stuff going on and stuff going wrong, actually, for some of these, because it's such a difficult circuit. We've not seen as much of that, but we've seen a lot going on down in pit lane. I didn't think there was going to be any variety at all. As I said to you earlier on, I thought it was going to be 4 tyres for everyone and every single stop for every single hour, and I thought it was going to be very linear in that respect, but it has been anything but. There has been stuff going on every single pit cycle. It has been absolutely fascinating, and it's an odd hour as well to note. With 3 hours to go, which is an odd hour, it does mean that the pit stop strategies kind of reveal themselves a little bit, and so we're going to see a whole host of teams taking 2 and no tyres at this next stop.
Yeah, they're both revealing and also confusing at the same time as we see this battle for 80 between Urano and Leo Racing Team. One final question. You know I'm going to ask it, so you've got to be preparing yourself as I'm talking my way through the question. Who is going to win this race?
I think Redline are going to just about pull it off.
Okay, same. I also think Redline.
Because you saw the way Holtzman was on the back of Keeney just towards the end of that stint there. If that situation happens again, he is going to push a lot harder to try and overtake. And, you know, I just fancy them. If it's in those final few moments and the two of them are together. Although there's so many unknowns between now and then.
Well, from us in the commentary booth, from myself, Lewis McGlade, from Ewan O'Leary, we're going to hand the reins back over to Peter Mackay and to Nick Damon for the final 3 hours here in the 2022 iRacing Suzuka 10 hours powered by VCO.
Thank you, Lewis. Thank you, Ewan. Very enjoyable to listen to your dulcet tones and expert opinions and occasional bickering as well. We do like a bit of occasional bickering here on RaceSpotTV, and certainly there's plenty to discuss and bicker about here in this Suzuka 10 hours by VCO here on the iRacing platform, because Nick, while we thought the strategy was mad in the first 3 hours when we were on, it appears to have got a whole lot more complicated.
Yeah, it does appear that everyone's just kind of making up as well. It seems like they're making up as going on. I think it's more likely they're making up on the fly, and that what they carefully hours and hours of planning that have gone into this race prior to it actually starting has gone out the window once everyone started running actually in the race. And also the most interesting one is what's going on with Team Redline and Max Benecke, who are now absolutely not going to get to the end without making that extra stop, that 10th stop, but now are actually planning for it, short fueling and doing other clever things that have to make up at least a run down the pit lane and a bit of fuel, which is what, 40 seconds minimum.
Yeah, there's definitely two trains of thought there as well. Team PGZ, what a run it's been for this Porsche outfit in their 114 machine. They've been front running through a lot of the race. And what about this man, Govan Keeney, to over 7 hours at the wheel already. Quite incredible, the fact that he's driven for that length of time without any mistake under such pressure. It's a remarkable performance, whatever happens.
Because he does need to hand over, because one of the rules is you must have 2 drivers in the event. So he can. He's got Pablo Arajuno, who's his teammate, who needs to do at least 38 laps to qualify. Otherwise, they will be disqualified. The rules are he must have at least 2 drivers. So I assume Pablo has been busy doing something during Saturday and will come in and take the car over for the last couple of hours.
So our leader in pit lane then just after the top of the hour, so well on schedule then. Govan Keeney comes in and the Team PGZ Porsche will take a full chunk of fuel, and let's see how long they stay on pit lane for. Will they go for the 4 tyres? Will they go for just 2? That seems to be the discussion point. Of course, the track temperature had rocketed up well over 40 degrees. It's now dropped back down again and will continue to cool over the next 3 hours. That could change the way that the tyres work. The cooler it gets, the more likely it is we could see teams either deciding to take 2 tyres instead of 4, or even chance it completely on a full double stint. There goes the 114 PGZ Porsche up on the jacks and taking tyres. So a pit box time of around a minute is usually 4 tyres, but that looked like only 50. Yes, indeed, that looks like just 2.
Yep, 2 tyres. You quite rightly say, Peter, the temperature's come down dramatically. I think it was 47 at one point, and now it's down to probably just over about 30, 34, 35, or 32, there we are. So it's he's now getting back into the much more comfortable period of the tyres. You'll find yourself 3/4 of a second minimum just on the extra grip that I'll give you. But of course, it is one of the things with the track temperature is the same for everybody, and everybody is gaining from that benefit. So Benecke now moves back into second place, right behind Govan Keeney, who is going to need to hand over to his teammate next time around, or it doesn't matter what they're doing, because they will be disqualified from the race for not running 2 drivers.
Oh no, that would be a complete anticlimax if that was the case.
The minimum drive time is predicted to be 38 laps. So 38 laps, as we know, is 1.3, 1/3 stints, but there's no point going down the pit lane to get the extra stint. So there'll have to be a change made at the next stop, or effectively they're just running around for vanity, because they will not be classified finishers.
Well, that would be a remarkable turn of events if that were the case. So Govan Keeney and Max Benecke, they're on pit lane for just a 1/10 of a second difference. So if you like to know, a 1/10 of a second quicker for Team PGZ over Team Redline. So the gap is as it was. But of course, Max Benecke and the Team Redline Lamborghini, they're playing a different strategy. They're actually going to take a stop more than PGZ in this last 3 hours of the race, but they've got 4 new tyres on, so they're deciding to go for shorter stops, but 3 of them rather than 2.
They've only got 2.
They stopped well before. Excuse me. Yes, they short fueled it. Yes, sorry, Nick, I'm getting myself confused.
No, I'm confused. That's right.
Just before they stopped about 5 to 10 minutes before the hour, so they are going for 3 stops from now, whereas it's just 2 stops to go now for PGZ.
I'm not quite sure about that. They've given the look at the time, and I can't believe they were taking that much little less fuel. So it does look like they're going for a full fuel fill and 2 tyres, which is interesting because they changed drivers. So Max Benecke just got 2 new tyres. I think they've had with they've probably just been slightly out of sync about drivers. They haven't been able to double everything or triple everything. So I think I'm right in saying that Patrick's run 3 stints. To check that, and Max, so that would, and I think therefore, Patrick Holden done 105 laps, that's 3.5 stints, isn't it? I think it's exactly that, 3.5 stints. So they've obviously, as you say, been mucking about during the time we've not been here as well. It is literally, it's one of these races which we're going to start 44 cars, most of them Porsches, on a GT3 race. Everyone's going to do the same thing. And nothing could be further from the truth. And catching up with what's going on is a A-level course in itself.
Yeah, quite. Yes. Where's Paul Truswell when you need him? Trussers would be loving this.
He's at Anglesey, I can tell you that for now. He's doing the race of remembrance.
Well, whoever's got him on their pit wall, they've got no excuses. That's for that's for sure. It's Beneke just keep in touch with Govan Keeney. We'll get a closer look on their respective lap times as they come to the stripe this time, because this is the first flying lap for Team PGZ, and Beneke, of course, put this car on pole. So for all the chat about Porsche's pace, I think it's more how it deals with it in the race rather than the one lap pace. That was very much Beneke in this Team Redline Lamborghini. And those first flying laps, it's a big lap from Max Beneke, 157.9, 158.6 for Govan Keeney. So a big margin in the favour of Beneke there. I do wonder if they've maybe taken less fuel and put the 4 tyres on. There is no way of knowing. We know he's taken some tyres. Given that it's the same time as PGZ, it could be 2 tyres and a full tank of fuel, or it could be 4 tyres and less fuel. But goodness, we will
find out. We will find out, Peter, because if he's short fueled, he'll do less laps. So, if he's 10 seconds short fueled, then he can only do 21 laps on this tank full. Just picking up, if anyone else has decided what we do, and I think a little break and come back to it, it's noticeable that one of the cars that's going particularly on the team before was the 191 Urano car. I'm trying to see where that is at the moment. That's dropped down to 8th place. It's got delighted with the other Porsche. And of course, his teammate, who was desperately unlucky, back with Vlad Klimachev again, who had that disconnect. They are in 11th with 190, and if you look at it, they are only a minute and 42 seconds behind.
They're on the lead lap.
They're on the lead lap, and they've had a disconnect. Now, they are halfway through a stint, so it's not quite apples for oranges, but you've had a disconnect and a reconnect, and anybody who's ever played iRacing knows it's an awful lot more than a minute and 45 seconds to disconnect and a reconnect. So, great performance by Vlad. Great performance first of all to come back and still bother. Because a lot of these top professional drivers, when they realise that they can't win, which disconnect effectively means you won't, because you're just too difficult to get past everybody, we'll just say that's it, that's fine, we'll call it a day. But they've connected back up again, and are very much challenging the top 10 in 11th place.
Well, at the moment, I think it's a remarkable effort. Very much, real tenacious effort from the Urano 190 car. Let's see if they could get a top 10. I think that would be a remarkable result considering the misfortune that they've had. So with 2 hours and 50 minutes to go, just over a full IMSA sprint race to go in this Suzuka 10 hour. Govan Keeney leads for PGZ Porsche by just a second from the number 1 Redline Lamborghini of Max Beneke. Now, if either of those 2 cars won the race, they would get their first VCO Grand Slam event win of the year. For the 55 team Mala Racing team, that would be a 3rd win of the year for them, and I would presume that would be enough to put them clear in the VCO Grand Slam, the events they've been running throughout the year.
Well, Redline didn't take part in Petit Le Mans, Peter, so they weren't even entered into the Petit Le Mans races. So they have in inverted commas, no score from that one of the Grand Slams. No idea why. Obviously, must be in clashing requirements. As you know, the virtual world is even busier in many ways than the real world. And there's a number of times when you can find the top GT3 drivers have to be 3 places at once, and they're getting on planes to qualify in Barcelona and then fly over to Mugello to run a race. But even though you haven't got to necessarily leave your rig in your front room, if there's 3 different contrasting events you want to take part on, sometimes drivers have to virtual drivers have to choose as real drivers do.
Yeah, very true, very true. They can't all be Mario Andretti on Concorde.
No one's on
some of those
Concorde now.
stories.
That's the problem. There's no one on Concorde.
We need to bring back Concorde. That's it.
Well, that's a completely different story, and it should never have been grabbed in the first place. But there we go. Anyway.
Let's not light that touch paper, shall we? Goodness me. It's the fact that there's not even been a modern iteration of it come back, but there we go.
Sonic Boom's supposed to be coming. They've hit problem boom before. Yeah, it's one of the very few times where the human race has gone backwards. Certainly as far as air transport speed is concerned, it's something we've done, but that doesn't really affect the 10 hours of Suzuka. It just affects the way I feel about getting on a good old slow lumbering jet. Basically, I actually was lucky enough to go on Concorde.
Were you really? What was it like?
It was fantastic. It was genuinely a completely different experience. The acceleration was quite phenomenal. Very small plane. You don't really realise. I was back in '95. I was in my avaricious salesman days. I won a incentive prize, and we went to Egypt, and we flew out on an ordinary plane and came back in Concorde and flew over the Bay of Biscay. It was a headwind. It didn't quite make Mach 2, but you could just feel the power of the thing. It was great. It was an absolutely fantastic experience. And obviously,
my goodness.
I was never quite Jackie Stewart, who had a regular seat, and she used to take about 15 times, 3 times a week. But I recommend it to anybody, but of course I can't. I've been grounded since 2006 or something. But it was a great experience. And unlike the several thousand other flights I've taken, I certainly will never forget that one.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. It's remarkable piece of technology. The fact it's 1960s technology, but we might get a change for the lead of the race here, because Max Benecke's got a superb run on Gaiman Keeney, who just covers the line as they head up towards 130R. They're coming through towards the Casio Triangle. Gaiman Keeney making it as difficult as possible for Max Benecke to get by, covered virtually the middle of the road there, just sort of wiggling a little bit, trying to unsettle Benecke, who's clearly got a big overspeed. Govan Keeney goes to the inside here in the Porsche, so here comes Benecke. He's got a huge run and getting that top end power. The Lamborghini, he has got him. Oh, can he get stopped though? Yes, great move there from Max Benecke. Didn't panic, set it up nicely, got the move done. Will we see this number one Lambo pull away into the distance now?
Well, that must be their concept. Must be to start gapping Govad and the Team PGZ, because they know they've got to run down the pit lane one more time than Govad does. So now they're ahead. They need to push through. That was effectively a bit of better drive, slightly lighter car, only slightly lighter, and of course the double slipstream down through up the back straight to 130R, and then picking up nice drive and getting through. But it's now down to Benecke to get past, to get a gap on Govan. And obviously what Govan needs to do is just stay in that slipstream and use those 2-3 tenths for free you get if you can stay there, as you just drag behind it. But game on now. This is the battle, and this is the battle with 2 hours and 46 minutes to go. Will probably be the one that takes us to the end, I would think. Third place, 22 seconds back with the Mar Racing Team 5.
They're not out of it. You can never write them off. And of course, Bila Euronics are right behind in fourth as well. There they are, just a second and a half there. They go just through the shot. So, and being in the Porsche, it's proven today that in its current guise can make the tyres last a bit better and can run pretty good on fuel as well. It will hit that hour if you ask it to. So they can't be written off, because if anything happens to Team PGZ, we just don't know if Team Redline's strategy is going to work or not. I mean, to take one extra stop in a period of 3 hours that's a lot to overcome.
Well, no, you're 22 seconds behind at the moment. You're net ahead of the Lamborghini.
Correct.
That run down, and even a splash. I say it's a run down and a 6-lap splash, or whatever it is. That I think is about 45 seconds of loss. When you take the speed up, slow down the actual, stationary. So at the moment, that is net ahead. And the other thing to know, at the moment, PGZ aren't actually qualified for the race because they haven't done the drive time on the second driver. So,
and we'll know that at the next stop if that takes place or not.
Well, if it doesn't take place, whatever happens, they would then need to qualify. They need to put an extra stop in. So at that point, they'll be out as well. So Yeah, that we'll have that answer in 45 minutes. I mean, I can't believe there'll be an issue on that front. I can't believe Govan wants to run all day for no point. So my guess is that they will. There'll probably be a slight issue, and what was supposed to be a stint at one point didn't happen, and they decided not to do it for tyre or fuel reasons, and then a couple will come in at the end. But, I've seen these things happen before. In let's be honest, at Petit Le Mans. Just a few weeks ago, the real full metal Petit Le Mans, the Ferrari and Risi should have won, but they got their drive time wrong and they were disqualified, and they came last. They got the drive time completely wrong for I want to say Daniel Serra, I might be wrong, and they ran him, I think, 6 minutes too long in a 6-hour period. So they just completely loused it up, and it wasn't like you lose the position; you are last in class for getting that wrong.
Yeah, it's Ferrari do have they have made up for it by sealing up the World Endurance Championship.
No spoilers.
Oh, sorry, too late. I tell you, that Jackie X is some driver, isn't he?
He is. What he did in 1960. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, dear. Have you seen it? Have you? Okay.
No, I haven't. I've got I haven't seen that, and obviously I haven't. The F1 sprints happening at the moment, so I haven't. I've avoided all that sort of thing during the break to actually have a conversation with my wife, actually, mainly, and that sort of thing, remarkably. And of course, something which the last time we were talking together on this program, you couldn't say, Peter, but now you can say, because of course. Congratulations, of course, you married your lovely wife only a few weeks ago.
I did, yes, thank you, yes, I did. We're nearly 2 months in, so she's not got fed up with me yet. Although she is on a business trip right now in Belgium, so she might have run away already. I don't know.
A business trip in Belgium.
I know.
What, for the beer?
She does bring back beer when she comes back from Belgium.
Well,
so it's good.
I was going to say she's a keeper, but you've already kept her, so that's fine.
Got that.
So what's your lovely lady's wife's name? Sorry,
Lucy.
Lucy, I should know that. Sorry, I do apologise. So the lovely Lucy. Well, you're forewarned. You've taken him on. So what can you do?
I know she knows what she's getting herself in for. Actually, the the whiskies that John and Eve have hoarded for the last year and a half.
Yes, they keep saying we're going to have a whiskey night. Hasn't happened yet.
Well, those are not my whiskies. They're Lucy's whiskies. So
I see.
There's a theme here. Purveyor of all things liquid and
alcoholic.
Exciting.
Yes, this is sort of wife you need. None of this coming out with a problem. No, here, have some more booze. No problem.
Great to see great to see the 62 Brabham Esports Porsche. It looks absolutely superb in the green and gold of Brabham. It's great to have an iconic name like that in the sport. Although it's funny when you think of Brabham, there's two very different Brabhams you can think of, I suppose. There's the original Jack Brabham team, or it's the Bernie owned. There is a third one, of course, is the post Bernie disaster, which apart from giving Damon Hill his debut in F1 was just a sorry shadow of itself. No, certainly the Brabham as run by Sir Jack was fantastic team, obviously no more so than the change of regulations in 66-67 where Jack and Denny Hull won the first 2 3-litre championships before the Cosworth DFE took over and won a lot of stuff. And of course Brabham themselves are making they've got a bit quiet. They're mainly slightly down to the issues of COVID and how that impacted Australia, especially because they released was it a GT2 spec car they released? It is,
and I know it's run a couple of races, but the whole concept was selling a lot. No, David Brabham was trying to put together obviously for today, a very ambitious program. I'm not quite sure where that is now. It's gone a bit quiet, but I think we will understand why. But I know that car has been out on a few occasions. We've seen it in the flesh as well. I think I've not seen actually. I've seen it on camera.
I haven't seen it in the flesh yet. I have seen. Believe it has done a couple of races in GT2, but that's not a category with really any weight yet. It might get there, but we'll see. But so I'm surprised that they went in that direction, because there's a lot of healthy and wealthy amateur racing programs in Australia who would run in the GT3 space, and I think would switch from an established brand to an Australian challenger. I think just on patriotism alone.
I don't think they could do GT3. I don't think they met the manufacturer numbers.
Of course. They've not been selling enough road cars. Yes,
so they went GT2 as he comes into the pit, because it's obviously a much freer setup. You've got much more. You can actually effectively build a bespoke car to go in there. You've got much more air and more power. It's designed for very, very rich amateurs rather than just reasonably rich amateurs. But I'm pretty sure.
How smelly is your richness?
Yeah, are you just quite rich, or are you unbelievable? Do you own Tranmere Rovers, or do you own Manchester City? That's really basically what it is, isn't it? But So I mean, I think David's one of the good guys. Obviously, certainly a Le Mans champion. 2009 won Le Mans, wasn't he? Yes, with Alex Kurtz and Pedro Lamy, and great guy, really, really nice man. An internationalist, whereas he doesn't see his nationality as the world. And often has rather than having a Saltaire Union Jack or a tricolour on his belt loop, he has the planet Earth. He comes from Earth.
I like that. I'm a big advocate for that. Taking a global view and making everyone feel at home wherever they are in the world. I'm very much on board with that. The gap between Team Redline Red and Team PGZ just up to about 3 seconds now,
which is pretty impressive.
It is impressive. I do think it's also impressive that Govan Keeney has kept himself in check, or his team have kept him in check, because he's still got to keep hitting a fuel number, and he's still got to keep that life in the tyre, but particularly the fuel number. So he can't go after Beneke. He's got to. I mean, he can go after him if he can do the fuel number as well, but I don't think that's possible. So the thing is, Beneke doesn't have to worry about fuel consumption, whereas Keeney does right up until the checkered flag.
Well, there's 79 to 80 laps to go. That is the fact. So there's 79 or 80 laps to the end, approximately, which, if Redline can pull out half a second a lap, they will negate that extra run down the pit lane. So at this pace, it's doable, but there's so many variables. There's a variable at the moment you can see of Beneke being behind a back marker, who will, almost certainly be slowing him down slightly, and maybe for the time he gets past him. Yes, it's a very bad time to be behind a slower car, because there really is only one line. And if you try and get past them, they're going off lines with more time. And obviously, this is the top splits, even the slowest car's quick, if that makes sense. But, if you are really pushing on, there's half, 3/4 second to get lost here. And that's the half, 3/4 seconds you need to gain every lap.
Yeah, and like you say, it's got to happen every lap. That's the difference. That means that some laps he's going to have to do more than that for it to average out. But one thing you can be sure is you can't ever write off Team Redline, especially in this sort of event. They really excel in the special event endurance races here on iRacing. I think you'd need a very advanced calculator to add up how many of these things they've won over the years. And also, you can't write off Max Beneke, the original Mr. 10K iRating. It seems like they're handing them out like penny chews now. There's
I know
lots of 10K iRatings.
Always seeing on Twitter on 10K. I mean, in fairness, he did make 11K, but he's dropped down to 10,871 now. So obviously he did a bad race. Much like I had all these.
He's had a Damon week.
Yeah, nothing. I tell you what, losing 130 is nothing like a Damon week, I can tell you. Percentage-wise, I lost about 15% of my rating this week.
15%?
Yeah.
But it all comes and goes. It's just that keeping that mileage up.
The problem is getting it back again. It takes a lot longer than losing it.
It does. You've got to drive like a legend for a month to get it back.
Losing it is the work of a moment. In my case, the work of a disconnection and forgetting to refuel the car and driving like a moron, to be honest. But getting it back is more difficult.
Yes, that it is. We riding with Lewis Woods in the Impulse Racing Porsche. Impulse, an outfit that goes from strength to strength, very good in touring car competition as well. You see them up there fighting all the time. Car 51, the Race Scotch Porsche. They've made good progress up the order. Oh, just about to get a boot full of Impulse Porsche there, but they just both get through it. I tell you what, there can't have been much between that there, if not a bit of contact.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where get closer, you're right on the tail, and you're actually using the slipstream from being so close. But sometimes if the driver does something slightly you don't expect, there's a good chance of going in the back of them. Now, of course, the other thing we haven't spoken about is we are getting to the back end of the race. Has anyone been, what's the word for it, over-exuberant too often? Is anyone near that instant limit? Is anyone near the chance of a drive-through? That's the question.
I think we have had one or two drive-throughs while we've been away, from what I could gather. Did have to pop out and make a quick bit of dinner. As I mentioned, I've not got my wonderful wife to help me with in-game.
But how long did it take to put something in the microwave?
Well, I tell you know, it was someone of my athletic limitation to walk down to Sainsbury's, pick up something, bring it back. There's a lot of time in there. That's the hidden time.
And well done walking to Sainsbury's. That's excellent for your green credentials.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it is. It's no, the covers on the car at the moment. I need to get it. Actually, I tell you what, I'm getting it out next week.
The cover's on the car.
The cover is on the car. I will take it off next week because I'm going to Tuthill in the carbon fibre triangle. Actually,
okay. My car's just parked outside. It's like I can use it any time. There's no cover on it. Is your car particularly leaky?
No. There's a fox that walks around it. So it's in a garage with sort of 20-30 other cars, and the fox can quite easily get in. And if I don't put the cover on, it's just fox paw prints all over the car. So
I never thought. Oddly, I didn't think the fox was going to be the issue. I had damp or potentially bird droppings, but never there's a wandering fox climbing on my car.
Yeah, that's the way it is. Yeah. So it keeps it. In fact, it might actually make it more comfortable for the fox. He might actually be able to sort of lie on top of it if he wanted to. Now, it's got more of a cushion. It's like a mattress topper for foxes.
Fantastic comfort for our wild creatures.
I actually bumped into him the other day. He was obviously making his way from our street to where the garage is, and I was like, "Oh, there you are." There might have been other words in the sentence, but
that's all fine. If he replied to you, you've got more of an issue.
Yes, very true. Gabriel Streitmatter in the Biela Porsche, 4th place, holding off. Now that's not Sam Matty Trogan right behind him. That's the number 5 Mercedes in 12th place, which is a lap down. So Biela, they're still in with a sniff as well. Just 3.5 seconds off the podium at this time. Vasolis Beltsiotsis, who's actually he's switched teams. He's gone from the Team BMW Bank team, which won the Nürburgring 24 Hour. He's now with Mala Porsche, but I do believe they all kind of run out of a similar awning, I believe, just in slightly different branding. Gazebo.
Virtual awning, yes.
Virtual awning, yes. Our producer Connery Maddock and I have great fun coming up with different ways of describing different types of awning, gazebo, garage, etc. Any type of protective infrastructure.
Yes, I now need to absolutely. I now need to describe how I'm sharing my various racing world drivers. I'm under the same awning. Surely be within the same server room, isn't it?
In the same server, yeah, good one. Yeah, so it's within the same hard drive. Is where we are. Another one, of course, Mala, a name from the from the outdoor world of racing and automotive engineering here in the virtual world. Do you know one thing, Nick? That we've seen a lot of real world names coming in to the sim racing world and staying here beyond the kind of COVID pandemic, which is fantastic. One thing that has surprised me is we don't really see, certainly not in the road racing world. We haven't seen the Team Penske's, the Chip Ganassis, the Rahals, etc. They haven't kind of made their way into it. I wonder if they will in time, because I do think a Team Penske sim racing team would take the level on another step again, just the detail that they apply to everything they do.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, obviously, during the height of the pandemic, we were covering IMSA Pro Series, which was real IMSA drivers running the cars around, and some of them were in the liveries of those teams, but it wasn't much. I think BMW again was the main one who was supported, and of course BMW all over sim racing. It does seem there was the NASCAR teams. A few of those have very tight tie-ups with sim racing. It's not you're right. The American road racing, the American royalty, should I say, don't seem to have embraced it as much. I can't explain why. It's a meritocracy. There's as many good American drivers as any other nationality. But you're right. We haven't got Penske, we haven't got Andretti, we haven't got Ganassi. So mystery, isn't it? Really. I mean, I suppose that the priority and what people think they can gain PR out of. Perhaps the key fact might be that most of those they tend to drive customer cars. So perhaps it makes more sense to advertise yourself if you're selling a product, whereas those are race teams just run a product.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I
mean, if you think about the BMW or Mercedes or Porsche backing this, it's because the guys who are playing now, say they're 17, 18, 19, and 25, obviously they can't afford an M4 at the moment, they can't afford whatever it may be, but they are the future customers, and they form an allegiance with the virtual car. They're far more likely to walk into a BMW showroom, where there are affordable cars in fairness, or and if they are lucky enough to become super wealthy later on, they'll remember I had a great time in a 911 when I was younger, or a Lamborghini. So there is a pull through there, I think. Perhaps if you're a customer racing team, it's less evident of why you need to put that investment in.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. I mean, will it maybe potentially change? Of course, Team Penske are right on the eve of their first competitive outing with Porsche after 14 years since their last professional program with Porsche, and might that be the point where they come into the space? In a co-cooperation with Porsche. Yeah.
Now we know that we are getting the BMW LMDH onto iRacing, which I think by college is going on to a different platform. There will be others, obviously.
The Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, it's it's like a Pokemon, it doesn't really exist. We will obviously get more LMDHs and hypercars transferring to the virtual world, but it's more likely going to be those who are trying to promote other parts of their business. The fact that BMW and Porsche have embraced this virtual racing, and Mercedes as well, in fairness, so openly because they can see the marketing value. And that's why they're prepared. As you said, they've stayed with it past the obvious massive popularity swell during 2020 and 2021.
I think it's hugely positive, and there's lots of ways to get people engaged in a sport as well. I mean, it's there can be stuff done from the various official series as well, and how they tie up with the manufacturers that take part. I mean, I know IMSA are very key. It's compulsory to any manufacturer taking part. There's a lot of hoops that they have to jump through to actually come and be part of the series. Maybe the virtual aspect might become more a part of that, and you have to maybe actively get more involved in that, because I do believe I think there'll be a lot of people watching today that didn't realise that the Suzuka 10 Hour, in a different branding, it was the Suzuka 1000 kilometres and it became the 10 Hour. This is a historic race that's run since the 60s. I don't think there'll be many. I think there'll be quite a lot watching today going, I didn't know that, and might see to keep an eye out for that race if they see it. And I think there's a sporting marketing aspect as well as a manufacturer's marketing aspect also.
I have good news for fans of Team PGZ. The second driver has connected.
He's turned up. He's turned up.
Now,
his lunch date's gone very well, and now he's ready to go.
But now he's disconnected again, so obviously he's got a connection. So there we are. So there is a second driver. He does exist. He may be having some issues getting happy with what's going on, but yes, that's the first time I've seen his name turn up in the connection disconnection. I mean, whilst we've got a little bit of a blank period, just said that Maxi Beneke is really putting the hammer down now, 6.7 seconds. The question, you do a lot more general sim racing commentaries than I do, Peter. There's a feeling that the great expanse and swell during the time of COVID, it's do you think it's been lost, or do you think we're still at a higher level than we were before March 2020, or do you think we're back where we were, in February 2020, with the popularity and everything else of sim racing and the participation and the importance compared to how it was?
Certainly a two-part answer. Number one, yes, we're in unequivocally, yes, we're in a way better position than we were prior March 2020. I would say so. I would say it's had a lasting impact. It's a positive impact. I don't think we'll ever see that impact. I don't think we'll ever see that kind of level again. But it wasn't. But it was exactly. It wasn't real. It was very much a really strange twist of circumstances, which is once in a blue moon. So, but I do think that it's showing a lot of people what's possible. We've got way more real world drivers making way more noise about it, which is great. However, I do honestly feel that the guys taking part, the teams taking part, really approach it with a very professional attitude. They're at the very top of their game. They're top class performers. They're world class performers. I do feel that in certain cases, not everywhere, but there are certain cases where you've got all the ingredients there for a really good product, but when the driving standards go out the window, that's when people become cynical. Now, some people can see past that, but others are, you get one shot with people. And if people see a race where everyone's crashing into each other, they just think, well, this is just a nonsense. That is fixable. That's probably one of the easier problems to fix. But I do think that's one of the most important hurdles for the future, is getting the driving standards like they would be in the real world, and then we're there, because the drivers are all just fantastic. The drivers are so good. The teams are brilliant. The quality of the software and hardware that's available now, and in a lot of cases at sensible cost, is all right there. But I do think from an entertainment aspect, for people actually watching the product eyeballs on, it's the driving standards that have to be solved. It's not everywhere, I will say that, but it is in some high-profile places.
Yeah, certainly in perhaps the most high-profile class it can be. I mean, I think to me, I think some of the barriers to acceptance, I think, is the disparate number of and competing number of platforms and cars and programs. Do you follow F1? Do you follow GT Gran Turismo? Do you follow iRacing, R-Factor? I mean, it doesn't matter. I think once you get on the PC platforms, it's just us nerds who care whether it's which particular, whether it's an ACC or whether it's an iRacing or whether it's R-Factor 2, because as long as you explain the slight differences about the penalty systems, they're all pretty similar. Different. Obviously, in the ACC, you've got to care a lot more about tyre temperature, but there's all quirks we can explain as commentators. But I think it's confusing for even Joe motorsport fans sometimes to work out what am I looking at. And a couple of these staged competitions, I think, have been actually detrimental, because they've not really shown the sport off at its best. I realise that this is a 10-hour endurance race is what we love, and what the die-hard sim racers love, and that's not what we bring to the public. But also, you don't bring a crash fest where the cars are painted like F1 cars, all perform the same way. But it's all about it's kind of pushing and shoving race. Yes, the cars look the same, but it's not the same. And also, it's using a program that's not proper simulations and not either. There kind of needs to be a coming together. And then there's things like this. There's the massive. I still think the biggest own goal that's been scored by sim racing is without doubt the best, I think, sim racing events as far as production are concerned and how they put them together were the virtual Le Mans. They're put there brilliantly. They produced them really, really well. They really made them look professional. They used studios. They had the proper Le Mans commentators from the WEC, and obviously sim experts. I mean, they're fantastic. But what did they do? They then alienated the entire community. They alienated the entire iRacing audience by saying, right, that's a Le Mans race they can be. There can no longer be a 24-hour race like this for everybody. And you're thinking, why have you done that? Why have you decided you want to annoy your core marketplace, who would be your advocates, who would advertise it, who would tell your friends to see this fantastic production, by saying, yeah, we're running this now, even though there was no crossover between what we want to do for our 24-hour showcase and your 24-hour mass competitive event. Let's just ruin your mass competitive event to try and make RC more important. And it just seemed so stupid.
Yeah, what is it? They say the swell, the tide rises all boats kind of thing. I think you could take that into any sport. Did the IRL and Champ Car split help the sport? No, it's probably never really recovered from it. Really, maybe just now. Grand Am and American Le Mans Series. Well, that's probably just recovering now. Also, it's. If you've got a sport that, if you had an F1 breakaway, as it's been threatened so many times, if you did get an F1 breakaway, that would crucify Grand Prix racing. So it doesn't really matter how big or small you are. Oh, is there a bit of a look there from one of the PG? That's the Team PGZ 114 there. No,
119.
119. That's the Academy car. Yes, behind the Urano machine. But yeah, I do think it's. A collective, holistic view certainly helps. But it's tricky.
Sometimes don't listen to the marketeers and don't listen to the the copyright lawyers, and sometimes just listen to the people who are your core audience and work out whether what I'm doing now is going to be detrimental and is not going to enable the growth of. Well, the growth of the sport, growth of the hobby. Yes, we know there's different races. There's different versions of the various simulators. In fairness, 3 or 4 of them are doing quite nicely and making some money. So do you need to be quite so, anti-competitive, which actually ends up being anti the sport or anti the hobby?
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. And it's a shame because you've got. I'd love to go to one of the kind of development rooms. I'm sure they're very top secret places, much like race teams are. I'd love to go to one of the kind of development rooms or sitting in a development meeting of an iRacing or a Seto course or something like that to see how these clever people work, because I say it all the time. The level of technology at play here is incredible. We've got people all over the world competing in real time and with real production. It's just fantastic. Red line in, so that's after 22 laps. In they come.
So they did take 4 tyres and less fuel. But okay,
I wonder if they're going to do that each time.
I wonder whether he's now going to, with the cooler temperatures, just fill it up and run it, not the full 60 laps, but perhaps 50 laps. But it was working well because when he came in, he was about 8.5, 9 seconds ahead. So he had made up a bit of a time, pit lane time for Benegay.
Yeah, fuel only.
Waiting for it. Yeah, fuel only. So it's going to be a 44.3, so plus or minus. So that's 27 seconds of fuel. A full fuel on its own is about 31, so he's not quite filled it up, but he's not short fueled like last time. So they've also decided that the tyres last X laps, Peter, and they will fuel it to those lappery they feel they can get out of the tyres, knowing they're now doing an extra stop.
I think that is it. I think he's brimmed that. I think there was just a little bit left. Yes, I do. I do.
I mean, you think there's some left in it? I think
he brimmed it.
3 laps. Okay, well, we'll find out. But I think my guess is he was 2 or 3 laps. They know they can go 2 or 3 laps less. They know at that point they're going to put 49 laps on the tyres or 47 laps on the tyres, and that's what they want to do. Effectively back timing from the end of the race. So there'll be 2 of these. But this one will take him to about an hour and 20 to go, perhaps an hour and 25 to go, and they'll run that with a set of tyres the last 90 minutes and 2 stops. And that's, I think, what they've done. They back time from 3 hours and 10 minutes. Now, obviously, there is a chance for him at the next stop to swap over with his teammate, but otherwise he might run all 3 hours to the end.
I think it's certainly from a driver conservation point of view and mental toughness and mental stamina. I think it's a great call from that perspective, because I do think you're right, Nick. They an hour and 15 to go, whack on a new set of tyres, or even just new set of tyres and a fresh Patrick Holtzman, who's had a a bite to eat and 6 espressos, Sebastian Loeb style, ready to go. I think that's when you compare that to PGZ, they're in the completely the other thing. They've had Govan Kinney. He's been going for 7 hours and 45 minutes. It's to talk about 2 different ways to skin a cat. I mean, not just the strategy, but the driver usage, everything.
Yeah, well, of course, we know that Pablo has to take over next time round. So I have no idea the relative pace of Pablo against Govan. My guess is, if you've got any sense, we know he's around. He's currently pounding around the practice circuit, getting his eye in, which you can do, just doing a few laps on the car. We'll come in cold after this amount of time, and then he'll pick up and I'm looking to see what pace he's got. Now, I have no idea if Pablo is faster or slower than Govan, and I would think it's probably likely that no one does. He actually gets out on the track and experiences it. Much grippier than it was because of the massive drop in temperature from the heights in the middle of the afternoon. But also, rubbier. You can see the detritus on the edge of the track out of the racing line. The racing line itself is lovely and clean, but outside that, it's full of rubbish.
Yeah, once you get onto those marbles, the simulator, it's incredible. Actually, the simulator fully does replicate that of what it's like. It's a good job they don't have full course yellow, so they don't end up with pickup all over the tyres. that would be clever, wouldn't it? To be able to do that. Andy Wallace told me a brilliant story about St. Petersburg 2007. And he's in 3rd overall in an LMP2 car, and he's behind the pace car, and he's like, guys, there is something really weird with this car, and there's only 15 minutes to go. They're right on cue to win it, get a podium. He's like, I just think there's something wrong. They're like, no, stay out, it's pick up. He's like, So he's like, he's putting a lot of acceleration in, he's wiggling the car, and he says the car is wandering all over the place, and he's like, this just feels strange. And even at this time, 15 years ago, Andy is still a hugely experienced driver, and he's going, I just don't know. Race goes green with 10 minutes to go, and he comes into the pits and he's like, what are you doing? They pull the back off the car, and there's a bolt come out of the suspension wishbone. So it was quite a good idea that he parked up Mr. Dyson's £1 million race car before it ended up in the fence.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not a proper racer, but my experience with pickup was I went out when you're at preventive races, there's what's called a taxi ride period, where they just let people go out on the track, not really great speed, but you can go around and have a bit of fun. And obviously, they charge more people, so but luckily we've got the broadcast, and we just took our hire cars around. And I went round Barcelona, we were doing quite a lot of action, so I was just looking a few laps around Barcelona, and thinking out there, obviously an ordinary hire car, a Peugeot or something, and went through, I think, turn 5. Turn 5 the bottom hill, turn 6, and I absolutely thought I'd broken it. Because suddenly the wheel was all over the shop, and I thought, I went over the curb. I don't know, I've broken suspension. No, I had a load of pickup on one tyre, and it obviously completely unbalanced. It sounds awful, puts a bump in it as well, and you just never realise how much it makes the car, even an ordinary race car, feel undrivable. Now, it's not quite so bad on the slicks car, you can remove it, but it's kind of wedged into various parts of the tread. Genuinely, that car was unbalanced for the entirety of the 4 days I had it after that.
Wow. And I guess a Peugeot hire car wouldn't be quite as blessed with torque or horsepower to spin it off and get rid of it.
No, that wasn't happening, no. But I have to be honest, once I realised it was just pickup, I just went out and did a few more laps and didn't really care. Because as we already know, what is the fastest car in the world?
Hire car. Always. Yeah.
Let's go rental.
Always.
It's a rental.
Yes. I thought it said, don't be gentle, it's a rental. I like the let's
both apply.
It's a good one. Yes, they do. They do. Ricardo Ferreira brings the Arnage competition 911 GT3R into pit lane. Just a little bit too shy to get home on another stop after this. They'll need 2 more stops after this. So drops a little bit down the order for now. Govan Kinney in P1 for Team PGZ has got to come in at got to hit the top of that hour to make sure that their strategy still makes sense. Likewise, number 55 Mala Porsche, Vasolis Velixilitis. It's quite a mouthful, that name, isn't it? It's
that's why I let you have it.
Once we get Manatee right as well instead of Manti.
I think
Olaf Manatee.
They would much rather be likened to the most famous Ford customer team than a very friendly, large aquatic mammal, to be honest.
Quite. Well, of course, Manti, they're kind of one in the same with Porsche now, aren't they?
They have been bought out, haven't they? Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. The business that Olaf Manti built up before passing on to, is it the Raider brothers that bought it from him, I think.
I am not as imbued in Porsche history as you and John Hindhaugh are. I have a more helicopter view of the whole
the
thing.
Anoraks, you mean?
Well, no, I mean, you're both, no, this is not meant detrimentally, you're both massive fans of the brand, whereas I am more neutral to that particular brand.
I see, when I'm commentating, I'm neutral, but I just don't know. There's something that just intrigues me. A lot of people have the same thing with the Ferrari. You know, they're both brands with incredible heritage.
The problem I have with Ferrari is the people who own Ferraris. Not the brand itself, not the cars, not their fantastic performance, nothing else. It's just that everyone I've ever known who has actually owned a Ferrari has been on the lower level of the people I would want to spend time with.
I need to introduce you to my stepbrother then, because he's a lovely chap and he does have one.
What does he got?
He's got an F12.
Oh my lord! You've married money.
Utterly bought my stepbrother. I said.
Stepbrother, sorry. One of your parents married money.
Sorry. He's my hold on. He's Lucy's stepbrother. That's right. Yeah,
so you married money. I was right first time.
No. It's his money, not mine.
Wow. No. That's in fairness, actually, that's not a most. I thought you were going to say 360 and I got. But F12, that's an impressive choice. That's a man who knows how to spend his money just running the car for miles.
Yes, well, it doesn't make double figures in miles per gallon, which is quite alarming.
Does it?
The rear badge fell off.
How much?
I don't know. I'm sure you can Google it.
You fall off with some little oik, take it off and stick it on a neck chain. Was that very late? Is that a very late '80s thing to do with the Beastie Boys? Right?
Well, I think it fell off in the garage, but anyway, yeah. So he's holding up the. But I do take your point. Yes, most of them are bright purple and being sat on the limiter at every traffic light usually. So yeah, they do seem to attract that. Anyway, any other particular vehicle stereotypes, like BMW's not indicating, Audi's tailgating people? Please do write them in on a postcard.
I've had a succession of Audis, so I can't.
Fast Audis.
I went down 3 earlier. I went from an RS7 to an RS4, but I'm still sticking on that side of things. But yes, I obviously am loyalty to anybody. Though actually, I mean, this is completely off topic. The modern electronics are unbelievable. The RS4 is new and the RS7 is quite old. I can't believe what they do now. Literally, it's just the Audi is on a motorway. It's like effectively it'll drive for you. You have to just occasionally touch the wheel so it's gone to sleep. But one thing, it's got adaptive cruise control. That's fine, but also, which is really important in the UK, it sees all of the times the speed limit suddenly goes down on the gantry, slows you down, and when it's gone away, it speeds you back up again.
No.
Yeah, I was amazed. Wow. I'm sure people who've got brand new cars are going, yeah, mine does that as well, but I've not experienced that. Where literally all and lanes, everyone. I am well known for my road car driving, where people don't tend to want me to drive cars because I'm known for giving it maximum 20% of my brain capacity whilst driving a car on the road. So when I got like another 70% being done by the car, it's much safer for everyone involved. So it is a self-driving car. It doesn't need to be a Tesla. It can just be an Audi when occasionally just put a little bit of pressure on the steering wheel. I did see a fantastic picture. Someone's got had one of those Mercedes 600, and the way they got around the fact that when you're on lane assist, it insists you move the wheel or put some pressure on the wheel every 15 seconds. But apart from that, it'll keep you in the lane. They just taped a beer to the steering wheel. So it was permanently putting weight on, a left-hand weight. So as far as the car was concerned, there was someone holding the wheel, and they just kept going.
Dear me, it's quite alarming in many ways. I have to say, antithesis of that, I do miss very much my old Renault Clio RS 200 Cup. It was a fantastic car. $5,000. It was
where you
great.
can't go. But see, of course, the other car in my garage is the opposite end of the scale. It's not the, I've got a 2022 fully electronicked up, everything, safety, everything. And the other side of the garage is a 1965 TR4 IRS that has 2 fuses. That's all it's got. The whole electric system's run on 2 fuses because it doesn't have any electrics apart from some lights. I mean, in fairness, I'm not overly certain the instrument lights work at the moment, so slightly worrying.
Good to find that out before setting off.
Well, yeah, I've got to set off. I have to go somewhere next week, so I'm vigorously scanning the weather reports. Not because I'm worried about it rusting away, which it would do as well, but more because I don't know whether the instrument is working at all.
Dear me.
I am driving it to a garage for some work and everything else, and some painters and work to get this all sorted out. Because, she's 57 years old and has nothing, has no driver aids, no power steering. It's not even got a servo on the brakes. It's all me. And I have to give that a lot more than 20%.
I bet you do. Yeah. I bet you do. Dear me. Well, we're coming up to a critical point in this motor race. Just 4 minutes to go to the top of the hour, and we're going to see who is on what schedule. Car 114, Govan Keeney, leads the way in. I think you have to say, a mammoth stint. 8 hours at the wheel now. And, to qualify for, a race result, he is going to have to hand over to co-driver very, very soon.
Yeah. I mean,
it's usually 20%, I thought, but
it's on the front pages. You need to do 38 laps at the moment.
Okay,
which is an hour and 25. Yeah. 20. Yeah, I mean, it's 8 hours is unbelievable. Have you ever done any massive? I did 5.5 hours once. That's the most I've done, and oddly, apart from your arms getting a bit sore, the biggest problem, I'll be absolutely honest with you, is not you always get into a kind of a concentration zone. The biggest problem is natural functions. That's the biggest problem with running that long. I've
heard various solutions.
Not really interested in that because I had planned doing 5.5 hours, so I hadn't got the adult nappy or anything on. So
I've heard one person who will remain nameless, who I know who's he tried the for the Indy 500, but then you're under caution there a lot of the time. So the iRacing Indy 500, he did the adult nappy, and I think he tried the Shiwi as well, the kind of silicon gel. Is that what they're called? The kind of silicon bag.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It takes you back to my repping days where it was quite common that you would have a soft drink bottle for emergencies when you were stuck in traffic on the emergency would happen and nowhere near a rest stop. So we've all been there. If anyone who's repped in the 80s and 90s, we've all been there.
Well, I repped in the 2010s, and I can say it's very similar. The only difference was in rural Scotland, there's a lot more times to make a.
Oh, see, no, you got that doesn't count because you've got bushes on every corner.
Exactly.
This is when you're going 9 miles an hour on the M6, and you're 27 miles away from the nearest services.
Yeah, that's different kind of pain. Govan Keeney has brought this is interesting.
Early.
That's 114. That's a lap early for Govan Keeney. So. Is that a drive-through?
No, drive-through.
Oh, my word. Okay, so what this is, folks, during this race, the teams, each car has a 40 incident point limit. So the iRacing incident points are handed out as follows. 1 point for braking track limits, 2 for a spin, and 4 for contact with another driver. Now, the latter 2 haven't really applied to Team PGZ. They've been flawless all the way through.
Well, in fairness, we didn't. They kind of came to the fore after the first hour, so we don't really know. We may have had a couple of dinks or donks during that frenetic start, but most of this is going to be track limits, and that's expensive. That's cost him. Well, he drove through in 17.6 seconds, but there is probably another 7 seconds of acceleration and deceleration loss as well. So that's a 22 to 25 second loss on that lap. That is quite early as well. It hit 40. He's only got another 20 now for the next 2 hours, which he'll be handing over probably in 1 lap's time to his teammate. But yeah, that's interesting. That's surprising, and a leader, and also, of course, blows half the advantage they had over Max Beneke and Redline with their 45-second splash and dash.
Well, let's see how, because going on that, that sounds bizarre, but going down pit lane there is obviously going to use less fuel. Will they then go another lap deeper into the race and just hope to gain something back? That's really painful. And with 2 hours to go, if that's what our race leader has done, Nick, there's going to be other teams that are going to be really close. And that must indicate that there's other teams that are really, really tight on that one as well.
Yeah.
Is that part of Team Redline's strategy, that they know that they're going, well, if we give away a drive-through penalty here, we're stuffed, so we're going to have to play this a little bit more canny? As Malaporsche come in from second place, they're all of a sudden right back in the game. If they can keep away from a drive-through penalty, they're in the game.
Yeah, and they are stopping at the right time. An hour and 59 to go. They'll come out with an hour and 58, which gives them that extra lap as well, which you need, because it doesn't actually finish on 10 hours exactly. It's 10 hours and finish the lap you're on, which can be 1 second or can be 1 minute 55, depending where you are. Interestingly, Govan did get that extra lap, so he's going to be very comfortable when he hands over to Pablo Arunjo. But this is all good news for Max Beneke and Redline, who've been putting in some pretty quick times as well. They gained it was 23 seconds that Govan lost with that drive-through, with 2:10 that time. We don't know where the other teams are on instant points, but it's pretty obvious where you're going to be picking them up. It's at the outside, W2. It's possibly going a little bit wide, going through Spoon. It's slightly edging again the speed and the flow through some of these other fast people. And near Casio, the triangle, you can pick up one easy by going slightly deep. Obviously, out the outside of 130R, they're all there to catch you out. Also, if you go, which I haven't seen anyone do yet, but if you go too tight at the hairpin, that also will give you one. So, one of the frustrations of iRacing is how strict the track limits are, because sometimes you get a track limit offence for going onto a part of track which not only has not gained you anything, has definitely lost you something. So you've lost time and you've got a 1x. It's so frustrating.
And then you get some circuits where you can run all over the curbs and get all 4 wheels up all over the curbs. Road America is one of them. The last corner is right up all over the curbs.
The worst one, so it's Red Bull Ring, just to finish that off. Red Bull Ring, I have no idea. I've been doing that for days. I have no idea what the track limits are. So in comes PNTGZ from the lead. That lead may well not remain, unless Vila Racing are coming in as well. But this should be a changeover, and if it is, Govan can go and sit down and go and, I'm sure, have a very, very welcome, we say relax.
Absolutely. Well, Pablo Arroyo, there he goes. So at last, after an 8-hour stint, 8-hour and 3-minute stint, let's not shortchange him. Wow, what a thing. Well, there goes Max Beneke into the lead of the motor race. Yeah. So, game on here in this race. Now, Pablo Arroyo, he'll have a full tank of gas. He'll have 4 new tyres. Now, the question is, can he make those new tyres last all the way to the flag? I'm going to put it out there. I think that Arroyo can make those tyres last to the end. I don't think I think it's possible, but it's just going to get cooler and cooler as the race goes on.
Yeah, it's rubbered up. The temperature's down to 27 degrees centigrade. So
that's lower than the start.
It's low. It's par at the start. You're right, 81 Fahrenheit, and obviously down from the ridiculous 47 it was. And it's in the comfort area for the tyres. They're not quite at their best, but they're not screaming every corner, "What are you doing to me?" But I think Redline got a big advantage. That drive-through's really changed the complexity of this race completely.
It's definitely brought everyone back in. However, 51 seconds.
If that's the gap, that's
your stop.
That's the race. Because that's the stop, absolutely. Now, the only downside to this would be that if Pablo can get to the end without changing tyres, there will be a stop involving a 4-tyre stop. So, in fact, the extra stop now moves to being a 1 minute 20 second stop rather than a 50-second stop. So, it is ebb and flow. But unless this is a very brave prediction with an hour and 55 to go, unless Redline have to do a drive-through, I think they've got the pace to get to the end and win this. I think it's the first time I kind of see it opening up in front of my eyes. It's all down to that drive-through.
Yeah, for sure. It was always going to come down to a matter of execution. You can have the best strategy you want, but if you don't execute it, it's pointless. And if you can execute perfectly and have not the best strategy, it's not ideal either. But at least it's not terminal. But Mala are still in this in their 55 car. Bila, you can't write them off either. They should be good to the end of the race now. And given that both are in Porsches, we've seen the Porsches being able to. It was the only car that could double stint the tyres properly early in the race, and that was with a slightly higher track temperature in the first stint of the race. That temperature is only going to drop as we go towards the next hour and 54 minutes. We've got a motor race on our hands, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the Red Line haven't got a comfortable lead. They've got a lead, and I think they've got a net lead, but they certainly don't have a comfortable lead. And that's a very different thing, because they haven't got an accident in hand, they haven't got a drive-through in hand either. So whether Max and Patrick now have to be on 37 instant points and have to be incredibly careful for the remaining hour and 54 minutes, we don't know. But it seems likely that if somebody is over because they've been pushing track limits, all the drivers push track limits because that's how you make race time.
Yeah, especially here. I mean, you're really just straightening the wheel up that little bit more, just running it out, carrying that little bit of exit speed. I think there's going to be a lot of with that drive-through. There's going to be, I think, each and every one of the team managers in the top 10 are going to be screaming down the radio right now, saying, "Do not put those off tracks. Do not get us anywhere near those track limits violations." And the thing is, if they are running close, and we've seen various different strategical permutations, if it comes down to a last 5 or 10 minute dogfight, you know what happens in those situations, Nick?
Yeah,
you get
absolutely.
contact, and then all of a sudden 4 incident points for contact, and wish you're over it, and drive through penalty, and your day's done.
Yeah, remember that if you do get the penalty in the last couple of laps and don't take it, I think you get a 30-something second penalty. I think it's a 45 second added to your race time.
Yeah.
So if you can't just hit one of the last couple of laps and go, "I'll get away with it," it gets added to the race time as well. So there's a lot of jeopardy still to be seen in this race, despite the serene progress that Red Line Red and Max Benecade seem to be making. But there's a lot of things to be played out, and they haven't got the comfort of an error in hand. They've got the comfort that they carry on doing what they're doing, they'll be okay. But that's not quite as simple as me just saying it.
No, definitely not. They're gonna have to be keep push. Lap time wise, Max Beneke's in a great groove here. 157.5 last time. There's the only cars that can match that. Last time, Yuki Furuya in the number 7 SRC Movano Porsche, 12th overall at the moment. He did a 157.5 last time by. As Maniti come into the pits for their penultimate stop.
Well, they've run deep into the race. They're only an hour. They've run 9 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they have an extra stop in them, but have we got a stop total on here? Have I not seen it? No, there isn't.
So they did have while we were off air, they had a disconnect. So more than one car coming to that, falling to that fate, which is a real shame. Another car we haven't mentioned, which really featured at the start, the ambitious Privateer White Zenith Racing Porsche, car number 10, there behind the PGZ car. It's a car that, it's in 25th overall, but it was right there up at the front at the start of the race. Just hasn't quite gone their way for João Dalmezes Torres and the Zenith Esports team.
No, they started well, but they seem to reach their kind of plateau a little bit behind everyone else, and half a second off everyone else. And when Benecade pulled the pin after about half an hour, he was kind of swamped very quickly, wasn't he? As cars really needed not to be stuck behind him, so I think he tumbled down from 1st to 7th in about 10 minutes. Interesting now, is he going past our second place man? He is. So looks like Pablo Araujo is having a little bit of a problem just getting up that ultimate speed with a heavy car, putting some warmth in the tyres. That time round, well, I'd say that he's 58.9, yeah, so he was 2 seconds slower that lap than Max Benecade, so just needs to get into that groove. sort of 2 hours or so he's got to run. Otherwise, it's going to make it a bit easier for Beneke. And obviously, he will start to fall into third place, Marla Racing Team and Alessandro Bico's grip. And I'm sure a second place would be enough to claim the overall title.
I think it would, yeah. Mala Racing Team, of course, 2 wins on the board already. One at Watkins Glen, 6 hours overall, and overall at Petit Le Mans as well a few weeks ago. So Mala, yeah, definitely sitting in a really strong position. If my memory serves, they didn't win at the Nürburgring 24. That went to Team BMW Bank. If my memory serves, they were kind of in the fight there as well. So yeah, good. It's been a good season for the Mala Racing Team. They put on some superb shows in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series as well. So always a car that's up there fighting at the front. It's Arnage competition. So 18th place, car number 18, Carlos De Jesus, and their Porsche. A string of Porsches, or what did you call it? A phalanx of Porsches.
Well, yes, it is. Certainly is. I mean, 12 of the top 13 cars are Porsches. Unfortunately, one that's not a Porsche, unfortunately the Porsche fan, the one that's not a Porsche is our leader, Lamborghini Huracan. We had 2 Huracans empty. The second one went out with accident damage about an hour into the race. Yeah, is this Huracan? Is this Team Redline? It's a difficult decision to make, but everybody else, barring the people who had to try and say because they've got Mercedes in their name or BMW, got BMW in their name, all chose Porsche. So, what was it that the decision for Redline to go with the Lambo?
Yeah, of course. Team Redline used to have, they had links with the Porsche factory. That's kind of more headed towards the Coanda outfit, of course, the main rival of Team Redline. So maybe it's a statement of intent potentially from Team Redline to say, no, we're gonna take a different path, and we're gonna show what we're capable of as a group of drivers and as a race team. And well, at the moment they're in a really good spot. But is their strategy going to work out? That's the big question that really isn't going to be answered for a while. I mean, it certainly didn't look like it was going to until PGZ got that drive-through. PGZ are still in second place. They hold an 8.7 second gap back to Alessandro Bico and are on the same strategy, so that is very much accurate. So I mean, it shows you how good a day they've had actually, Nick. But to have a drive-through and still be in second at this level is quite impressive.
Yeah, and we're going to use some Pablo. He's getting back up to speed now, 58.3 that time around, so you just need to find 3 or 4 attempts and be absolutely on the pace. Okay, it's going to take you 3 or 4 laps to get your eye into the pace of the race field. Even with these very high-rated drivers, they just need a little bit of acclimatization. Everyone else around has had several hours because they're all on at least their second stint. So once he's up and running, that'll be fine, and he can start moving forward. Now, it may even be that he's actually being a little bit careful with the tyres. Now he's going to run for the best part of 2 hours. So there's many a story still to be said from this race, but it does seem that the headlines may well be written by Redline.
Certainly been a valiant effort, that's for sure. Whatever happens, they've really thrown a big statement in here. They've gone against the grain. I mean, straight away, as soon as they hit the track in practice, bang, they were top of the timesheets and stayed there. Qualifying 1 lap, bang, pole position. First stint, they were really, really strong. And I mean, it's so easy to look back in hindsight here, from a distance, but could they potentially be looking back at the end of today and thinking, if we'd only just taken 2 tyres, let alone 4 on that, rather than putting 4 on, which they did. If they'd just gone to 2 tyres, Nick, that could have made a big difference, or none at all. It might have been a big difference, but we'll never know.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that teams came in with plans and theories, and they've had to change on the fly. It's not been as simple as people thought it would be for both how the track rubbered in and heated up, and also what other drivers and other teams did. I mean, suddenly find them fighting against people who do strategies that they weren't expecting. I'm pretty certain in the hours and hours of practice they've done, they've evaluated what works best and what that works best, but then they found when they actually got to race, and you can't ever simulate a race with 44 cars of such a high standard. They found, hang on, that might not work, and they've had to sit down and decide on the fly, what do we do now? What do we do 3 hours in, or 4 hours, as we carry on going? And luckily, at the moment, Redline, I think, did make a mistake. I agree with you in that first stop. It wasn't because they were just working their program and not what they thought was going to happen. What they thought was going to happen, not what did happen. They've got over that, and now they are, by again, subtly altering their strategy and accepting the extra stop and swapping slightly lighter fuel runs and slightly shorter pit stops and slightly faster cars and only running a stint and a half in a set of tyres. They've obviously had a good old talk amongst themselves, amongst the team, and now they're coming up with a strategy which looks to be the correct one. But, I think it was right, Peter. It could all unwind with a couple of 1x off track if it takes over the 40 limit.
Well, it's the gap has got, ever since Pablo Arroyo has taken that Team PGZ Porsche out of the pit lane, the gap has gone up by 5 or 6 seconds. Last time it went up alone by 1.4 seconds. So Pablo Arroyo is, despite being on those new tyres, he is losing time to the Team Redline Lamborghini. Now, as we know, Team Redline Lamborghini is on a different program. They've done so far in their stint. As I look at my time screen, it freezes. Fantastic. But 16 laps as opposed to Pablo Arroyo's 6. So that's a third of the fuel load difference. So
that's 30 kilos.
About 25, 30 kilos. Yeah, not insignificant. And of course, we know that Redline are due an extra stop, but that it's Arroyo's going to have to pick up the pace and hit the fuel number as well. Certainly until the last stop, and then what will Mala do in third?
I think his bigger concern is actually Mala behind rather than Beneke ahead, because there's nothing he can do that can really influence what happens at Redline. They're not going to be on the same part of the track until after the last stop to Redline, if things are going as they should do. So he has to forget about that and just go as fast as he can. But he's got an issue in that Alessandro Bico is now just 6.7 seconds behind him on the same strategy. So that battle is key for him from the second and third. And then he can worry about what the heck Redline are doing in an hour's time.
Good point. Yeah, I think always for the driver in the car, it's all about the job at hand. You let the team and the engineers and strategists, etc., worry about. And if you think, that they can't possibly have that in a simulator race, well, believe me, these top teams, they do have that level of ability as strategists, etc. You won't win without them, basically. And whether that comes in the way of someone helping out the team, or whether it comes in the way of a driver who's not competing, they will have someone running point on strategy. Team PGZ, I mean, they're fit. That gap is increasing all the time. It's now nearly a minute. Now, last pit stop for Team Redline Red, that was a no tyres pit stop, so it's just fuel, and that was a 52.3 second pit stop in total going through the lane. So, if they were to do the same, but of course they won't, they will need to take tyres at one of these next two stops that they're due. That's going to add it up. I do think it's going to be very, very tight once Redline have finished their last stop. PGZ versus Redline, it could come down to a proper on-track ding-dong here.
Possibly.
That was a competition drive-through that PGZ have just given us.
Well, I'm not sure. I think they're a minute behind. I think that if Max comes in and does the full service in 10 laps time, there's a possibility he'll come out actually behind PGZ. There's a minute and 20 stop. But at that point, it's back to advantage him, because he will only have to do a shorter stop the final time and the final stop for PGZ. So, it's kind of swings and roundabouts, isn't it, really? It's a lot closer than it currently looks on the screen, but I still think that actually that drive-through has taken you from being neck and neck to being advantage Redline.
I think the other way. I think it went from advantage PGZ to neck and neck.
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
The thing is that Pablo's really not cracked 157s yet. So it's 157.4 last time around for Redline, 158.5 for PGZ. Marla just waiting for him to score 158.1. So that's within the realms of the slightly heavier car, but it's still a case that Marler now going half a second quicker. And, it's Marler who, as we look at it, seemed more like to pick up second place overall than PGZ. If we assume that Redline will be on the top of the podium, which is, as you point out, is absolutely not assured. And the other question is Max Beneke going to hand over for that last hour and a half of Patrick Holzman? Doesn't need to. Patrick's on 105 laps so far, so which is more than enough. The qualifying amount is 38, so that's the question, isn't it? It's as always, when you get to the depths of these endurance races, the virtual races, you kind of need to know how they're thinking of actually managing the race.
Yeah, it's intriguing. It's kind of been the story of this race. I mean, Ewan and Lewis touched on it earlier. I don't think anybody was quite expecting the variation in strategy for cars that are so evenly matched, especially with almost the entire field picking a Porsche 37 out of 44 cars. But you would think, it's going to be quite similar, but definitely not. It's been kind of all over the place. I think that's why that kind of 10-12 hour race can it's yes, it's a full endurance with potential surprises along the way, but it's kind of not long enough to really bed into just a general rhythm. You've really got to be on the strategy straight away, rather than just kind of run at a rhythm. It's really, really interesting. Pablo Arroyo, he appears to be struggling out there, Nick, and the thing is, this is on fresh tyres as well. It's not as if he's trying to nurse an old tyre. It's on a fresh tyre. The only thing you could maybe say in his favour here is that he knows he's got to make them last right to the flag, whereas the others might decide to take some.
Elements of management going on, but it is unfortunately he's dropping a second a lap. More worryingly, he lost 0.8 of a second to Marler Racing that time round. And just very quickly, we still have 33 runners, of which 32 are actively running, and the 33rd is 2 laps off. We've lost 11 cars, but no one recent. The most recent car is the Mercedes AMG number 2. We've lost 2 Mercedes and lost 1 Lamborghini, so 3 of the 7 non-Porsches have pulled out, and 8 Porsches pulled out. But so it's given these top splits tend to lose teams for less serious reasons than teams will pull out of the more clubman splits. There's a lot of people just stay until it's ridiculous in split 9 or 12 or something. A lot of these top professional teams will, when they realise they have no chance to achieve what they wanted to do, they'll call it a day and go and practice for the next one. But we've managed to keep 33 runners, which I think is pretty impressive from a 44-car start in a very competitive single make, quite dangerous chance to go off and crash sort of event.
Without question, I really expected there to be more attrition because the track surface has just got such low grip level, especially when it gets hot. I mean, the car just wants to break away from you a lot of the time. And Suzuka is renowned for it. If you get it wrong, the wall is waiting for you. It's quite old school in that sense. There's no tarmac runoff, it's grass and gravel, so it's and sometimes walls very close. So I did expect more attrition for sure, but it has not been the case. It's been really, really good. The driving standards have been excellent from what I've seen. There's been no there's been no silly clumsy stuff either, Nick. No. It's been very much more measured.
Certainly what we've seen is a very good point. There's normally some ridiculous accident somewhere in these races. You're going, for goodness sake, it's supposed to be split one. I've not seen anything of that sort. There's been a bit of rubbing as racing. We've had a couple of cars helped into unfortunate incidents they've gone off the track, but the only big accident, which was the other Huracan, was completely on his own. So, and we had one of the Porsches also completely on his own around 130R, didn't we? We've not had these silly 3-car smack up or 3 cars then disappear into pits with damage. So, good racing standards from everybody. And we did see quite a bit actually in the first area where people go, in fairness, this guy's quicker than me. I'll just let him through going into Casio Triangle. I won't fight it now. I'll worry about it in 2 hours' time. So there's been certainly been sensible heads on this weekend, this race.
Question for you, Nick. Do you think that's because there's been a slightly stricter, or maybe I'm wrong per hour, but it certainly appears, as far as I'm aware, I think it's been a slightly stricter incident point limit.
Yeah, no, it was.
That's got to have an effect, surely.
It was 50 for 10 hours at Petit Le Mans. So yeah, I was surprised when I read the regs it was so low at 40. I think, you know, a single class race is always going to have less incidents anyway, because you don't have the misunderstandings between the various classes. You don't have the car speed lack of correction. You don't have people not getting out of the way or being over optimistic going past. So you reduce the number of times the car has to go past number one. You reduce the number of silly accidents that result in a silly 2 or a silly 4 X. So perhaps that's why they reduced to 40. But certainly having such a strict limit, I think what it does do is it's already been shown with PGs have been caught out by it stops, you know, the competition at 1Xs, which we do see a lot of. You know, I remember chatting to someone who said, "Oh, yeah, I've got 15 X's left for the last hour, and I can use 10 of those to gain, you know, half a second or 3/10 of a second by deliberately skipping one part of the track." Now it's all part of the game, but the more you reduce that, the more you reduce those unnecessarily trying to gain an advantage off tracks, and I think that's an important point there. I think it makes it a much more even playing field, and makes it much more about precision. And suddenly, this is much more as you would drive a real race, because people don't drive off the track deliberately with real cars, because of course there's things that aren't modelled, like the very uneven off-track surface, the pickup and everything else. So
and a steward who will give you a warning
exactly.
for it.
it just makes it again. It makes it more of a simulation, less of an arcade game. We've all driven those arcade games where you can skip the chicane, gain 4 seconds, and nothing happens.
Punt somebody off.
That certainly isn't what happens here. And with that very low limit, for an hour, it's really low. I mean, I think it's worked. It's worked to the extent where it's, you know, the team that's been caught out has suffered from it, and I'm absolutely certain that PJ said that, you know, they were, a lot of those were just running the car a little bit wide through corners, just trying to keep the momentum up or in the heat of the battle. But, you know, that's not something you can do. Now, obviously, we're an hour and a half from the end. This is when we're going to see a few more people, I think, ticking over the limit.
I think without a doubt we are, because actually if you break it down into laps, you know, the cars are doing 29, 30 laps a stint, so call it every 7 laps you're only allowed 1 off-track breach. That's it.
Yeah, that's
really, really tight, and that's if you don't have any spins, you don't have any contact whatsoever. I mean, if you have one piece of contact, that's your whole incident points gone for that hour.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's that. And if somebody hits you from the back, that's nothing you can do about it. But that's there you go. You get 4
Well, if you were doing an hour race, which is what, you know, an ordinary hour race on the iRacing service, you get 17. You have 17 incident points,
and you still run over it sometimes.
Yeah, I know. Before you get the drive-through. So that's what an ordinary race is 17. This is and don't forget, not only is it, I mean, I imagine in some of the lower splits, people are just doing drive-throughs the entire race, because it's the same. It's not just the top split. Even the guys who are just club racers, just fun racers, they're going to have the same situation. Max Beneke peels into the pit lane again.
Okay. That strikes to me, Nick, as
90 minutes. Yep, that's what we thought he was going to do. 90 minutes. He did 19 laps on that stint, which is a bit weird that he stopped for 32 seconds. Did he actually take 2 tyres and do no fuel? Is the question. Now, is he staying on board? Because if he's staying on board, that's it. That means Patrick won't get back in the car. Nope, he's come off. He's disappeared from our screens. Back again. Is that Patrick getting in? No, this is Patrick. Yes, so Patrick's got in the car. So Holzman's now in again for the last 90 minutes. Will we get a 4-tyre stop? It doesn't need to. He shouldn't need to do a full fuel. So it's going to be a really confusing amount of time, Peter. We're going to have to work out what's tyres and what's fuel.
Yeah, it is a weird one. Unless he, I think for the tyre wear, he might not be putting, like you say, the full tank in there. He's up on the jacks for what looks like a really decent. I think that is 4. I mean, just by eye. Let's get a closer look at it. For Patrick Holzman, so that is a stop of 43 seconds in the box.
There may be one more update. I'm not sure.
2 tyres. I think you could be right. Think he'll do 2 at each stop. or has he done all 4 now and done a small amount of fuel? I don't think it's all 4 if it's because I just don't think they're fuel in then.
Well, obviously they've got an hour and a half. An hour and a half is a grand total of about 47 seconds of fuel. So, honestly, I don't know. He definitely took tyres and he definitely put some fuel in it, but I don't know which one was which.
Well, minimum 2 tyres because he was on the jacks for a reasonable length of time. So I don't know if we can actually figure out on a replay how long he was up on the jacks. That would maybe give us an idea.
I mean, if someone can time in real time the up jack bit, we can work out what it is.
Yeah, that would give us an idea anyway. Roughly 20 seconds for 2 tyres, 30 seconds for 4.
Actually, I can actually do that on my.
There you go. Well, that's your homework, Nick.
If you talk amongst yourself for a second, I can actually do that because I'll do it on my rig.
Good man. So 90 minutes to go here in this intriguing VCO Grand Slam Suzuka 10 hours. We've seen some of the best drivers and best teams in the iRacing platform going head to head, not just on the track, but in the strategy room, on the calculator, on the computer. Really, really interesting stuff as well. We've seen 44 cars enter this race. A few have dropped out, just over 10 have dropped out. 37 of those were Porsches. It seemed like very much the car to have, but Team Redline, they've turned up with one of only 2 Lamborghini Hurricanes, and they are really making this work. Patrick Holzman and Max Benecke have driven flawlessly all day. Strategy-wise, they've made some different steps. Some might have worked, some might not have. But will they be able to get the job done here? They'll have to go through car 114 of Pablo Arroyo. Now, interestingly, Team Redline have come out in front of Pablo Arroyo. So that now they both only need 1 stop before the end. Also, Pablo Arroyo for Team PGZ Porsche will actually have a longer stop, we think, than Holtzman, depending on how much fuel went into that car at that last stop. Okay, Nick.
It was in the air for 20 seconds, which is not 4 tyres. 4 tyres is 28, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, that's 2 then. Okay.
So he took 20 seconds of fuel, took 23 seconds of fuel, and 20 seconds in the air.
So that's about 2/3 of fuel as well, right? Maybe a little
which
bit
is
more.
all they need. Which is all they need, isn't it? Because they are only an hour and a half in the end.
So if they're going to do that same stop again, they can actually do the fuel and take 2 tyres. Can they?
The fact they come out in front, and we know they have 1 more stop of Team PJZ, who also have 1 more stop. But theoretically, it may be slightly longer because they may not take any fuel, any tyres at all. It might be fuel only for PJZ. In fact, the only way PJZ can win now is if Pablo Arroyo finds about half a second and they don't take any tyres. But Marlon now, perhaps without son of Bico, may be the major challenge to Redline, even though they're 6.7 seconds behind at the moment.
I think that you've definitely got a 2-pronged attack here for the Porsches. You've got Pablo Arroyo, PGZ, and Mala. I totally agree with you there, Nick. I think if these 2 Porsches in 2nd and 3rd positions, if they come in and take just fuel only, they will be in the box for 32. If Patrick Holzman mimics that last stop he's just done, he will be in the box for 43. At the moment, Patrick Holzman holds an advantage of about 5 seconds from Arroyo and Bico, but he would give away 13 seconds in the stops. But we've seen how quick Holzman's been. I think he could make up those kind of 6 seconds in arrears over the next 45 minutes or so. I think the one thing we can say is we're going to have a grandstand finish here to this Suzuka 10 hour here on iRacing. I have to say, I've commentated on quite a few iRacing special events. I don't recall, certainly Nick, a strategical battle quite like this one.
No, I think that I've done about 6 of these now, and 2 or 3 of these have been single class. This is the first one I've seen where everyone's just doing whatever they can do regardless. I mean, we've seen people who have to go out of sequence because they've had an accident, damage or anything else, and then crawl back from there. But this is, people have chosen to do different things because of the way the race has fallen. Now, the last time round, 57.3 first flying. Let's check I've got this right because had a couple of problems with the. That is right. First flying lap, 157.3 for Holzman. The flying lap for VCO was 157.3 as well. 58.2 for Pablo Araújo. Now, it's less than a second between the Marla car in third and PGZ in second, and in some ways, and this sounds a little bit cruel, for the sake of the race, in some ways, Marla need to get past.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah, I think it's it also it's perhaps unfair to Pablo Araújo, but on the basis of the pace, it does seem that Govan Kini definitely had the edge, or has the edge on pace over his teammate, and that's endurance racing again. You know, not everyone can be the superstar. You know, it's you're always going to have a little bit of disparity in lap times. And I mean, one example would be 2015 Le Mans when Nick Tandy does a quadruple stint through the night and blows the race out of the water. You know, it's these performances can be amazing. I mean, I remember the last ever race in America for the Audi R8, Alan McNish actually missing going into the pits because there was marshals in the way of the pit entry, lost the chance to pit under yellow, lost a whole load of time, and he just picked the thing up on his shoulders and lifted it through the field and won the race just on sheer will and speed. That's what makes it exciting as well. It's not robotic in that sense. You don't have three drivers who are identical, as much as Helmut Marko would like that.
No, that doesn't happen. But the other thing I would like that, because he wouldn't have his single superstar. He'd always prefer to have one person to focus on.
How could you have a favourite?
Well, how could you not have a favourite? But yeah, I mean, I think there are always stronger and weaker drivers within a team, an endurance racing team, and it doesn't necessarily. It's not necessarily the same driver each time. You know, certain drivers in certain conditions. You've got some drivers who are great at night, some drivers who are great in the wet. It's not always driver one is the best, and that's why the team putting a team together is so important. It must be people that they work together and they can thrive together. And there we go.
Oh no! Oh wow!
Second and third change round.
That's interesting difference in attitude there, because Govan Kini, when it came to a wheel-to-wheel battle with the red line car, he made that car as wide as possible through a pretty big defensive move coming down into turn one about 2 hours ago actually. Now that was very much after you, sir. I've got nothing for you. That's a very different piece of demeanour there from PGZ car. Two different drivers, of course, probably coming to the point we were mentioning.
And Biko already gapping Araújo, but interestingly, even with that overtake, which obviously had an advantage in the slipstream and a disadvantage in the actual overtake itself, he was a tenth faster than Holzman in that lap. So the Marla car coming into its own, it's interesting how these cars suddenly just pick up and find themselves at different parts of the race, different parts of the tyre life. Just so you know, the track's down to 79 degrees Fahrenheit, which was 26 centigrade, which I think is definitely the lowest it's been since qualifying. So, as you can see, the sun is sort of setting in Japan at the moment. The land of the rising sun, it's setting sun at the moment, and it's not going to get dark. This entire race will be done without the need for the actual use of the headlamps, but they will certainly, if you see the glabbing, begin to, might get some points where they've got the sun in their eyes towards the end of the race. But it's very much a case now where the track is going to get cool. It's going to get better. So you're going to end the race probably with the track in its best possible condition. So that's when we might start seeing. That's when you might see people doing 156. And they're only got 0.6 off that already.
Yeah, I think we could actually see some best lap times of the race potentially. If we see Team Redline on some pressure boots at the end, I mean, that might be what it is. But Vico's flying. I mean, before they made that overtaking manoeuvre on the PGZ car, he'd done a 57.2. Let's see what this lap is going to be, because he's just pushing. He's running out. I think has he got more track limits in his pocket? Has he got more incident points to make use of? Well, it certainly looks that way. He's really pushing the envelope. Wow, 57.3 last time by, 0.3 up again on Holtzman. What did we say? You couldn't write off Mala, and that is proving to be the case. Alessandro Bico started the car, he's been put in at the end. That's usually a sign that the team feels you're the best bullet in the gun.
Yeah, obviously, there are elements to the setup where you can set the car up to be particularly well performing when the temperature goes down, and take a little bit of pain when it's very, very hot in the middle of the day. Again, you kind of know what the temperature is going to do in a virtual race more than you do, of course, in the real world. So you know it's going to cool down, you know it's going to get grippy, you know it's going to get faster. But Bico really hasn't got. He has only one option now, which is to go absolutely, pedal to the metal. Sort of a breaking puff of smoke from the back of the car there as he goes down the hairpin. But even so, it's going to be a situation where it comes down to what happens in 10 laps time. Is he taking tyres or no tyres? If he takes no tyres, he'll be net in the lead. If he takes 2 tyres, he'll be net as far behind as he is at the moment. If that makes sense.
I'll go with it. We'll go with it. I've never called a race where we've had to offer so many theories that we have to wait for an answer on. Quite remarkable stuff. The drivers and teams have put on such a show for us here, and there's still plenty to go. 79 very important minutes coming up. Alessandro Bico on an absolute tear in the Mahler Racing Team Porsche 911 GT3R, hunting down the Team Redline Lamborghini Huracan of Patrick Holzman, car number 1. And Mahler Racing Team, for them they've got 2 VCO Grand Slams on the board this year. If they could make it 3, that would be a proper slam dunk.
Absolutely, another 3/10 gained there by Mahler. Remember Mahler they're running a little bit lighter than Redline. We don't know how much lighter because Redline haven't been filling up, but they will have less fuel on board. It won't be 14 laps less, as the indication on the stint length, because Redline certainly haven't been brimming the car. They don't need to. My guess is they've been putting 3/4 of the tank in, which is what will get them back. But even so, there's probably a 20-25 kilogram advantage to Alessandro Bico. Bico at the end of, he's about 40 minutes into his tyres. You think that Holzman took 2, so 2 of those tyres are brand new, 2 of those tyres are on their second stint. So I think it's a pair of tyres were taken by Beneke earlier, and almost certainly those same 2 tyres which Beneke replaced will be replaced next time round. And they're obviously effectively double stinting with the car on an offset the whole time, which is quite an interesting way of doing it.
It's certainly been an alternative from the car choice to the tyre strategy. Redline have always, for a lot of the race, they've been on a different program to everybody else for a variety of reasoning. The only thing with the pace that Bico is laying down, there's 2 potential caveats. One is, he obviously feels confident he's going to hit the fuel number. Otherwise, he's really playing it risky. Also, how much life is he taking out of his tyres that he's going to need that life? As we said, he cannot give away any time in the pit stop. Maybe he's planning on putting 2 on. We just really don't know. But he carries on to complete another lap. With the Beneke last time was a 157.7. 157.2. Whoa.
So half a second a lap. He has 8 or 9 left of this stint before he comes in. At that point, he'll drop a long way back from Holzman and start racing a shadow rather than racing an actual car he can occasionally see at the far distance, 5 seconds ahead. Obviously, his team will keep him informed, and then we have another 15 minutes or so, or perhaps 17 minutes or so before the final stop is made by Holzman and Redline. There's too many variables, and I'll tell you something for nothing. If either of those 2 cars has a drive-through, that's it for them.
Oh, no question. I mean, if PGZ, it's all if buts and maybes. If PGZ hadn't had that drive-through, they'd been in control right now.
Maybe 15 seconds ahead.
Yeah,
16 seconds ahead.
They've been in great position. That they're going to rue that. But is there an argument that if you leave one driver in for 8 hours, that might well happen? Because the amount of time, just a little blip in concentration, you just run that little bit wide, and I would think it's easier to do that with a driver doing 8 hours on their own than splitting it up.
I think you're absolutely right. I think whilst we probably don't notice a drop off in lap time, there is a point where you just go, because you are just off fresh, you can't be fresh after 8 hours. It's not possible. You can still be very, very good. And you go half a metre too far to the right, half a metre further left. It doesn't affect your lap time, but it does affect the fact you pick up the 1X. And those all mount up.
Yeah, they have. That's for certain. Now, of course, we've got the Lamborghini Huracan leading the race. The top of the Mercedes now into the top 10. Mercedes-AMG team Williams Esports. Carl Janssen, the car number 4. He's hunting down his teammate there, the Williams Esports Ben Q, Porsche, and it's just not been a good day at the races either for Mercedes, but for the sole BMW in the race, it is still circulating in 31st place, but BMW Team BS competition, they've had a real struggle today.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty obvious that if they weren't called Team BMW, they wouldn't have chosen BMW. The balance of performances isn't working for them. I'm just wondering whether we're seeing this resurgence from the Mercedes because it's just enjoying these cooler temperatures.
Oh yeah,
so it may be that now we've dropped off the heat of the day when these Mercs were nowhere. They're just enjoying that extra grip, and it's just helping the balance of the car. But in fairness, the Mercedes, driven by some great team, the BMW great motor, have just not been at this particular race or the races at all. And the Lamborghini has been there thanks to Redline and what they've done with it. Why don't we do a post-mortem by the teams and they'll try and see what they missed by not running the Lamborghini for future reference, or they just accepted Redline brilliance?
Very good question. I do think those that ran with the Porsche don't really have any excuse. I don't think. I really don't think they were missing anything. And the Lamborghini did come into this race with absolutely no balance of performance addition. So maybe it was a late call by Redline, and everybody else had already built their setups, done their prep, and thought, no, we're gonna stick with it. Hard to say. The one thing about BMW is, the BMW is carrying 15 kilograms and 1% less power. The Porsche is only 20% kilograms. It's 20 kilograms on and 1% power. So it's only really a 5 kilogram benefit to the Porsche. With the way the balance of performance is, no wonder BMW have had no chance today.
In fact, looking at you would say that looking at the cars going round, that's where the box been really wrong with the BM. They should, that is not. I'm not saying they've under BOP'd the Porsches, because it's always been horses and cars for tracks, but BMW is normally there or thereabouts. It's not good at the races, and it has moved from its baseline. So you're kind of thinking, that's a mistake someone's made at some point in the early evaluation process. The BOPs come out about 2 weeks before the race, don't they, or 10, 12 days before the race. You don't know months in advance what it's going to be. And that's enabled people who have basic ideas. And obviously the Porsche was ridiculously fast in pre-training, but even what they put in it hasn't taken away that advantage. And it's fine. There's no bitterness or anything at all about but this is how it works. This is how it works on the GT3 race. And it's the same in reality, that some cars just suit tracks and suit times of day and suit grip levels better than others. A track layout, you can have 7 different GT3 cars that are the same speed at, the Red Bull Ring, and completely different speeds at Monza, and a completely different set of cars are faster again at Silverstone, and again different again at something Heredity Titan Twist like Oberschleden and something. So that's the nature of GT3. So in many ways, this is very accurately modelling the real world, despite the attempt to balance performances. We have a go at Virgil Heinz racing, but it's not his fault.
Yeah, it's the only caveat I would say to that is that the challenge you have for balance, the one challenge you don't have in the virtual world, which you do have in the outdoor world, is how do I put this? The operation of teams and how hard they try, or how much of their hand they show. And if all teams, if you've got 5 teams all running a Porsche and they're all independent of one another, and you've got 5 teams who are running a Ferrari and they're all independent of one another and they're running in a certain way, or even worse, if you've got works teams who aren't showing their full capacity. Le Mans 2016 is a very good example of teams arriving with, we've found 5 seconds down the sofa. That's something that the virtual world, you do not have that problem.
Let's be honest about this. There's a very, very good chance that's going to happen in 2023 in
Totally agree.
the car. The chances of getting that balanced is
Impossible.
so unlikely. It is going to be who sandbags the most effectively, and I expect that teams will be giving up qualifying, having seen teams get stymied in between qualifying and the race. But that will be the big story, I'm sure, of 2023. Marla Racing Team are constantly gaining speed, and are almost 0.6 of a second. The second place team gained on the first place team. So Holzman now, if we get to the back end of Alexander Vico's run, he's certainly done a good job. He's put 5 seconds between himself and third place and gained, 3.5 back on Holzman in this race. It's not because Holzman's going slowly. It's entirely because Alexander Vico's going really quickly.
He did a 57 flat last time by. I mean, that's like coming into the really hot pace we saw at the start. And, that's on tyres that are, 50 minutes old, so he's well into the first stint of the tyres. And is this now what we're seeing? This is why so many teams have chosen the Porsche. Does it keep the tyre in longer? Potentially. That's apparently seems to be the story today in the World Endurance Championship, that the RSR, funnily enough, different car to the GT3R, didn't keep its tyres in as well as the red ones. But 1 hour and 9 minutes to go. We're going to see if Bico's pace here, is there going to be a trade-off? Is there going to be an invoice to pay for this in 40 minutes time or so? We'll find out. But whatever happens, this is majestic driving to watch. And the thing I love as well about, if you're a spectator on iRacing, and you have if you're so equipped, go on and have a drive and try and match these lap times. It's quite a humbling experience.
Yes.
You're just like, they do what?
I humble myself this morning. One of the things I hadn't run this track in GT3, so I did about 15 laps just to acclimatise myself with the track and GT3 and everything else. And just sat there going, right, okay, they're a bit too quick, aren't they, really? So yeah, I think I managed a 59 flat. I think it's the best I got.
Not bad.
It's not good, I mean, it's just a different level, and the fact they can repeat it lap after lap. I've done a little bit of a Google there, that's why I went quiet. We're now currently at 26 sim time, with 1 hour and 7 minutes to go. So the race is going to end at about 10 to 7 local time, which is also oddly the official sunset time for the Suzuka track on the 8th of August. So actually, it won't get dark, but the sun will come right down in people's eyes towards the end. So it should be a very spectacular visual look to the end of the race.
Oh, and we'll have the lights on the Coca-Cola Ferris wheel as well. The one thing I love about, I think I've limited myself quite well to Suzuka 8-hour motorcycle race references. The one thing I love about that race is towards the end, of course, it's finished in darkness. The lights are on the bikes. It's just incredible. But then you've got the one stand is absolutely perfectly linear, inch perfect, and you've got one stand with blue glow sticks for Yamaha. Then you've got exactly the same size, exactly the same angle, exactly the same everything, red one for Honda, then the same for Kawasaki with green ones. And I thought that how wonderfully Japanese that is. It's just in so many ways. It's brilliant support for for an alliance to a particular team, brand or rider. But also incredibly organised as well.
The Japanese fans are absolutely fantastic. I mean, they are brilliant, very polite, very respectful, brilliant people. I mean, one of the great things was after the Grand Prix. The Grand Prix was finished quite late, and then we were packing up and moving on. It was dark, but the main stand opposite the pit lane was absolutely packed. We were just watching people pack up, and it was lit up. And it's a really it's a great place to go to Suzuka. It's a magical place. It's got that kind of that old track history. Suzuka, Monza's got it as well. Monza with the banking, it's got that amazing, oddly something that Silverstone doesn't have, because Silverstone being so modernised, it's kind of lost that feeling of oldness. The Zandvoort, the really inching bit, the Hugenholtz bits are being ripped away, so that also isn't quite there. But there's a couple of tracks where you just get the majesty, you get the mystery, and obviously the Nürburgring, the the actual Nordschleife again is another track where you just sit there, you can just feel the history of the place. It's not a lot of the Grade 1 circuits, but they've had to be so changed to modern safety standards. But certainly you absolutely feel it at Suzuka. You feel it's a real privilege to be at the track and things like the landmarks like the Ferris wheel and everything else, and it's a great experience. It really is. I mean, another place that's amazing, Interlagos is a fantastic circuit to going straight on this weekend. I mean, in some ways it's got elements of cesspit in it as well, but it is fantastic. Standing out the back of the paddock, and you can actually, because obviously most of the track is in a bowl beneath where the pit lane is, and you can see the whole circuit laid out, the back of the circuit laid out, and just watch the cars go around. It's a fantastic experience. I've been very, very lucky at the places I've gone, and I think we should really save it. I've also been to Magny-Cours several times, so it's not all glowing results.
Well, I have to say, I just I've been to Daytona twice now, and the place just gives me goosebumps. It's so special. Some people say, the track layout is the road course is dull. Personally, I don't agree, but that misses the point entirely of the whole place. And the big bankings, gargantuan grandstands, hospitality units, etc. The atmosphere in the paddock, the fact that it's a new year, new cars. It's an amazing place to go.
No, I completely agree.
It's how close you can get as a fan. The value for money of going to the 24-hour Daytonas is I think up there. Because Le Mans obviously is so special as well. Of course it is, but you've got to be prepared to be one of 250,000.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the other place actually, obviously, which I admittedly remembered immediately, which is unbelievably visually impressive, is Indianapolis. Even when we were at the Grand Prix, there was 180, 200,000. It wasn't the same as, of course, the 350 you get for the 500, and the infield track's awful. But you get the majesty of the place, of the venue and circuit, and that's another place. I've been very lucky. There's not much as far as race circuits are concerned. There's not many actually on my bucket list. Obviously, Bathurst being one of them. But I've managed to go to the big ones, and I always recommend everybody should go to Monaco once for the Grand Prix, because it's like no other event. It's not a great race, but it's a fantastic event.
Stars and bars.
I've had a couple of very funny. I can't tell. I think I've told you my funny story from Stars and Bars. But beyond that, oddly, I remember when we went there, it wasn't vulgarly priced. I think it was during a period where the pound was good against the euro. Now I think you'd be wincing for a water in Stars and Bars.
Yes, I think you would. The gap is still coming down at the front. Team Red Line, Patrick Holzman. Oh, big lump of the curb there going into the first deck now. Alessandro Bico, another 57 flat, took another 0.3 of a second out of Holzman last time by. There is a car between them. Is that the Zenith portion?
Yeah, it's the 89 car. I think I read that correctly.
No, it's 98. Other way round.
Fair enough. Bit of new. What's number dyslexia called? There's a word for it, isn't it? We've got numeral dyslexia. Anyway, I had that anyway. Now, interesting, of course, the other key point, of course, Peter, is that this is lap 28 for Alessandro, so he's probably got this and one more.
He's going to hope he's got one more on him, otherwise.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He hasn't got one more. He is going to be in issues as they're coming towards the back end of this lap. He's going to cross the line with about 1 hour, 1 minute and 15 seconds. If he gets one more lap, then he's going to be absolutely safe to push for the final stint. Because obviously you've got a minute in the pits as well, so he'll come out with 58 minutes to go and be able to run all those 58 minutes and the random extra minutes at the end of the race.
It's the 88 actually, Phoenix Racing.
Oh, it's wrong. I just read it wrong.
Me too. We were both wrong. So is that car going to play a factor here?
Oof. Do you see the lap time? The Bico, 56.8.
Oh my word. I mean, Holzman's not hanging around. 57.1 for Holzman.
Yeah, Bico's low on fuel. Now, the problem he's got when he comes out is he's going to be another 90 kilograms heavier. So that speed is going to disappear. So he'll drop off the back of, even though they're running in different places, he'll need to fall back from wherever Holzman is, and then you have to wait those 15-20 minutes to see where he comes out. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. But, you know, how close? It's hard to tell. And I would imagine now that Redline will be watching very, very closely to see how long Marla in the pits as far as tyres are concerned, if they even make their final tyre decision for the last stop.
I think they're going to. I think you're absolutely right, Nick. Whatever Marla do, they've got to cover it off in any way they can.
The only thing is,
Marla is definitely the danger car.
But if Marla take no tyres, I don't think that Redline can take no tyres, because they'll have one half of their car will be tripling.
Yeah,
so
it's
they have to take two, and I'm sure they're hoping that Marla take two as well.
So the only thing is, though, the difference between 2 and 4 tyres is 10 seconds, which is a third of a tank of fuel, which is how far ahead they are on fuel to Marla. Marla can have to take a full tank, whereas it's about 2/3, maybe a little bit more, for Holzman, for Redline, which is basically going to spit them out, I think, pretty much as they were. That being said, if VCO takes no tyres at all, then it is advantage Marla. But then, of course, Holzman's got more tyres. But VCO in, so he's right on the moment. So Holzman in also.
Fine.
Oh, Holzman's covering him off.
Holzman's going in.
Oh,
that's interesting. He's going to run a full tank stop at the end, or are they going back to Beneke? No real reason to.
Okay, let's look very closely at the pit stop times, because we'll get an idea. VCO, you've got to think he's just got to fill it up and risk it. Fill it up with fuel and go.
Holzman needs less fuel.
He does, quite a lot less.
So he's going to be several seconds faster on the fuel side of things. I'm watching him like hawks now to see who goes up on the jacks. No one has so far.
Alessandro Bico's in neutral. That probably means he's waiting on a tyre on the car lifting up to go on the jacks. It's
I haven't seen the animation. I haven't seen the animation yet. Them going up.
No.
Same for Holzman as well, actually.
So Bico must be up on the jacks, because there would be.
Oh no, they're both left. They're both left, just taking fuel only. Right. Okay. Now, what happened there is
can't
that
be fuel only.
No, it was fuel only. Neither of them went up.
It can't. 40 seconds. It can't be.
But neither of them went up.
How's that possible?
I don't know.
That's bizarre.
Unless it wasn't animated, none of the cars went up on the jacks.
Okay. Well, whatever happens, we no matter who's on what tyres, they're right by each other on track. They're at a very similar length of time. The only thing you could say is that, of course, Holzman, as you rightly say, needed less fuel, so he had time to put on more tyres if he needed them. Okay, so it's a straight dogfight then. Whatever the tyre situation is, doesn't matter. Race what you've got, guys. Lamborghini versus Porsche, Redline versus Marla. Proper heavyweight stuff here. And does this then bring Pablo Arroyo back in? I think it maybe does.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a chance for 3. Okay, I'm watching. I'm replaying the pit stops. Neither of those cars have an animation of going onto the jacks.
Wow.
There's a possibility that there was a rig issue, but I didn't see them on the main feed either.
And that's truly bizarre, because Patrick Holzman took 2 seconds more in the box than Marla did, and that's bizarre. Unless the last stop Holzman really short fueled, that's got to be it. So he must have been running with way less fuel in the tank.
I think the Holzman situation is they back time to this final stop the entire way, and they've been short filling during those intermediate races.
Yes.
So that is fair enough. That's clever stuff they've done.
No tyres
exactly
for
that point. So the mystery is, why was that timed at 40 seconds when fuel stops only being timed at 31?
Were they short fills then? Wow, I'm confused.
Can't answer it. I think we may have to park that one and try and get an answer at some other point. I mean, people are. I'm just going to see whether anyone's done it. For example, SRC Movano in 10th, they've done a 33-second fuel stop. That was a while ago, but everyone who's done their final stop has stopped with 40 seconds.
So that means that anyone who was doing just fuel and was only doing 32, they were short filling. Wow. Phew. Wow. Truly stunned. 55 minutes to go then, and it's the one thing we can say is this is a like for like battle. In terms of time, we do not know if Redline, well, we don't think Redline put any tyres on, we don't think that Mala put any on. That's our evidence at the moment. Pablo Araujo hasn't put tyres on, he's 7 seconds back, and judging by the pace that they had prior, then yeah, they're not really in the fight now. The only thing I would say though is, Nick, remember the penultimate stops, Mala put on, we think, 4 brand new tyres, whereas Redline might have only put on 2. So
no, I think all our timings are wrong now.
Are off then, yeah. So they actually the level of short filling on the Team Redline car allowed them to fit 4 tyres. So we do have a like for like battle here. Which after all that, we've got 2 cars on exactly the same strategy for the last hour. Straight dogfight to the finish.
That's okay. I apologise to people who listened to us before. We've always acted on the information we thought we had. A full fuel is 40, apparently. So there you go.
Well, there we are.
Well, that means the tyre stop's only 20, which is ridiculous because the tyres take 28. Oh, I don't know. I'm really good. Answers in the postcard, please, to confused commentator Nick Damon, care of RaceSpot and Radio Show Winners.
Yes, and one equally confused commentator, P. Mackay Esquire, as well. A little bit of a hold up there for Holtzman, just coming through the S-bends where you really do not want to hit traffic, and Beko's, he's taking advantage as they come into Degner number 1, Degner number 2, and Beko's really pushing. Now, this could now come down to, we know that they're on certainly a very, very similar point in strategy, or absolutely identical. They're certainly identical on the timesheets as things stand. But the thing is, where are they on those incident points? We've talked about it at length, how tight they are, how 4 incident points per hour, that's nothing. That's 1 breach of track limits every 7 laps in rough terms. So who's got them to play with? That could be really vital in how this plays out. And of course, if you don't have them to play with and you get contact, it's game over.
Yeah, but the other thing is that if we now assume our timing has been slightly out due to erroneousness, it would mean that probably Holtzman took 4 tyres at his stop, which means his tyres are about half an hour newer than Alessandro. So he's only going to end up putting 93 minutes on his tyres, whereas Alessandro put 2 hours on them by the end.
And that will be huge.
That should be a difference, apart from the fact the track is now at 77 degrees Fahrenheit, which of course is about 25, isn't it? Which is, again, by far the coolest it's been. Actually cooler than it was during qualifying, I think. So the track's in a very pleasant condition at the moment, not very hot and very rubbered in.
Well, lap times last time by with that added fuel load now into the 58, so there's a, goodness me, there's a second in the fuel load there. They've gone from very low 57s to very low 58s. Have these 2 front runners, they're so evenly matched. Last time by, it was just in the favour of Beko, but just by, a 10th of a second. That actually, a lot of that could have come up in Holtzman getting just that little bit blocked in traffic a little bit, but Beko's going to throw everything at this. I think this is trees or trophies here for Alessandro Beko and the Mala Racing team. They've had 2 wins in the VCO Grand Slam. They would all so dearly love to make it 3. But Redline, they've got no VCO Grand Slam wins on their card this year. They would love to get on the scoreboard as well. And there's just nothing to separate them. This is going to be a proper dogfight right to the finish. And of course, if these guys get together, Team PGZ could come through and win the race. You never know.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the real key thing is to come through the spin curve. What sort of drive off can Beko get? He's 4 tenths down, and I don't think he can get enough for the toe to get past. But realistically, if you're going to pass, you do it now. You don't wait tactically 10 laps. You don't need the draft or the fuel. You get in there and you get past and try and build it up because you don't know where your tyres will be at the end. So there is, and that's absolutely what Holtzman does. Holtzman running a defensive line all the way up the back straight and through 130R. And this is a real dogfight now because Marla, I think, have a little bit more pace in that car at the moment. But Holzman has track position, which at Suzuka is key, because I think if he carries on blocking is the wrong word, he carries on defending down the back straight, it's going to be really, really difficult to get past him.
Yeah, quite true. Biko's just got to keep the heat on. And you know what? There was just a little chink in the armour there. Holzman went wide on the exit. He didn't lose him a huge amount of time, but it will have grabbed him an off-track incident point, which we know are you need to use them with frugally. And yeah, Holzman went wide on the exit there of Casio, right up onto the top of the curb. So Biko is definitely putting him under the caution. Their pace, they are. It's another 10th in the favour of Biko. Arrojo did match their pace last time by, both 58.1 for both Biko and Arrojo in third. Sven Hasse for Bila Euronics, who started the car, he's back in. He's only a handful of seconds behind the Team PGZ car, and of course that's the battle for the podium.
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance that Hasse will be on the back of Arrojo with certainly at least 20 minutes of the race to go. Now these two back out to 3/10. It was 4/10 they went round this corner last time, and this is really the key. The drive off here, the spoon curve that could give Marla the chance. Are they a little bit close? Just a couple of hundredths. Going defensive already. Holzman swinging around. Really Biko needs to get into the draft, but again, unlikely he's going to be close now. There is a case that you need to be a little bit closer and potentially go for a send into the Casio triangle, but that's not where they're at the moment by any means.
I think the Casio triangle send is definitely the one to go for. It's just setting up, and Holtzman's definitely feeling the heat here. You know, he's trying his best to break that aerodynamic slipstream. Interesting, he hugs the pit wall. I wonder if that's a quirk that Redline have discovered, or indeed maybe it's more well known amongst the top teams that maybe the draft isn't quite as strong if you're hugged to the pit wall. I don't know.
Is it the side draft you get in NASCAR?
You're side drafting yourself off the pit.
Side drafting, because obviously side drafting is now. It wasn't originally. They added it about a year and a half or 2 years ago. They added side draft for modelling, obviously at the behest of the NASCAR runners. Now, whether it gets modelled onto all the tracks regardless, I don't know, but that was very far over to the right. I mean, whether he's just trying to make it impossible for Marla to slipstream into turn one, it's more of a combination of track positioning. That did seem very, very far over the pit wall.
They've certainly done that the last couple of laps. This is fantastic. This is what we come for in endurance racing, because it all builds up to this crescendo, and it just has it's so much more significance and so much more emotion behind it, much more agony in defeat, much more ecstasy in victory as well. I mean, again, we mentioned the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. I mean, this year, goodness me, I mean, the furor in the pit lane between, Wright Motorsport getting their win in GTD and Faf winning in GTD Pro. I mean, who could forget Elio Castroneves climbing the chain link fence as well, Indianapolis style. That was just incredible. Shea running after him with the microphone as well.
He said he was going to climb the fence at Petit as well, but he couldn't find one. It wasn't a fence to climb, so he couldn't.
Maybe the side of somebody's motorhome, maybe.
He was, So at the moment, Holzman's doing quite a good job. He's making sure he's about 3-4 tenths ahead as they come on the exit of the spoon, and that is preventing any attackable draft being attained by Biko. So we're going to see what basically we're now going to see is 46 minutes of the ultimate in high-class dueling here, because I think that's very likely to be the case, because Holzman, whether he's driving to the 100th percentile of what he can do, or he's driving to what he knows will keep Biko behind, that's the question, isn't it, really?
Well, yes, it is. Who knows what is going on in the cockpit of that number one Team Redline Lamborghini, but they've been a factor all the way through. Quickest in practice, quickest in qualifying, and led away confidently in the first stint. They've had various various strategical avenues they've walked down, a couple of wrong turns here and there, but it's all come down to this. Mala, they've gone about it very much the other way. They've kind of sat in the shadows. They've, you know, it's apt that they're in a Porsche. They've kind of done a Hurley Haywood sort of style, where they've just quietly sat there, patiently in touch, but not at the front at any point. And when it comes down to that last stint, hit the afterburners.
And they come.
That was always Hurley's tricky, but just keep his powder dry and then just unleash the pace in that last part of the race.
I mean, this is the thing, of course. That's where endurance racing was so different 30, 40 years ago, when you didn't run the cars at maximum pace for the entirety of the event, because they wouldn't last. You had to choose when you were going to unleash yourself. You had to choose when you were going to make your move. It wasn't always at the end. Sometimes you wanted to break the cars, literally break the opposition cars in the middle. Now, with more good reliability, it's all about running as fast as you can. With the caveat, of course, within this particular race, you have tyre wear and fuel consumption to worry about. So that's what eases these boys back from actually going, completely pedal to the metal the whole time, because they have to think about making those numbers. They've made the numbers now. They're in the last stint, but they're still thinking about tyres, because we've seen how they do drop off. You can avoid that drop off if you've got a chance. But that time round, it was a 800th of a second advantage to Redline. I'm sure it'll spin back the other way this time.
Yeah, it is. And interestingly, the pace dropped by a couple of tenths there from both cars. So are the tyres now starting to squeal enough? I mean, they get put through immense temperature build up here. When you go through these long, fast corners, it really does torture the tyre, and getting it to cool down again is difficult, because there isn't really many straights here where you're not at least putting some sort of load through the tyre. Even when you head up through 200 R up, yes, you're flat out, but you are putting some sort of stress through the tyre. The tyres get very little rest. So keeping that, and of course the one problem here on iRacing is if you overheat the tyre, very difficult to get it back down again.
Yeah, I mean, tyre management is a skill in real scale racing, and of course in virtual racing. Now, I just think it's a little bit of a larger gap. The red line that time around, it was only a few hundreds, checking back on the timing. Now, there's a back marker coming up. That's always a chance for someone to gain out of it, unless it just falls over and breaks to the side. It looks bright yellow, so I'm wondering if that's going to be the beef car ahead of them.
Yes, now I want to give it's Beef Central. That's right.
In ninth, so they're looking to lap ninth at the moment.
Wow, that would then put only 8 cars on the lead lap. That's a surprise, actually. Given it's quite a long lap here, and we have seen such a close competition all the way through. Now we've got a car on pit road making its last spot. That's the Urano Esports Heineken Media car, as is the Urano Esports Data Group car. They've had their own little exclusive pit parties.
Yeah,
of course,
that 190 was what. Yeah, the 190 was the car that had the disconnect. So they've unfortunately dropping out of the top 10, because they deserve a top 10 finish. I hope they can get back in there again. Not quite sure what happened to the 191. They had some problems as well. Was it 191? No, it was 191 who had the disconnect, and 190 didn't.
Yeah. It's it's such a shame. Such a shame. I mean, we maybe knew that they were they maybe didn't quite have the overall pace to win.
They were in the lead when they disconnected. When they were in the lead when they disconnected, and they were on the alternate strategy. So it'd be interesting how it played out, but not to be, because they had an effective, I don't know, what would you call it, engine failure? Not engine failure. I don't know, gearbox glitch. It took them out for 2 minutes. Whatever you want to call it as a disconnect. Mimics those sort of irritating endurance-based 4 or 5 minute pit stops, which in the modern day could just put you out of the running in such a competitive environment.
It's the equivalent of being behind the wall. Not much happens from there anymore. And yeah, I tell you, Biko really putting the pressure on here. It's trying to get that move set up out of Spoon is where it's just frustratingly just can't quite get those couple of car lengths run on Holtzman, and Holtzman's got a bit of protection here actually, because he's bound to be he will pick up a slither of draft from the Beef Central yellow and black Porsche just up ahead. And I think he might actually get it at the perfect moment. But Biko is good. He's right all over the back of that Lamborghini. But he's going to need quite an overspeed to get this move done here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue. I think that if Holzman, obviously a very talented racer, also over 10,000, so we've got 10k Patrick as well. So both of the Red Line are over 10,000 iRating, so up in the very top echelons, the top dozen drivers on the iRacing service. Effectively, he doesn't make a mistake and carries on at this pace. I don't see how Biko can get past him. Biko actually last year hasn't even been close to lunge distance. Now, whether he's sitting back for a couple of laps, just enjoying the draft, I don't know. But I think perhaps he's waiting for a mistake that's unlikely to happen. So it's sure there's a lot of conversation going on with the team Alessandro about what we're going to do about this red and black Lamborghini.
He's definitely got closer here. His Biko has maybe sensed an opportunity with the lap traffic up ahead. Of course, it's not lap traffic in the traditional sense. This is a car running in the top 10 and fast, so it's not going to be. It almost isn't going to be a hold up. It's just going to be how the lap car decides to play this one as well. But Biko trying to seize any opportunity. A lap car is a perfect way to try and create something. It's certainly going to be more advantageous to try and create something with a lap traffic than without. Because without, these guys are so closely matched on pace. Now might be a chance for Biko, because Holzman maybe just a little bit of aero wash there coming through Spoon as they make the run up the hill. But yeah, in return, Holzman getting a bit of a drag up the hill from the Beef Central Porsche. Up towards 130R they go. Holzman taking a nice wide entry in there, right out up over the white line. And hard on the brakes. This could just go either way. They've dropped more time to Pablo Araujo. The gap now 10 seconds back to third. And actually the battle for third is on. Sven Hasse is all over the back of Pablo Araujo for that podium. And not a great exit out of the Casio Triangle there for Biko. He's lost a chunk of time to Holzman.
Yeah, 4/10 to a second.
Slow down penalty or something?
I don't know. He lost 4/10 and he's dropped back now to 8th. It was just a bad run. He's got a car in between he doesn't want now, so he can take a while to get back if he can. There's a battle there between the PJZ and the Euronics car.
Very tight there. So this is your battle for the podium. Pablo Araujo trying to hold off Sven Hasse. We know how quick Sven Hasse is. We know how aggressive he can be as well in that Bilo Euronics car. A Bilo Porsche, try and get your head around that one as they head up through Dunlop now towards the Degners. Sven Hasse looks like he's got a bit of an edge on pace here, and he does. 57.6 last time by. He was 9/10 of a second faster than Pablo Araujo last time by, and he's looking ominous here as well. But where can he get this move done for the podium and make it stick? That's the question. Araujo shuts the door. And Hasse, interesting. He's not getting too cosy though, Nick. I wonder if he's not wanting to risk those a little bit of contact and 4 incident points. I wonder if that's a concern here.
My guess is he's going to try and get as close as possible and drive past him up the back straight and either there and get him into the triangle. That's my guess. He's got a little bit of a speed overlap. He's 3/10 behind as they go down the straight now, which is a little bit closer than we've seen the same situation with the front two. Where he can get just enough of a toe, not picked in yet, is it? As they go up the back straight.
It looked like Araujo had just run it wide, but actually I wonder if he's just trying to square the corner off and get on the power early and try and protect against that move. Hasse putting on the big pressure here as well. Araujo not perturbed by it though. He keeps his line, he holds his nerve. This is an amazing battle for the podium. So we've got a proper grandstand finish for the podium. We've got a proper grandstand finish for the race win. But these last 2 laps have not been kind to Alessandro Biko. Holzman taking out 4/10 of a second on the last lap. But here comes Sven Hasse. Can he get the move done? He's going for it. He's going for it. Big lunge up the inside. Do they make contact? They do. Araujo rubbed out onto the paint there. Hasse gets the move done. Aggressive, but gets it done. I think that will be 4 incident points to both cars. But
Elbows
the
out
move
there.
is done.
Yeah, I mean, it might be 4. He might get away with a 1. It just the 14 men off 114 went offline, but unless they got a huge pot of points to play with. And we know for a fact, of course, that the 114 already had a drive through, and yeah, he tipped him off. And that probably isn't going to be a 4. My guess is that's a 1. But yeah, Hassa wasn't taking any prisoners there.
Pretty firm hit there.
Well, we'll find out in a couple of laps, because obviously once you get that drive through, you've got 3 laps to take it. And most people take it straight away, and certainly no reason not to at this end of the race. Lead was out to 1.1 seconds. It's back to 8 tenths again. No, I said 9 tenths. So it is coming slightly back in again. Vico is just out of the toe at the moment. They got the back straight. So he needs to just kind of push a little harder. The back marker in a minor area didn't work in his favour that time, but he's still got 35 minutes to change that round.
Yeah, that definitely. It's 4 tenths lost and then 3 tenths lost, and I do think the lap traffic is maybe just just caught it at the wrong point there for Alessandro Bico. Let's see what this lap time is going to be with 35 minutes to go from Patrick Holzman, and again he's trying to weave and break the draft back. He's taken another 2 tenths out of Bico there, has Holzman. So Holzman's starting to turn the screw now in these last stages, carrying a lot of speed there into turn 1. Amazing. That Lamborghini all day has looked really, really balanced. As of the Porsches, of course they have. That's been why it's been such a popular choice. But that Lamborghini did really good through those changes of direction.
Yeah, the Porsche has been, in this particular battle, I've been watching the kind of splits go up and down. It's been noticeable the Porsche is very good through the deadness in comparison to the Lamborghini. But the Lamborghini seems to gain a little bit, which is counterintuitive, in the drive out the hairpin, which is the last place you'd expect you to do well compared to a Porsche.
Well, it could just come down to the way they've got that car set up. Of course, the Lamborghini Huracan has been on the iRacing platform for quite a while now, a little bit longer than the 911 GT3R. I mean, they're both well established, but I think Redline will have a good setup information for the car, and they've driven it superbly. I mean, Patrick Holzman and Max Beneke have been flawless through this entire race.
Yeah, it's been it's not like a David versus Goliath in area whatsoever. Just in the sheer weight of numbers of Porsches against the Lamborghini, it's one against many. But the one currently, I think he's going to gain a little bit more time this lap as well. And really, Bico needs to change this momentum as quickly as he possibly can, because if Holzman manages to get more than like 1.5, 2 seconds away, it's going to get very, very difficult for Bico to do anything about it.
Yeah, it seems that way. It just seems that Holzman's really been able to pull the pin in these last few laps, and yeah, there's certainly no problem with traffic on that last lap, of course, for Bico. Let's see what that flying lap is going to be. It's a 1:57.4 for Holzman, and it is another 2 tenths, 1:57.6 for Bico. So Bico losing another couple of tenths, and you're rightly saying that he's not got the benefit of the slipstream now, and Holzman is flaunting that advantage now.
Well, but they're a third of the way through the tank. They've lost 30 kilograms of weight from the heaviest, because they are eating into all 4 tyres are going into their ordinary running the second stint, just into a much shorter first stint from the Holzman car. So he has got newer tyres as well. We obviously have no idea where racing have these tyres. But it's certainly looking suddenly advantage Redline.
It's been quite abrupt, hasn't it? It's quite similar actually, Nick, to the point sort of 2/3 of the way through, or halfway 2/3 of the way through the very opening stint of the race, when Beneke was leading and he had a whole train behind him, and then all of a sudden it was just like he just Fast and the Furious style found 14th gear and kicked on. He was off. Yeah, or was it Ford versus Ferrari, when he just presses the throttle that little bit harder down the bottom?
Yes, that's always the way racing drivers go quicker, is they just press the throttle harder. Well-known technical reason for it. I've never quite. If you're going to make a simulated film, please actually simulate it, not just make it. If Fast and Furious is fine, it's entertainment. I have 112 gears, it's not an issue. No, it's looking. Just trying to look at this.
It's like an Ernst Egner's motorcycle with those 2-stroke engines. They needed 16-speed gearboxes.
Well, that's true. Certainly, little tiny sewing machines they had running around with small 50s in the Grand Prix series. It was amazing.
What do you think
ridiculous
about it?
revs in all those years ago.
20,000 RPM, 16-speed gearbox, power band, the width of a cigarette paper. It's quite. I mean, the technology. What do you think? Where did they? Well, the short answer is during wartime when they learned the technological aspect.
It's also about the manufacturing, though, isn't it? If you think about the reason everything is so reliable now is because of the tolerances are so low. You've got these computer milling machines, and you're down to multiple 10,000ths of an inch, 10,000 millimeters, and they can make it every single time. An engine made now on a mass-produced line is better than a blueprinted engine of 35 years ago, because it's just the tolerances are down. If you think about what the Cosworth DFV produced, it made it as best as possible by racing engineers in Northampton. It came out the box with 430 horsepower. Well,
your Audi will have more than that.
My Audi, obviously, with the 8 turbos, has got 440, absolutely. But a 3-litre normally aspirated engine now, a racing 3-litre normally aspirated engine would make a reliable 750, 800, not even trying. And that's the advance that's been made, not just in understanding and not just in computer modelling and everything else, but it's all about the improvement in manufacturing process thanks to the incredible precision automation.
Funny enough, like people like Malapistons.
Yes, exactly.
Stuff like that. You think what they do now, day to day, incredible, absolutely incredible. Under half an hour to go now in this Suzuka 10-hour, part of the VCO Grand Slam. It's Patrick Holzman who leads by now at 2.5 for Team Redline Lamborghini from Alessandro Bico for Mala Racing Team Porsche. And I think it's going to be another big lap here from Holzman. He really has hit the afterburners big time. He had a 57.4 last time by. It's another 57.4, but takes another 1/10 of a second out of Bico. So just bit by bit, he's just landing punch after punch with every lap here.
Yeah, and the problem that Bico has, where we got with 28 minutes to go, so we're 15 laps left, outside chance 16 laps. Once you realistically getting back more than 2/10 is going to be pretty hard, and he's already 10, 11 laps behind at 2/10 lap and not currently going in the correct direction. Third place, Bilo Euronics 450 is Sven Hasse. He's not gaining either. He's very comfortably in third now. He's pulled away from Pablo Aranjo in the Team PGZ car, but he's 3 or 4 tenths off the pace of our first two. The enthusiast in me desperately wants Marlo to find a couple of tenths over the next few laps and bring us back together again. But then the purist in me is massively respectful of how Redline run this race with their varying strategies and reacting on the fly and changing things now and doing things very intelligently to get themselves in this position.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that they've won this race on their strategy. It's worked, but I do think they've won it on their execution.
Very well.
Yeah, the way that the job the drivers have done, they have made some quite unusual certainly to begin with, a strategical blunder, not be it a terminal one, but and they have had to do alternative things to sort of bring themselves back in, but none of that would have fallen apart without the drivers who have delivered beyond. They've given that terrible cliche. They've delivered over 100% to pull back in. They've had to really be flawless to get themselves back in the fight.
Well, just to throw something out there, without Govan's drive-through, Team PGZ would be leading by 5 seconds at the moment. That's where we're at on that one.
Yeah, that would have been a bit of an entertaining one as well. Holtzman running down the PGZ car with 26 minutes to go. It's something we'll never know. But of course, if PGZ got a drive-through, what was that, about an hour ago now? No, it was just
an hour and a half.
It was about 30 minutes ago.
No, it was before.
Sorry, an hour and a half ago. So if they got it an hour and a half ago, what does that mean for any of these top three teams? I mean, it's any of them potentially be close to that incident point limit.
Well, we see, I've watched the cars, and now the time they're going, they're pushing the envelope, certainly on the exit spoon. I mean, I'm not saying they're picking up an instant point, but it must be occasionally must get a few centimetres wrong, because it really is the difference between the ultimate line and the getting the instant point is only a few centimetres. You come wide, as you go round this corner here, this exit, I mean, it's not this time, but sometimes they've been wider than that. How many times they've been wider? How many times they've really been pushing?
It's 4 an hour. I just don't know how they haven't had a drive-through yet. 4 an hour. I just don't know.
I'd had a drive-through count about hour 3, I think.
Oh God, yeah, me too. Without even being cheeky, just making mistakes. But
this is just down to total lack of ability. Nothing to do with trying to be tactical or having accidents. But they would probably have happened as well, to be fair.
Yes, the two incident points for the spin. That's usually where I get myself carried out. But this is superb actually from Holtzman this phase of the race. He took a 10th out last time, another 2 10s. So the last 5 or 6 laps, he's consistently taken out 2 or 3 tenths a lap every lap, and that's just that final killer blow that's put Alessandro Bico and Mala Racing Team on the ropes. Question is, do they have everything up their sleeve yet? Do they have any, are they comfortable on, or is the reason that they've dropped pace to Holzman, is that because they're worried about their incident points? We won't know. Hopefully we'll get a chance to chat to them after the race. Occasionally we do get the chance, and whether they'll tell us or not is another matter.
Well, they can tell us, that's fine.
Yeah.
The other thing to remember, of course, is that the tyres on the Lamborghini are half an hour newer, or 25 minutes newer. At this point, where they're an hour and a half old on the Porsche compared to being an hour old on the Lamborghini, that could be making a few tenths of second difference.
I think so. Yeah, I do think that's great. As far as that's if our calculations are correct.
Well, that's true. I've decided they are, Pete, just because it makes it easier for my brain.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's you know what, life's much easier if you think you're right all the time.
Absolutely.
Like I am about rallying and how it's. Is it? Yes,
Who?
it is.
When?
Rally Japan's on this weekend, actually.
Look, I'm sorry, I've given you Scott Dixon this weekend. You're not getting rallying.
Okay, do you know what? Actually, I should have I'll just take that one. That's fine. I'm glad you've seen sense there. You can see where it's coming from now.
No, I always could. I was being contrary.
For a change.
Absolutely, part of my role.
Oh dear. Yeah. No, I think. I wonder if he's a sim man. I think he was a lockdown sim man, was Dixon. They did actually have a IndyCar. The IndyCar wives seem to be a kind of bigger thing than any other racing categories. Wives, they seem to have their own.
Sounds like a Bravo reality show, unfortunately.
Celebrity. Well, I'm surprised there has. I think there is a sort of degree of it. I believe. I obviously don't follow it particularly closely. The IndyCar wives, I do follow IndyCar, but they had a charity race where the IndyCar wives had a sim race during lockdown because they were fed up of all their husbands being on the sim the whole time when they're meant to be at home, and they all had a race which was quite fun.
I didn't catch that, but it sounds like it would have been I'm sure it was an interesting spread of abilities.
I think it was. I do think it was apparently Mrs. Dixon. She took it incredibly seriously. She's a former Olympic runner, or certainly she a World Championship level runner. So it was sort of, we're not doing anything unless it's full commitment. I think Tony Kanan's wife won it, if my memory serves me. Do correct us on the RaceSpotTV chat if you can remember. But, very, very cool. Patrick Holzman, he's just starting to just eat this gap.
He's got the 2.1 was the mid-race ticker distance. Obviously, when he crosses the line, he'll still have that 2-second lead down to the last 21 minutes. So we are effectively down to 11 laps theoretically. But
now the question is as well is that we know that they're relatively they should be fine on fuel. But if you force that extra lap, maybe it becomes a little bit more touchy, a little bit more threatening. Possibly.
I think my feeling is that they have that one in hand, to be honest, and then they will bank the extra lap. But many things can go wrong. And the most, they say, we kept witching on about, but the most key point really is whether any of them is close to instantly. That would instantly take them out of contention. If any of these top 3 or top 4, they would drop immediately down to 4th at best, and possibly even 5th, as the Williams Esports Fanatec team currently are 43 seconds off the lead with the 15 car, with Moreno Suzuka driving. Sorry. Yeah, I mean it's all yeah. You would say it's all really in the balance. Apart from that, Holzman is just driving superbly, and not looking under any sort of pressure at all, despite the fact that he's about to try and close off a 10-hour endurance race.
Yeah, and this is where you don't want to make a mistake. It's the pressure is definitely on at this stage. And, if you're given the anchor stint, it really you really have a lot of faith put in you by the team. I mean the Dindo Capello Petit Le Mans 2007, him and Duma, that was an amazing battle for that last spot. I mean, not as quite as impressive as McNish the year after, where he binned it on the not the pace lap, the gridding lap.
0 to hero, 2 laps down, and then managed to make up and win.
Garage, 2 laps down, and ends up winning it. That was quite remarkable.
He could have brilliantly, but obviously it's something you can do with the ability to use the yellows within IMSA racing. Not an option here, because, for example, perhaps if you had that yellow, you might have seen the 191 which you had that unfortunate disconnect, perhaps be able to move himself back into contention, because they had the pace in that car at the start. But that's not how it works in virtual racing. You know you're going to start at the start and finish at the finish, and it's going to go the whole way through. Not obviously when you get to NASCAR race. The virtual NASCAR races have the same number of the same chance of a full course caution and everything else. So those races you had, and you pointed out earlier, Peter, also the Indy 500, which is far more important because it's natural brake time that can ruin you. But yeah, so those oval races do have a virtual full course yellow, but on these endurance races you run green the whole time, and therefore you know what you're trying to do with fuel, and you know what you're trying to do with tyres, and you know what you're trying to do with lap time, so you just have to do it. That's the secondary key part, is for doing it.
I have to say it's the oval racing on iRacing, and it's incredible. I love doing laps of Indianapolis in the IndyCar. It's just so cool. The problem is when you go into a public race, if someone even has the remote moment, it's a yellow, and it's a long yellow as well. And then it's fine if you're in a 500-mile race, but if it's just like yellow after yellow after yellow, it does become a bit tedious, where it's a little bit kind of shall we say sensitive to the to throw a yellow as well. I do remember once commentating on I think it was a 500-mile race, a super late model short oval, and it was just yellow after yellow. I mean, we really did have a lot of filling to do that particular day.
And of course, the problem is that if it's a mild race rather than a timed race, you just keep going for hours and hours and hours and hours as well.
So interesting. Thank you to Olivante on our RaceSpotTV YouTube chat, saying that Pablo Araujo has been complaining about Sven Haas's overtake for 10 minutes now. I mean, I can see why. But
there's no virtual stewards. There's no virtual stewards in this sport. It's managed by the instant point. Because if Sven had those instant points to spare, don't forget, if you have contact, you can damage the car and lose pace. It's not like I'll punch you off, no loss. You pick up the points, you take the risk. That seemed to me like a slightly firm overtake, but I wouldn't say it was that complainable about.
I totally agree. I think it's yes, it was firm, but the gap was there. There was a car width there, and yes, there was a little bit of a rub, and also I would wager that it was a move that was in the post. It was going to happen at some point. There was a big lap time difference between the two cars, so I think it was going to happen one time or another.
Yeah, and he's pulled 7 seconds from him.
Yeah,
So Sven
so
has
I
7
don't
ahead of
think he'd
Pablo.
be hugely upset about it.
I think Pablo may have thought that particular time wasn't great, but there were going to be several other times where he would probably been overtaken, and worst case scenario might have gone right off the track and into walls and things. I'm not saying that's a good thing that people didn't have incidents, but obviously he was running a relatively defensive line, and then at some point people could make a bad decision to try and get past him.
Yeah, I think I think the frustration is totally understandable in a general sense, because they were, in a position to win the race, got a drive-through penalty, and that's kind of dropped them pretty much exactly out of contention. So I can see how it's, and when you're in the car and someone goes up the inside of you and hits you, it rankles. It does.
Absolutely.
I get that, but. I do that from a certainly from a neutral and devil's advocate point of view. I think it's you are going to always have some degree of contact from time to time. It's when you just drill it up the inside and plow nose first into the door. That's a different one. But it was very much a kind of rub. I mean, in DTM that wouldn't have even made the highlight reel, not.
No. There was
nobody's on the roof. Yeah.
No expensive damage. There isn't an engine separated from a car at any point. I can understand why he's annoyed, but let it go. I think we've all raced in enough iRacing races of all levels to know that sort of thing happens, and realistically, it's not as bad as it could be. That's not excusing anything. It seemed relatively fair to me, and it was going to happen anyway, and that's the key point. It wasn't like on the last lap he could have held that off for one lap more and got that third place. They were 20 laps from the end at that point, or 15 laps from the end, and it was going to happen. So my advice to Pablo is now just head down, concentrate on securing fourth, and not getting a second drive. So they have, you had 20 instant points left when you came in, so you should be okay.
It wasn't exactly Senna Prost lap one, was it?
No. But I understand. I think probably Pablo's taken over the car. He's gone backwards relatively to everyone else, and that's probably a hard pill to swallow after Connery done it before. So I think he's probably a little bit frustrated with either his performance or performance of the car, whatever it is. So I can see where he's coming from, but getting annoyed for a long period of time is never good for a racing driver, because it means you're using brain power, being upset that you should be using to go faster.
Last stop of the race for Sotomuto, Williams Esports Razor, back out onto circuit. So just outside the top 20 for that number 5 car. So battling the top 10, the Urano do have their number 190 car, just 5 seconds off Tilo Lombardi in the number 3 machine, the number 3 Porsche in 10th. And it's if they could grab a top 10 as a team, I think it would certainly be a really nice thing for them, given the disappointment they had of disconnecting from the lead of the race. They had really strong pace, but shows you just how competitive it is at this top level. And you think if you've got 45 cars in each, or a maximum of 45 in each split. I mean, even if you went down to split 3 or 4, the pace would still be really fast.
Oh yeah. I mean, you'd have to get down. In fairness, I think there were 17 splits. I think in this race, maybe a bit more. So another huge mass participation race. The top 8 or 9 splits have all got great drivers in there. I mean, I'm sure there were more incidents and more spins as the cars went off as you get down, and that level of concentration is required. But they still have people with 3,000 and 4,000 ratings a long way down on the splits. And a 3,000 or 4,000 rating iRacing driver knows what they're doing.
They're fast. Yeah, they're certainly
way too fast.
Yes, way too fast. Yeah, indeed. I did actually. I had the experience of doing it was a charity race, Le Mans. We were in the 919, the hybrid LMP1 Porsche, which was great fun. It was a great car. I really enjoyed it. It made you feel like a legend. Until you look at the lap time and you're like, oh. But I did it with Mike Epps, former British touring car driver, and he is unbelievably good on the sim. He was around Le Mans, he was sort of consistently 3-4 seconds faster than me, which was just stunning to watch. And we were very much a pro-am outfit. We won the race though.
What matters at this point, she should have said we won the race, and I team in Mike, and we were pretty even, and I wouldn't be able to contradict you.
No,
but yeah, I mean, there's I think there is some great pace in so many of the cars, but certainly in these drivers, and a long way down into the depths of the field. Obviously, the reason these guys are at the top is because they've combined pace with consistency, and they combine pace with consistency with intelligence, and that's really how you score, how you raise your I rating. Those don't do iRacing. It's not just being fast, because if you're just fast, you'll have accidents and have races where you come last and it disappears again. So you need a massive amount of consistency. One of the greatest ways you can gain rating is by using your intelligence to gain positions by waiting for someone else to make a mistake.
Yeah, let everyone else bid it is usually the best policy. It's trying to do that in practice, though, it requires serious mind management to say, no, just let them go, let them all crash into each other, it's fine. 10 minutes to go then, the final 10 minutes here at Suzuka for the VCO 10 hours, the last round of the VCO Grand Slam. Team Redline in position to score their first VCO Grand Slam win of the year. Team Mala, or Mala Racing Team, they've had 2 wins already out of the 3 events so far. They're set to finish second, so I would guess that I'm quite sure how the points work out, but I
can't see how 2 wins in a second can't win the race.
Yes, I would think even with a disaster at the Nürburgring, they would be. But I don't think they did have a disaster.
I'm sure they were top 5.
Yeah.
It's been
Mercedes at that point.
It's great consistency in the team, because it's 4 very different tracks and 4 very different and different chassis in this, not just different chassis in the GT3, but different entire machines in the P2 as well.
Well, get this one. Hello to Fraser Smith of Full Send Racing. They're 11 minutes to go in second split. They've got a 48-second lead. And they've got one incident point left.
Oh!
But I think it's about 20 seconds or so for a
drive in the middle of the track. Do not go anywhere near any of the corners.
Yes. Brake in the middle, exit in the middle. That's. Do you know what? You can do it without actively trying not to. You still can. Just
actively trying not to tends to mean it happens.
Usually.
It's like I'm definitely not good. Oh god! One of the hardest things, and I think one of the things these guys are good at, is actually to drive at 9/10. Running at 10/10 is easy but dangerous. Running at 0.99, a lot of people can do, but running at 9/10 is really difficult. Scaling it back and just. Either because you're trying to save fuel, save tires to get to the finish. It's really hard to ease back that second and a half. Well, I find it hard,
Well, it is. You just like keeping that concentration is so tough. Beautiful virtual sunset here at Suzuka as they come into the last moments of this brilliant race. It's the Nürburgring 24, Watkins Glen 6 hours to T Le Mans. These are big names that people know. The Suzuka 10 hour definitely a little bit more alternative. There might have been a few raised eyebrows when this was announced on the VCO Grand Slam calendar. Personally, I think it's a fantastic addition and great to see it on there. And I think it's really opened up intriguing strategical battles. At the end of the day, it's come down to tyres, I think, more than fuel, because this Suzuka circuit puts the tyre through such stress, whether that be from the weather or indeed the layout of the circuit.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's turned out to be way more varied than I thought it would be. I think we always expected to have some tight battles even down to the last hour, but not from cars doing very different strategies at very different times. And certainly when we saw a 37 Porsche, a little bit surprised, despite the two running it. So one of the 2 Lamborghinis, and sole Lamborghini running leadless. There's a minor correction for there, because this was on the VCO Grand Slam last year as well.
I had the advantage of I was the commentator for that one as well with John, I think. So yeah, it's the second year it's been in, and I think it's a very, very good track for a single class race, because it is quite hard to get past. So you have to think about how you're going to move forward, and have to think about how you're going to overtake. And we've seen that happening. We've seen this prime example of endurance racing. We've seen teams working, moving, and changing their strategies as the day has moved on.
It also would have been unmitigated chaos with prototypes.
Yeah, there would have been a lot of people with more than 40 instant points.
Yes, definitely.
And I would have gone home.
Well, it's interesting as well that, of course, we see that the SRO organisation, a huge force in the GT3 space, of course, very much architect of the GT3 class. Big events like the Bathurst 12 yes it is, Bathurst 12 hour, Kyalami 9 hours, Spa 24, etc. And this, of course, is one of them, the Suzuka 10 hours. So it's great that we can have it here on the iRacing platform, because of course SRO have an affiliation with the Assetto Corsa Competizione sim as well. So again, as we talked about, that little bit of kind of cross-pollination is a good thing, I personally believe. And actually, Stefan Rattel actually competed in the Suzuka 1000 kilometers as a driver. He came second in a Porsche GT2.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to something you said a while ago. You can have a different platform. You can say this is the official platform of X. It doesn't mean you should stop other platforms enjoying your inverted commas races. And the Spa 24, and this is a perfect example. Could probably say you can't run a thing called the Spa 24. You have to call it the Ardennes 24 run sometime in July. But why? Why would you alienate everyone? You're running GT3, which obviously is what Rattel is all about. He is king of GT3, so us all running GT3 as enthusiasts is naturally going to draw us to full-size GT3, which is either Stefan Rattel or DTM. So it's all good PR. I think Stefan, who for all his strengths and weaknesses, is very, very understanding of how you market a series. Understands it'd be ridiculous to start saying, no, you can't do this, can't do that. Which is why, again, I'm going to hark on with 3 minutes to go about how the virtual Le Mans is an idiotic situation. But multi-class racing needs all the advertising you get, not pointless infighting because you want to try and pretend it's different. But there we go. Let's talk about the cars. And Patrick Holzman leads by 3.5 seconds, Peter.
Yeah, no, good point, well made. I would agree with it there. Patrick Holzman, he's under a lot. He could have cracked. He really easily could have cracked, because Biko had him right in the vice, and then Holzman just reached around, opened the vice, and just trolled off into the distance. Really, when it mattered, Patrick Holzman brought out a whole new dimension of pace there, pulling a couple of 10s, 3 tenths a lap consistently for 6 or 7 laps in that sort of halfway part of that second stint. It really made a big difference there. Patrick Holzman, top job from Max Beneke as well, his teammate. 3.3 seconds the gap after nearly 10 at just 3 hours to the flag in a 10-hour race. And that is, as we've talked about, Nick, with no safety cars, no full course yellows, no nothing. That is a pure gap.
Yeah, they're going to be very close to having to run an entire extra lap, actually. They've got 2 minutes 38 to go. I don't think he's 38 seconds from the end of the lap. And obviously you need to be actually about 42 seconds in the lap. 42 seconds in the lap. Last time now actually holds him to the sub 157 just noted, to 156.8. So he may end up having to doing the max amount of extra time in another 2 minutes. He says 2:21 to run.
It's going to be okay. I think
will this be the last lap, or will he have to do 2 more? I'm sure he's got the fuel for it either way, but it's obviously just giving him a chance to relax.
This will be the penultimate lap for sure. Yeah, coming into Casio Triangle, he's probably got 10 seconds of the lap. Yeah, so this is the penultimate lap then for Patrick Holzman. At the penultimate lap he is on right now. So the white flag will be in the air for the VCO Suzuka 10 hour here on iRacing.com. Over the line they go. And indeed, to start the last lap of this race, 3.5 seconds the gap between Patrick Holzman for the number 1 Team Red Line Lamborghini ahead of Alessandro Biko. Sven-Ola Hasse, and as to coin a Nick Damon phrase, a phalanx of Porsches, going all the way back. The next non-Porsche is in 14th place, the Williams AMG team. Mercedes, I've got that all the way around the wrong way. Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports, Daniel Lafuente, they win the Alfterbach Cup today, or they're leading the Alfterbach Cup, I should say.
Great, absolutely fantastic performance by Redline. They've pivoted effectively to get themselves into the lead, changing it. They had two great drivers who've not, as you say, not put a wheel wrong in 10 hours. Mahler came back and into their own. Again, Bieler as well, Senal has. They've always been there or thereabouts. And Team PJ's suffering from that drive-through, without the drive-through now, with I think the easing back, they would have been third anyway, but it'd be really interesting to see what happened if they hadn't had the drive-through. And perhaps running 8 hours and 2 hours is not the best way of managing your team, but still, top 5, not to be sniffed at.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. But Patrick Holzman comes out of Spoon Curve for the final time, up the hill through towards 130R. He goes. The Lamborghini Huracan, definitely not the car that the form book might have showed, but Redline have made it work. The drivers have done a perfect job here at Suzuka, one of the proper drivers circuits. 10 hours of racing, 2 drivers. They will see the checkered flag out of the Casio triangle. They come. Team Redline win again in an iRacing special event. Patrick Holzman takes the checkered flag and wins by 4 seconds here from the Mala Racing team. They come home in second and complete a fantastic VCO Grand Slam season. 2 wins and a second place should be enough to get them the trophy. Sven Hasse for Bela Euronics gets the last spot on the podium. Great drive from the Bela team, and they pinch a podium from, well, spare a thought, Nick, I think, for the 114 Team PGZ. They would have been right there in that fight without that drive-through, but still, 4th place. They will be ruining that drive-through for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it stymied them up, but I think if you told them at the start of the race, would you take 4th place, they'd have gone yes, to be honest. Yeah, fantastic. I said the fantastic performance by the Lamborghini and Redline. One against many. Certainly one against the next 12 cars across the line. Just a fantastic performance. They had to change what they were doing because it wasn't working correctly. They weren't getting their tyre changes right in the first hour, and they did it, and they've won it. And they've won it by 4 seconds from Alessandro Bico. I think in the end of the day, it was almost that slightly older tyre situation that took Alessandro out of the battle. He was right there until the last half hour, and then just gradually drifting about 0.2 or 0.3 a lap. And but yeah, fabulous, absolutely fabulous endurance race, fabulous race. So much more interesting than I thought it would be, Peter. I've never been so confused by the strategy of so many teams at the same time.
It's wonderful, isn't it? It really is wonderful, and a nice clean 300 laps as well for those who want to keep things nice and neat and tidy. Quite amazing. The question is, and it's an unanswered question, will remain unanswered. Bico was close. When they came out of that final pit stop, he put a lot of pressure on Holtzman, and if he'd got that track position, could it have been a whole different? Could Holtzman have got the move done? Because he was quicker in that last phase of the race, but not massively so. Just only 2 or 3 tenths a lap was enough for him to pull away. But could he have made the difference from second on the road behind Bico? That's a question that I guess we'll never know.
No, but I think it's a really good point, actually, that if he had thrown it up the inside 4 laps or so on that final stint, I did think the Holzman was quick off the Spoon Curve and down the straight, so you kind of think perhaps there was a chance.
Well, here is your final order then. Patrick Holzman and Team Redline Red are your winners of the VCO Suzuka 10 hours here on iRacing.com. They win by just 4 seconds from the Mala Racing team. Alessandro Bico, a great final double stint, running right to the flag, but came up just short. Bela Euronics get the last spot on the podium, with Team PGZ ruining a drive-through penalty, dropping them down to 4th. Williams Fanatec Porsche, they finish in 5th, followed by ATRS Esports, Arnage Competition. Beef Central come home in 8th, the first off the lead lap. Then it's TC Corsa Esports and Williams Esports BenQ round out the top 10. In 11th place was Luca Kita for the Urano Heinking Media team. They just miss out on a top 10 position. SRC Navano GT were 12th, followed by Urano Data Group, and then the first of the Mercedes AMG Williams car, a Mercedes AMG Urano, coming home in 14th and 15th places. Then it was the Leo Racing team, followed by Arnage Competition, Manatee Racing, recovering from a disconnect. They come home in 18th, a great fight back. Brabham Esports come home in 19th, and Race Crutch round out the top 20. Jonathan Poulet and Valkyrie Competition finished 21st, followed by Team PGZ Car 119, Williams Esports Razor, Mechanic Racing Black, Phoenix Racing Esport, Impulse Racing, Precision Racing Esports, Benzo Racing, Cadega Squadra Course, and BMW BS Competition 3 laps down, a day to forget for the Zebras. Jeopard Esports were 31st, followed by Impulse Racing, Zenith Esports, Mercedes AMG Williams, Arnage Competition, Mercedes Urano, Mag Performance, Team PGZ Academy, Wave Italy, and RSR by Buttkicker, and all not making it to flag. And last through, not making it to the start, Ronin Simsport, Team Heusenfeld, Rottenberry, and German Sim Racing, all hitting problems early on. Now, some news coming in, Nick, from our eagle-eyed producer, Connery Maddock. Mala were 1 incident point away from a drive-through. Red Line were just 3. That explains a little bit about those last phases of the race.
Well, interesting. Beef Central, who came in 7th, I think, and Arnage, who came in 6th, were also on 39 incident points. So,
wow,
that tells you how close it was. That's the number 100 Arnage Competition, yeah. Actually, Arnage Competition number 18, actually, sorry, they were the car that came in 7th, they were on 69 incident points. So they actually served 2 drive-throughs without us noticing. So amazing.
Yeah, that is remarkable, actually, as well. It shows you actually how disciplined, I mean, particularly Team Redline, 37 across 10 hours. That's quite impressive to be able to do that, especially on a circuit like Suzuka, where you can breach track limits almost every lap if you tried. I mean, just some thoughts before hopefully we're going to try and get a chat with some of our drivers if we can. But I mean, how do you sum that race up, Nick?
Before I start, just one final thing. The car that came 31st, car 21 Gepard Esports, had 132 incidents. Wow. So they served 5 drive-throughs. So there we go. I sum it up that, I think the people who set the rules probably ended up getting it better than they thought they did. The instant points obviously played absolutely perfectly. And the fact that despite everyone choosing a Porsche or a Lamborghini one meant there were 2 ways to skin a cat. I think it was unfortunate that they balanced the BMWs out of contention. But a great race. I mean, I think it's one of those things where suddenly, when you don't really know what's going on in an endurance race, tactics-wise and strategy-wise, that means it's a good race because you're really interested, you're really engaged in 4 or 5 of the teams working out who's doing what and why. And when they're moving on the fly, that's even more exciting.
I totally agree. I think that was the real story of the day, that difference in strategy as well. And in a way, because so many teams chose the same car, they've all got top drivers. How do you make that break from away from the others? You can only really do it by pooling alternative strategy plays. But it was Team Redline and their Lamborghini Huracan that came out on top. And like in the outdoor world of motorsport, Nick, that could be all of a sudden we could see lots more Lamborghini Huracans turning up in the public racing lobbies here in iRacing over the next couple of weeks.
Absolutely sure it's going to give certainly as let's be real, the Porsche is a bit of an acquired taste. Some people love it, some people have problems with the rear weight bias. Some say, this is the new mid-engine champion. I'm sure the Lamborghini will be all over the shop in the lobbies.
I would think so. Yeah, I think it's amazing this is why some teams will get a hot driver in their car to promote it. That's kind of how it goes, and it's certainly played that way with the Lamborghini. Well, we really appreciate you joining us here on RaceSpotTV for this final round of the VCO Grand Slam. Thank you very much for your company on all the races here for the VCO Grand Slam. But on behalf of us all here at RaceSpotTV, for myself, Peter Mackay, and from my broadcast colleague Nick Damon, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.